Chapter 1. After the fall of a nation, the tyrant takes her away. Alas, the enemy has breached the city. In the grand imperial city of Dian, chaos reigned as flames of war blazed and the clamor of battle echoed. A young maiden crouched behind screen, her hairpins scattered in disarray, her vibrant red wedding gown stained with blood. The cacophony of screams and turmoil filled the air. Her delicate visage, pale as jade, bore a haunting expression as Su Mian parted her crimson lips, her clear eyes gazing vacantly into the distance, as the sole legitimate princess of Dian. She had been cherished and adored, harboring dreams of a gallant youth who would one day take her hand in marriage, uniting their two kingdoms in a splendid alliance. Yet, within the span of a single night, the Chu army had laid waste to her city. The very man who had vowed to wed her was now slaughtering her people and mercilessly annihilating her kin. Why had it come to this? Why had everything changed? Tears rolled down her cheeks, blurring her vision until only flickering shadows of flames remained. That moment, a hand suddenly grasped her sleeve. Startled, Su Mian lifted her gaze to the matron before her, her voice hoarse. "Nanny?" "Sure." The matron hurriedly covered her mouth, gently manipulating a concealed mechanism on the wall. With a low rumble, a hidden passage revealed itself from the shadows. "Your Highness, the situation in Dian is dire. You must flee." Su Mian clutched her sleeve tightly, her heart racing with urgency. What a father and elder brother. The matron remained silent, letting out a heavy sigh, her expression grave. "His Highness the Crown Prince and the Emperor have gone outside the city to confront the enemy. I fear the worst for them." The matron's demeanor sent Su Mian's heart plummeting into an abyss of despair. Her strength waned, leaving her teetering on the brink of collapse. Seeing this, the matron wasted no time, swiftly pulling Su Mian along into the secret passage. Beyond it lay an endless expanse of snow-covered wilderness. The biting wind howled fiercely, swirling snowflakes around them. Go. Two steeds galloped forth like arrows released from a bow, their hooves kicking up clouds of snow. Su Mian gripped the reins tightly, the frigid wind cutting against her face like a blade. After a night of relentless flight, exhaustion enveloped her, yet she summoned her strength to glance back at the matron, her voice softening. "Nanny, are we safe now?" Before a response could be given, an arrow whistled through the air, piercing the matron's body with a sickening thud. Su Mian tightened her grip on the reins, yanking them hard. The steed neighed in protest, rearing up. Turning abruptly, she beheld the matron tumble from the saddle like a withered autumn leaf. Her beautiful eyes widened in horror as tears cascaded down her cheeks, releasing a heart-wrenching cry. "Nanny." The matron coughed up blood, her voice hoarse. "Your Highness, go quickly." At that moment, the thunderous sound of iron hooves approached rapidly in the distance. A dark wave of the Chu army surged towards her, clad in heavy armor, wielding sharp weapons, their faces cold and menacing. Before Su Mian could react, a sharp crack resounded as a blade severed the horse's hoof. Su Mian, having lost her balance, suddenly fell from the horse, crashing heavily onto the icy, bone-chilling snow. Her body uncontrollably rolled several times in the snow before finally coming to a halt. A pair of golden silk boots came into view, and Su Mian's heart jolted in alarm, fear creeping up the back of her neck as she hastily retreated. The man before her possessed narrow, icy eyes that radiated a chilling aura. His lips curled slightly, and his pale skin complemented the luxurious red wedding attire, enhancing his otherworldly allure. Instinctively wanting to evade, she was caught firmly by the slender, fragile throat by the man, pressed mercilessly into the snow. Chu Junqi's lips twisted into a sinister smirk. "Your Highness, is it appropriate to abandon me so soon after our wedding?" "Ugh, you bastard, let go." Su Mian struggled to breathe, her delicate pink lips parting slightly, a tinge of alluring crimson gracing her eyes. In his grasp, she appeared as vulnerable as a kitten, as if a mere exertion of his strength could shatter her delicate throat. Tears glistened in the young woman's almond-shaped eyes, her porcelain-like face devoid of color, long lashes trembling slightly, evoking a sense of pity. Chu Junqi regarded her coldly, contemplating the idea of killing her, yet feeling a twinge of regret. Ultimately, he relented, loosening his grip somewhat. Su Mian, with her clear eyes flickering, seized the opportunity and retaliated by biting his wrist. His Chu Junqi inhaled sharply, momentarily forgetting that the princess of Dian, Xiao, was an untamed little wildcat. He swiftly grasped her jaw, forcing her to look up at him. His gaze darkened, and his grip involuntarily tightened. After years apart, has the prince's temper only grown? Chu scoundrel, may you meet a wretched end. Su Mian winced from the pain, struggling against his firm hold, yet he held her tightly in his embrace. Did you not once call me Brother Chu with affection? Why have you ceased? You deceived me. You tricked me into this union, only to slaughter cities. You never liked me. Blood stained the corners of her mouth as she glared at him, her eyes veiled with barely concealed hatred. Chu Junqi did not deny her words. In fact, he found a perverse pleasure in witnessing her suffering. His long fingers slowly traced the blood at the corner of her lips, watching her with an air of leisure. Mianer, you once saved me. Do you regret it? His words struck a painful chord within Su Mian, a wave of bitterness surging through her. The once emaciated hostage had transformed into the wrathful new emperor of the Chu nation. The boy who once flew kites with her and taught her archery and swordplay was now gone. The union was a fad. The conquest of cities was his true objective. With mountains crumbling and rivers stained with blood, she had become the sinner of Dian. A chill seeped from her feet, tears cascading down her cheeks as she looked at the man who had once been her closest companion, feeling a lump in her throat. Why not just kill me? Chu Junqi smirked mockingly, leaning close to whisper in her ear, how could I bear to kill you? Now that I have married you, you belong to me. If you wish to live, you must obediently comply. He laughed with a wicked abandon, his narrow eyes glinting with a cold light as he seized the frail and helpless Su Mian from the ground and mercilessly tossed her onto the horse's back. With a flick of his whip and a twist of the reins, Chu Junqi commanded loudly, return to the camp. At his command, the thunder of hooves echoed through the air, raising a cloud of dust. They moved with remarkable speed, and Su Mian, jostling uncomfortably on the horse, felt her stomach churn violently. Let me down. Her voice was barely a whisper as she tugged at the hem of the man's garment, tried to awaken a shred of compassion within him. In the midst of a dizzying whirl, she found herself hoisted onto his shoulder, and he strode into the tent. The moment she was thrown onto the soft couch, Su Mian felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. As she braced herself to rise, the heat of the man's body pinned her down. Terrified and helpless, she stared at him wide-eyed. What are you doing? His forceful kiss fell upon her like a torrential downpour, the unique, icy fragrance of his being invading her senses, a scent she knew all too well. With tears clouding her vision, she instinctively pushed him away, only to be restrained by one of his large hands, her own captured above her head. Chu Junqi leaned in closer, biting the tender flesh of her neck, eliciting a sting of pain. With tears glistening in her eyes, Su Mian struggled and screamed, Chu Junqi, are you insane? At her words, a flicker of desire appeared in Chu Junqi's gaze as he smirked, seemingly reveling in her shame and anger. Today marks the joyous occasion of my union with the princess. Has she forgotten? Even though Su Mian had been sheltered in the palace and was naive to the world, she quickly realized his intentions, her cheeks flushing with rage as she fought back with all her might. You're dreaming. Traitor, I will kill you. Chu Junqi's gaze traveled down her delicate visage, slowly resting upon the mark he had left on her neck, resembling his own unique brand. Seeing Su Mian's furious expression, with her sharp little canine teeth seemingly poised to tear him apart, the man smirked playfully. Ah, before you consider killing me, perhaps. The princess should first assess her own predicament. Chapter 2. Escape Stop. Don't. The moment her garment was torn away, a wave of humiliation and embarrassment surged within her. She had never imagined this individual would so forcefully impose upon her. Su Mian's eyes brimmed with tears, her delicate face, pale and flushed, resembled the dewy blossoms of spring. Chu Junqi, I beg you, please don't. She sobbed helplessly, yearning for the tenderness of a man as she once knew. Chu Junqi pinched her small face, a fierce expression darkening his brows as he scolded her. Why are you crying? Wasn't this marriage what you desired? I am now fulfilling your wish. The man's heated breath enveloped her as he locked gazes with her, his eyes dark as a wolf surveying its unsuspecting prey. Su Mian trembled, fear creeping from the depths of her heart. Don't touch me. A sharp pain pierced through her, and she screamed in terror. As if she were sinking into a quagmire. Like a helpless floating weed, she was tossed high, only to fall heavily once more. All the past affection and sweetness were mere illusions. Chu Junqi harbored only a desire to conquer her, his eyes brimming with primal lust, as if he longed to crush her entirely. The girl grasped at his shoulders, leaving deep crimson scratches across his back. Her misty apricot eyes, filled with rage, struggled against him as she cried out, "I hate you. I hate you." Chu Junqi scoffed, his gaze lingering on her reddened lips, his inner beast growing more ferocious. "Very well. I am curious to see how long you can maintain this defiance." Su Mian clutched the beastly rug beneath her tightly, with every utterance of hate. Her suffering deepened. It was then that Su Mian realized that heaven and hell lay within his whims, and there was no turning back. As dawn broke, the gentle light illuminated the snow-covered landscape, and the biting wind swept through. Soldiers were busy packing their belongings and clearing the battlefield. Qing Feng knelt before the man, respectfully inquiring, "Your Majesty, we have accounted for the troops. When shall we return?" Draped in a dark python robe, Chu Junqi stood tall, a piece of exquisite jade hanging from his waist. The early sun cast golden rays upon his elongated eyelids, yet could not thaw the ice within his gaze. His profound eyes revealed no emotion as he calmly polished his sword, his voice low, "You lead the men back first. I shall arrive at the imperial capital in 3 days." His tone was unyielding, imbued with an undeniable authority. Yes, within the main tent, the flickering candlelight danced. The young girl on the soft couch was covered by a velvet blanket, concealing the myriad of bruises beneath, while her exposed shoulder emanated a chilling coolness. Su Mian stirred from her slumber, her throat parched, her head pounding, her entire body aching as if it had been crushed. To experience intimacy for the first time under such coercion, tears welled in Su Mian's eyes as she tightened her grip on the blanket, helplessly hugging her knees in a futile attempt to draw warmth. The conversation between the two outside the tent reached her ears, and Su Mian frowned slightly. Given Chu Junqi's temperament, he would never allow her to leave easily. Moreover, this man was vengeful. Being in his grasp was far worse than death. As a mere captive, her fate was all too clear. The wet nurse recounted that women possessing even a hint of beauty were either exiled or forced into the role of military concubines, often subjected to brutal treatment leading to their demise. Once they crossed into the territory of Chu, escape became an impossibility. Desperate to find a way out, Su Mian endured her pain and cautiously descended from the bed, retrieving the fallen skirt from the floor. The wedding gown from the previous day bore several tears inflicted by Chu Junqi, yet remained somewhat wearable. At that moment, the tent curtain was suddenly drawn aside. Upon entering, Chu Junqi was met with the sight of her doe-like, glistening eyes. Startled, Su Mian hurriedly pulled the skirt to shield her body. A delicate blush spread across her porcelain arms, and her long, fair legs were exposed, rendering her akin to a water lily emerging from the depths, a vision of exquisite allure. This evoked memories of her previous submission beneath him, her eyes brimming with tears, which only seemed to incite a desire to ravage her further. Chu Junqi regarded her with keen interest, surveying her from head to toe, causing Su Mian's cheeks to flush crimson. "What are you hiding for? It's not as if I've never seen you before," he taunted. The coolness of the air struck her bare skin, and she bit her lip in shame, on the verge of tears as recollections of his brutality from the night before surfaced, an experience that felt as if he intended to consume her entirely. Fear took hold of her as she struggled to comprehend Chu Junqi's temperament and dared not provoke him further. With him still lingering, she stood awkwardly in place. Raising an eyebrow, he scoffed, "Are you planning to wear that wedding gown out?" Gripping her clothing tighter, tears welled in her eyes as she stammered, "I have no other garments." He advanced toward her, causing her to tremble in fright, cornering her against the frame with no avenue of escape. The man before her was as unpredictable as the weather, his smile concealing malice, and in that moment, Su Mian felt akin to a fish on a chopping board, vulnerable to his whims. He lifted her chin, admiring her anxious expression, and in a low voice warned, "Stay put. Someone will bring you proper attire." With her gaze cast downward, she could not meet his eyes and barely nodded in response. "Ah, how obedient," he remarked, satisfaction evident in his nod as his fingertips traced her cheek, wiping away her tears. His sigh filled her with revulsion. He had been ruthless just the day before, yet now he feigned kindness. Su Mian quietly hid behind the tent curtain, watching him warily until he departed with a cloak. Only then did her anxious heart finally find reprieve. Shortly after, a woman from the military entourage delivered a clean, simple dress. Upon spotting Su Mian in the commander's tent, the woman's eyes briefly flashed with admiration, only to be followed by a disdainful glare as she tossed down the clothing and left. As she exited, Su Mian overheard a muttered insult, "Foul temptress." Perplexed, Su Mian turned to the nearby bronze mirror. There, she beheld her own strikingly beautiful visage, her dark hair cascading chaotically over her shoulders, disheveled yet captivating, bearing the marks of having been wronged. The mist of tears lingered in her eyes, and the prominent love bites on her neck drew attention. The pure white animal fur blanket barely concealed her delicate form, stirring the imagination. Despite her innocence, there lingered an undeniable allure, a natural beguilement that was utterly enchanting. It is no wonder that the woman regarded her with such a gaze. Her demeanor indeed invites such interpretations. Su Mian pressed her lips together, dried her tears, changed her attire, and casually gathered her disheveled hair with a pin. Outside, the sound of rolling wheels reverberated, prompting Su Mian to desire a glimpse of the situation, only to be intercepted. By order of the crown, the princess must not step beyond the confines of the camp. Outside the main tent, two tall sentinels stood rigidly, their expressions grave. Su Mian bit her lip, casting an indignant glare at the pair, yet feeling utterly helpless, she relented. Glancing at the sky, she noted the encroaching dusk. Chu Junqi had not returned since morning, leaving her in uncertainty about his whereabouts. She could not afford to wait. Should Chu Junqi return, her escape would become impossible. Anxiously pacing within the camp, Su Mian contemplated her strategy. She had observed the sentinels closely. They changed shifts every midnight, with a brief interval of approximately 15 minutes. Tonight presented an opportunity. As night fell, enveloping the world in silence, the hour struck midnight. Outside the tent, a conversation broke the stillness. "Is everything all right with her inside?" "Fear not. She is behaving. The crown had quite the exertion with her last night. She has been asleep all day." As one guard spoke, he lifted the curtain, revealing a lump on the bed, utterly motionless. The other guard frowned, shaking his head. "We should remain cautious. If she escapes, our heads will be on the line." At that moment, Su Mian concealed herself behind the tent's drapery, listening intently to their exchange, breathing slowly and moistening her parched lips. After a while, silence descended once more outside. Seizing the moment of the guard's shift change, she stealthily approached the tent's edge, climbed onto a chair, and quietly slipped through the window on the opposite side. Fortunately, her movements were light, and she went unnoticed. Just as Su Mian touched the ground, a sudden shout echoed in her ears. "Hey, you lot patrol over there." The unexpected command startled her, leaving no time for contemplation. She quickly concealed her body behind a row of armor, holding her breath as she peered through the gaps. A group of soldiers clad in crimson armor approached with synchronized, powerful strides. She bit her lip tightly, her hands instinctively clenched, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. As they drew nearer, a soldier with a red scarf tied around his wrist raised his whip, barking, "Can't you understand human speech? You lot patrol over there." The soldiers abruptly altered their course, oblivious to Su Mian hidden behind the armor. Confounded, she wondered why they had changed direction. It was only when the clamor of their footsteps faded entirely that she released a long sigh, patting her chest in relief. Not pausing to ponder, she attributed her fortune to luck. Evidently, the majority of the soldiers had departed ahead of schedule, to her advantage. The night remained tranquil as Su Mian discreetly navigated a deserted path, blending into the underbrush. Upon exiting the camp, she dared not linger, frantically dashing through the woods. Yet, she struggled to discern the direction, uncertain of the way back to the inn. As she continued, she found herself utterly lost. The night was dark and the wind howled, obscuring the ground beneath. Alas, Su Mian inadvertently stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground, scraping her knee and causing cold sweat to stream down her face. Gazing into the dense, shadowy forest, the chilling howls of wolves echoed in her ears. The presence of wolves sent a wave of icy dread coursing down her spine, overwhelming her with terror. Once a pampered princess, accustomed to being well protected, she now found herself utterly alone, bereft of her father and brothers, and without the comforting presence of her wet nurse. Stripped of the protection afforded by her royal lineage, she was left to fend for herself. She picked up a glowing jade pendant in the shape of a fox from the ground, a talisman given to her by her mother before her passing, symbolizing safety and well-being. Clutching the charm tightly, she rose to her feet despite the pain, tears brimming in her eyes. "Mother, I will live on," she vowed. "I refuse to become a slave in my own fallen kingdom." The remnants of the Dian forces were not so easily dismantled. Chu Junqi's intent in capturing her was merely to secure an additional hostage to fortify his regime. At that moment, Su Mian's mind was consumed with a singular thought: return to the Yan. After what seemed an eternity, she found herself unknowingly walking along a broad road, when she suddenly heard the distant sound of rolling wheels. A carriage approached her slowly, and her eyes sparkled with hope as though she had glimpsed a savior. She rushed forward, arms outstretched, to halt the vehicle. The coachman, displaying impatience, scolded, "You foolish girl, do you even know whose carriage this is? How dare you stop it?" In response to his words, Su Mian anxiously tugged at her clothing, disregarding the pain in her knee, and knelt before him, her voice soft and pleading. "Kind sir, I have encountered bandits and become separated from my family. Might you be willing to take me along?" After a moment of silence, the occupant of the carriage finally replied with a brief, whom Su Mian was momentarily taken aback, as the response seemed unexpectedly agreeable. Yet, for reasons unknown, that voice sounded vaguely familiar. However, having escaped the military camp for merely an hour, she imagined that her absence had already been noted. Thus, escaping this perilous place was paramount. "Thank you, kind sir," she exclaimed repeatedly, limping toward the carriage. As she lifted the curtain to enter, she was met face to face with Chu Junqi's dark, brooding countenance. Instantly, her smile froze, and an unsettling chill rushed down her spine. What was he doing here? Frantically, she attempted to retreat, only to have the man grasp her wrist firmly. Chapter 3. 20 strikes with the rod the moment she laid eyes on him. An inexplicable sense of panic enveloped Su Mian, compelling her to retreat, yet the man's grip on her wrist was unyielding. What was happening? "Why are you here?" Su Mian stammered, trembling as thoughts of escape raced through her mind. In the next instant, his strong hand tugged sharply, throwing her off balance and sending her tumbling forward. Caught unawares, she fell into the man's embrace, her chin colliding with his firm chest, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Her small hands were ensnared in his grasp, forcing her to straddle his lap. "Why can't you be here?" he questioned, grasping her chin and tilting her head back, compelling her to meet his gaze in a position that felt exceedingly humiliating. Chu Junqi regarded her with an amused interest, as if he found her predicament entertaining. His eyes were as dark as obsidian, a smile that failed to reach the depths of his gaze. With a merciless grip, he seized the soft flesh at Su Mian's waist, his tone as chilling as ice. "But princess, where do you intend to go at this late hour?" Chu Junqi's piercing stare seemed capable of piercing through her, reaching into the depths of her soul. Su Mian pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes flickering, momentarily at a loss for words. Faced with the present Chu Junqi, she instinctively recoiled. Each encounter with him left her breathless, under the weight of his sinister gaze. A chill enveloped her, and she stammered, I just stepped out for some fresh air." This clumsy excuse was hardly credible. Chu Junqi did not respond with anger, but rather with a sardonic smile. "Fresh air? That was not your claim moments ago." Observing his expression, Su Mu felt a nervous sweat bead in her palms. The young girl's delicate features were marred by guilt, her eyelids drooping as she bit her lower lip in silence. The man extended his fingertip, tracing the delicate line of her neck. Exploring the visible marks left by his grip, his gaze dark and foreboding. Do you wish to return to Dian? The coolness of his fingertip against her skin sent a shiver through Su Mian, dread creeping back into her heart. She was terrified of him, yet she refused to always find herself at a disadvantage. Resolutely, she shut her eyes, refusing to meet his gaze. With a tremor in her voice, she declared, I am a princess of Dian. Even in death, I shall be laid to rest alongside my father and brothers. You must either kill me or let me go. Chu Junqi's eyes sparkled with mischief as he smirked. Ah, how ambitious. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, Su Mian fell into the trap he had meticulously woven. Just as in the past, she remained utterly defenseless against him. Foolish. His hand, resting on her waist, gradually descended, squeezing the soft flesh of her rear, his expression laden with meaning. Such bravery, princess, though I wonder if your body can withstand the consequences. Su Mian's complexion shifted, meeting his gaze with unease as a sinister premonition stirred within her. What do you mean? Within the camp, the lights blazed as brightly as day. Su Mian, like a defenseless chick, was effortlessly lifted by the towering Chu Junqi and unceremoniously thrown to the ground. In a daze, she found herself engulfed in a vast shadow, surrounded by a throng of people, their collective presence suffocating. Ignoring the pain, she stumbled backward, bewildered by the hostile glances directed at her. A group of soldiers, reveling in her misfortune, closed in, their lips curling into smug smiles, their laughter ringing out like a cruel chorus. Look, the famed princess of Dian, beautiful yet lacking in wit, truly believes she can escape the military camp alone. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Yet our king spares her life, a mere mercy. Their mocking words pierced her heart like a sharp blade, and Su Mian, feeling utterly helpless, wrapped her arms around herself, her eyes misting over. She had been duped, manipulated by Chu Junqi. There were no soldiers retreating. They were all there to witness the downfall of a deposed princess, capturing her and dragging her back to humiliate her. With reddened eyes, Su Mian remained silent, enduring their taunts and jeers. Anger? No. It was more sorrow that filled her heart. Stood beside, his gaze carelessly cast upon the trembling figure of Su Mian, who knelt on the ground, shivering as if she were a mere insignificant ant. A mocking curve graced his lips as he turned to the commander, Li, and spoke in a low tone. Commander Li, what is the proper punishment for desertion according to military regulations? At this, Su Mian's heart sank, terror flooding her as she raised her eyes, landing on Commander Li. There, on his sturdy wrist, was the familiar red ribbon, the very emblem of her earlier release. She could scarcely fathom how many had witnessed her disgraceful escape. With arms crossed, the rugged-faced commander intoned gravely, according to military law, 20 lashes shall be administered as a warning to others. What? 20 lashes? Su Mian gasped, her gaze fixated on the heavy punishment board, terror consuming her. She had seen palace servants punished before, unable to rise from their beds for weeks. Chu Junqi regarded her with an icy indifference, languidly seated in an imposing chair, his fingers caressing a jade teacup. You are ignorant of the rules. I shall take it upon myself to instruct you. This is not Dian, and if you disregard my words, prepare to suffer. Is escape your desire? Let 20 lashes serve as a lesson. Tears welled in Su Mian's almond-shaped eyes, her small frame instinctively recoiling, curling into itself. In frustration, she cried out, I am not a soldier. How can you treat me this way? It is unjust. Yet Chu Junqi remained unmoved, his gaze cold and unyielding. You are my woman. You must lead by example. If I do not impose a severe punishment, how can I command respect? Bring her, he commanded, and 2 soldiers swiftly approached, restraining Su Mian on either side, disregarding her struggles as they pressed her onto a long bench. Please no. Chu Junqi, I beg you. Su Mian's face was a mask of terror, her body trembling uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her pale cheeks. He intends to strike her? He truly means to harm her. She reached out, looking at him with a pleading gaze. Please, spare me, I implore you. In that moment, she resembled a frightened fawn. Her eyes filled with desperation and sorrow as she gazed up at the unyielding man before her. Yet, his expression remained as frigid as ice, devoid of any compassion as he silently witnessed the soldiers restraining her. Not a flicker of empathy crossing his countenance. Su Mian stood frozen, the indifference in his eyes cutting deep. The once tender-hearted youth who had rushed to protect her in moments of peril had changed. This scoundrel had turned his back on her. Chu Junqi peered down at Su Mian, who lay across the bench, and coldly uttered a single word. Strike! The punishment board struck her sharply, and Su Mian's face flushed crimson, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes as they cascaded down her cheeks. Clinging to the edge of the bench, she bit her lip fiercely, determined to suppress her cries of pain. She trembled in agony, her nails digging deeply into the wood to distract herself from the physical torment. The crack of the board striking her backside sent a surge of pain coursing through her limbs, and she could not suppress a muffled groan. Yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a single plea for mercy. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, staining half of her face. Chu Junqi frowned at her, somewhat taken aback, as he recalled that Su Mian was the most pain-averse individual he knew. In the palace, she had been coddled and would cry endlessly, requiring considerable effort to soothe her. The maiden, clad in a pale, unadorned dress now marred with bloodstains, appeared strikingly vivid against her pallor, her entire form drenched in sweat. She resembled someone just pulled from the depths of water, her damp hair clinging to the sides of her snow-white cheeks. The corners of her cherry-red lips were also split, oozing traces of blood. After enduring over 10 strikes, Su Mian's head gradually drooped, unresponsive, like a wilting frost flower. Upon witnessing this, Chu Junqi felt his heart skip a beat, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Stop! Cease this at once. With this command, the murmurs of the crowd fell silent. Your Highness, she has fainted. The soldiers administering the punishment halted, casting tentative glances at Chu Junqi, hesitating over whether to proceed. As the Princess of Dian was of noble birth, and they were reluctant to be excessively harsh. Chu Junqi coldly regarded Su Mian on the punishment bench. His eyes filled with disdain. It was merely 20 strikes. He knew that the punishments this individual typically endured were far more severe. He only intended to teach her a lesson, yet she proved unable to withstand it. Drip, drip, accompanied by a faint sound of dripping water. The onlookers beheld crimson blood trickling from the corner of Su Mian's lips. One drop followed another, gradually seeping into the cold ground, forming a shocking stain. A keen-eyed soldier glanced sideways, whispering, "Is she going to die? At this rate, it does not bode well." Another chimed in, "Indeed, it seems quite dire." Furrowing his brow, Chu Junqi shot a sharp glare at the two, causing them to promptly shut their mouths. He moved forward, bending down with a mix of urgency and roughness, forcefully prying open her tightly clenched mouth. To his astonishment, he realized that Su Mian had bitten her own tongue. "Fetch the military doctor." Chu Junqi's expression darkened as he viciously pinched the girl's pale face, meeting her half-closed eyes, which appeared clouded and unresponsive. He leaned closer, a wicked smile curling on his lips. "Su Mian, I'm not done with you yet. Death would be too simple. Without my command, you shall not die." He lifted her from the bench in a horizontal embrace, disregarding the astonished stares of those around him, and strode away. The soldiers who had reveled in her plight were left dumbstruck, watching Chu Junqi's departing figure, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Did I see that correctly? The king is actually carrying a woman? One burly soldier exclaimed. Look at the king's expression. It seems he cares for this princess of Dian. Another soldier replied. A slender soldier, with an anxious expression and delicate fingers, lamented, Alas, it is over. I just scolded her. Su Mian gradually regained consciousness, her head still clouded. As she slowly opened her eyes, she discovered herself ensconced within a spacious carriage. The scenery outside receded, accompanied by the creaking sound of wooden wheels against the ground. Sunlight filtered through the window ledge, casting mottled shadows that danced upon her face. The fragrant scent of herbs lingered in the air, and she lay on a soft couch, clad only in a thin undergarment, covered by a fur blanket. As Su Mian shifted slightly, a sharp pain radiated from her swollen posterior. Ah! She involuntarily gasped, a cry of pain escaping her lips. Instinctively, she raised her gaze, only to find Chu Junqi seated opposite her, engrossed in a military text, his eyes fixed intently on the pages, oblivious to her presence. The man, impeccably dressed with his hair neatly tied. Possessed a striking profile marked by a hint of weathered ferocity. His expression was cold and distant, a stark contrast to the man she once knew. He had changed considerably, and for a fleeting moment, Su Mian felt as though he were an entirely different person. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Chu Junqi glanced her way. In a flurry of anxiety, Su Mian hastily closed her eyes, feigning sleep, her fingers curling in apprehension. She dreaded incurring the displeasure of this formidable figure, fearing that it would render her days even more miserable. Suddenly, she felt a chill upon her backside. Chu Junqi had risen and stood beside her, pulling aside her blanket and unceremoniously stripping away her modesty. "What are you doing?" Su Mian exclaimed, startled de walk, her cheeks flushing as she instinctively raised her hands to shield herself. Chu Junqi seized her hands, his demeanor as frigid as ice, and commanded in a low voice, "Do not move if you wish to live." Terrified, Su Mian withdrew her hands, resigning herself to the couch. At that moment, a cool sensation enveloped her, and she realized that Chu Junqi was applying medicine to her injury. Yet, as a man, his touch was anything but gentle, and she felt a wave of shame wash over her. "I can do it myself," she murmured, biting her lip in embarrassment. "Silence," he retorted sharply, his rough hands spreading ointment over her inflamed skin. She stifled her discomfort, gritting her teeth, too embarrassed to cry out in pain. After placing the ointment aside, Chu Junqi wiped his hands with a silken cloth, regarding her coolly. A sardonic smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Su Mian, I have indeed underestimated you. You are quite adept at employing such self-harming tactics. Do not presume that this will soften my heart. I detest cunning women like you the most." "Self-harming tactics? What self-harming tactics?" Su Mian furrowed her brow, recalling the events of that night when she had been struck, her consciousness fading. She was bewildered by the sudden onslaught of accusations, feeling unjustly maligned. The swell of indignation and resentment surged within her as she almost blurted out her defense, instinctively retorting, "I did not harm myself." Chu Junqi's gaze sharpened, transforming into two piercing beams of cold light that bore down upon her, the pressure in his eyes rendering the air around them almost palpable. He grasped Su Mian's chin with a firm hand, compelling her to tilt her head back, an ominous darkness swirling in his gaze. "So, you're defiant, are you? It seems my lessons have not yet sufficed." The young woman's eyes fell upon the crimson jade ring on his finger, stained with the blood of countless victims, its vibrant hue glaringly vivid. Su Mian glared at him fiercely, gritting her teeth, "Remove your filthy hands. Do not touch me." Yet, as the words escaped her lips, a surge of regret washed over her. She could see a crack form in Chu Junqi's expression. The emperor's authority was not to be trifled with. Her defiance, in his eyes, was nothing short of provocation. His gaze pierced through her like the most frigid winter wind, instilling a deep-seated dread. In an abrupt motion, he seized her delicate neck, yanking her from the covers with unrelenting force. Before she could comprehend the situation, she was callously thrown onto the unforgiving wooden floor. A dull thud echoed as her body collided painfully against the edge of a table, a sharp agony coursing through her, and she winced, kneeling on the ground, tears threatening to spill. "You brought this upon yourself. Kneel properly. When I am pleased, you may rise." Su Mian lowered her gaze, refraining from further insubordination. After a while, the ache in her knees became unbearable, and she wished to sit back, yet feared exacerbating the wound on her rear. Thus, she remained caught in torment, every passing moment stretching into eternity. Just as she rubbed her knee, a cold snore from above made her freeze. "Dare to move again, and you shall forfeit tonight's rest." A shiver ran down her spine, and she withdrew her hands. As the night wore on, the full moon hung high in the sky. Chu Junqi had long since retired, indifferent to her plight. Fearful of incurring further punishment, she did not dare to rise. Listening to the steady rhythm of his breathing within the carriage, Su Mian cautiously maneuvered forward. It seemed Chu Junqi was deep in slumber, utterly oblivious to her movements. She positioned herself at the edge of the bed, propping herself up with her elbows, tentatively calling out to him. "Chu Junqi." Upon reflection, She realized such a form of address was inappropriate. He was now the sovereign of Chu, and their statuses were inherently unequal. She tried again. Your Majesty? May Mian rise? The man remained soundly asleep, offering no response. Su Mian's gaze dimmed further as she beheld Chu Junqi's serene countenance, a tumult of emotions swirling within her heart. After 6 long years, this was the outcome she had received. The promises of marriage had proven to be mere deceit. With nations at war, she felt powerless to intervene. The tides of dynastic change were beyond the capacity of a solitary, fragile woman to alter. Yet, why must it be Chu Junqi? He should not have exploited her to seize the throne. Her family and kin bore the burden of his ambition, and she herself had become the unwitting architect of bloodshed in Dian. A surge of heat welled in her eyes, her disdain for him intensifying. Then, her gaze fell upon a dagger. She reached for it, its blade gleaming with a chilling brilliance. To slay him would mean avenging her family, avenging the innocents sacrificed in Dian's name. This was a rare opportunity. With both hands gripping the dagger, she thrust it fiercely toward the man's throat. As the blade approached, mere millimeters from Chu Junqi's neck, a powerful hand suddenly seized Su Mian's wrist. Chu Junqi's gaze was frigid, fixated on her with an unwavering intensity. The grip around her wrist was so fierce that she felt as if her bones might shatter. The knife clattered to the ground, and tears welled in her eyes as she was swiftly pinned beneath the man. "Let me go," she cried. Chu Junqi inhaled deeply, his eyes narrowing, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Why do you always make choices that disappoint me?" With reddened eyes, Su Mian glared at him, resembling a wounded cub. "You killed my family, annihilated the great Yin. You deserve to die." Chapter 5. Only when I wish for your death do you earn the right to perish. Do I deserve to die? Upon hearing her words, Chu Junqi's expression darkened, his rage surging like a lion provoked to fury. He gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on her wrist, forcing it against her head. "Yes, you deserve to die. Have you forgotten? I owe my rise to this esteemed position entirely to your wretched family." His voice reverberated like thunder, each word laced with profound resentment and fury. Chu Junqi sculpt de these sive. His face a mask of disdain. What is wrong with eradicating them? Su Mian bit her lip, drawing blood, tears streaming down her face. Her mind consumed by his words. My family is gone. Glistening tears clung to the tips of her lashes, resembling butterfly wings dampened by morning dew. Her spirit shattered as she murmured in disbelief. Chu Junqi raised an eyebrow, a cruel smile curling on his lips. "Indeed, they are dead. You shall never see them again." At this, Su Mian completely broke down, her tears flooding forth as she defiantly shouted, "My family was right. Your ambition is insatiable, your thirst for revenge unquenchable. Being cast into a mass grave was your just reward. No one else is to blame." Upon hearing this, Chu Junqi's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. He gripped her neck, pressing her against the bed. "Silence, or I fear I might genuinely kill you. You deserve it." Su Mian gasped for breath, her face flushed, tears cascading down her cheeks. Trembling, she exclaimed, "I misjudged you. I should never have trusted you. You are a scoundrel." Chu Junqi regarded her with cold indifference, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Abruptly, he released her, instead brushing a strand of her hair behind her ear. Narrowing his eyes, he sneered, "You seek to provoke me? Do you wish for death?" With great difficulty, Su Mian caught her breath and, once composed, looked up at him, her expression distant. Suddenly, she smiled. "So what? The renowned Chu Emperor. Are you afraid?" A sardonic curve graced Chu Junqi's lips. "If that is the case, why not obediently submit to me, allowing yourself to be fulfilled, thereby realizing your desire to follow your family?" "No, I refuse." With a violent motion, the man thrust her back against the bed, producing a dull thud. Outside the carriage, the accompanying generals exchanged glances, quickly averting their eyes, feigning ignorance of the incident. In the carriage, Chu Junqi bowed his head and forcefully pressed his lips against Su Mian's blood-stained corner of her mouth, prying open the girl's delicate teeth, the metallic tang of blood spreading between their lips. Su Mian, with tears welling in her eyes, desperately pushed against the man before her, unfazed by her struggles. Chu Junqi gripped the back of her head, deepening the kiss. Together, they plummeted into the abyss of hell. A chilling thought echoing. Only in death could one truly be free. Su Mian stifled her sobs, fearful of being overheard by those outside. "Cry out," he commanded fiercely, tearing at the fabric of her clothing, sinking his teeth into her neck. Su Mian bit her lower lip, her alabaster body tinged with a hint of pink. Trembling, her doe-like eyes glistened with moisture, fixed intently upon him, evoking a sense of pity. Chu Junqi softened his voice, whispering seductively in her ear, "Mianer, be good. Let out. I will help you find solace." Su Mian stared at him in bewilderment. In that fleeting moment, they seemed to be transported back in time. The graceful young man lay beside her on the grass, softly coaxing her. "Mianer, be good. Brother will always be by your side, protecting you, cherishing you." Their faces appeared to overlap before her eyes. A wave of sorrow surged from the depths of her heart, and Su Mian, in despair, closed her eyes, crying out in anguish, "No, you are not him. He would never treat me this way." Chu Junqi froze, his heart tightening with a pang of bitterness. His movements instinctively softened, and he lowered his lips to kiss the tear-streaked corner of her eye, embracing her slender waist as if to meld her into his very being. As dawn broke, the mist dissipated, and the gentle light of morning bathed the vast expanse of land. After days of arduous travel, the army finally arrived at the magnificent city of Chu. As the carriage slowly entered through the city gates, the crowd that had long awaited erupted into a chorus of cheers. "Welcome the new Emperor's triumphant return. Welcome the new Emperor's triumphant return." The voices echoed through the skies, resonating across the entire city. The citizens of Chu lined the streets, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of their new emperor's grandeur. The carriage halted outside the palace walls, revealing Chu Junqi clad in an ornate long robe adorned with dragon motifs, a jeweled belt accentuating his figure, standing tall like a pine tree, exuding an air of aloofness and freedom. At that moment, as he appeared, ministers and commoners alike knelt before him, marveling at how this once overlooked third prince had, in just 3 short years, ascended to the throne. However, the crowd's attention swiftly shifted to something else. What was this? The new emperor was cradling a woman in his arms. Who was she? Unbeknownst to them, they had never heard of the new emperor bringing a consort to battle. In an instant, all eyes turned to the woman nestled in Chu Junqi's embrace, whispers and speculations buzzing through the crowd. Yet, Chu Junqi seemed utterly indifferent to the clamor around him, his gaze fixed downward upon the figure in his arms, draped in a resplendent cloak. The girl appeared utterly exhausted from the night's entanglement. Su Mian furrowed her brows, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her delicate lips slightly parted, resembling a docile little kitten. At this moment, not far away, a woman of exquisite elegance adorned with a jeweled hairpin, her makeup meticulously applied, slightly inclined her body in a graceful bow. "Your Majesty, I have been awaiting your arrival for some time," she declared. Her gaze fell upon Su Mian, and a fleeting expression of astonishment crossed her face, quickly masked by composure. Lu Zhuo smiled radiantly, inquiring, "And who might this be?" "Chu Junqi ziplit gon li." "A prisoner of war." "A prisoner of war?" she echoed, incredulity lacing her voice. How could the emperor show such concern for one so lowly? This noble consort has been in the palace for half a year without even holding the emperor's hand, yet this fallen sovereign manages to elicit his affection. How absurd! Nevertheless, Lu Zhuo soon reconciled herself to this reality, for the reins of power still lay within her grasp. With a gracious smile, she assumed the dignified demeanor of the primary consort. "I have prepared a welcoming banquet to celebrate your triumphant return, Your Majesty." Chu Junqi's lips curved slightly, his gaze impassive. "Then I thank you, my beloved consort." His smile was superficial, a fade that chilled the heart. He strode past her, confidently mounting the opulent palanquin. Lu Zhuo inhaled deeply and followed closely behind. In the kingdom of Chu, at the Qianhua Palace, the pavilions and towers were resplendent, adorned with intricate carvings and gilded dragons spiraling around the reliefs, exuding utmost luxury. Several elegantly attired concubines sat within the hall. The emperor had returned with a woman rumored to be the legitimate princess of the Great Yin. A striking lady clad in crimson attire spoke, casting a tentative glance towards the consort seated at the head. "Your Grace, have you heard the news?" Lu Zhuo, her fingertips stained with vermilion, her eyes subtly lined, revealed a hint of jealousy as she replied, "Indeed, I have encountered her, a beguiling vixen, whose allure is such that even I feel overshadowed." Gipin, her tone tinged with bitterness, remarked, "The emperor has brought back such a fallen sovereign. I wonder what his intentions are. Could it be that he intends to take her as a concubine? Since the new emperor ascended the throne, the harem has been inundated with women. Yet the emperor has never graced it with his presence. To think that a lowly wretch could gain his favor before I even had the chance to meet him. How can I accept this?" Chapter 6. The emperor's personal maid, Lu Zhuo, spoke softly, casually igniting the incense within the chamber. The emperor's temperament was unpredictable. Her only concern was to manage the harem effectively. She was indifferent to whom the emperor favored, as long as the power remained in her hands. Regardless of how many women the ministers presented to Chu Junqi, she would raise no objections. Chi Pin smiled knowingly. "Your Grace, you truly possess a generous spirit. If it were me, I would ensure that wretched woman faced proper retribution." Lu Zhuo smiled without replying, her expression turning cold after Chi Pin departed. A nearby maidservant offered her tea, whispering, "Your Grace, are you truly unperturbed by the emperor keeping that woman in the palace? Did she not harbor feelings for the emperor? She simply understood that the more she vied for his attention, the more he would grow weary of her. With a fool like Chi Pin around, it spared her the trouble of taking action herself." In the Honghua Hall, the warmth of red candles cast a dreamy glow over the room. The air was heavy with muffled sobs, echoing like the plaintive cries of a wounded creature, drifting through the silence, elusive yet palpable, stirring the emotions of those within. The delicate tassels on the curtains swayed gently with the slightest tremor in the air, dancing gracefully. The following morning, the bed curtains were drawn aside, and a large hand callously cast Su Mian from the bed. "From this day forth, you shall serve as my personal maid," with tears still staining her cheeks. Su Mian gathered the thin veil around her to conceal her humiliating marks. Upon hearing his words, her movements faltered. Chu Junqi, with a hint of amusement, lifted her tear-streaked chin, his elongated eyes narrowing as he seemingly assessed her appearance. The humiliation she suffered in the grand palace of the Yin would surely be repaid in double measure. If your father and brothers were to discover that their most cherished princess Xiao had been reduced to a mere lowly maid, what expressions would grace their faces? Su Mian pressed her lips together, the chill rising from her depths nearly overwhelming her. Chu Junqi harbored a deep-seated hatred for her, as well as for everyone in the Diyin Palace. He had once thought she might be an exception. Regrettably, she was mistaken. After 3 years of companionship, she could not warm the heart of a man nor elicit his pity. Seeing her silence and feeling a sense of tedium, Chu Junqi released her. "Crawl over here and attend to my grooming." With great effort, Su Mian suppressed the pain coursing through her body and rose to her feet, only to hear his furious bark. "Did I permit you to stand?" Confused, she gazed at him, but under the weight of his oppressive gaze, she gradually knelt upon the ground. What an uncouth creature! His scornful words left her momentarily stunned. He was nothing like the gentleman who had once soothed her with kind words. Chu Junqi crossed his arms, leisurely observing her, a cruel smirk gracing his lips. "Crawl over on your hands and knees." He emphasized each syllable, sending a tremor of dread through her. With a sense of humiliation, Su Mian knelt on the floor, gritting her teeth to stifle the tears blurring her vision, painfully inching her way forward, crawling slowly, one agonizing inch at a time. Chu Junqi merely sought to vent his frustrations on her. She could not allow herself to perish in the kingdom of Chu. Past glories were to be forgotten. Notions of dignity and pride were no longer her concern. With each movement, her breath grew heavier. At last, she reached the man's feet, her vision obscured by a veil of moisture. Chu Junqi's gaze held a glint of coldness as he regarded her, a mocking curve gracing his lips as he taunted. Are you disabled? Why do you crawl so slowly? Su Mian, in her humiliation, knelt with great effort, lifting the heavy golden basin, carefully attending to his washing needs. Yet her trembling hands betrayed her, quivering under the weight. Chu Junqi, unfazed, continued to wash his hands with an air of leisure, the water cascading gracefully through his long fingers. He then picked up a white silk cloth, elegantly wiping his face, as if the world around him were of no consequence. Time passed slowly, each second stretching out interminably. Su Mian felt her arms growing increasingly numb, as if countless ants were gnawing at her flesh. Finally, unable to maintain her grip, the golden basin slipped from her hands, crashing to the floor with a resounding clang, rolling away a considerable distance. Water splashed everywhere, with droplets scattering freely, one large stain landing squarely upon the hem of Chu Junqi's garment, marring the once pristine and luxurious robe, rendering it a disheveled sight. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. The silence was palpable, broken only by the slightly hurried breaths of the two individuals. The atmosphere heavy with an oppressive tension reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Chu Junqi's countenance darkened instantly, as if ink could drip from his brow. The fury in his eyes layered and intense, threatening to incinerate everything in his vicinity. Su Mian, perceiving the shift, felt her body weaken in fear, collapsing onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably as she stammered, I didn't mean to. Just as she attempted to sidestep, the man's iron grip seized her throat, lifting her as one would a chick and forcefully pinning her against the wooden frame. Su Mian gasped, feeling the sharp pain radiating from her neck. Chu Junqi, now seething with rage, his temples throbbing, berated her, You can't even carry a basin of water. What use are you to me? I'm weak. You asked me to carry it. Su Mian protested, feeling utterly aggrieved, her nose reddening as she sniffled, her tear-filled almond eyes cast downward, sobbing helplessly as tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. How could Chu Junqi be so unreasonable, clearly intent on humiliating her, observing her pitiful demeanor? His own unexplainable agitation churned within him, yet he managed to suppress it, abruptly pushing her away. Su Mian stumbled a few steps before regaining her balance, standing timidly at a distance, too afraid to breathe, stealing glances at him, her body frozen in place. Come here and assist me with my garments, he commanded, his brow slightly furrowed, impatience lacing his tone. Biting her lip, Su Mian, resigned to her fate, stepped forward, trembling as she took the cumbersome cord attire, serving him with utmost caution, every movement laden with trepidation, fearful of provoking this capricious tyrant further. Chu Junqi's gaze, as if drawn by a magnet, slowly descended upon her exquisite and alluring visage. Su Mian was indeed striking. He had known this since the days of the Great Yen, when she was merely a child of 10, having inherited the natural beauty of Empress Xiao. Even before her coming of age, many noble scions had sought to present themselves as suitors for her hand. Yet alas, it mattered not how beautiful a woman might be. Betrayal was an unforgivable sin in Chu Junqi's eyes. Thus, he mused, his expression grew colder, reminiscent of a venomous serpent contemplating how to devour its prey. The girl's clear, innocent eyes inadvertently met his, mirroring the startled gaze of a fawn, filled with trepidation and unease. Her delicate hands glided gently across him, each accidental touch akin to a feather's caress, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict, like ripples on a tranquil lake disturbed. As Su Mian struggled to fasten the buttons on his robe, she fumbled for an eternity, the attire hanging askew in an unsightly manner. Observing this, Chu Junqi's brow knitted into a deep furrow, his countenance dark as a stormy sky, lines of frustration etched across his face. Finally, unable to contain his ire, he exclaimed, You truly are worthless. Su Mian stood in a daze, a bitter sensation welling up within her. She weakly explained that in the palace, only her aunt and wet nurse had helped her change clothes. She had never donned male attire before. following her faint recollections of how she used to dress. She clumsily attempted to put it on. Little did she know, this court robe was exceedingly difficult to wear. Chu Junqi was a head taller than her, and each time she adjusted his collar, she was compelled to rise onto her tiptoes. The girl exuded a unique fragrance that wafted gently to his nostrils, and her delicate collarbone bore the marks of amorous kisses, of which she remained blissfully unaware. With every tiptoe she took, the springtime allure of her bosom subtly revealed itself. Chu Junqi's eyes shimmered with a mysterious glow, reminiscent of a deep, unfathomable pool of cold water. He found himself captivated by Su Mian's every movement, each slight gesture infused with an irresistible charm. Like branches swaying in the spring breeze, her every action seemed to entice some hidden sentiment within him, leaving his heart in a tumultuous disarray. Unbidden, he reached out, his long, elegantly defined fingers grasping her delicate chin, gently lifting it to compel her to meet his gaze. The accidental brush of his fingertips against her skin sent a jolt of electricity coursing through her, igniting a tingling sensation that spread throughout her being. "What are you doing?" Su Mian was taken aback by his actions, eyeing him warily. The man's dark eyes glinted with mockery as he retorted, "I'm not one to indulge in pity for delicate blossoms, so cease this feigned allure." Chu Junqi was far more audacious than she had anticipated. A flush of crimson blossomed on Su Mian's cheeks, rendering her as radiant as a peach blossom in full bloom. Instinctively, she recoiled, only to be ensnared by his strong arms around her waist, pressing her firmly against his chest, his solid abdominal muscles causing her discomfort. Irritated, Su Mian struggled to break free, words of defiance spilling from her lips. "Chu." However, she immediately realized her blunder and hastily corrected herself. "I did not intend to allure you." His wicked, playful gaze gleamed as if he had stumbled upon a new curiosity. "You, a mere servant, dare to address me so familiarly." Upon hearing this, Su Mian's complexion paled, and beads of perspiration formed on her forehead. She averted her gaze, her confidence waning. Attempting to redirect the conversation, "No, you misunderstood." Chu Junqi let out a cold snort, remarking, "It seems I must find a tutor to instruct you on the palace's etiquette, lest you speak indiscriminately and end up with your tongue severed." Su Mian promptly sealed her lips, daring not to utter a single word. Chu Junqi released her and turned to arrange his own attire. With an icy tone, he commanded, "Go kneel outside the hall for an hour. Once you're done, report to the judicial department for punishment." Su Mian stared at him in panic, frozen in place, until a cold scoff echoed above her. "Do you not comprehend? Add another hour to your kneeling." Chapter 7. There is no need to be overly anxious, is not fatal. The judicial department, a place that instilled fear in the hearts of those within the palace, served as a purgatory for punishing errant servants. Renowned throughout the court for its harsh penalties and grim atmosphere. As Su Mian shuffled toward the entrance, the three characters on the plaque seemed to emanate an invisible chill. She involuntarily shivered, a wave of dread washing over her. A eunuch with eyes slanted and exuding an aura of malevolence sauntered out from within. He first assessed Su Mian with his pea-sized eyes, his gaze filled with scrutiny and disdain. In a high-pitched, piercing voice, he inquired, "What is your name?" "Su Mian," she replied, lowering her head and averting her gaze. Her voice was soft yet clear, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Obediently, she unfastened the palace token from her waist and extended it with both hands. The eunuch took the token, then lifted an old, yellowed ledger, dipping his brush into ink, and began to scribble hastily on its pages. "Come with me. The matron has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." He handed the ledger to a nearby young eunuch, nodded curtly, signaling Su Mian to follow, and turned, striding toward the Department of Justice. A sense of dread tightened in Su Mian's chest. This did not bode well. Biting her lip, she inhaled deeply and followed him, her steps heavy with apprehension. As she crossed the threshold into the Department of Justice, a chill enveloped her, as if she had stepped into an ice cellar. The temperature here felt even colder than outside, a bone-deep chill that made her involuntarily shiver. Navigating through a long corridor, the light dimmed further. flanked by numerous interrogation chambers of varying sizes. Suddenly, a sharp rush of wind accompanied by the dull thud of strikes shattered the oppressive silence. The sound of a whip cracking against flesh echoed, interspersed with the harrowing screams that sent shivers down one's spine. As they ventured deeper, the pungent scent of blood thickened in the air, an acrid odor that invaded her nostrils, nearly inducing nausea, as if the very essence of blood had congealed here, refusing to dissipate. "I was wrong, master. Please spare me." Su Mian's heart raced, and, drawn by the voice, she lifted her gaze. Before her stood a disheveled palace maid, tightly bound to a cross with coarse ropes. Her once pristine attire lay in tatters, revealing skin marred by intersecting gashes, an appalling sight. The eunuch overseeing the punishment, accustomed to such scenes, continued to wield the whip mercilessly. "Ah!" The maid emitted another hoarse cry, her voice like gravel, harsh and unmelodious. It seemed that her vocal cords had suffered from prolonged anguish, and after days without sustenance, her parched throat could only muster this faint, desperate sound. Having been raised in the opulence of the palace, sheltered from such brutality, Su Mian had never witnessed such gruesome scenes. The unfolding horror struck her like a thunderclap, penetrating her very soul, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Her feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, refusing to budge an inch. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and move." A shove from the eunuch beside her jolted her back to reality. Stumbling, she followed behind him, her eyes fixed ahead, terrified to glimpse any further bloodshed. The eunuch, catching sight of her pale, frightened face, sneered ominously. "No need to be too anxious. It won't kill you." His tone was flippant, yet it sent chills down her spine. Su Mian parted her lips, intending to utter something, only to discover that her throat was parched, rendering her voice utterly silent. The eunuch continued, "Once you arrive at the cautionary punishment office, regardless of your former status, all are treated equally. Enter upright and exit horizontal." "You certainly have a way with words." Eunuch Su Mian managed a smile that was more grotesque than tears, her fingers clenched tightly around the hem of her garment. Turning pale from the pressure, observing her distress, the eunuch's smile grew ever more sinister, remarking, "A delicate young girl like you, with skin as fair as jade, is precisely the type that the matron delights in." In the blink of an eye, Su Mian was led by the eunuch into a spacious main chamber. Yet the doors and windows were firmly shut. The dim lighting cast a stifling atmosphere, permeated by a faint scent of blood and decay. "Have you not eaten?" A sharp, piercing voice suddenly shattered the oppressive silence within the room. Su Mian lifted her gaze to behold a plump matron, hands on her hips, standing within the chamber, her face adorned with an abundance of flesh. "Are you all deserving of a beating?" she bellowed, glaring fiercely at the executioners outside, her words punctuated by spittle flying from her mouth. The eunuch, witnessing this, immediately suppressed his impatience and donned a demeanor of respect and humility. Bowing slightly to the matron and softly intoning, "Matronly, the person has been brought forth." Matronly settled into an intricately carved armchair, raising a blue and white porcelain cup to her lips, gently blowing away the steam before taking a delicate sip of tea. Only after setting the cup down did she scrutinize Su Mian, who remained kneeling on the floor, her head bowed. The sounds of whips cracking outside, causing her porcelain-like face to fill with terror. Matronly sighed inwardly, recognizing the worth of the imperial princess, born of noble lineage, whose beauty was indeed striking. Having encountered countless beauties and concubines, few could rival the vivacity that Su Mian exuded. Alas, it is unfortunate that fate is unkind, having offended the sovereign and fallen into this dire predicament. With deliberate steps, Matronly regarded Su Mian with eyes sharp as daggers for a considerable time, before finally, speaking in a measured tone, "What transgression have you committed?" Upon hearing the question, Su Mian trembled like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze, her voice barely above a whisper, quivering as she replied, in response to the matron, "This servant, due to a momentary lapse, inadvertently addressed the sovereign by name, leading to the sovereign's decree that I be sent to the cautionary punishment office for retribution." After speaking, she bowed her head even lower, unable to meet Matron Li's piercing gaze. Matron Li, upon hearing this, curled her lips into a cold smile. Humph. Within this imperial palace, there exists only a distinction between master and servant. You, a mere servant, not only dare to call the sovereign by name, but also presume to refer to yourself as such a rule-defying wretch. With that, she extended her hand and seized a ruler from the table, its surface glinting coldly under the dim light. Gradually, she rose from her seat and approached Su Mian, each heavy step seeming to echo in Su Mian's heart, causing her pulse to quicken. Matron Li looked down at her with icy disdain, commanding, "Extend both hands, palms facing upward." Reluctant to defy, obediently extended her hands, palms facing upwards. A sharp crack resonated as the ruler struck her delicate, fair palms with force. Instantly, a vivid crimson mark appeared on her pristine skin. The searing pain elicited an involuntary cry from her lips. Li Momo immediately admonished, "Silence. You are forbidden to scream or move during punishment. Otherwise, the penalty will be doubled." At her words, Su Mian clenched her teeth, enduring the excruciating ache, suppressing any further sound. Each strike required her to count aloud. Any omissions would necessitate a recount. "Do you understand?" Su Mian nodded, respectfully replying, "This servant comprehends." Another strike fell, causing tears to well in her eyes as she shakily counted 1. Crack. 2. 2. 29. In a brief span, her palms swelled and reddened, marked with angry welts resembling a spider's web. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, soaking her garments. Her voice trembled with a sob as she counted 30. Li Momo cast a cold glance at her, stating, "You have committed an offense against authority. I shall administer 30 strikes. Do you acknowledge this?" With a choked voice, Su Mian replied, "This servant acknowledges her wrongdoing." Li Momo, having lowered the ruler, softened her tone slightly upon witnessing Su Mian's pitiful state. "Very well, we shall halt here for today. Tomorrow, I will teach you the decorum and rules. Should you transgress again, the punishment will be compounded." Yes. After enduring the punishment, Su Mian rubbed her aching knees, limping back. Just outside the Shunqing division, word came that the emperor was not in the Zhonghua hall and instructed her to attend to the imperial study. Su Mian, cheeks puffed in indignation, thought it unfair. The imperial study was not solely hers to serve. Upon entering the well-lit room, she beheld Chu Junqi, adorned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, strikingly handsome. He sat at the desk, slightly bowed, holding a vermilion brush, engrossed in reviewing memorials. He appeared oblivious to her presence. Timidly, Su Mian stood at the door, softly calling, "Your Majesty, this servant." Chu Junqi did not raise his head, commanding, "Come here." Slowly, she approached his side, the pain in her palm still lingering, and felt an overwhelming sense of dread at his mere sight. "Prepare tea and grind the herbs." "Yes." Noticing her obedience, Chu Junqi cast a curious glance at her. "Show me your hand. Let me see how it fared." With tear-streaked cheeks, she reluctantly opened her palm, revealing the clear welts. "Chu Junqi's my sati feet." The lesson was well imparted. "It seems I did not waste my resources on the Shunqing division." He added ominously, "Next time, it won't be as simple as striking the palm." Su Mian's tone softened, her gaze lowered. This servant would not dare. "Sir, the tea." She shifted her gaze to the teapot on the table, took a jade cup, and poured a cup of tea. With both hands, she presented it before him, saying, "Your Majesty, please enjoy the tea." Chu Junqi ignored her, delaying his acceptance. Through the thin barrier of the cup, Su Mian felt her fingertips tingle from the heat, as if the temperature was rising incessantly, causing the marks on her palm to throb painfully. With a sudden crack, unable to endure any longer, she loosened her grip, and the jade cup shattered instantly. Hot tea spilled across the desk, drenching the documents, and even splashing a few drops onto Chu Junqi's face. Chapter 8. Are you so afraid of solitude? Su Mian froze, her hands suspended in midair. Her gaze inadvertently met the man's cold, piercing eyes, and an icy chill surged from her feet to the crown of her head, enveloping her in a shroud of frost. Realizing the dire situation, she instinctively sought to flee. Su Mian. Just as she turned, Chu Junqi's furious roar reverberated throughout the room, shaking the very walls. He seized her collar with a swift motion, effortlessly lifting her as if she were a mere chick, forcefully pressing her back onto the table. The scalding tea and shards of the cup pierced her back, causing her to tremble in pain. Gritting her teeth against the excruciating agony, she raised her head once more to meet the man's eyes, now aflame with rage, as if they were engulfed in a raging inferno that could consume her at any moment. She bit down hard on her lip, suppressing any sound. With a glint of menace in his gaze, Chu Junqi ground his teeth, as if he wished to crush her into oblivion. "Are you deliberately opposing me?" "No, I didn't." Su Mian's eyes brimmed with tears, her breath held tight. Chu Junqi's fury intensified. In his memory, Su Mian always feigned a pitiful demeanor, driving him to distraction, as if he would soften at her display. His eyes glinted with a chilling disdain as he regarded her coldly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You wouldn't even know how to pour tea properly, would you?" With misty eyes, Su Mian's voice cracked, tinged with a mixture of grievance and fear. I just, the cup was very hot." "Hot? Why didn't you set it aside to cool?" His words left her speechless, rendering her utterly at a loss. Indeed, as he pointed out, she was utterly clueless about serving others. Gazing at the silent Su Mian, a smirk crept across Chu Junqi's lips. "Ah, so it is merely an excuse." In his eyes, her every action was evidently intentional, a deliberate attempt to test his limits. "Since that is the case, I shall spare no pity for you." Before Su Mian could comprehend the implications of his words, a large hand suddenly yanked her forcefully from the table. She fell heavily to the ground, releasing a muffled groan as her knee collided violently with the floor, sending a jolt of searing pain through her. Chu Junqi's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with cold intensity. He seized a teacup and hurled it with great force, causing it to crash down at her feet, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness of the room. With a chilling tone, he commanded, "Pick up the cup." Confused yet compliant, Su Mian obediently bent down to retrieve the cup from the floor. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Junqi's lips curled into a slight arc. Yet the ephemeral glimmer of mirth in his eyes vanished in an instant. He spoke in a low tone, raising both hands above his head. Su Mian obediently followed suit, lifting the cup high, but her trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil and anxiety. At that moment, the man approached the stove, grasping the boiling kettle, steam billowing from its spout like a ferocious dragon, exuding a searing heat. With a cold smirk, Chu Junqi advanced toward her, realizing his intentions. Su Mian instinctively tightened her grip on the cup, fear welling in her eyes. "No, please don't." As she beheld the scalding kettle drawing nearer, her voice trembled in pitch. She instinctively attempted to retreat, but the man's deep warning echoed ominously. "Dare to move and see what happens." Su Mian's body froze in place. Indeed, she dare not. To Chu Junqi, she was merely a tool for his amusement, a tool devoid of emotion. He stalked closer, each step imbued with an intangible sense of oppression. His demeanor was severe, a glint of ruthlessness evident in his gaze. Standing before her, he lifted the kettle, filled with boiling water, and without hesitation, poured it into the cup she held aloft. The scalding tea cascaded forth like a waterfall, hissing as steam enveloped the space between them. Su Mian felt an intense wave of heat wash over her, gritting her teeth to endure, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Isn't it too difficult to hold a cup? Then let us see how long you can manage." Chu Junqi's voice was chilling, each word dripping with unmasked malice and a sense of punishment. He showed no inclination to cease until the cup was nearly full. "I am curious to observe if you will react similarly when the boiling water splashes upon your skin." His eyes were devoid of emotion, utterly indifferent to the scalding tea that splattered onto Su Mian's hands. Su Mian gasped in pain, almost losing her grip on the cup. Her once fair and delicate fingers turned crimson in an instant, with visible blisters forming on her skin. She bit her lip, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand the excruciating agony, stifling any cries that threatened to escape her lips. At that moment, Eunuch Chao entered, taking small, cautious steps. He was nearly petrified by the sight before him. How perplexing it was that this seemingly obedient girl could provoke the sovereign's ire day after day. Eunuch Chow approached tentatively, lowering his voice. "Your Majesty, concubine Qi seeks an audience." Chu Junqi frowned slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. He cast his gaze upon Su Mian's sweat-drenched face, halting his actions and casting the kettle aside. Coldly, he remarked, "I shall deal with you later." With that, he swept out of the room. A sigh of relief escaped Su Mian's heart as she let her weary arms drop, her gaze vacant as she stared at the inflamed blisters on her hands, gingerly caressing them, wincing in pain. Through the exquisite, a faint yet melodious sound of footsteps broke the tranquil ambience within the room. Before long, Qi Pin approached gracefully, her countenance radiant and her smile bright. In her steady hand, she held a finely crafted food box, made of seemingly superior material, adorned with intricate carvings. Qi Pin gently inclined her body and spoke softly. "I have heard that your Majesty has been preoccupied with affairs of state these past few days, laboring diligently, so I specially prepared some delicacies for you to savor." Chu Junqi merely lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes casually resting on the food box upon the table. A subtle smile graced his lips as he replied, "Your efforts are appreciated, my beloved, but I have no inclination for sweet treats." Though his smile appeared warm, an undercurrent of aloofness permeated his words. Qi Pin's smile faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure, a hint of embarrassment flickering in her eyes. She hastily added, "I apologize for my oversight. If your Majesty wishes to sample other flavors, I am at your service." Yet, her words were met with a series of dismissive responses, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Biting her lip, she cast a longing glance at the box of delicacies, tentatively reaching out to retrieve it. However, Chu Junqi seemed to discern her intentions, his smile widening as he drawled, "Since you have brought it, let it remain here. After all, it is a token of your affection." A flicker of dismay crossed Qi Pin's eyes as she reluctantly withdrew her hand. Very well, he would not consume the treats anyway. "Then, I shall take my leave," she declared, turning away only to meet the gaze of Su Mian, who had been peering from behind the. Upon catching a glimpse of the young girl's delicate and ethereal visage, Qi Pin felt a surge of astonishment. The girl, still in the bloom of youth, had yet to fully blossom. In a few years, she would undoubtedly possess a beauty that could captivate nations. Even clad in a simple palace-maid's attire, the girl's innate elegance was undeniable. Qi Pin's eyes sharpened. Could this be the renowned Princess Xiao of Dian? Yet, she merely cast a fleeting glance before stepping out. Su Mian, concealed behind the, remained lost in thought, gazing after Qi Pin's departing figure. "Have you seen enough?" Came a cold snort from a nearby man. Startled, Su Mian turned abruptly to find Chu Junqi standing beside her, seemingly having appeared from nowhere. Recalling the earlier incident involving scalding water, her eyes brimmed with tears as she instinctively shrank back. Chu Junqi crouched before her, leaving her with nowhere to retreat, and she curled up tightly, hugging her knees. The man smirked, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. "Are you so terrified of me?" Su Mian pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Yet her demeanor was that of a frightened fawn, warily observing him as if he were a raging beast ready to pounce. He reached out, grasping her swollen wrist to examine it closely. The moment he touched the injured area, Su Mian shuddered violently, a gasp escaping her lips, her eyes reflecting a myriad of stars. "It hurts," she managed to whisper, her voice trembling and pitiful. Yet, Chu Junqi, seemingly devoid of compassion, merely scoffed. "That pain is of your own making. You cannot blame others." Su Mian pressed her lips together, her head slightly bowed, as a single tear cascaded down her cheek. To the man, it appeared merely a contrived act, and his gaze turned icy, filled with disdain as he mocked. "What else can you do besides cry?" Su Mian felt a haze envelop her. He had never spoken to her in such a manner before. "Mianer's tears are like pearls. How can my brother bear to see you weep?" The youthful timbre of his voice lingered, yet now he had transformed, becoming distant and cold-hearted. Chapter 9. The adorable one fainted. "I am but a humble servant. Might your highness allow me to rest?" Su Mian offered a bitter smile, her eyes vacant. It seemed she gazed at him, yet was also lost in thought. Chu Junqi looked down upon her with a sneer. You are my personal attendant, wherever I reside. You must remain. With that, he turned away, returning to his state of affairs, no longer inclined to acknowledge her presence. Su Mian curled her fingers, retreating into the corner. Her head bowed upon her knees, as if wishing to bury herself. The night was frigid, the wind biting, while the moonlight seeped through the window frame. Chu Junqi had taken residence in the study, leaving her only the space beside his bed. A thin blanket was all that encompassed her existence. In the dead of night, Su Mian tossed and turned, the blisters on her hands stinging like needles, robbing her of sleep. With no ointment to tend to her wounds, she could only endure in silence. Her stomach churned with hunger, having consumed only a meager bowl of thin porridge that morning. This was untenable. She needed to find something to eat. Stealthily, Su Mian emerged from under the blanket, casting a glance at the peacefully slumbering Chu Junqi. Once assured she had not disturbed him, she tiptoed to the door of the study. Fortunately, the box of pastries brought by Consort Shi had not yet been taken by Eunuch Chao and lay quietly on the table. Su Mian licked her lips. Since Chu Junqi would not partake, she might as well indulge herself. She crept behind the table, lifted the lid of the food box, and stealthily snatched a piece of cake, eagerly taking a bite to relish its flavor. It was osmanthus cake, a delicacy her nurse had once delighted in preparing for her. As she reminisced, her eyes brimmed with tears. She devoured the cake, tears unconsciously spilling forth. Droplets fell quietly as she dabbed at her eyes. Fearful of making too much noise, lest she awaken the occupant within and incur punishment. Initially intending to sample just one piece, her ravenous hunger compelled her to consume the entire contents of the box. As she reached the last piece, a sudden dizziness enveloped her, a wave of heat coursing through her body. It felt as if a fire dragon roamed within her, akin to the aftereffects of intoxication. Her vision muddled and the path unclear. With a tight grip on the lid of the box, Su Mian lost control. She swayed and collapsed heavily against the edge of the table, the dull thud echoing in the stillness of the night. Chu Junqi, a light sleeper, was abruptly roused by the commotion, his eyes snapping open, still clouded with sleep yet now alert. He surveyed the surroundings and discovered, indeed, that Su Mian was missing. With a sudden tightening in his heart, Chu Junqi hastily exited the inner chamber, only to find Su Mian curled up on the floor of the grand hall, devoid of vitality. At this moment, he was at a loss for words, silently cursing her foolishness for her reckless consumption. He hurried to her side and, without hesitation, gently lifted her from the ground, immediately feeling the alarming heat radiating from her body. Su Mian's petite face was flushed, resembling that of a tipsy individual. Furrowing his brow, he tossed her onto the couch. At this juncture, Su Mian's consciousness was blurred, her body instinctively yearning for a semblance of coolness and solace. Upon contact with Chu Junqi, it was as if she were a fish encountering water, and the unbearable heat miraculously diminished. Unconsciously, she wrapped her arms around the man's waist, pressing against his partially exposed chest, seeking to draw even closer. Chu Junqi, taken aback by her sudden movement, quickly regained his composure, reaching out to firmly grasp her delicate face, compelling her to awaken. What did you consume? Su Mian blinked in confusion, her eyes unfocused as she mumbled incoherently, so hot. Chu Junqi's gaze darkened, his breath becoming increasingly labored. The fragrance of her skin wafted through the air, and an unnatural flush crept across her face, her lips glistening and her long, fair neck glimmering under the moonlight. Su Mian's brow slightly furrowed, as if she were enduring some form of torment. Her garments were loosely draped, exposing her fragrant shoulders, completely oblivious to how alluring she appeared at that moment. Do not tempt me. Chu Junqi's breath quickened as he caressed her face, his fingers tracing the red mole at the corner of her eye. Seemingly unsatisfied with mere contact, Su Mian clung to his waist, her hands wandering aimlessly over him, growing increasingly anxious for relief. A wicked smile crept onto Chu Junqi's lips, akin to a long-hidden serpent eyeing its easily attainable prey. He leisurely lifted Su Mian into his arms, his voice laced with seduction. Do you desire it? Resting against his shoulder, she murmured, Hot I want. In this state, she appeared far more compliant and obedient than usual. Chu Junqi, sensing an intriguing novelty in her demeanor, placed her back on the couch. Leaning in closer, his gaze filled with playful mockery. He continued to provoke her, coaxing her to utter the words he longed to hear. Beg for me. I beg you. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chu Junqi's eyes as he raised an eyebrow, his slanted, phoenix-like eyes half closed. This is insufficient. A night of passion unfolded, filled with lingering intimacy. The soft glow of dawn filtered through the window, gently illuminating their faces, while the chattering magpies outside broke the tranquility of the early morning. Chu Junqi slowly raised a hand to his forehead as he sat up, dark strands of hair casually falling across his strong, defined physique, exuding an air of languorous sensuality. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward the girl beside him, observing that the previous unbearable heat had dissipated. At this moment, she resembled a discarded rag doll, lying quietly, fragile and deserving of affection. As if she had been thoroughly exhausted, her body adorned with bruises of ambiguous origin. Chu Junqi, satiated, regarded her with a profound gaze. Strange. He was undeniably the one in a state of clarity. Yet last night, he succumbed to the allure of Su Mian, desiring her again and again. It was utterly absurd. In a fragrant pavilion, what? A delicate teacup was violently shattered on the floor, startling the palace maids and eunuchs into immediate submission, not daring to breathe. Chi Pin sat upon the imperial concubine's couch, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fierce anger, fixating on the trembling maiden kneeling at her feet. Her once charming visage was now grotesquely contorted. Chui Yu trembled as she knelt before her, her forehead nearly touching the ground, her voice quivering as she spoke. Your Highness, I witnessed with my own eyes that the Emperor favored that personal maid in the study last night. Many of the eunuchs attending heard her captivating and seductive cries. At this point, Chui Yu discreetly glanced at Chi Pin's expression, noticing it darken further, prompting her to hastily continue. This morning, a physician was summoned to the study, purportedly to attend to that enchanting maid's ailments. Upon hearing this, Chi Pin could no longer contain her fury. She abruptly swept her hand, sending the exquisite dishes crashing to the ground. The cacophony of shattering porcelain filled the air, with remnants of food scattering everywhere. Startled, Chui Yu trembled and quickly prostrated, pleading, Your Highness, please quell your anger. Chi Pin gritted her teeth, her nails digging painfully into her palm. That wretched woman was truly undeserving. The pastries in that box had indeed been laced with aphrodisiac, intended for the emperor to consume, so they could enjoy a passionate encounter together. Even if she could not rise to the same status as Lu Zhuo, she could at least secure a higher rank among the consorts. Yet unexpectedly, the emperor had rejected her and given the delicacies to that little hussy. How could she possibly endure such an affront? Though the use of the aphrodisiac was not a grave offense, should the emperor seek retribution, how could she justify her actions? That seductress must not be allowed to live. Chui Yu's eyes darted about. Your Highness, what if I propose a plan that could alleviate your immediate concerns? Oh, pray do tell. Chapter 10. Bring forth the search. Why is she not yet awakened? The impatience in Chu Junqi's gaze deepened, his eyes sharp and frigid, enveloping him in an intimidating aura that deterred anyone from approaching. The physician kneeling on the ground was already drenched in cold sweat. He cautiously wiped his brow, his body trembling slightly as he spoke with trepidation. Your Majesty, Princess Xiao has external injuries and internal depletion. Combined with the effects of the aphrodisiac, her intimate encounters must be moderated. Noticing the ominous cloud gathering in the depths of the man's eyes, he quickly added, However, I have prepared several restorative remedies. Once consumed, she will be well. Chu Junqi leaned forward, his fingers, marked by the sharp contours of his bones, resting against the bed's edge as he quietly observed Su Mian's serene slumber. The young girl, clad in a pale, pink dress, furrowed her brow slightly, her lush eyelashes trembling gently, her breath exuding a fragrant allure that seemed to beckon. A pampered little waist raised by the yin, Indeed, quite delicate. Chu Junqi scoffed softly and gestured to the physician. You may leave. The imperial physician, feeling as if granted a great reprieve, hastily expressed his gratitude, thanking the sovereign before taking his leave. Amidst the cacophony echoing in her ears, Su Mian slowly roused from her slumber, her gaze drifting downward to catch sight of a pair of hands swathed in bandages. She lifted her hand, oblivious to her surroundings, and began to scrutinize it with meticulous care. Suddenly, a voice, sharp and chilling, pierced the air above her, inquiring whether the solitary dragon couch was comfortable for her. The unexpected sound startled Su Mian, causing her entire body to quiver. She abruptly lifted her head towards the source of the voice. There stood Chu Junqi, clad in a long robe as white as snow, his garments billowing elegantly. The sleeves were adorned with intricate and resplendent golden dragon patterns. Chu Junqi positioned himself at the foot of the bed, his gaze penetrating, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. In that fleeting moment, as Su Mian gazed upon the man before her, she was struck by an uncanny resemblance to the gentle youth she had cherished in her deepest memories. Yet, as she regained her composure and scrutinized him closely, she discerned that their auras were worlds apart. The once gentle youth, radiant with warmth, had transformed into the cold, unyielding figure that stood before her now, brimming with arrogance. Are you not going to get down? The man's icy reprimand jolted her back to reality. Chu Junqi had established rules. Even after sharing a bed, she was forbidden from remaining by his side. To disobey would result in punishment. Su Mian bit her lip, recalling her late-night indulgence in pastries, yet she could not fathom how she had ended up here. However, the look on Chu Junqi's face dissuaded her from pondering further. With great effort, she swung her legs over the side of the bed, but as she descended, her legs buckled beneath her, and she plummeted towards the ground like a marionette severed from its strings. A terrified scream escaped her lips as she closed her eyes in despair. In that critical moment, a powerful hand seized the back of her collar, lifting her as one might a chick. The force of the motion propelled her forward, nearly colliding with the sharp edge of a nearby table. She braced herself against the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Chu Junqi's expression grew increasingly impatient, muttering that she was utterly useless. At his words, Su Mian dared not retort, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, fearful that his next command would be for her to kneel in punishment. Releasing her, he gestured for her to drink the medicine, reminding her that the officials awaited her, and she must not waste time. He referred to the etiquette that Mama Li was to impart to her. Her gaze fell upon the steaming bowl of medicine on the table, and with a slight frown, she asked, "What is this medicine?" "It is the contraceptive decoction," he replied, amusement flickering in his eyes as he observed her reaction. Seeing her frozen in place, Chu Junqi smirked, taunting her, "What? Are you afraid to drink it?" Before he could finish, Su Mian resolutely grasped the bowl, downing its contents without hesitation, enduring the scalding heat to finish in one go. The determination gleaming in her eyes was almost palpable, yet only served to chill Chu Junqi's amusement. He had not anticipated her unwillingness to bear his offspring. "Mama Li is still waiting for the maidservants. I shall take my leave," Su Mian declared, disregarding the expression on Chu Junqi's face as she turned to exit the study. Once outside the hall, she leaned against a stone pillar, one hand pressed against her chest, tears brimming in the corners of her eyes. It felt as though a blade had pierced her heart, delivering a suffocating ache. As the hour approached 1:15 she dared not linger, should she arrive late. Li Momo would undoubtedly impose a harsher punishment. With her gaze lowered and a somber expression, she trudged along the path to the Shenxing Bureau, each step feeling as heavy as lead. Passing by the entrance to the Imperial Garden, an invisible force seemed to draw her in, causing her to instinctively turn her head. A fleeting glance revealed a glimmer of brightness in her otherwise dim eyes as she beheld a flourishing oleander. Suddenly, she halted, stepping back a few paces, tilting her head slightly, her eyes wide open and unblinking as she gazed upward. The corners of Su Mian's tightly pressed lips lifted ever so slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. The sap of the oleander was toxic. She had once overheard that concubine Li intended to use it to poison her mother, only to be caught by the emperor and, subsequently punished, banished to the cold palace. Now, with her hands empty, this would serve as an ideal companion. Su Mian cautiously surveyed her surroundings, and seeing no one nearby, she crouched low, her body nearly parallel to the ground, resembling a nimble little cat as she stealthily approached the garden wall. Her slender figure swiftly blended into the foliage, becoming nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. Grasping the oleander branches tightly, she eagerly plucked 2 leaves, hastily stowing them in the pocket of her bodice, pressing down firmly as if to conceal them more securely. "Someone, seize that thieving servant girl!" The sudden shout struck her like a hammer, causing her body to stiffen, the joy in her eyes instantly replaced by terror, her complexion paling. What was happening? Before Su Mian could react, 2 palace maids seized her arms with a grip as unyielding as iron. She widened her eyes, filled with fear and confusion. "What are you doing?" Her voice trembled, her heart plummeting into an abyss of icy dread. She struggled desperately, but the 2 maids' strength was overwhelming, and she could not break free. Then, she was forcefully pressed down, her knees striking the ground with a painful thud, eliciting a muffled groan. "I did not steal anything," she cried out in a panic, her voice growing hoarse. A sharp crack resounded as a resounding slap echoed through the air. A maid clad in a green palace uniform strode forward with an air of menace, her eyes gleaming with malice. The force of her hand struck Su Mian's face with brutal intensity, causing her head to snap to one side, her fair cheek swelling instantly with a vivid red imprint. A shocking mark of the blow. "Wretched servant, do you dare to deny it?" Su Yu raised her chin haughtily, looking down at Su Mian as if she were but a mere insect, ready for slaughter. "Bring her here, search her." At Su Yu's command, Su Mian was dragged along the gravel path like a mangy dog. Several palace maids swarmed her, rummaging through her belongings, roughly tugging at her garments, leaving her once neat attire in disarray. "Do not touch me!" Su Mian cried out in anguish, her eyes brimming with humiliating tears. However, those individuals paid her no heed. Some even took advantage of the chaos to cruelly pinch the soft flesh at her waist, causing excruciating pain that made her instinctively curl up on the ground, her body trembling incessantly. They tugged at her hair, mercilessly pressing her delicate face against the sharp stones, leaving her skin scraped and reddened, with droplets of blood seeping forth. No, woo-woo." At that moment, a melodious female voice, reminiscent of a warbler's song, pierced through the din. "Oh, what is this?" The tone dripped with a hint of schadenfreude. With tears blurring her vision, Su Mian managed to lift her gaze, only to find the very Chi Pin she had encountered in the imperial study the previous night. Dressed in resplendent palace attire, Chi Pin exuded grace, yet her expression was laced with malice. At that moment, Chu Yu, with a face full of flattery, retrieved a jade earring from Su Mian's waist, the jewel glimmering with a verdant hue in the sunlight. Like a triumphant herald, Chu Yu approached Chi Pin, holding the earring aloft. "Your Highness, look what I have here." A glint of cunning danced in Chi Pin's eyes as she feigned surprise. "Oh dear, I sent this the earring I lost yesterday." Her voice was deliberately raised, ensuring all present could hear, brimming with self-satisfaction. Su Mian glared at the two, her eyes ablaze with fury, trembling with rage, her eyelids reddening. "I did not steal anything. You are framing me." Her voice, though tinged with tears, was resolute. Chi Pin smirked, a mocking smile playing on her lips, as she delicately lifted Su Mian's chin with her slender fingers. "You didn't steal? Did this earring sprout legs and run to you?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm. A surge of indignation welled up within Su Mian, and she abruptly turned her face, forcefully shaking off Chi Pin's touch, her eyes filled with revulsion. "Keeping Juka like the..." Her laughter as cold as ice. A lowly maid dares to covet her mistress's belongings, yet refuses to admit her guilt? Her gaze regarded Su Mian as one might regard refuse. "Someone, slap her." At that moment, a throng of palace maids gathered to witness the spectacle. Chi Pin sat languidly in an exquisitely carved armchair, sipping her tea, her eyes narrowed in amusement as she directed her gaze downward. Below, Su Mian was being forcibly held on her knees against the cold, hard ground by several strong palace maids. With a face contorted in grievance and fury, Su Mian cried, "I refuse to accept this. I did not steal the earring." Chui Yu, witnessing her plight, wore a cruel smile as she raised her hand and struck the young girl's tender face with great force. At the sound of Su Mian's pained cry, Chi Pin felt a surge of satisfaction within. This little wretch, constantly pestering his majesty, had never once visited her quarters. Was it not all due to her alluring appearance? If she struck harder, perhaps Su Mian would be disfigured, and his majesty would not spare her a second glance. With this thought, Chi Pin's gaze turned icy as she signaled Chui Yu to continue her assault. Obeying her command, Chui Yu mercilessly lifted her hand once more, delivering blow after blow to Su Mian's face. After a flurry of more than a dozen slaps, Su Mian's once porcelain-like visage was marred with vivid red handprints, leaving her too weak to protest, collapsing feebly onto the ground, breathless. Just then, a furious shout rang out from afar. "Stop!" The voice resonated like a thunderous bell, carrying an undeniable authority that shattered the chaos of the scene. Chapter 11 is not your place to decide. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound, only to find Chu Junqi casting a cold gaze upon Su Mian, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. The palace maids and eunuchs, terrified, hastily knelt upon the ground. "I have seen your majesty." Dressed in a resplendent satin palace gown, Chi Pin gracefully approached Chu Junqi and elegantly performed curtsy. Chu Junqi stepped around her, taking his seat upon the elevated throne, his gaze dark and profound, akin to an unfathomable cold pool. A cold smile played upon his lips as he inquired, "My beloved, what are you doing?" Under the intensity of his stare, Chi Pin felt a tightening in her chest, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping her. She instinctively lowered her head, her eyes flickering uncertainly, her hands tightly clutching the handkerchief, betraying her unease. "This humble servant Chi Pin," she stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Beside her, Chui Yu quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, this wretched maid has stolen the earrings of noble consort Chi and spoken disrespectfully to her highness. Hence the consort has justly punished her to set an example." With Chui Yu's support, Chi Pin felt emboldened. No matter how much the emperor cherished her, Su Mian was merely a lowly maid. As the daughter of the current Prime Minister Lin, in terms of lineage, beauty, and talent, how could Su Mian possibly compare? With this thought, Chi Pin delicately tugged at her handkerchief, feigning vulnerability as she dabbed at the non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes, pouting, "Your Majesty, that jade earring was a precious gift from you to me. I have cherished it dearly. Alas, it was stolen by this wretched maid, and my heart aches terribly." As she spoke, she cast a look of provocation at the prostrate Su Mian, her eyes filled with disdain. This audacious maid has concealed the earrings and refused to confess. Despite my attempts to interrogate her, in my helplessness, I could only resort to the palace regulations. Chi Pin expressed her grievances, yet the man seated above appeared oblivious, not even casting her a glance. He merely supported his forehead with one hand, his expression cold and stern, his voice chillingly inquiring, "Where is the evidence?" Before he finished speaking, Chui Yu hastily stepped forward, respectfully presenting a small, exquisite brocade box with both hands. "Your Majesty, this is the evidence I just retrieved from Su Mian." Eunuch Chow received the glimmering jade earring on a tray and cautiously presented it before Chu Junqi. Chu Junqi slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze slowly descending upon the kneeling Su Mian, as if ripples of light danced within, eluding comprehension. Silence enveloped the air like a tangible presence. After a moment, he finally spoke, his tone deep and commanding. "Su Mian, do you have anything to say?" Hearing his voice, Su Mian felt as if she had grasped the last thread of hope. She summoned all her strength to lift her head, timidly glancing at the man seated above. Her eyes filled with grievance and plea. As the word I was about to escape her lips, she caught the fierce glint in his eyes, sharp as a cold blade, causing her heart to tremble. She hastily corrected herself. This humble servant did not steal the earrings. With every word she uttered, the searing pain on her face intensified. as if the lingering force of the slaps continued to wreak havoc. Seeing this, Su Yu immediately stepped forward, asserting this earring was clearly confiscated from you, and there were numerous witnesses present at the time. Now, before His Majesty, do you dare to weave your deceit and invert right and wrong? Her voice, sharp and piercing, echoed unsettlingly in the silence of the chamber. Su Mian, her eyes red and brimming with tears, weakly protested, Your Majesty, this servant does not know how this earring came to be on me. When Consort Chi arrived, she hastily declared me guilty without questioning anyone else. So you scoffed, so? By your implication, Consort Chi has deliberately wronged you, a mere servant? With tear-filled eyes yet maintaining her composure, Su Mian replied, I merely find it strange. I have never had any dealings with those in Consort Chi's court. How could I have infiltrated the inner palace to steal the earring? Her words resonated with conviction, leaving Tiu momentarily speechless, as if grasped by the throat, her face alternating between shades of green and white. Unexpectedly, this seemingly frail Su Mian proved to be sharp-tongued and formidable, quickly turning the tide of the argument. Consort Chi, when exactly was this earring stolen? Chu Junqi inquit, raising an eyebrow as he toyed with the jade pendant in his hand. At the sound of his voice, Consort Chi shuddered, as though doused with icy water, the chill penetrating her bones. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she responded, Your Majesty, I wore this pair of earrings to the Imperial Garden yesterday, and only upon returning did I realize they were missing. In my desperation, I immediately dispatched someone to search for them. As she spoke, Consort Chi subtly raised her gaze to glance at Su Mian, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Little did I know that I would encounter Su Mian lurking in the Imperial Garden. It must be that she found my earring and, succumbing to greed, wishes to keep it for herself, hence her refusal to return it. At that moment, a palace maid hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, Consort Chi is known for her benevolence and generosity. Even in the face of this incident, she has not overly pursued the matter with this servant. However, this servant is truly vile, not only refusing to confess, but also audaciously claiming that the consort has wronged her. Oh, is that so? Su Mian is niflit, her eyes glistening with tears, pleading, No, it is not like that. I was merely passing by. Chu Junqi slightly tilted his head, a hint of suspicion glimmering in his eyes. Why were you in the Imperial Garden when I assigned you to the Ministry of Justice? A weight sank in Su Mian's heart. If Chu Junqi uncovered the truth about her presence, escape would become even more difficult. Yet if she failed to clarify her situation, she would be branded as a thief. What did she do? Seeing the deepening gloom in the man's gaze, Su Mian hurriedly lowered her head, hastily concocting an excuse. I merely admired the scenery in the Imperial Garden and intended to take a break, but unfortunately, I was spotted by Consort Chi's people. Consort Chi, her chest heaving with rage, flushed with indignation, disregarding the decorum befitting her status as a consort, and pointed a trembling finger at Su Mian, exclaiming, Your Majesty, this servant is undoubtedly attempting to wriggle out of her guilt. You must not be deceived by that wretched woman. The flames of fury burned in her eyes, as if she aimed to devour Su Mian whole. Chu Junqi raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze piercing as he regarded Chi Pin, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his lips, concealing unfathomable depths of meaning. He spoke leisurely, his voice deep and resonant. What does my beloved consort believe I ought to do? Upon hearing Chu Junqi's inquiry, Chi Pin felt an overwhelming sense of triumph wash over her, her face instantly lighting up with pride as she replied without hesitation. Such a sharp-tongued servant must be soundly punished. Throw her into the serpent's den and lock her away for 7 days and nights. Let us see how she remains defiant. Her words were like venomous arrows, the malice in them laid bare, her eyes glinting with cruelty. However, as soon as she finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The air seemed to solidify, an ominous premonition creeping into her heart. A cold, menacing curve formed at the corners of Chu Junqi's mouth as he descended the steps, each footfall akin to a dagger piercing Chi Pin's very heart. He approached her with an invisible sense of oppression, leaning close to her ear, He murmured ominously, "Your grace, such a narrow-minded disposition, is indeed quite comparable to my own." The moment those words escaped his lips, it was as though thunder had struck above Chi Pin's head, her body freezing in shock, her complexion turning ashen. A wave of icy dread surged from her feet, rapidly spreading throughout her being. She awakened from her stupor, realizing her blunder and hastily kneeling, trembling uncontrollably. "Your Majesty, I was merely momentarily vexed. I meant no disrespect. I leave all matters to your discretion." Chu Junqi continued to loom over her, gazing down from his elevated position at the quaking Chi Pin. In an instant, his expression morphed into one of ruthless malevolence, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of the abyss. "Even if I were but a dog, it is not for you to command." Chapter 12. This woman shall not be allowed to remain. His words resonated with authority, and Chi Pin knelt on the ground, rendered mute with fear. No one dared to lift their gaze, save for Su Mian, whose eyes brimmed with tears, staring at him with a sense of forlorn resentment. Amidst the throng of kneeling figures, she appeared starkly out of place. "This matter will be handed over to the censorate for investigation. If anyone dares to sow discord, I shall show no mercy." Upon hearing this, the previously arrogant palace maids broke into a cold sweat. Chu Junqi regarded the woman on the ground with an impassive expression, his gaze as indifferent as that of one observing a trivial object. "For her transgressions, Chi Pin shall be confined for half a month to reflect on her actions." His voice was frigid and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. No sooner had he spoken than two burly guards, resembling iron towers, stepped forward. With swift efficiency, they effortlessly dragged the crumpled Chi Pin away. Chu Junqi approached Su Mian, lifting her chin with his fingers, long and strong, exuding an irresistible force. His gaze fell upon the marks of bruises on her face, his expression darkening. If she cannot even handle a mere Chi Pin, how unfortunate for such a beautiful visage. His tone bore a hint of regret as his fingers gently caressed Su Mian's face. The coarse texture elicited tears from her eyes, and she could not help but exclaim, "It hurts." Chu Junqi's gaze lingered on her countenance, his voice icy. "Explain to me, why did you come to the Imperial Garden?" A wave of panic surged within Su Mian, causing her body to tremble slightly. With a quivering voice, she replied, "I have already explained, my lord." The corners of the man's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Ah, Mianer, do you not realize that when you lie, your eyes tend to dart downward?" The girl shuddered, her heart racing as she met his profound gaze. Those eyes resembled an endless abyss, drawing her in and rendering her helpless. A formidable aura of authority and pressure assailed her, making her heartbeat thunder in her chest, and her hands instinctively clenched against the ground. "I demand the truth," Chu Junqi stated with a stoic expression, his tone unyielding. Su Mian bit her lip, holding firm against his scrutinizing stare. "Every word I speak is the truth." Chu Junqi inclined his head slightly, a harsh demeanor gradually emerging on his face, transforming his coldness into a sinister smile. "You refuse to speak? Very well." He waved his hand dismissively, commanding, "What a splendid display of evasion. Go to the punishment department and fetch the bamboo rod." Su Mian pressed her lips together, concealing the mist that threatened to spill from her eyes. She straightened herself, bowed her head in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for your mercy." This servant takes her leave. With a slow, unsteady rise, she turned to depart. As she walked away, the sound of her footsteps stirred a strange disquiet within Chu Junqi. Uncertain of the source of his agitation, he felt as though a fire was igniting in his heart, leaving him restless. He called out into the air, "Ching Feng." In the next moment, a shadowy figure in a light gray robe knelt beside him. A prominent scar marred his forehead as he respectfully inquired, "Master, what are your orders?" Chu Junqi gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Go to the Dali Temple and retrieve the records of the Qi family. Thoroughly review the old accounts. This woman cannot be retained." "Understood." The man responded before vanishing into thin air. Su Mian, clutching her injured backside, leaned against the palace wall, limping back to the Chonghua Hall. By the time she returned, dinner had already passed. Watching other maidens collect the dishes, She caught whispers and giggles as they passed by. Look, Su Mian has missed her meal again. Who told her to be so bold as to tempt the Lord? She deserves it. Another maid scoffed in agreement. Do not speak so. She is still Princess Xiao of Dian. At that moment, another maid chimed in with a sardonic tone. What does her noble birth matter now? Is she not just like us, working like a servant? I dare say, her alluring demeanor is akin to that of a courtesan. Su Mian stood frozen, the mocking words igniting a fire within her. As the maidens continued their revelry, she suddenly surged forward, seizing the loudest among them and bringing her to the ground, sinking her teeth into her shoulder. The anguished cries akin to a slaughtered pig echoed outside the hall. Su Mian, have you lost your mind? Enraged, Su Mian's eyes burned with fury, fueled by an unknown strength as she grappled with a palace maid. Despite the efforts of 3 or 4 others to separate them, they only found themselves on the receiving end of her wild kicks. The maid in the pink attire, with a sharp face, bled from a bite inflicted by Su Mian. Erupting in exasperated curses, Su Mian, have you turned into a rabid dog? Just as Chu Junqi returned from the imperial study, he was met with this chaotic scene. The courtyard was in disarray, with numerous palace maids and eunuchs frantically clustering together. At the center of the melee, Su Mian was atop one of the maids, her hands gripping the maid's face as she savagely bit down like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. Your Majesty! The shout rang out like thunder, instantly rousing Su Mian from her frenzy. Clarity returned in an instant, her previously dazed gaze sharpened with lucidity. In the next moment, she felt a tightening at the back of her collar as a powerful hand hoisted her up. Her feet dangled helplessly, akin to a drowning puppy struggling in the air. Turning to look, she found Chu Junqi's handsome yet grim face, shadowed with an icy demeanor, mere inches away. Trembling, she dared to murmur, Your Majesty. Chu Junqi regarded her coldly, his expression as frigid as frost. Is your arrogance now so inflated? On the ground, Qing Wan, her face smeared with blood and hair disheveled, saw Su Mian's defeat and immediately wailed, Your Majesty, you must take justice for this servant. Su Mian attacked me without cause. With blood still staining the corners of her mouth, Su Mian was caught in the act. Her eyes reddened as she held her neck defiantly, unable to utter a single word in defense. Pouting in a manner reminiscent of righteous indignation, she resembled a petulant child. Chu Junqi's gaze, sharp as icy blades, slowly descended from her bloodied visage to her trembling thighs, where her garments were disheveled from previous punishments. Does it not pain you? Chu Junqi's voice was low, laced with a barely perceptible mockery. Su Mian bit her lip, her complexion pale as a ghost, and after a prolonged silence, managed to utter a single word. It hurts. Observing her reaction, Chu Junqi nodded thoughtfully, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, It seems the lashes from the Department of Punishments were somewhat lenient, failing to instill any lasting sense of caution in you. At his words, Su Mian shuddered involuntarily, instinctively covering her still throbbing backside with her hands, pleading, No, please. Chu Junqi, his countenance unyielding, ignored her cries for mercy, sweeping her petite form onto his broad shoulder with a forceful gesture. Chapter 13. Defiance inside the inner hall. The remaining maids, accustomed to Su Mian's punishment at the hands of the emperor, silently retreated, closing the door behind them with a sense of shared understanding. The heavy door slowly closed before Su Mian's eyes, seemingly extinguishing her last flicker of hope. Kneel! The man's chilling voice pierced the air like a thunderclap. Su Mian felt her hair stand on end, her body jolting in response. She cowered in the corner of the hall, her reactions delayed. As she turned her head, she met the dark gaze of Chu Junqi, a look so penetrating it sent shivers down her spine. Beneath his eyes lay a simmering fury, as if it could erupt at any moment. Do not make me repeat myself, he commanded, his voice laced with an icy authority that brooked no dissent. Trembling, Su Mian dared not defy him further and gradually knelt upon the ground. The moment her knees touched the earth, it felt as if her dignity had been violently shattered. She lowered her head, unable to meet Chu Junqi's piercing stare. Support yourself on the ground. Lie down. His words were heavy, indifferent, and chilling. Tears welled in Su Mian's eyes as she bit her lip, obediently complying with his command. Her hands trembled as they pressed against the floor, her frail form gradually lowering, evoking a sense of pity. For repeatedly defying me, should I commend your bravery or chastise your foolishness? Chu Junqi remarked, lifting a black serpent whip from the sandalwood stand. The whip, entirely dark, produced a jarring sound as its iron tip scraped against the ground, instilling fear in the hearts of those who heard it. Su Mian's fingers tightened against the floor, her nails digging into her palms, her eyes reddening, yet she remained silent. A wave of bitterness surged within her. It was all her fault, and even when bullied, she could not retaliate. Yet, she refused to acknowledge it. The Ministry of Punishment will not teach you, so I shall take it upon myself. His voice resonated within the empty hall, imbued with an oppressive and cold authority. Upon hearing these words, Su Mian's body involuntarily trembled like a leaf caught in the wind. However, before she could fully comprehend the situation, a sharp crack of the whip sliced through the air, striking the ground beside her with a resounding thud. Su Mian exclaimed in fright, tightly closing her eyes and tensing her body. Yet the anticipated pain did not descend upon her. Confused, she looked up, her eyes filled with bewilderment as she gazed at the man before her. Her expression reflected a mix of confusion and terror, silently questioning his intentions. Chu Junqi leisurely used the whip to lift her tear-streaked face, compelling her to gaze upwards into his eyes. The corners of his lips curled with a hint of wickedness. Do you wish to admit your mistake? His voice was deep and magnetic, as if laced with an enchanting power. She seemed to grasp Chu Junqi's intention, her heart resolute. The servant does not concede. A satisfied smile played upon Chu Junqi's lips, tinged with a barely perceptible appreciation. He turned and retreated into the inner room, and moments later, a black silk ribbon, 2 fingers wide, was tossed before her. Su Mian, taken aback, grasped it in her hand, her heart swirling with confusion. What is this? Chu Junqi crouched beside her, whispering with a soft laugh. A fine item indeed. Though he smiled, his voice sent chills down her spine. The black ribbon in her hand felt like a mysterious and perilous object, difficult to comprehend. Instinctively resisting, her cheeks flushed. The ribbon felt like a hot potato in her grip, and she nearly discarded it. Yet Chu Junqi swiftly seized the black silk from her hand with decisive force, disregarding her feeble attempts to resist. His strength rendered her defiance utterly powerless. He gently placed the silk ribbon over her eyes, his fingertips deftly maneuvering to the nape of her neck, swiftly tying a knot. In an instant, Su Mian's world was enveloped in darkness, an abyss that seemed poised to consume her entirely. Instinctively, she raised her hand to remove the ribbon, but halfway through, it was thwarted by the whip held by the man. The whip loomed before her, instilling a sense of dread. He ominously whispered threats in her ear, warning that for every attempt to remove it, he would strike her once more. His voice was cold and cruel, akin to the chilling wind of a frigid night, sending shivers down her spine. In the absence of sight, one's nerves and perceptions magnify 1,000-fold. Behind the veil of black fabric, Su Mian could not discern the man's expression, yet she sensed a sinister smile lurking, as though a demon's mask concealed boundless peril. Her body trembled slightly, overwhelmed by fear and unease. As her hand fell, it brushed against the whip's sharp barbs, and in that instant, a searing pain shot through her, slicing open the delicate skin of her previously unblemished fingertip, droplets of blood splattering onto the floor. A sharp intake of breath escaped Su Mian as she curled her fingers, paralyzed by fear. The whip dragged across the ground, producing a chilling sound reminiscent of a demon's low lament, sending a wave of terror coursing through her. It was akin to a venomous serpent, constantly flicking its tongue, keeping her on edge. The anticipated strike was delayed, each passing second elongating her torment, as the agonizing wait for unknown punishment felt like a dull knife, gradually severing her already fragile resolve. Her body remained taut, ears attuned to every subtle sound around her, while fear spread like wildfire within. She could hear his faint footsteps and breathing. With a reddened nose, Su Mian trembled as she clutched at his garments, pleading for mercy, expressing her willingness to face punishment at the hands of the Justice Department, beseeching the sovereign to spare her. Her voice quivered with desperation, and despair surged within her heart. Chu Junqi regarded her with a leisurely gaze, taking satisfaction in the pallor of her face wrought by fear. His curiosity deepened. What expression lay hidden beneath the dark silk? Unlike the matrons of the Justice Department, he operated without a fixed protocol in administering punishment. His long fingers glided over Su Mian's pale, cherry lips, lifting her chin gently. His voice soft, yet terrifying, reminding her that he had stated, "Have I ever promised to release you if you plead for mercy?" Su Mian collapsed helplessly to the ground, instinctively curling into a ball. Waves of helplessness and terror surged over her, as if she were submerged in an endless abyss of darkness, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Chapter 14. The Sacred Spring Pool. Su Mian clutched her arms tightly, stifling her sobs. How could the sovereign possibly grant her reprieve? Tell me, what are you truly concealing? The man's frigid voice echoed above her, and though a veil obscured his visage, she felt the weight of his piercing gaze fixated upon her. Su Mian paused for a moment, recognizing that Chu Junqi was meticulous and despised dissent. If the sovereign deemed her solely at fault, then let him strike. After all, her life was but a worthless trifle at this juncture. As she spoke, she gently laid down on the ground, bracing herself for the impending punishment. Upon hearing the whip fall from the man's hand, the tension that had gripped her mind finally eased for a fleeting moment. What were you doing earlier? Qingwan berated Mian, branding her harlot. Even if the emperor tacitly admitted to being a patron, Mian could not swallow such an insult. With her nose reddening, Su Mian choked back her emotions. She was merely a palace maid, her status falling far short of Mian's esteemed position. She hoped the emperor would hasten to finish and allow Mian to return. Chu Junqi slowly crouched down, his fingertips tenderly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Is this why you choose to lash out and bite?" he inquired gently. "Dis, Su Mian replied, her voice tinged with a hint of sobs. She curled her fingers tightly, utterly defenseless, allowing Chu Junqi to lift her from the ground. The dark dragon robe he wore became wrinkled where she clung to him, oblivious to the creases, her small face flushed, tears streaming like delicate blossoms in the rain. Alas, Mian knows her lowly status, no longer a princess, unworthy of the emperor's compassion. She only wishes for him to be gentler next time. Although aware that Su Mian's words were a blend of truth and falsehood, her soft and endearing demeanor brought forth a subtle shift in Chu Junqi's heart. Reminiscent of the night they shared the same bed, he chuckled softly, glancing at her in his embrace, a smile curling his lips. "Will you still dare to bite indiscriminately?" "And no, I wouldn't," Su Mian replied sullenly, instinctively burying her face in his broad chest, inhaling his unique, cool fragrance. In that moment, she felt transported back to the past, a gesture familiar to them whenever she sought solace in him after grievances, embodying their unspoken understanding. However, this time, he would not offer her comfort unprompted. Raw emotions spilled forth, and she could not help but shed a few hot tears, which trickled down the corners of her eyes and soaked into his partially open robe. Sensing her distress, Chu Junqi swiftly lifted her into his arms. Su Mian lay limply against him, her hands clutching his garment, unwilling to let go, as if relishing this rare moment of warmth. How wonderful it would be if the great Yan were still the same, and Chu Junqi belonged solely to her. If only time could rewind, they could return to the past, even if she were not a princess. But there were no if-onlys left. Chu Junqi's robe had long been soaked with her tears, his gaze deep with unspoken sorrow, as if his heart had been pricked by a needle. He carried Su Mian deeper into the majestic palace, where meticulously carved white jade hot spring awaited them. This hot spring, a culmination of countless artisans' efforts over generations, featured flawlessly polished jade, seamlessly joined together. The spring water flowed continuously, maintaining a perfect warmth throughout the seasons, regardless of the harshest cold or the scorching heat. Exhausted from crying, Su Mian felt drowsy, softly collapsing in his embrace. The water was infused with the fragrance of herbs. and a faint mist hung in the air as she lay by the edge of the pool, a black silk ribbon tightly covering her eyes. Her fair face bore a delicate blush, the clear tear streaks accentuating her enchanting beauty, captivating the heart and soul. The sound of rustling clothes reached her ears, and she hoarsely inquired, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" However, Chu Junqi remained silent, causing Su Mian to feel a twinge of unease. Moments later, she found herself lifted into his embrace, her hand brushing against the firmness of his abdomen. Her cheeks flushed instantly, resembling a cooked shrimp, and she instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, "Why are you not wearing clothes?" In her moment of panic, even her manner of address changed. Chu Junqi, unfazed, gazed at her blushing visage with a teasing smirk. "If I wish to bathe, what need have I for clothing?" His words exuded a sense of entitlement. Su Mian felt the weight of a searing gaze upon her, one that seemed to regard her as prey, waiting to consume her. "I shall not disturb your Majesty's bath," she stammered, covering her eyes, unable to see the expression on the man's face, yet sensing he harbored some malicious intent to humiliate her. Trembling, she attempted to wriggle free from his embrace. But Chu Junqi held her tighter. "Stay and serve me while I bathe." Upon hearing this, Su Mian's face grew pale. A lone man and woman, confined within the same chamber. Such a thought made her cheeks burn. Hesitantly, she glanced at him, her hand brushing against the black silk ribbon before her. "Perhaps this ribbon." Chu Junqi interrupted with a cold remark, "Leave it on." Su Mian fell silent, unease welling up within her. She had known it. He was indeed intent on tormenting her. How could she serve with this constraint? Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a broad, strong hand began to strip away her garments. The cool air met her exposed skin, and she quickly grasped at her clothing, looking up at the man with a wary expression. "Your Majesty, please don't." A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes as he casually replied, "Your clothes are dirty. Allow me to change them." Su Mian felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, lowering her gaze and biting her lip shyly. "I can manage on my own." Seeing her discomfort, Chu Junqi relented, handing her a clean gauzy garment and leaning close to whisper with a chuckle, "I shall wait for you." With that, she heard the sound of water splashing. Su Mian, still blindfolded, turned her back and hastily changed into the gauzy dress. Unable to see, she groped her way toward the edge of the pool. However, just as she reached the bathing area, a large hand easily grasped her ankle, yanking her into the water. In that instant of falling, Su Mian felt the pool's water rush in her mouth, constricting her throat uncomfortably. "Help!" She was not adept at swimming and floundered helplessly, losing her balance. Chu Junqi watched coldly. As it appeared she might suffocate, he impatiently pulled her from the water. Coughing violently, Su Mian nestled helplessly in his embrace, her thin gauzy dress clinging to her body, outlining her delicate curves, partially obscured by the rising mist. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, droplets from the tips of her hair falling onto her flushed lips, presenting her as a lotus emerging from the water. The man's breath brushed against her, his presence drawing near. Bracing himself to maintain his stance, he could distinctly feel the contours of his body. Su Mian gasped softly, a delicate blush painting her cheeks. Fortunately, a layer of black satin separated them, preventing her from gazing directly at his form. At that moment, Chu Junqi handed her a coarse washcloth, appraising her once more before pinching her flushed cheek. With a deep, resonant voice, he inquired whether she needed further instruction on the etiquette of bathing. Upon hearing his command, Su Mian clutched the cloth and shyly nodded. She reached out towards the man's shoulder, only to realize that Chu Junqi towered over her significantly. Unable to gauge the distance, she could only wipe along his firm abdomen. Feeling an intense gaze upon her face, laden with possessiveness, teasing, and intrigue. Burying her head, she endeavored to remain as unfeeling as a mere wooden figure, diligently tracing the texture of his skin as she carefully wiped him down. As she reached his chest, she could distinctly sense his body temperature rising, akin to a blazing flame. Realizing the peculiar nature of the situation, she adjusted her movements, only for her delicate hand to be suddenly seized, accompanied by a cold huff from above. "Are you igniting a fire?" Su Mian was startled by the implication in his words, her grip on the cloth tightening involuntarily as she fervently shook her head, nervously explaining, "I did not. It is merely that your highness is too tall." Before she could complete her sentence, he chuckled softly, his tone tinged with affection. His towering figure leaned slightly forward, resembling an insurmountable mountain. In an instant, his robust hands darted beneath her arms, effortlessly lifting her from the water. Su Mian felt her body lighten, her head spinning. In the blink of an eye, she found herself securely seated at the edge of the pool, her damp hair clinging to her back, droplets cascading down her skin, crafting an alluring scene. "Why my back?" commanded Chu Junqi as he turned away, leaning against the pool's edge, exposing his broad, taut back. Su Mian reached out, her hand perfectly finding his shoulder, making the task effortless for her. However, as her fingers grazed the undulating scars upon his back, she froze momentarily. These marks were remnants of whips and blades, echoes of past wounds. This sight inevitably transported her to their first encounter. At that time, Chu Junqi had just been sent to Dian as a hostage, emaciated and frail, appearing even younger than her 12-year-old brother. Her brothers, mischievous as they were, subjected him to considerable torment. "What are you doing?" One day, the young Su Mian passed by the academy gates, her hair styled in 2 round buns, holding a freshly caught paper kite. When she came upon her brothers, encircling a ragged boy, clad in coarse linen during the frigid winter, his exposed wrists bore bruises, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his breath shallow. Though his features were obscured, the depth of his eyes was palpable, akin to a lone wolf, defiant and untamed. Perhaps it was this fierce gaze that incited her brother's disdain. "A worthless scoundrel! How dare you glare at the crown prince? Beat him!" Su Mian furrowed her brows as she glared at them, exclaiming, "Father said one must not bully others." The crown prince, Su Chung, wore a disdainful expression, hands on his hips, as he pressed his foot firmly upon the boy's head, pinning him to the rough stone path. "Little five, my royal brothers are merely teaching you your place. Look at Chu Junqi. He is nothing but a worthless hostage, daring to show disdain to the crown prince. Such an insolent wretch. Indeed, indeed. Go play, little five. Do not let your eyes be sullied." The third prince approached, intending to pull her away. But Su Mian evaded him, her chubby cheeks puffing in indignation. "If you continue to bully him, I shall inform father. You are all so unlearned that you shall be punished to transcribe the Tao Te Ching 100 times. The elegantly dressed youths were momentarily taken aback, and the third prince squatted down, pinching her round little face. "Hey, little five, doesn't your royal brother treat you well? Why speak up for a stranger?" Su Mian swatted his hand away, declaring, "This princess aids justice, not kin. If you do not return to the academy, the grand tutor will be displeased." No sooner had she spoken than a bell tolled from the academy. Crown Prince Su Chung gritted his teeth and kicked Chu Junqi away. "Consider yourself fortunate this time. Let us depart." After they left, Su Mian approached the boy, tentatively reaching out to brush the blood-matted hair from his face. "Brother Chu, are you all right?" Unexpectedly, as she crouched down, the boy suddenly lunged forward, pinning her beneath him. His eyes were bloodshot, a barely contained fury threatening to engulf her. "This princess saved you. Why do you bully me? You ruined my kite. You must compensate me." The soft, tearful tone of the girl seemed to awaken the boy's reason, and he gradually lessened his grip. The maidservant, rushing in at the sound, nearly fainted at the sight, hastily rescuing Su Mian from Chu Junqi's hold. In time, Chu Junqi became her playmate. Back then, his demeanor towards her was not as harsh as it is now. Time has passed, and the once frail boy, easily bullied, has transformed into a sovereign who gazes down upon the world. "Apply some strength. Have you not eaten?" A cold voice jolted her from her reverie, and Su Mian pressed her lips together, an inexplicable anger surging within her. This man, with his wolfish ambition, had she known, she would never have saved him. With determination, she began to rub the man's back, wishing to scrub away a layer of skin. "Wash, wash, wash. May you be washed away." Yet this meager force was inconsequential to Chu Junqi. After a prolonged effort, he showed no sign of response, while her elbows began to ache. But with Chu Junqi not calling for halt, she dared not cease, her strength gradually waning. Inhaling the potent scent of the medicinal bath, Su Mian propped her head up, her mind swirling with thoughts. Why was Chu Junqi soaking in a medicinal bath when he wasn't injured? Could it be that he harbored an ailment? Chu Junqi's expression darkened as he unexpectedly interjected, "Is my health not clear to you?" Chapter 16. Why dare not look at this moment? Su Mian felt as if she had awakened from a dream, realizing she had spoken her innermost thoughts, and hastily shut her mouth, as if doing so could retract her words. She attempted to steer clear of this perilous topic, but in the next instant, the silk ribbon around her eyes was unexpectedly yanked away. Accompanied by a sharp and abrupt gasp, Su Mian felt as though the world before her had suddenly brightened. The man's bare and robust form was laid before her without reservation. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she quickly covered her eyes, her heart racing wildly. Terrified of witnessing anything inappropriate, Chu Junqi slowly rose, one hand firmly resting on the edge of the pool, while the other ensnared Su Mian within his arms, creating a small and intimate space. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, forming a barely perceptible arc as he regarded the flustered girl before him with an enigmatic smile, softly uttering, "If you are so curious about my body, why do you not dare to look?" Su Mian's ears burned with embarrassment, her entire being trembling with anxiety and shyness. She stammered incoherently, "Your Highness is formidable, while I am but a lowly servant. I fear that I might inadvertently desecrate your esteemed form." This grandiloquent declaration was well received by Chu Junqi. He gently extended his long fingers, tenderly caressing the prominent blush on the girl's cheek. Having been soaked in medicinal bath, the mark had faded somewhat, yet remained vividly clear, akin to a red plum blossoming amidst the snow, tragic yet captivating. A sudden tremor coursed through Su Mian's heart, akin to a startled fawn, perceiving him as a formidable threat. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, her body leaning back with all her might, yet she found herself effortlessly confined within Chu Junqi's embrace, with no escape. A thin veil of moisture began to form in her alluring almond-shaped eyes, her gaze flickering uncertainly as she bit her lower lip, murmuring, "Your Highness." Chu Junqi smiled. "Do not worry, I shall not touch you tonight." This statement seemed to serve as a reprieve, temporarily alleviating Su Mian's trepidation. After all, given her current state, how could she withstand his desires? She lowered her gaze, the sound of water gently rippling in her ears. Emerging from the bath, Chu Junqi casually retrieved a wide robe and donned it. Once dressed, he turned to face her, his gaze laden with significance. "You shall remain here for an hour. At the hour of high, someone will come to escort you back." His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority. Su Mian promptly bowed her head, respectfully responding, "Yes, I shall await your Highness." In the resplendent hall of lead and glamour, the candles flickered brightly. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Lu Zhua slammed her delicate hand against the exquisite sandalwood table. Her slender fingers dug deep into her palm, blood trickling down her fingertips. Yet she seemed oblivious to the pain, fixating instead on the palace maid delivering the news. What? The Lord actually allowed that wretched Su Mian to bathe with him in the sacred spring? How can this be possible? Her voice was sharp and piercing, the pride she typically exuded evaporating in that moment. The palace maid trembled in fear, hastily kneeling, her voice quaking, in response to the empress Qingwan had initially intended, as per your wishes, to set a trap for Su Mian, provoking the Lord's wrath, who was prepared to punish her severely. Who could have anticipated that the cunning little minx would employ some nefarious sorcery, ensnaring his majesty in a whirlwind of infatuation, leading him to carry her directly into the inner palace? Upon hearing the palace maid's words, Lu Zhua's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes betraying a profound jealousy. The sacred spring pool belonged exclusively to the sovereign. Even she, the favored imperial concubine, did not possess the privilege to enter. Or I did Su Mian, a lowly exiled slave, have to trespass there? Just then, a diminutive eunuch, with a fair complexion, entered with delicate and graceful steps. He cautiously approached Lu Zhihua, leaning in to whisper a few words into her ear. The mention of confiscation caused Lu Zhihua's countenance to shift dramatically, as if swept away by a sudden tempest. Her exquisitely crafted features twisted with shock and fury. Gritting her teeth, she managed to utter through clenched jaws, "I underestimated her. I never expected even Qi Pin's influence could be subdued by her." Furrowing her brows, Lu Zhihua's eyes flickered with anger and resentment. After a moment of silence, she seemed to resolve herself, muttering, "It appears I must seek a capable ally. When Yi, who roams the realm, should be returning soon." The small eunuch knelt, replying, "Your Highness, the eldest princess arrived just yesterday." Satisfied, Lu Zhihua smirked, casually glancing at her polished nails, and commanded, "Go convey to princess when Yi that my cousin wishes to reminisce." Meanwhile, in the fragrant pavilion, Qi Pin, who had been under house arrest, was just about to fall asleep when a cacophony of hurried footsteps and the clashing of weapons erupted in her chamber. With a loud crash, the door was violently kicked open, and a throng of armored guards wielding sharp blades surged into the room. "Seize her!" At the command, several guards swiftly advanced toward the bed. "How dare you? You wretched dogs, what are you doing?" Qi Pin exclaimed in terror, instinctively clutching her disheveled garments, attempting to resist. However, outnumbered, she was soon yanked from her bed and forcibly pressed to her knees on the cold floor. In that moment, Qi Pin's hair was askew. Jewels scattered around her, leaving her in a most disgraceful state. Her eyes widened in fury as she glared fiercely at the leading guard. The commander stood imposing before her, brandishing a bright yellow imperial decree, and coldly declared, "Lady Qi, we are here under His Majesty's orders to escort you to the Dali Temple to reunite with the Chancellor." Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over Qi Pin's face as she shrieked, "My father is the Chancellor of the realm, a man of great power and influence. How dare you act with such audacity? Who gave you the audacity?" The guard, expressionless, replied, "Chancellor Qi has conspired for personal gain, engaged in corruption, and sought to disrupt the governance. His crimes are irrefutably proven, and he is beyond redemption." "What? How could this be?" Qi Pin's heart sank. She was well aware of her father's clandestine alliances with court officials, attempting to balance power against the sovereign. For many years, they have meticulously obliterated all evidence of their transgressions, leaving no trace behind. How is it that His Majesty has suddenly begun to revisit the past? Surely, it must be a consequence of recent events. Upon contemplating this possibility, Qi Pin's expression twisted in anguish. It must be the result of that wretched Su Mian's instigation. Was it not? It must surely be her. The commander of the Imperial Guards cast a cold glance her way. His subordinates were to obey orders without question, and whether the Empress would face exile or execution would ultimately be determined by the Court of Judicial Review. Qi Pin screamed in despair, "No, I demand to see His Majesty. Let go of me." With a mere wave of his hand, he signaled for his men to escort the thrashing Qi Pin away. A nearby young guard, perplexed by the woman's departure, scratched the back of his head and muttered, "Commander, I am unclear about one matter. Having just reclaimed the new city, at such a critical juncture, is not the Emperor's action putting that esteemed princess of the Yin in peril?" Commander Li kicked him sharply, reprimanding, "Silence. The will of the Emperor is beyond our comprehension. If you wish to know more, simply wait and observe." Chapter 17. Turmoil in the Palace. Fearing national calamity in the Hall of Diligent Governance, Chu Junqi, adorned in court attire, leaned languidly against the throne, casting a languid glance over the ministers kneeling in perfect alignment within the hall. The atmosphere was unusually silent. The usually loquacious civil officials were now rendered mute, fearing that they might be the next to suffer the consequences. It was no jest. Even the Chancellor Qi, a minister of significant stature, had been imprisoned. How many among them dared to speak against Chu Junqi? With a voice devoid of warmth, Chu Junqi addressed the assembly. "My esteemed ministers, do you have any matters to present?" Lin Shangshu promptly stepped forward, respectfully kneeling before delivering his report. "Your Majesty, the Yin Kingdom has now been successfully reclaimed by our great Chu, and all remnants of the traitorous factions from the previous dynasty have been apprehended. However, Regarding the disposition of the royal family and kin, we humbly await your directive. Execute them, replied Chu Junqi, his eyes unwavering, voice cold and devoid of compassion. Why bother asking me about such trivial matters? Lin Shangshu's heart trembled at this response, and he hastily remarked, But, Your Majesty, if you proceed in this manner, it may tarnish your esteemed reputation. After all, these individuals once belonged to the imperial bloodline and have extensive connections. There could be thousands involved. Chu Junqi narrowed his eyes, raising an eyebrow in amusement. What wisdom do you possess, Lin Shangshu? I believe that according to custom, the ringleaders should be executed, while their family and children should be relegated to servitude, exiled to the northern frontier, he suggested. At this moment, the previously silent Lu Fugua stepped forward, clasping his hands in supplication. That is unacceptable, Your Majesty. The remnants of the previous dynasty must not be spared. They should be annihilated to eliminate any future threats. With a slight smile that held no warmth, Chu Junqi regarded him, sensing the implication behind Lu Fugua's fervent stance. Leaning on his chin, his slender eyes sparkled with a chilling light reminiscent of a frigid pool, fixated upon Lu Zhongyuan. Instantly, an aura of frost seemed to seep from his gaze, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. Lu Zhongyuan felt an overpowering sense of pressure wash over him like a relentless tide. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, yet he steeled himself and spoke. I have heard that the woman you brought back that day is none other than the Princess Xiao of the Yan, a rumor that has spread widely among the people, with discussions echoing through every street and alley. It is said that she possesses a captivating allure. If this woman is allowed to remain in the palace, inciting chaos within its confines, it could spell disaster for the nation and its people. With these words, he trembled and fell to the ground, imploring the emperor to execute her. Su Mian, indeed, has been left in the palace, yet she is now merely a lowly maid. How could Lu Fugua perceive her as a source of turmoil? The sovereign seated upon the throne furrowed his brow slightly, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction and authority. Lu Fugua found himself momentarily speechless, his face flushed with indignation. Although the former dynasty and the inner palace ostensibly maintained a stance of non-interference, in reality, a plethora of spies existed, akin to a dense web of spiders. Any minor disturbance within the palace would be keenly observed by those lurking in the shadows. The case involving Qi Pin and Su Mian had led to Qi Xianggua's imprisonment, implicating his entire clan. The intricate connections and complexities of this matter were understood by all. Yet such affairs were best left unspoken. Even if it was known that it was Chu Junqi's instigation, no one could openly accuse him. After all, in this court, any misstep could lead to accusations of treason, a fate that could cost one their head. Seeing his adversary in distress, Minister Lin could not suppress a smirk, the wrinkles on his face easing somewhat. Seizing the moment, he interjected, Lu Fugua's urgency surely stems from a concern for the esteemed concubine, does it not? He raised his head slightly, speaking with righteous authority. Moreover, Princess Xiao was once betrothed to His Majesty, and she was an acknowledged candidate for Empress by the Great Chu. If His Majesty were to pursue the execution of this innocent woman, how would the world perceive him? Would it not tarnish his reputation with accusations of cruelty and injustice? Chu Junqi curled his lips in a disdainful smirk, coldly retorting, Do any of the remaining ministers have differing opinions on this matter? The hall fell into a heavy silence. The officials bowed their heads, not daring to breathe, lest they attract the ruler's attention. Chu Junqi rose, casually tossing the memorial in his hand to the eunuch Chow, declaring, Since no one opposes, let it be as Minister Lin suggested. The remnants of the traitors will be entirely entrusted to the Ministry of Justice for management. Gao, ever perceptive, called out, The court is dismissed. At this moment, in the Chonghua Hall, sunlight filtered through the cracks of the window, casting shadows upon the girl's pale arms. Su Mian gradually awoke, finding the room filled with a thick haze of medicinal smoke, the pungent aroma making her head spin. As her eyes adjusted to the sight of the silk curtains, she realized this was not the place she remembered. She distinctly recalled soaking in a medicinal bath just the night before. It must be said that the effects of the sacred spring were remarkable, alleviating her pains considerably. Su Mian, you are awake? A hearty voice reached her ears. Turning towards the sound, she saw a round-faced little palace maid, cradling a bowl of medicinal soup and grinning widely, revealing a gaping, toothless grin as she approached. Having been in the Chu kingdom for half a month, Xiao Tao was one of the few friends Su Mian had in this palace, unlike others who would mock her coldly. On several occasions, when she missed dinner and was left starving in the middle of the night, it was Xiao Tao who discreetly delivered buns to help her through. However, Xiao Tao was timid and often bullied by the older maids, prompting Su Mian to fiercely defend her like a mad dog. Over time, their friendship deepened. This is a side chamber for the inner maids, and His Majesty has granted you permission to reside here. In the past, Su Mian always slept at the foot of Chu Junqi's couch, never having her own room. She would be rudely awakened before dawn by that scoundrel's kick, forced to assist with his dressing, never having experienced a peaceful slumber. Now, suddenly exhibiting a change in temperament, she found it surprising. Noticing Su Mian lost in thought, Xiao Tao handed her a dark medicine bowl. You must drink this medicine quickly. Today a noble visitor arrives at the palace, and there aren't enough hands. We all must attend to them. Noble visitor? Su Mian pondered, wondering who besides Chu Junqi could be deemed a noble. Just then, Xiao Tao's expression, poised to speak, was interrupted by commotion. Hurry up, you worthless wretches. Do you wish to be punished? The scolding voice of a matron echoed from outside the courtyard, prompting Su Mian to hasten, changing into proper attire before stepping out. Inside the courtyard, people were already bustling about, the matron commanding with hands on her hips. The esteemed guest from Jinling Palace is waiting. Everything must be perfect. Don't fall short of what the concubines have. This silk and gold tableware must be presented impeccably. Be cautious. If you make a mistake and let it gather dust, you shall regret it. Xiao Tao pulled her into line and handed her a magnificent brocade garment offered by a eunuch. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, this garment shimmers beautifully. What exquisite fabric. Su Mian looked down and beheld a light blue skirt adorned with pearl phoenix embroidery, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, truly captivating. The fabric was of exceptional quality, silk that could only be sourced from Persia. She had owned a few such pieces in Dian, all lovingly sewn by her mother. A trace of barely perceptible sorrow flickered in her eyes, for the past could not be reclaimed. Remembering departed souls, even the most vibrant colors seemed to fade in her perception. Holding the clothing, her gaze became vacant, and she numbly followed the slowly advancing entourage. They passed a serene and beautiful lakeside meadow, where a gentle breeze stirred the willow branches and peonies bloomed vibrantly, exuding a delightful fragrance. Suddenly, a melodious and charming voice broke the tranquility. Brother, look, my kite is flying so high. The young girl was strikingly beautiful, exuding warmth and gentleness as her smile resembled the caress of a spring breeze, evoking joy in all who beheld her. While her features were not breathtakingly beautiful, they possessed a unique charm akin to a delicate jade. The girl moved with a light, graceful elegance, her every gesture radiating a tender beauty. Her skin glowed faintly, hinting at a fragile paleness that only served to enhance her endearing quality, invoking a protective instinct in others. When slow down. Don't rush, look at you. You're already sweating. Chu Junqi, holding the beloved kite of the girl, quickly approached her. He then gently wiped the beads of perspiration from her forehead with the pristine sleeve of his snowy white robe, his lips curving into a soft smile that held a tenderness, his deep-set eyes reflecting boundless affection. Dressed in a flowing white garment adorned with cloud patterns, he appeared entirely devoid of the usual sharpness that characterized him. This attire is indistinguishable from the elegant youth in Su Mian's memory. Su Mian appeared to be ensnared by an immobilizing spell, rooted to the spot, her feet seemingly anchored to the ground, unable to budge an inch. She observed the harmonious interaction between the two, realizing that he had not changed. Rather, he simply deemed her unworthy of his regard. The warmth and affection of those 3 years had been surreptitiously appropriated by her. She stood there, oblivious to the departing entourage, feeling as if something solid within her was being gradually consumed and dismantled. Su Mian struggled to breathe, her heart ensnared by a merciless grip, sending waves of sharp, piercing pain coursing through her. Imperial brother, I want that kite to soar high. A clear and melodious cry shattered the silence. As if awakening from a dream, she noticed a girl tightly clutching the kite string, rushing towards her like a tempest. The girl's innocent and carefree smile was focused solely on the kite above, completely unaware of the person behind her. As when he drew closer, Su Mian instinctively stepped back. Suddenly, to her astonishment, when he seemed not to see her at all, brushing past her with great speed, only to lose her balance and crash to the ground. Vanyi, Your Highness! In an instant, a chorus of terrified screams erupted around them. Su Mian stood frozen, her mind a blank slate, just as she bent down to assist the fallen when a thunderous roar echoed in her ears. Wretched servant, how dare you trip the esteemed princess? Before Su Mian could comprehend the situation, a formidable matron stormed towards her, unceremoniously delivering a resounding slap across her face. The sharp crack echoed, leaving a vivid crimson imprint on Su Mian's cheek. Clutching her garments, her balance faltered, and she was swept aside like a withered leaf, her head striking the foam mountain with a heavy thud, plunging her into darkness. The tray she held flew from her grasp, clattering to the ground, scattering her belongings. Vanyi, are you all right? Hearing that familiar voice tightened Su Mian's heart. She instinctively glanced toward the source, only to find Chu Junqi tightly embracing when his expression fraught with anxiety and helplessness, a concern she had never witnessed before. Wen Yi's small face was pale, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she clutched the man's sleeve, softly imploring, Imperial brother, I am fine. Please do not blame her. It was my own clumsiness that caused me to stumble. She appeared as delicate as a tendril of daughter, evoking an instinctive sympathy in all who beheld her. Su Mian bit her lip, shrinking helplessly into the corner. At that moment, Matron Gue cast a glance at Su Mian, her gaze imbued with subtle malice. Your Highness, I was close enough to see clearly. This wretched servant deliberately extended her leg to trip the princess. Only then did Chu Junqi's gaze shift to Su Mian, his eyes swirling with unabashed indifference and disdain, as if encased in a thick layer of frost that sent chills through the soul. His expression was akin to that directed at a stranger, and Su Mian felt as if a bucket of icy water had been doused over her, chilling her to the core. She opened her mouth, prepared to explain. Should you wish to avoid death, make your way to the Ministry of Justice. The cold, piercing voice of Chu Junqi sliced through her thoughts like a blade, severing any desire she had to explain herself. With that, he firmly embraced and strode away with resolute determination, never once casting an extra glance in her direction. Su Mian stood there, stunned, as a bitter ache stirred within her heart. That resolute silhouette felt like the harshest winter wind, threatening to topple her. Before departing, Grandma Gue couldn't resist spitting contemptuously at Su Mian, muttering viciously, Wretched girl, you've truly been spared. Once they had left, the timid Xiao Tao, who had been hiding behind a rockery, finally dared to step forward. She squatted before Su Mian, cautiously wiping away the blood that had trickled from her temple, her heart aching for the despondent girl before her. Su Mian, you're hurt? Su Mian pressed her lips together, her eyes reddening as she fought back a surge of emotion, her voice hoarse. Xiao Tao, you saw it too, didn't you? I didn't trip her. Xiao Tao's expression faltered, tightening the handkerchief in her grasp. I can't say that, but I believe you. You are not that kind of person. But why? Oh, why? Does everyone insist on blaming her? Even he? Su Mian's lips turned white from the pressure, her eyes filled with confusion and grievance. Her once bright gaze now overshadowed by a cloud of despair, dimmed and laden with an unshakable sorrow. Her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her garment, crumpling the fabric as chaotically as her tumultuous heart. Noticing her distress, Xiao Tao glanced around to ensure they were alone before gently tugging at Su Mian's sleeve. Actually, I wanted to tell you this morning that esteemed lady, Princess Wen Yi, is also the Emperor's most favored sister. You must be cautious, given the disparity in your statuses. Sister? Su Mian seemed unaware that Chu Junqi had a sister. Seeing the confusion on her face, Xiao Tao continued. She was originally the granddaughter of Empress Chongsun, known as Princess Wen Yi. After Empress Chongsun passed away, she was granted the title of princess. In truth, she shares no blood relation with the emperor. Moreover, I have heard. Su Mian looked up. Heard what? Xiao Tao paused, lowering her voice as she leaned closer to her ear. Princess Wen Yi is destined to become empress. Empress. The weight of those words sank heavily in Su Mian's heart. Initially, when the marriage alliance was proposed, her identity as the Princess of Dian naturally positioned her as a candidate for empress. However, due to her age, that role had remained unfilled for quite some time. No wonder Chu Junqi had said that the marriage was something she sought. It turned out he had already set his heart elsewhere, while she had been foolishly standing between him and Wen Yi. A bitter smile crept onto Su Mian's lips as she lowered her head, tears silently rolling down her cheeks and soaking into the earth below. How ironic it was to mistake fleeting affection for love. Those once treasured memories had now become nothing more than a complete farce. The Ministry of Justice. 100 lashes. Su Mian could not recall how she emerged from the ministry, only that it rained heavily that night, with thunder rumbling ominously in the distance. Water stains and blood soaked her garments as she walked slowly and mechanically, leaving behind a long trail of crimson. Replaying in her mind were the frigid glances of Chu Junqi, her heart twisted in agony. Chapter 19. The Prince of Li has taken the person away. Su Mian fell upon the long street, and the passing palace attendants, sheltered beneath oiled paper umbrellas, skirted around her as if she were a harbinger of misfortune. The lashes on her back crisscrossed like a tapestry, and the relentless raindrops pelted down upon the pallid visage of the young girl, rendering her unable to open her eyes. She was unaware of what she was clinging to. Her mother was gone, her father and brothers had perished in battle, and she was left utterly alone in this world. Yet, she refused to succumb to despair, unwilling to die in such a manner. Mother, it hurts so much. Mother, save me. In her haze of consciousness, Su Mian instinctively grasped onto anything she could find for support. Chu Moli looked down at the girl, clutching his garment, and slowly knelt beside her, listening to her murmured pleas. Mother. He was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time someone had called him mother in such a manner. Chu Moli reached out to lift the girl's ghostly pale face, studying her with curiosity. Her brows were delicate like distant mountains, her eyes tightly shut, and her long lashes fluttered like the wings of a feathered fan, fragile as a fallen fairy, exuding an ethereal grace. Such beauty must belong to the Princess Xiao of Dian. He couldn't help but exhale a soft sigh, marveling at her unfortunate plight. Beside him, a young servant, noticing the downpour intensifying, hurriedly approached with the oiled paper umbrella and urged in a hushed tone, Your Highness, the hour to leave the palace is approaching. It would be wise not to meddle further. Lying on the ground, Su Mian's fevered consciousness blurred, yet an overwhelming desire to survive propelled her, her lips incessantly murmuring the same desperate plea. Save me. That faint cry was like a flickering candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. A playful smirk graced Chu Moli's lips as he mused, Ah Ching, tell me, what do you suppose would be Chu Junqi's reaction if I were to take away the woman he holds dear? Ah Ching was momentarily stunned, incredulously responding, Your Highness, you cannot be serious. At this juncture, this Princess Xiao is a hot potato. She is of no concern to us, even if she were to perish. However, before he could finish his statement, he witnessed his lord hand him the umbrella, stretch out his long arm, and effortlessly lift the girl from the ground, striding forward with unreserved boldness. Ah Ching's expression was a portrait of shock, his eyes nearly bulging. Wait, Your Highness, you can't just leave me behind. At Jinling Hall, the warmth of the room flickered with the glow of the hearth, shadows dancing in a gentle play of light, enveloping the space in a tender warmth. One languidly reclined against the intricately embroidered golden silk pillow, her countenance weary as she allowed the physician to take her pulse. Every gesture exuded a sense of delicate fragility. Cough, cough. She delicately toyed with an embroidered handkerchief, her dainty hands, resembling tender green onions, quietly falling outside the bed curtains. Her complexion, fairer than snow, accentuated the pallor of her originally charming features, reminiscent of a flower in the rain, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. Once the physician respectfully withdrew, he slightly bowed to Chu Junqi, reporting, "Your Majesty, Princess Wenyi has merely sustained a sprain. Her condition is otherwise stable, and there is no cause for alarm." The young maiden on the bed gently lifted the bed curtains, her beautiful eyes shimmering like water, gazing helplessly at Chu Junqi. "Brother, Wenyi's heart ailment is an old affliction. Despite searching far and wide for renowned physicians, I have found no remedy. Even with my self-taught medical knowledge, I can only manage it with herbal concoctions, so you need not worry about me." Upon hearing her words, a pang of pain struck Chu Junqi's heart. His gaze fell upon Wenyi's frail countenance, and with a heavy tone, he replied, "It is my fault as your elder brother for not being able to find a capable healer for you." Wenyi's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her long eyelashes casting a shadow over her eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. "You have done well enough, brother. I am not in immediate danger. However, was the punishment for that palace made not a bit excessive? She brought this upon herself." Chu Junqi's expression instantly hardened as he embraced Wenyi's shoulders, tenderly stroking her hair in a comforting manner. "Rest assured, brother will not allow anyone to bully you again, especially Su Mian." He emphasized her name, as if a flame had ignited within him. Hearing this, Wenyi felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, her brother cared for her deeply. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing against his warm chest, and softly declared, "For me, brother, I would forsake all worldly matters. Only you are my heart's desire." Observing her, Chu Junqi reached out to caress her hair by her ear, his touch exceedingly gentle, as if fearing to cause her pain. He leaned down and pressed a light kiss on the girl's forehead, speaking in a tender tone, "Be good. Once you are healthier, I will hold a grand ceremony to bestow upon you honors." Upon hearing this, a blush rose on Wenyi's already porcelain-like face, and she sweetly murmured in agreement. The man, with his eyes full of warmth, lifted her onto the bed, tucking her in carefully, and softly urged her to rest well, promising to visit her again soon. After Chu Junqi departed, a hint of determined joy emerged on Wenyi's pale face, revealing no trace of her previous illness. She raised her hand to signal a maid to present a large bag of gold ingots to the physician on the floor, then spoke languidly, "Physician Qian, you have performed admirably this time. This is your reward. In the future, be mindful of what to say and what not to say in front of the emperor." Having served several masters with dual faces in the palace, he understood her intentions quite well. Physician Qian, feeling flustered, quickly knelt and expressed his gratitude. "Your Highness, rest assured, I am now in the same boat as you and will serve you wholeheartedly." When he nodded in satisfaction and gestured for him to withdraw, the matron nearby, quick-witted, immediately stepped forward to assist her in getting out of bed, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Indeed, the princess had made a formidable impression on Su Mian on her very first day back. Su Mian, after all, was the reason she had returned with such urgency. Having usurped the empress's rightful place, it was only fitting that Su Mian face the consequences. Wenyi's lips curled into a smirk as she fed the parrot in the cage, disdainfully remarking, "Ah, my cousin cannot even handle such a wretched maid. It seems this princess must intervene personally. Once I ascend as empress, let us see who dares to stir trouble in the harem." It was fortunate that she had the wisdom to travel far and wide during the tumultuous power struggles into Chu, evading chaos until the situation stabilized before her return. Fortunately, Chu Junqi possesses greater resolve and audacity than his ineffectual brothers. With a single decisive move, he seizes the imperial throne. As long as she can manipulate Chu Junqi, she can effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of the harem, becoming the most esteemed woman within. To her, Su Mian is not but an insignificant insect, daring not to compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon. Meanwhile, outside the Chonhua Hall, a gentle drizzle falls like fine silk, cascading down the eaves and pavilions, resembling strings of crystal-clear beads that sway softly in the breeze. Upon entering the hall, a peculiar tranquility envelopes Chu Junqi. The silence is so profound that the sound of a dropped pin would resonate clearly save for the gentle patter of raindrops striking the ground. At this hour, Su Mian would typically be kneeling obediently before the hall, her head bowed in anticipation of assisting him in disrobing and preparing for rest. Yet today, that familiar figure is conspicuously absent. The man furrows his brow, his countenance darkening. Where is Su Mian? Elder Chow approaches with careful steps, responding with utmost respect. Your Majesty. Su Mian has gone to the Justice Department, as per your command, where she received 100 lashes and has collapsed on the street. Chu Junqi turns his wrist, a smirk of derision curling at the corner of his lips. A mere 100 lashes, what does that signify? A flicker of menace glimmers in his eyes as impatience begins to brew. Where is she now? Elder Chow draws a deep breath, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Trembling as he replies, at this moment, Princely has already taken her away. What? Chu Junqi's previously calm eyes widen in shock, his expression darkening. A tempest of anger brewing within. Princely? When did he enter the palace? Fury ignites in his gaze, his teeth grinding audibly. Why was I not informed sooner? His voice, though low, renders the air around them almost palpable with tension. Elder Chow, trembling, falls to his knees, his head bowed low. Your Majesty, you were engaged in pleasant conversation with Princess Wenny, and I feared to disrupt your enjoyment. Chu Junqi's countenance hardens, and he abruptly seizes Elder Chow by the collar, drawing him close. When did this happen? Approximately a quarter of an hour ago. In that instant, Chu Junqi's fury surges to its zenith. His hand clenches tightly, and he violently sweeps his sleeve. His eyes narrow, a bloodthirsty smile curling upon his lips. Dare to steal from me, Princely? My dear brother, it has been some time since we last crossed swords. How audacious of you to take my woman. With a dark glare fixed upon the direction of the palace exit, he coldly commands, send forth my orders, seal the palace gates immediately. Not a single fly shall escape. At once, the sky darkens, a veil of twilight descending. At this moment, a carriage rumbles before the Xuanwu gate, the wheels creaking ominously. The jostling of the carriage aggravates her wounds, and Su Mian feels a dull ache in her back, letting out a soft whimper. In the silence of the carriage, the sound is strikingly pronounced. Struggling to lift her gaze, she realizes she is enveloped in warm blankets. A piece of white cloth gently wiping the blood from her face. Awake now? A gentle voice resonated beside her, prompting Su Mian to instinctively glance over. There stood a man with a prominent nose, striking features, and an air of subtle aloofness in his eyes. Clad in a blue python robe, his visage bore a remarkable resemblance to that of Prince Chu Junqi. He appeared to be a prince. Thank you, Your Highness, for your rescue, she exclaimed. In the palace, the hierarchy was starkly defined, and as a mere servant, how could she dare to rest upon the prince's palanquin? Just as Su Mian prepared to kneel in gratitude, the man raised his hand to stop her. Confusion washed over her as she looked up, meeting a gaze that seemed to plunge into unfathomable depths. Chu Mo Li wore a half-smile, his eyes fixed intently upon her. Do not be so hasty in your thanks, for this prince does not engage in unprofitable transactions. Upon hearing this, the fondness Su Mian had felt for him diminished considerably. It seemed he was yet another cunning individual, difficult to navigate. Pressing her lips together, she lowered her gaze, her watery eyes reflecting a hint of embarrassment. I am but a servant now, devoid of any possessions. What is it that your highness desires? The man provocatively tilted her chin, his voice low and husky, brimming with insidious allure. Do you wish to leave the palace? Without hesitation, Su Mian nodded. The Chu royal palace was a veritable nightmare for her, where she was either subjected to the harsh reprimands of Chu Junqi or burdened with unfounded blame. With the tyrant Chu Junqi around, she feared she would never see the day of her escape. Seeing her understanding and compliant nature, Chu Mo Li leaned closer, whispering enticingly, if you wish to depart, you must trade your most treasured possession. Su Mian looked up at him, perplexed. What do you mean, Your Highness? His penetrating gaze descended slowly, landing upon her ample bosom, his intentions unmistakable. Following his gaze, she realized with a start that her sash had loosened, and she hastily grasped it to cover herself. Her ears burned, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, I am no longer pure, and I fear I may tarnish your highness. Chu Li's eyes gleamed with intensity as he smirked. As long as she is Chu Junqi's woman, this prince does not mind. A jolt of shock coursed through Su Mian. How audacious he was to speak so freely of their emperor's name. In the entire court, there was likely only one who would dare, the favored youngest son of the late emperor. Known for his numerous romantic escapades, yet remaining unscathed amidst political strife, Prince Chu Li. Could he truly be the Prince of Li? Even though Su Mian had long resided in the depths of the Yin Palace, she had heard tales of his fierce enmity with Chu Junqi, their infamous rivalry. Had he not suggested sending Chu Junqi to the Yin as a hostage, many subsequent events could have unfolded differently. As she observed Chu Li draw her into his embrace, his handsome face drew ever nearer. Instinctively, Su Mian pushed against his chest, halting his advance. Your Highness, allow me a moment to consider. Chu Li's expression soured, his eyes narrowing playfully. What is there to contemplate? He gently caressed the tear mole at the corner of her eye, his laughter bright. I am always gentle with women, unlike my rough and possessive elder brother, who knows not how to cherish delicate souls. Should you become my woman, your life will undoubtedly improve. Su Mian hesitated as she gazed at him. Even her naivety could not obscure the fact that Chu Li was deliberately urging her toward a perilous fate. A prince who had managed to survive the ruthless party struggles could hardly possess a pure heart. Chu Junqi and he were merely two sides of the same dark coin, one cloaked in shadow, the other in the light. However, with the presence of Wen Yi in the palace, she found herself unwilling to witness the intimate exchanges between the two, their affections laid bare. Su Mian sniffled, her eyes glistening with tears, resembling an enchanting little kitten. Could the prince truly release her from the palace? Chu Li enveloped her delicate form. His breath hitching as a reaction stirred within him. Truly, she was the mesmerizing siren of legend, a natural beauty. It was no wonder Chu Junqi was reluctant to relinquish her. Should Su Mian fall into his hands first, he would undoubtedly become even more ruthless, ensnaring her beneath him, indulging in their carnal desires, ensuring that the fleeting moments of spring were fully savored. Of course, it all depended on her resolve. No sooner had he spoken than he leaned down, gripping the nape of Su Mian's neck, his fervent gaze fixed upon her cherry-red lips, poised to kiss her. At that instant, a sharp, slicing sound pierced the air. A feathered arrow, as swift as lightning, hurtled toward them, narrowly grazing Chu Li's lips. Su Montakli winced, instinctively releasing Su Mian from his embrace, a line of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. He licked the crimson mark, his demeanor brazen and defiant. His eyes fell upon the arrowhead embedded in the wooden table, his expression darkening. Had he not evaded it in time, the projectile would have pierced his skull. Simultaneously, the carriage jolted violently before coming to a halt, an atmosphere of tension permeating the interior. Su Mian, startled by the sudden turn of events, felt her mind go blank, shrinking back on the couch, utterly at a loss. Yet she recognized the owner of the golden arrow. The dragon pattern etched upon it was identical to that of the one her wet nurse possessed. Outside the carriage, a chillingly mocking voice rang out. Did you think you could escape? Through the curtain, she glimpsed Chu Junqi standing before the vehicle, his posture rigid, exuding an air of lethal intent. He casually tossed the bow and arrow to a nearby attendant, his eyes cold as ice, brimming with palpable menace. If looks could kill, she would have perished 100 times over. Su Mian cowered behind Chu Li, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, too afraid to meet his gaze. How temperamental of the royal brother. Is he truly unwilling to part with a mere woman for his subordinate? Chu Li nonchalantly raised his hand, gently wiping the glaring blood from his lips, his deep-set eyes devoid of fear, defiantly returning the murderous glare from the man before him. In that fleeting moment, their gazes clashed amidst the heavy air, as if sparks had ignited between them, the tension thickening with every passing second. The onlookers held their breath, wary of disturbing the two lords. Chu Junqi smirked, his eyes like a bottomless, frigid well, the mirth absent from their depths. Either she remains, or you perish. The words fell like thunder, reverberating in the ears of all present. Fratricidal strife has always been the most inescapable nightmare for the royal family. The late emperor held his youngest son in great affection, even hesitating to let him suffer the slightest harm. Before his demise, he went so far as to exchange military tokens to ensure the survival of the ninth prince, bequeathing a will that proclaimed to the world that the Prince of Li must never be deposed. Consequently, Chu Junqi grew increasingly resentful towards him. The disparity between individuals is inherent, and each time he laid eyes on the Prince of Li, memories of his own humiliation in the Dayan resurfaced. How could he not harbor hatred? Chu Moli, upon hearing this, cast a disdainful glance, stepping down from the carriage while mocking. Does my royal brother intend to defy the late emperor's decree and slay his only legitimate brother? In chapter 21, do you think I could ever like you? Don't dream. He could choose not to kill the Prince of Li, but he could certainly take your life. He unsheathed his sword, his tone nonchalant. Any Prince of Li could be replaced. Chu Moli found himself momentarily at a loss, forgetting that his elder brother was perpetually callous. Those princes who had offended him in the past had suffered severed limbs, immersed in medicinal vats, transformed into human monstrosities for the amusement of others. Why would he care for a deceased man's will? Little did he expect that this time, the catalyst would be a mere woman. Observing the tightening grip of Chu Moli's hand before her, Su Mian felt her heart plunge into despair. A tinge of bitterness surfaced. How could she dare to hope that Chu Moli would rescue her from peril? Chu Junqi, unfazed, adjusted his sleeve with a smirk. "Monher, should I personally come to fetch you, or will you descend on your own?" Su Mian pressed her lips together, casting aside the blanket enveloping her, and barefoot, she descended from the bed to kneel before Chu Junqi. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice hoarse. "Thank you, my lord, for saving me today. I shall forever remember your kindness. Farewell, my lord, take care." Truly, she was a princess of the Yin, her every gesture exuding remarkable grace. Though her form was slight and her body marred with wounds, she remained composed in the face of adversity. Chu Moli, watching her, felt an unexpected stir of emotion within him. Just as he reached out to support her, Su Mian stepped back, narrowly avoiding the brush of her attire against him. In the Zonghua Palace, torrential rain pounded the rooftop and windows, producing a cacophony of sound. The tempest raged, lightning and thunder clashing. The flickering light occasionally illuminated his cold, pale visage, instilling a sense of dread. Ink and paper lay scattered across the floor as the biting wind swept through the girl's damp inner garments, leaving her numb and chilled. "Are you truly resolved to remain silent?" he questioned, his tone laced with disdain. "I have only been gone for half a day, and you have already sought to entice the Prince of Li? You are indeed shameless." Su Mian found herself pressed against the writing desk, the sharp pain in her back paling in comparison to the weight of his words. Each syllable was like a dagger piercing her heart, resonating with painful clarity. Encountering his dark, wild gaze, she felt her heartbeat falter. The kindness he once showed her seemed to vanish in that instant. Her almond-shaped eyes filled with tears as she bit her lip, gazing hopelessly at the man before her. "Tell me, has he ever laid a hand on you?" Chu Junqi demanded, his eyes wide with fury, fixated on the girl before him, his voice low and constricted, resembling a beast on the verge of eruption. Su Mian winced under his grip, instinctively frowning as she sought to escape his hold. "Did he touch you?" He gripped Su Mian's waist tightly, his eyes suffused with a crimson hue, resembling both a threat and a plea. Su Mian remained silent, her previous affection gradually dissipating, leaving behind a chilling void. A solitary tear cascaded down her cheek. Chu Junqi felt a pang in his heart, as though something precious was slipping away from his grasp. He seized the girl's chin, his grip so forceful it seemed capable of shattering bones, his fierce gaze instilling terror. "You want to speak, will you? I have ways to make you." At the moment her garments were torn asunder, Su Mian was overwhelmed by an unprecedented humiliation. Her world crumbled entirely, as every shred of dignity and pride was ruthlessly trampled in that instant. In Chu Junqi's mind, what was she? Merely a vessel for his desires, summoned and discarded at will. The tender moments of the past were but a fleeting dream. She was nothing, a single misstep leading to total ruin. The sharp, dull ache welled in Su Mian's eyes, and a cry of pain escaped her lips. She stifled her sobs, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string, yet eliciting no trace of compassion from him. He tightened his grip around her delicate neck, mocking her ear with sinister words, "Unless I perish, you shall never hope to escape. Should you dare betray me, sullying your body, I shall make you a military concubine, a reward for my soldiers beneath my command." The former princess of the Yin, reduced to a mere plaything, would surely excite them like ravenous wolves feasting upon fresh meat. Wouldn't he? His menacing threats echoed in her ears, plunging her into an abyss of darkness. She raised her hands desperately to cover her ears, attempting to fend off the cacophony. Her reddened eyes were clouded with tears, her gaze unfocused. "Do not speak," she pleaded. Chu Junqi pressed against her, forcing her to look up. "Why can't I speak? It's your foolishness that has offered me this opportunity, making you believe I could ever cherish you. Dream on, whether it is one servant or a myriad of men. You must choose one, mustn't you?" Su Mian's eyes widened, tears spilling uncontrollably as she cried out, "No, please don't send me to the military. I beg you." She clutched his clothing tightly, her fingers turning pale from the exertion, not daring to resist. Her tear-filled eyes shimmered, her body trembling slightly with his movements. Chu Junqi loomed above her, his narrow, phoenix-like eyes narrowing. "Then be obedient, and do not provoke my displeasure." Nightmares loomed like a monstrous beast, consuming her. In the palace, thick smoke billowed, obscuring the once resplendent dome and intricately carved beams. Yet she remained clad in that tattered wedding gown, seemingly forgotten by time amidst the ruins. "The people of Dayin must take it upon themselves to defend their homeland. I shall lead the charge, standing with the Yin in life and death." The powerful voice of her father echoed like a thunderclap, still resonating in her ears. She vividly recalled that day, sunlight streaming upon her father, casting him as a deity of war descending from the heavens. Clad in heavy armor, he stood tall, firmly grasping the 7-foot royal sword before him. Xiao was willing to share life and death with her brothers. Regardless of the soldiers' obstruction, Su Mian boldly charged in. The crown prince, Su Cheng, disdainfully pulled her back, remarking, "With your meager skills, it's best you refrain." Her third brother stepped forward, gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "Little five, be good. Do not cry. When our elder brother returns victorious, I shall treat you to the finest osmanthus wine." Their silhouettes gradually receded, ultimately vanishing amidst the vast expanse of war. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the scene before her shattering into countless fragments before swiftly dissipating, leaving naught but a void of white. Behind her, a soft voice resonated. "Mianer," Su Mian's heart jolted. "Mother?" It felt as if an invisible force compelled her to turn back. In that fleeting moment, the sight before her made her heart quiver. There stood her mother, radiating a familiar and warm aura, embodying the gentle and loving visage she remembered, dignified and beautiful. Time appeared to have left few marks upon her face, save for a deep affection and reluctance gleaming in her eyes. Unable to contain the surging emotions within her, she lunged into the longed-for embrace like a frenzied beast. Tears gushed forth like a breached dam, and she clung tightly to her mother, weeping uncontrollably. "Mother, are both father and brothers gone? Mianer is truly in pain. I do not wish to remain alone in this world. Please, take Mianer with you." Her voice was choked with sobs, her body trembling as if the entire world were collapsing around her. Her mother gently stroked her hair, speaking softly. "Mianer, do you remember what I once told you?" The words her mother had spoken before her passing surfaced in Su Mian's mind. "Xiao, should the day come when our homeland is no more and you find yourself a loss, seek out a blood relative in Xinyuan. That person's name is Xinyuan Zheng." "Mother, who is he?" Su Mian asked, perplexed. In her recollections, it seemed she had no relatives with the surname Xinyuan. There was, however, a powerful ancient nation by that name, far removed from them and situated in a distant frigid land. Why would her mother send her there? "When you meet him, you shall understand," her mother replied, tenderly caressing her cheek as her figure gradually faded from view. As she watched her mother depart, Su Mian helplessly reached out, attempting to grasp the dwindling shadow, yet her legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground, preventing her from pursuing. Overwhelmed with despair, she cried out, "Mother, do not go." In a dimly lit room, a delicate young girl curled tightly on a worn bed. Su Mian shut her eyes tightly, murmuring indistinctly. Suddenly, a basin of icy water was splashed upon her without warning. The abrupt shock jolted Su Mian from her dream, and she opened her eyes wide, propping herself up on the bedding, feeling soft and disoriented. As droplets of water trickled down her damp strands of hair, they soaked her garments, causing Su Mian to shiver involuntarily. What are you doing?" Xiao Tao rose from the bedside, intending to intervene, but was abruptly shoved to the ground by a burly palace maid. Confused, Su Mian raised her eyes to find two large palace maids before her, arms crossed and gazes filled with disdain as they reprimanded her. "Lowly servant, have you not awakened after sleeping for days?" Jean Momo, hands on her hips, sauntered in leisurely, her bulk jiggling with each step. Her cold gaze fell upon Su Mian as she spoke icily. "Su Mian, you soiled His Highness's attire in the Weni Palace. Out of benevolence, the Emperor has chosen not to hold you accountable for your 3 to 4 days of unconsciousness. Now, you are punished to serve as a lowly laborer in the laundry department, and here, no one will indulge you." Raising an eyebrow, Jean Momo signaled to a nearby maid, who carelessly tossed a wooden bucket at Su Mian's feet. "Go wash these dirty clothes. If they are not cleaned properly, you shall not be fed." Su Mian cast her gaze down at the filthy bucket, its contents so dark that the original colors were indiscernible. Clearly, that scoundrel, Chu Junqi, was deliberately tormenting her. It was evident that these garments could never be washed clean. Xiao Tao trembled with anger, her small face flushed crimson. "Be quiet. You have no place to speak here." The tall maid glared menacingly at Xiao Tao, then abruptly raised her hand and struck Xiao Tao's cheek with a resounding slap. Xiao Tao stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Her hand pressed against her swollen face as tears streamed down, yet no sound escaped her throat. Witnessing this, a surge of unnameable fury welled up within Su Mian. "On what grounds do you strike her?" She fiercely pulled Xiao Tao back to her side, her eyes blazing with hatred as she fixed her gaze on the tall maid who had struck Xiao Tao. "What are you staring at?" The maid felt unnerved under Su Mian's intense glare. With lips pressed together, Su Mian chuckled softly. "If you wish for me to wash, so be it. However, do not forget the fate of Qing Wan in the Chonghua Palace." Jean Momo's expression shifted. How could they possibly forget? Back then, Su Mian and Qing Wan had engaged in a fierce altercation outside the Chonghua Palace, while Su Mian was taken away by the emperor without severe consequence. Qing Wan met a grim fate the very next morning, dragged to the palace gates and beaten to death. To silence her cries, a cloth had been stuffed in her mouth, rendering her voiceless, her eyes bulging in a horrifying death. Palace gossip suggested that Su Mian had whispered into the emperor's ear, leading to the tragic demise of Qing Wan. With this thought, the onlookers began to regard Su Mian with a hint of trepidation. However, Gue Momo, who served by the side of Princess Weni, had been instructed to provide special care to Su Mian, and thus, she dared not offend her. Jean Momo cleared her throat, maintaining her composure as she stated, "We are merely conducting official business. If you truly had the emperor's favor, how could you possibly be relegated to the laundry department? Hurry and get to washing, or you shall face the consequences." Once those individuals departed, Su Mian finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had not expected them to spare her. She merely hoped they would not continue to harass Xiao Tao. "Su Mian, you are still gravely injured. Allow me to assist you with your washing." Su Mian shook her head in refusal. "No, they desire to witness my suffering. How could I permit you to take on such a burden? You should return. There is no need for you to frequent the laundry station. I fear they may bully you alongside me." Xiao Tao, with her swollen face, chuckled foolishly, saying, "I am fine. His Majesty specifically ordered me to care for you and even promoted me to a second-rank palace maid. Ever since Qing Wan's demise, there has been little trouble from the Zhonghua Palace. At times, I sense that His Majesty is quite concerned about you." "Concerned? Chu Junqi cares only that my demise does not align with that scoundrel's desires. However, She had no intention of sharing too many past grievances with Xiao Tao. Su Mian forced a smile, brushing her fingers against the swollen half of her face. With a bitter laugh, she remarked, "He is only afraid that my death would ruin his enjoyment." In the evening, Su Mian sat by the city moat, washing garments, her hands submerged in the frigid, piercing water, her fingers turning crimson from the cold. She grasped a dark garment, unfurling it before her, and sighed silently. After an entire afternoon of scrubbing, it remained as filthy as ever. No more. Enough. Enraged, Su Mian's face flushed, her brows furrowed. She lifted her foot and kicked the innocent wooden basin with force. To her surprise, the kick missed the basin entirely, and she lost her balance due to her excessive exertion. With a resounding crash, Su Mian tumbled to the ground along with the wooden basin. Dust erupted around her, and she coughed, struggling to open her eyes. The half-piece of osmanthus cake she had held on flew from her grasp, tracing a graceful arc before landing not far from her. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, Su Mian struggled to rise and retrieve the precious osmanthus cake. At that moment, a large black dog emerged from nowhere, dashing like lightning toward the fallen cake, licking it voraciously. "That is my dinner. Stop it!" Su Mian gasped in shock. The osmanthus cake had been given to her by Xiao Tao just before she departed, and she had saved half of it, reluctant to consume it. "That wretched creature! Do not lick it! Return it to me!" Witnessing the black dog devouring her treat with delight, Su Mian felt a swell of anger and hatred. Immediately springing to her feet, the dog, startled by her sudden movement, tucked its tail and snatched the half-piece of osmanthus cake, turning to flee with its legs pumping furiously. Su Mian, unable to suppress her frustration, pouted, feeling tears of rage welling up. "You insolent beast! How dare you act so shamelessly?" It was bad enough to endure the bullying of palace maids. Now even a dog dared to assert its dominance over her. "Very well, I shall teach you a lesson." Her face flushed with indignation. Su Mian, fueled by her anger, glanced around, bent down to grab a piece of brick from the ground, and charged after the black dog like a whirlwind. As she ran, she shouted relentlessly, "Do not run. I shall deal with you." The other palace maids turned to look, astonished at Su Mian's antics. A nearby eunuch twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth, bemused by the spectacle of her chasing a dog. Following the black dog, Su Mian raced without knowing her destination, feeling an unsettling silence enveloping her surroundings. Disregarding all caution, she hurled a brick and mounted the black dog, delivering 2 resounding punches that made the creature yelp in distress. "Take that, you glutton for my osmanthus cake." The black dog, breaking free from her grasp, dashed into a dilapidated courtyard and squeezed through a dog hole. Unwilling to concede defeat, Su Mian crouched by the hole, surveying the world beyond. As she parted the underbrush, she beheld a resplendent starlit sky, unobstructed and breathtaking. She gasped in delight. This dog hole leads directly outside the palace. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed behind her. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 23. Seeking silver from Chu Junqi, a harsh voice rang out from behind. Is someone there?" Su Mian felt as though struck by lightning, trembling uncontrollably as she turned her head. There stood 2 young eunuchs, one stout and the other slender, their figures appearing particularly ominous under the cold moonlight. Startled, Su Mian hastily began to rustle the grass in front of her, attempting to conceal the dog hole. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she feigned composure and addressed them respectfully. "Esteemed sirs, I accidentally lost my way and inadvertently trespassed here. I hope you will not hold it against me." Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke, her gaze cast downward. The slender eunuch narrowed his elongated eyes into slits, the corners tilted upward with a smirk that danced on his lips. In a desolate place like this cold palace, it's rare to encounter even a shadow of a ghost, let alone a person. "You certainly have a knack for choosing your spots." Su Mian paid little heed to the mocking tone, but upon hearing the term cold palace, she paused, raising her head to scrutinize her surroundings more closely. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, exuding an air of neglect, its walls mottled and peeling, indicating it had long been abandoned. Such a place was indeed ideal for her escape. As if discerning her thoughts, The two eunuchs exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. All right then, let's speak plainly. It is clear you wish to flee from here, is it not? After all, for newcomers like you among the palace maids and eunuchs, without a span of 3 to 5 years, there is little hope of visiting home. The slender eunuch remarked, gently swaying his feather duster, a knowing expression gracing his features. Upon hearing their words, Su Mian nodded fervently, as if pecking at grains. You speak truly. I have yet to complete a year in the palace, and I dearly miss my family. I beseech you, noble sirs, to show mercy and permit me to visit home just once. I vow to repay your kindness in the future. Seeing her astuteness, the stout eunuch chuckled heartily, patting his round belly. You wish to leave? That could be arranged, provided you are willing to part with this sum of silver. He extended 5 fingers toward her. Confused, Su Mian pondered the value of silver, having lived in the palace. She had little experience with it. Observing their expectant gazes, she tentatively inquired, 5 taels of silver? Upon uttering these words, the two eunuchs immediately lost interest in her, their eyes rolling upward in a display of disdain. They had not been summoned for several months and had longed for this moment, only to be met with such a miserly girl. What is the matter? Isn't it enough? Su Mian asked innocently. The plump eunuch glared in frustration, his voice rising sharply. 50 taels. Su Mian instinctively recoiled in fear. The slender eunuch restrained him with a gesture, feigning heartbreak as he lamented. Here we are, trapped in this desolate palace, unable to glean even a morsel. If it weren't for this executioner-s trade, we would starve to death in this cold chamber. He raised his hand and menacingly poked at the trembling Su Mian, cornering her against the wall. Enough of the nonsense, just 50 taels. Anything less is unacceptable. Su Mian's expression faltered. She had not a single coin to her name. Her face turned as pale as paper, her lips quivering as she stammered, I have no silver. At her words, the slender eunuch narrowed his eyes, surveying Su Mian like a venomous serpent. The young girl was strikingly beautiful, akin to a lotus emerging from the water, yet she was clad in coarse indigo linen garments. The style and color of her palace attire clearly indicated she was a lowly servant from the laundry department. He calculated in his mind that the meager wages of such a lowly servant were indeed insufficient, and it seemed this young girl truly could not produce such an amount. As this thought crossed his mind, a lewd smile crept across his face, and he said, however, rubbing his hands together with anticipation, he continued, Given your exquisite beauty, it is a pity for you to be reduced to a mere menial. If you would consider becoming our shared companion, we might let you off the hook and allow you to leave the palace for a while. Confusion clouded Su Mian's eyes. She recalled her wet nurse mentioning that eunuchs were akin to women, lacking the ability to bear children, and thus could not be considered husbands. Shared companion? Oh dear. Little girl, do you not understand? A shared companion refers to engaging in intimate affairs. The plump eunuch leaned closer, his eyes gleaming with greed, his words dripping with filth as he reached out a greasy hand toward the hem of Su Mian's garment. Feeling a wave of revulsion wash over her, Su Mian's stomach trembled violently. She shook her head vigorously, her petite frame deftly slipping past the two men, hastily exclaiming, No, it's just 50 taels. I promise I will bring it to you another day. Without looking back, she fled as if pursued by a malevolent spirit. For several days, Su Mian was consumed by worry, unable to eat or drink as she pondered how to quickly gather the necessary funds. Previously, she had no concept of money, unaware of how meager a palace maid's monthly wage could be. It was only after seeing Xiao Tao return from the Bureau of Internal Affairs with a mere 3 taels that her confusion deepened. Leaning on her hand, her delicate brows furrowed in contemplation, she asked, Only 3 taels? Xiao Tao, how many years have you been in the palace? Xiao Tao carefully tucked away the few taels of silver into her small purse, a satisfied smile gracing her face. It dawned upon her that she had spent a full 5 years within the palace, earning 3 taels of silver each month and occasionally sending some back home. She felt a sense of contentment. You see, within the palace, hierarchies were starkly defined. Only those seasoned senior maids, or those fortunate enough to serve closely beside the emperor and the empress, could receive generous rewards and amass wealth. Upon hearing this, Su Mian felt increasingly despondent, resting her chin on the table, idly spinning the teacup in her hands, muttering, "Alas, why is it that I alone receive no monthly silver?" If she could not even secure a single tael, how could she hope to leave the palace smoothly? At that moment, Xiao Tao's voice echoed in her ear, hesitant yet revealing. "In fact, on the day the emperor brought you back to the palace, he had already instructed the Ministry of Internal Affairs that you would not require silver, hence no monthly allowance would be issued to you." Upon hearing this, Su Mian nearly crushed the cup in her hand. She sprang up from her chair and dashed out of the room. Xiao Tao exclaimed from behind, "Hey, Su Mian, where are you going? It's almost time for meals." Fire sparked in Su Mian's eyes. How could she eat when she was already filled with anger? Inside the Longhua Hall, Chu Junqi cast a cold glance at Su Mian, who knelt before him, seemingly unfazed. With a sigh, he remarked, "So, life in the laundry bureau has been challenging, and you seek my favor?" It was as if he anticipated that Su Mian, having been pampered, would soon be overwhelmed and start complaining. His tone dripped with sarcasm as he toyed with the jade ring on his finger. "If you had been obedient from the start, avoiding provoking when I would not have been compelled to punish you so severely." Su Mian, momentarily taken aback, felt her impatience grow as he spoke in circles without addressing the crux of the matter. Fidgeting with her hands, she finally managed to speak. "Your Majesty, I wish to request the monthly silver for these past months." Instantly, a crack appeared in Chu Junqi's expression, his deep-set eyes reflecting a chilling light. Chapter 24. Provoked by one, noticing Chu Junqi's displeasure, it seemed he was irked. Su Mian's voice faltered, nearly bringing her to tears as she stammered, "I see that the others, like the jade-skinned Xiao Tao, receive their allowances, yet I have none." The fist concealed within the wide sleeves of his robe tightened, his expression shifting multiple times before he finally managed to restrain his breath, hovering in a state of tension. "You came to seek me out solely for this?" A heavy contemplation clouded Chu Junqi's features, his brow furrowed in confusion. Su Mian, twisting the hem of her garment, timidly suggested, "I only need 50 taels. Could that be considered an advance on my wages?" Earlier, she had observed Qing Luan adorned in gold and jewels, appearing almost like a half-master, and presumed that the emperor's personal maid must receive a substantial allowance. However, given Chu Junqi's sour demeanor, she dared not ask for more. The esteemed emperor of the state of Chu could not possibly be so stingy. A peculiar intensity flickered in Chu Junqi's gaze, as if he had caught a glimpse of something amiss. With a slight smirk, he inquired, "What do you intend to do with the silver?" Having finally devised a means to escape the palace, Su Mian knew she must not reveal any ulterior motives to Chu Junqi. She composed herself, lowering her gaze, and endeavored to keep her tone steady. With her mouth agape, she began to ramble nonsensically. The servant girl, being a woman, had many uses for silver. Recently, Sister Jade from the laundry bureau purchased a jade bracelet that she too found delightful. Upon hearing this, Chu Junqi slowly rose from his dragon-patterned mahogany chair and stepped before her. Twirling 2 luminous pearls in his hand, he leaned slightly forward, a sinister and chilling smile gracing his lips. While his words held a semblance of truth, they were laced with deceit. His statement struck her heart like a hammer. Su Mian's eyes flickered with surprise. Despite lowering her head so far, how had Chu Junqi discerned her ruse? Discontent brewed within her, and she muttered under her breath, "Even a patron should pay, after so many encounters, not a single coin in return?" Chu Junqi tilted his head with feigned leisure, raising an eyebrow. "What did you say?" He advanced, his presence imposing. "Are you blaming me for not granting you a title?" A heavy sense of oppression washed over her, prompting Su Mian to instinctively retreat. Hastily waving her hands, No, I merely seek silver." After all, she planned to leave eventually. What significance did a title hold? Couldn't he be more straightforward? Chu Junqi regarded her coldly, scoffing, "You want silver?" None to be had. Although she had anticipated this outcome, disappointment still gnawed at her heart. Chu Junqi grasped her chin, observing her despondent demeanor. His dark eyes glinted as his fingertips brushed against her delicate lips, mocking her words. Unless you willingly seek to please me, adopting a more proactive posture in bed, perhaps I might consider providing you with some compensation. Sell myself? Su Mian's beautiful eyes widened in shock, frozen in disbelief as she stared at him. She could hardly comprehend that such words had escaped his lips. It dawned on her that this was how Chu Junqi truly perceived her. A tinge of bitterness and humiliation washed over her. Never did she imagine that as a princess, she would find herself beneath even a courtesan. Chu Junqi's expression remained cold and unyielding, showing no sign of remorse for his words. Su Mian felt her eyes sting with tears, her almond-shaped eyes taking on a hue of red, her breath caught in her throat at that moment. She fought to hold back her tears as a wave of heart-wrenching pain spread through every corner of her being. Just as Su Mian was on the brink of agony, desperately attempting to break free from his grip, a melodious and charming voice rang out behind her. "Royal brother, come, see the sachet I picked. It will look splendid at the birthday banquet." When he had just reached the palace entrance and witnessed the scene, Chu Junqi gripping Su Mian's chin, their faces perilously close, as if about to kiss. "Royal brother, how could you kiss Su Mian?" Her eyes widened in disbelief, clutching her heart, her brows furrowed with concern. She lamented, "What is going on here?" Upon hearing Wen Yi's cough, Chu Junqi's expression changed, and he immediately released her, as if she were a hot potato. Swiftly moving to Wen Yi's side, "Wen Yi, the wind outside is strong, and your health is poor. Why have you come out?" Wen Yi's delicate form melted into his warm embrace, tilting her head slightly, a tender smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, "I wanted to see my royal brother." She feigned concern as she glanced at the kneeling Su Mian, her face reflecting puzzlement. What had she done to upset the royal brother? Chu Junqi's expression instantly turned icy, his tone imbued with an air of indifference. "A mere maid is not worthy of my regard." Wen Yi wrapped her arms around his waist, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Shall we take a look at the birthday banquet I've prepared?" "Very well, I shall take you," the man replied, extending his long arm to effortlessly embrace Wen Yi, a smile curving his lips that revealed a hint of affectionate indulgence. His demeanor, once cool, transformed into one of warmth and gentility, as if he were an entirely different person. Chu Junqi's tenderness seemed to be reserved solely for her. Su Mian found herself reminiscing about the past. Where was she who would snuggle and frolic in Chu Junqi's embrace, compelling the young man to become accustomed to holding her? In hindsight, it appeared she had been a fool, for Chu Junqi had never harbored any affection for her. He had only feigned interest out of necessity. His relationship with Wen Yi was enviably harmonious. It became painfully clear that Chu Junqi had never cared for her, neither in the past nor in the present. As she watched the pair walk away, a sharp pang of hurt flickered in Su Mian's eyes. She felt like a thief, sneaking glances at the happiness of others, utterly pitiful in her plight. At that moment, Wen Yi affectionately nestled against the man's neck, as if their intimacy was a natural state of being. Unintentionally turning her head, when he cast a glance at Su Mian, her eyes brimming with a mix of challenge and disdain. How could you possibly think you belong here?" Su Mian deciphered the meaning behind her gaze, her fingers instinctively clenching. To Chu Junqi, Wen Yi was a treasure gem, while she was discarded like a worn-out shoe. Thus, it seemed Chu Junqi's taste was indeed peculiar. Shaking her head, Su Mian resolved to think no further, as long as she could gather enough silver to escape the palace. The affections of these two would concern her no longer. On her way back, the evening sky deepened. The imperial garden was awash with the richness of night. Fireflies dancing in abundance, the gentle flow of the pond's water accompanied by the intoxicating fragrance of blooming flowers that filled the air, weaving through her heart and lungs, sweeping away the clamor of the day. The tranquility of the night enveloped her like a hidden paradise, presenting a unique charm. Perhaps due to kneeling for too long, her knees ached, prompting her to take a few steps and rest on the stone steps by the lotus pond. Today was the Lantern Festival, and the pond was adorned with numerous floating lanterns. These lanterns, vibrant and colorful, swayed in the candlelight, casting reflections upon the water's surface that twinkled like stars descending into the pond, a sight to behold. Su Mian gazed silently at the shimmering water. where her slender visage was mirrored. Clad in simple attire, her delicate figure appeared even more forlorn in the night. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow, her lips trembling slightly, and a wave of melancholy washed over her. Unconsciously, her hands tightened around the hem of her garment, a pang of bitterness rising within her. If only she could send a lantern to her deceased father, brothers, and mother, expressing her endless longing. Yet now, even this simple wish had become an unattainable dream. As her eyes reddened, tears swirled in her gaze, stubbornly refusing to fall. An overwhelming sadness, akin to the darkness of night, enveloped her completely. Do you require a lantern? Beautiful maidens are free of charge. At that moment, a lovely lantern, flickering gently with candlelight, was presented before her. Chapter 25. A token from a beloved suitor. And you care so much? His voice, rich and warm, flowed like a gentle spring breeze, caressing her heart. As Su Mian followed the lanterns, she raised her gaze and found Chu Junqi standing beside her. The man was clad in a robe of deep azure, with a prominent nose and amber eyes that reflected her silhouette. The interplay of light and shadow sculpted his features, exuding a sense of unrestrained vigor. Princely? Su Mian's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively moved to rise and pay her respects. However, Chu Junqi raised his hand to halt her motion. In this moment, with no one else around, there was no need for the burdensome formalities. He lowered his eyelids slightly, his voice deep and gentle. As he spoke, he slowly extended the lantern he held to Su Mian, and then casually took a seat beside her. Su Mian cast her eyes down at her soiled hands and instinctively shifted away, as if fearing to tarnish his attire. Noticing her movement, Chu Junqi merely smiled. He did not mind her current status as a servant. He simply sought companionship. Su Mian noticed that he held another exquisite lantern in his other hand, and curiosity stirred within her. Are you here to release lanterns as well, Your Highness? She inquired softly. At her words, Chu Junqi lifted his gaze slightly, his focus drifting to the tranquil surface of the distant pond. Weariness etched upon his features. On this day of the Ghost Festival, I too harbor thoughts of loved ones. He admitted, my elder brother resents the late emperor's favoritism towards the youngest son and cannot seem to relinquish this grudge, as if everyone owes him something. After the late emperor's passing, he forbade me from visiting, even preventing me from stepping into the ancestral hall. As he spoke, a bittersweet smile graced his face, and he shook his head. If I wish to honor the late emperor, it seems I can only do so in this manner, by means of this small lantern, as a token of my sentiments. Su Mian saiding wordly. After years apart, she had not realized how ruthless Chu Junqi had become, even to his own brother. Gazing upon Chu Junqi's sorrowful visage, an empathetic pang stirred within her. In certain aspects, she found herself akin to him, a favored prince of the late emperor, and a cherished princess of the Yan. Yet now, both found themselves ensnared by the resentments of Chu Junqi. An enemy of my enemy is my friend, she mused. Perhaps they could become allies. With this thought illuminating her mind, Su Mian turned to him. Your Highness, do you have any paper and a writing instrument? Chu Junqi nodded, affirming he had brought them. Su Mian took the vermilion brush he offered and meticulously inscribed the names of her father and mother upon the lantern, explaining, it is said that this way, our loved ones across the bridge of oblivion will see our lanterns. Each year, during the Ghost Festival, she had released lanterns for her mother, familiar with the process. Chu Junqi leaned closer, fully engrossed in her actions. Is that so? He asked, intrigued. Su Mian handed him the brush, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Why don't you give it a try, Your Highness? The serene smile upon her youthful face blossomed, her rosy lips and pearly teeth contrasting with her long, fluttering eyelashes like butterfly wings. At this moment, they were situated quite close, allowing Chu Junqi to see the delicate fuzz upon her nose and the clarity of her eyes, which flickered with life, reflecting his shadow. She showed no sign of subservience due to his status, moving with the grace of a noble princess, as if she remained the esteemed and precious figure she once was. The young maiden, with her every expression, exudes a vibrant and enchanting charm that captivates the heart, leaving one utterly spellbound with just a single glance. She far surpasses the collection of exquisite beauties that reside in his estate. For a moment he stood there, entranced, his throat tightening a sudden, unbidden desire to claim her overwhelming his senses. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Su Mian's voice broke the spell, her hand waving before his eyes, bringing Chu Junqi back to reality. "I'm fine. Nothing's the matter," he stammered, flushing with embarrassment as he averted his gaze, realizing his lapse in composure. The lanterns danced upon the surface of the pond as Su Mian gently disturbed the water, her thoughts drifting away with the ripples. She lowered her lashes, concealing her emotions. After a long pause, she bit her lip, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment, and finally managed to speak. "Could the prince lend this servant some silver?" Chu Junqi raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was unexpected for Su Mian to approach him so directly. He did not refuse, asking candidly, "How much do you need?" Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her eyes as clear as water, locking onto his. 50 taels, would that be acceptable?" "Certainly," he replied, and upon receiving his affirmative response, relief washed over her, a quiet sigh escaping her lips. She couldn't help but feel grateful that Chu Junqi was far more agreeable than that scoundrel. As he rummaged at his waist, his expression shifted slightly. "However, I have no cash on me since entering the palace. Here, take this jade pendant instead." With that, a subtle smile graced his lips, barely perceptible, as he deftly unfastened a piece of warm, exquisite jade from his waist. It was intricately carved with beautiful floral and avian motifs, undeniably crafted by the skilled artisans of the palace. Su Mian bit her lip, hesitating slightly. If she took it out, those two little eunuchs might not dare to accept it. She quickly shook her head, anxiously declining. "This pendant is far too precious. I only need 50 taels." Yet, Chu Junqi disregarded her protests, taking her hand and firmly placing the jade into her palm. His tone softened as he reassured her, "Just hold on to it for now. In due time, I shall return with the full amount to exchange for it. Is that satisfactory?" But Su Mian opened her mouth, wishing to say more, but before she could continue, Chu Junqi turned and walked away, leaving her in a daze, clutching the pendant. She glanced down at the jade, resting in her palm, shimmering with a pearly luster under the moonlight, clearly a remarkable piece. Did he truly just give it to her? This jade was a gift from the late emperor, with each prince possessing one, meant for their beloved. At that moment, a chilling voice, as if from specter, suddenly echoed in her ear. Instantly, Su Mian felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body stiffening as if frozen in place, her heart racing wildly, almost bursting from her chest. Instinctively, she turned her head, only to find Chu Junqi, like a ghost, standing silently behind her. Upon meeting his cold, pale visage, she nearly lost her wits. "Ah!" she exclaimed, but recalling the lesson from their last encounter, she quickly covered her mouth, swallowing the words that threatened to escape. The man, tall and imposing, cast a vast shadow that enveloped the petite Su Mian entirely. Chu Junqi's expression remained indifferent, his elongated, deep-set eyes swirling with a murky darkness. A slight smirk played on his lips, revealing a sardonic curve, as he remarked, "I never expected the Prince of Li would be so generous as to bestow this jade upon you." "It's merely a loan, not a gift," Su Mian retorted weakly, her face paling as her voice barely rose above a whisper. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as her body instinctively recoiled, attempting to evade Chu Junqi. "Huh? Do you think I would believe your deceit?" Chu Junqi scoffed, his demeanor darker than usual, pressing closer with relentless determination, offering her no respite. In an instant, Su Mian found her back against a sturdy banyan tree, with no avenue for retreat. The man loomed before her, his towering figure casting a shadow that radiated an oppressive malice, nearly suffocating her. Chu Junqi's gaze fell upon the jade pendant that Su Mian clutched tightly, his eyes glinting with mockery. "Is this trinket from your little admirer truly so significant to you?" His words pierced her heart like a sharp blade. Noticing her reddened eyes and silence, Chu Junqi took her silence as acquiescence. Before she could react, he swiftly snatched the jade pendant from her grasp, flicking it away with a deft motion, watching as it soared through the air. "Stop!" Su Mian cried out in terror, her eyes wide as she beheld the pendant tracing an arc before plunging into a nearby lotus pond with a resounding splash. The once tranquil surface of the water erupted into ripples, and the jade swiftly sank from sight. Chapter 26. Su Mian falls into the water. He becomes flustered, her 50 taels of silver lost just like that. Watching her sole hope vanish before her eyes, Su Mian's eyes brimmed with tears. As she prepared to struggle, her chin was seized, forcing her to tilt her head back, her gaze meeting the man's sinister countenance. Chu Junqi's lips curled upward, relishing her expression of suppressed rage. "What is the matter? Are you angry?" With her eyes cast down, Su Mian stifled her emotions, fearful that he might perceive the grievance and defiance lurking within her gaze. Her voice trembled as she replied, "I didn't mean to." His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, seemed to penetrate her very soul. His cool fingertip pressed heavily against her rosy lips, a wicked smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "You're afraid? Yet I see you have the audacity to secretly meet with the Prince of Li." As he mentioned the Prince of Li, his tone darkened, and he unconsciously tightened his grip, causing Su Mian to wince in pain as she bit her lip, unable to suppress a soft whimper. I merely crossed paths with him by chance," she protested. Chu Junqi's expression turned as frigid as frost, his eyes swirling with a dark tempest. A cold snort escaped him, and he warned icily, "If it happens again, I will not let you off lightly." With that chilling declaration, he released her chin and turned, sweeping away with an air of finality. Su Mian felt as though all her strength had been sapped, her legs giving way as she slid helplessly down the tree trunk, collapsing onto the ground. As she lifted her gaze to see Chu Junqi retreating into the distance, she turned her attention to the placid surface of the lake, her curled fingers unconsciously tightening in despair. As Chu Junqi turned and took a couple of steps, a sudden splash echoed in his ears, reminiscent of a heavy object plunging into the water. His footsteps halted abruptly, a wave of ominous premonition surged within him, and a dreadful thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Looking back, he found Su Mian had vanished without a trace, leaving only the rippling surface of the pond amidst the surrounding stillness. The man's expression darkened ominously, his concealed hand tightening beneath his robe, and a flicker of flame ignited in his eyes. His feet felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. "Damn it!" he cursed under his breath, resolutely turning around, his figure slicing through the air like a streak of black lightning as he plunged into the frigid water. The pond swallowed him whole in an instant, and Chu Junqi vigorously propelled his arms, swimming swiftly toward the direction where Su Mian had submerged. The undercurrents swirled around him, the icy water invading his mouth and nose. Yet he paid it no heed, his focus solely on the figure sinking deeper into the abyss. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered above, unleashing a tempest of wind and rain, the droplets pelting the ground with fervor. Fine strands of rain struck the girl's damp visage as Chu Junqi grasped her shoulders, channeling his internal energy to expel the water from her lungs. Su Mian coughed violently, her consciousness hazy, as she heard Chu Junqi's furious inquiry. "Su Mian, have you lost your mind? Is a mere jade pendant worth your life?" With a helpless gaze, she looked up to see the man, drenched and disheveled, exuding an inexplicable allure despite his apparent fury. His pallid face bore the marks of anger, frustration, and even a hint of fear. Chu Junqi's eyes burned red, his grip on her arms fierce, as if he sought to meld her into his very being. Raindrops cascaded from the girl's lashes, resembling a fragile porcelain doll. Su Mian stared vacantly at him, uncertain of how to respond. He harbored disdain for her, yet now his eyes reflected an emotion she could not decipher. Soaked to the skin, her hair clung to her cheeks, droplets rolling down her face as an icy chill enveloped her, rendering his words unintelligible. Her mind preoccupied solely with the lost jade pendant. "I have not retrieved it yet," she murmured in a daze, as if entranced. Suddenly, she pushed Chu Junqi away with fervor, her hands scrambling on the ground for leverage as she desperately crawled toward the water. However, before she could progress far, Chu Junqi swiftly yanked her back. With veins bulging on his forehead, he bellowed, Su Mian, are you out of your mind? You can't swim. Have you forgotten? Su Mian, feeling deeply wronged, burst into tears, wailing, I have no money, and you all bully me. She sobbed incessantly, akin to a child who had lost their beloved toy. Observing her distress, Chu Junqi's expression grew complex. He slowly raised his hand, gently caressing the side of Su Mian's face, his fingertips trembling slightly with cautious tenderness. Leaning forward, a searing kiss, imbued with irresistible force, landed near her lips, yet his words dripped like sweet poison. Be good. I will give it to you, just don't go. Su Mian, numbly closing her eyes, felt scalding tears spill from the corners of her eyes. She was utterly powerless, allowing Chu Junqi to carry her away effortlessly. In the Rehua Palace, once again, she found herself mercilessly bound upon the man's bed, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. A profound sense of desolation enveloped Su Mian's heart. The desire she yearned for could only be obtained through such a harrowing exchange. Her hands were tightly bound by ropes, elevated above her head, the red marks on her snow-white skin crisscrossing like a tragic tapestry. The already flimsy garments adorning her were methodically stripped away by the man before her, resembling withered leaves falling helplessly in the autumn breeze, devoid of any semblance of compassion. As her clothing diminished, each inch of her skin gradually bare to the frigid air, an overwhelming wave of shame crashed over her, nearly suffocating her. Please, cease this torment. Her voice quivered, laced with desperate pleas, escaping from her cracked lips. Chu Junqi's fervent kisses descended upon her like a relentless rain, imbued with an undeniable dominance. His large hand roamed freely across her body, sensing her shivers and fears. The girl's misty eyes lifted slightly, glistening with unshed tears. I implore you, she murmured. Chu Junqi tilted her chin, his elongated phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, a smirk playing upon his lips. You hardly seem to be in a position to plead, do you? Su Mian remained stiff, her eyes reflecting confusion. He chuckled softly, pinching the soft flesh of her rear, his voice icy. Relax. Must I compel you to take medicine? At his words, a wave of terror surged within Su Mian. No one could escape the perverse interrogation methods of Chu Junqi. If he resorted to drugs, she feared that in her emotional turmoil, she would divulge her secrets entirely. She shook her head repeatedly, instinctively avoiding his kiss. But don't you desire silver? Rest assured, if you comply, I will grant your wish. His voice was deep and hoarse, carrying an imperial authority and disdain. His eyes ablaze with a consuming desire, as if he intended to devour her whole. Chu Junqi leaned in, pinning her down, their breaths mingling as he kissed her to the brink of suffocation. The following morning, Su Mian awakened from a night of tangled passion, her surroundings illuminated by the flickering red candles, the warm drapery hanging low. The familiar decor signaled that she was still in Chu Junqi's chambers. Panic flickered in the girl's eyes. This bed was not meant for her. Struggling to rise from the blankets, her body ached as if trampled by a carriage, causing her to stumble precariously close to the floor. In her flurry, her hand inadvertently brushed against a hard object. Looking down, she discovered a pouch filled with silver. Counting it revealed precisely 50 taels. Fortunately, Chu Junqi had not broken his promise. He was indeed willing to provide her with silver. At that moment, Su Mian, entirely unclothed, bore the marks of bruises across her skin, making her snowy complexion appear even more marred. She clutched the pouch tightly, a bitter and ironic smile tugging at her lips. Well, it matters little. After all, one more bite from a dog is inconsequential. Comforting herself, she pushed aside the bed curtains, only to find the wet garments strewn across the floor, torn and tattered. Nearby lay a set of pink palace garments, and just then, the shouts of palace maids echoed from outside. Su Mian, the sovereign has commanded you to dress appropriately and attend to the imperial study. Upon hearing the commotion outside, she suppressed the discomfort swelling within her heart. From the pocket of her tattered garment, she retrieved a small bamboo tube she had fashioned herself. As she opened it, the rich aroma of herbs wafted forth, a relief that this cherished item had not been lost. With her thoughts gathered, Su Mian gradually donned her attire, delicately lifting a set of exquisite teacups before stepping purposefully into the imperial study. "Come here, grind the ink," commanded Chu Junqi, his demeanor icy and solemn as he sat at the writing desk, appearing as if the man who had so fervently demanded last night was a mere figment. Su Mian maintained her composure, grinding the ink beside him. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that Chu Junqi was sketching the likeness of a woman, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Princess Winnie. The inscription beside the drawing read, "For your birthday." A hollow sensation enveloped Su Mian, rendering her momentarily speechless, while her hand grinding the ink gradually slowed. "Is the solitary painting to your satisfaction?" she mused, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she responded without hesitation, "Indeed. My lady would surely adore it." Noticing her rather unenthusiastic reply, Chu Junqi's expression darkened, yet he found no grounds for rebuke. "Are you thirsty, my lord? Would you like me to prepare some tea?" Just as she was about to pour, another hand enveloped hers, causing her to shiver. Raising her gaze, she met Chu Junqi's probing stare. His sharp eyes seemed to strip her bare. "You seem somewhat different today." "My lord, you jest. I learned my lesson last night. How could I ever dare to act in defiance again?" "I merely hope to appease you and earn an early respite," she replied, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated sorrow, devoid of any other sentiment. The inability to discern her true feelings was, perhaps, the greatest conundrum. Chu Junqi remained composed, releasing her hand and permitting Su Mian to prepare the tea. As she placed the cup before him, she watched intently as he brought it to his lips, only to pause. With a subtle probe, she inquired, "Does my lord wish for me to test the poison?" At her words, a flicker of mischief danced in his deep-set eyes as his lips brushed the rim of the cup, his throat bobbing as he swallowed. A spark of exhilaration ignited within Su Mian. He had indeed drunk it. Chapter 27. "My lord, have you perished?" Su Mian bit her lip, secretly fixated on the back of the man's head. Why had he not collapsed yet? Logically, with the amount of oleander juice she had added, he should have succumbed by now. 3-2 bang. The sound of Chu Junqi's head striking the desk echoed as he furrowed his brow, his entire form slumping into a heap. At that moment, Su Mian could hardly contain her excitement. She cautiously approached him, crouching before Chu Junqi. She patted his face and whispered, "My lord, have you died? If not, should I strike again?" Seeing no response from him, she seized the inkstone from the desk, preparing to bring it down upon him. However, just as her arm rose, she hesitated, pondering the potential consequences. If this blow roused him, the commotion might alert the guards outside, which would be most undesirable. A wave of conflict surged within her. Ultimately, she reasoned that given how much he had consumed, the physician's arrival would likely be too late to save him. Thus, she cautiously set down the inkstone and tiptoed towards the exit. As she reached the entrance, she deliberately paused, extending her hand to gently close the door. After a brief moment, she slightly raised her chin, cleared her throat, and addressed the tall guard by the door with a solemn expression, stating, "The sovereign has decreed that he is fatigued today and wishes to take a brief respite. During this time, no one is permitted to disturb him. Do you comprehend?" The guard responded in unison, "Yes." Satisfied, Su Mian nodded and swiftly stepped outside. Once her footsteps faded into silence, the man who had appeared to be in a stupor, sprawled across the desk, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, Chu Junqi bore no trace of inebriation. His gaze was sharp and calculating. With his slender fingers, he delicately tapped several points on his chest, and moments later, he slightly turned, expelling the tea from his mouth into a nearby cup. He languidly straightened his posture, raising a hand to massage his neck, which had grown sore from prolonged leaning. His expression quickly transformed back to one of aloofness that kept others at bay. The man parted his thin lips and softly called into the emptiness before him, "Yu Ming, at your service." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a shadowy figure clad in black stealth attire appeared like a specter, kneeling gracefully before him, exuding an air of reverence. Chu Junqi slowly turned his head, his gaze fixated on the direction Su Mian had departed. The the corners of his mouth subtly lifting in a manner that suggested both amusement and intrigue. Go, follow her. Upon exiting the imperial study, Su Mian dashed forward as if propelled by the wind, her hands tightly clutching the pouch of hard-won silver. Making a beeline for the gate of the cold palace. 2 eunuchs. I have gathered the silver. Breathless and in a rush, she stumbled over the raised threshold as she entered the cold palace, tumbling forward. The silver slipped from her grasp, scattering across the ground and glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The 2 eunuchs, one stout and one thin, were instantly captivated by the sight of the silver coins. By heavens, is this real? The thin eunuch bit down on a coin, finding it hard as iron, nearly chipping a tooth. You've done well, little girl. Where did this silver come from? The stout eunuch hurriedly scooped up the gleaming coins, anxious not to miss a single piece. Standing to the side, Su Mian forced a sheepish smile while her eyes furtively darted toward the nearby bushes, dismissively saying, "Oh, esteemed eunuchs, do not mind me. You may count at first. I shall take my leave." Taking advantage of the eunuch's engrossed counting, she swiftly made her way to the edge of the bushes, parting the dense foliage to reveal the familiar dog hole. Crouching down, she took a deep breath and exerted herself to crawl through the opening. However, just as she was halfway through, a sharp cry from the stout eunuch pierced the air. "Hey, it seems like a coin is missing." Su Mian's heart raced. At this moment, she could think of nothing else but to escape, vigorously clawing at the walls of the hole to hasten her exit. Suddenly, she felt a thick hand tightly grasp her right ankle, rendering her immobile. Panic surged within her, and in her desperation, she kicked wildly towards the stout eunuch's face. Ouch! The corpulent eunuch was caught off guard, receiving a solid kick to the face. He hurriedly covered the struck area with his hands. A filthy shoe print clearly imprinted upon him. That wretched girl. How could she possess such strength? The eunuch's embarrassment turned to rage, an overwhelming tide of resentment swelling within him. He glared in the direction where Su Mian had vanished, gritting his teeth as he lunged toward the dog hole, attempting to retrieve her. Yet his ample belly became an insurmountable obstacle, firmly wedged in the entrance and sealing it off completely. Upon turning back, Su Mian beheld this comical scene, momentarily stunned before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Thank you, Your Excellency, for holding the rear. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. Farewell." Struggling to suppress her mirth, she clasped her fists solemnly in a gesture of respect toward the corpulent eunuch, then hurriedly departed with a seemingly graceful yet hurried shuffle. Left in place, the eunuch trembled with rage, his face crimson as he shouted hoarsely, "Skinny brat, have you perished? Hurry and pull me out." At that moment, the slender eunuch knelt trembling on the ground, confronted by a tall man clad entirely in black, his face mostly obscured by a mask, exuding an aura of foreboding. The slender eunuch's voice quivered in fear. "Lord Yumming, what brings you here?" The only response was the sharp sound of a blade unsheathing, its cold glint flashing momentarily in the dim, frigid palace. The slender eunuch barely had time to let out a cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Hearing the sudden commotion, the corpulent eunuch, still stuck at the entrance, turned pale as a ghost, beads of sweat rolling uncontrollably down his forehead, eyes wide with terror. In this palace, who was unaware of the elusive master of the inner court, donned in a silver mask, who acted solely on the command of one. He could kill without question, even bypassing the captain of the guards. Do you know who was just released? As the ominous footsteps approached, the corpulent eunuch's eyes darted frantically, and he began to plead for mercy, his voice laced with fear. "And no, my lord, please understand, that girl's escape has nothing to do with me. I was just about to bring her back." Yet, Yumming seemed unperturbed, merely lifting his gaze toward the relaxed figure of a man in white, casually leaning against the palace wall. With a tone of respect, he asked, "Your Majesty, shall I retrieve Su Mian?" The man, with one leg bent and fingers tapping lightly upon his knee, gazed in the direction Su Mian had departed, a smirk gracing his lips. "Norus, the little girl wishes to play, and I shall indulge her for a while." Chu Junqi's eyes fell upon the silver fragments he toyed with. confident that within 3 days she would obediently return to his side. Once outside the palace, Su Mian felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. She threw her head back and laughed joyfully. Woohoo! I am free. She dashed across a lush, green meadow, reveling in the flowers, the breeze, the grass, and the stunning sunset. At last, she had escaped that scoundrel, Chu Junqi, though at this moment, she couldn't help but wonder whether he was alive or dead. She was not to be trifled with. The territory of Chu was fraught with peril, especially as she donned a striking pink palace garment, cautiously avoiding the gaze of passers-by. Unfamiliar with the layout of the imperial city, she wandered onto the main street, where the irresistible aroma of freshly steamed buns wafted through the air. However, she soon encountered a dilemma. "Miss, would you care to try our freshly made pork buns?" called out a vendor as she lifted the bamboo steamer lid to reveal plump, succulent meat buns. The rich, savory scent tantalized the young girl's appetite. Su Mian turned her gaze to the price sign nearby, which indicated they were merely 3 coins each. She bit her lip, lost in contemplation. At present, she had not a single copper coin to her name. How could she possibly manage? If only she had thought to retrieve the prince's jade pendant from the lotus pond before her departure. "Miss, why not buy one?" urged the vendor, prompting a sudden inspiration to spark in Su Mian's mind. She raised her eyes to the vendor and inquired, "Might you tell me where I can find the famed pawn shop in this city?" The vendor, eager to assist, pointed in a direction. It's at the Yong and Trading House on East Street, a well-established pawn shop frequented by many." Following the vendor's indication, Su Mian soon spotted an impressive building, adorned with exquisite carvings and paintings, with the name Yong and emblazoned prominently on the sign. Grateful, she thanked the vendor sincerely before turning swiftly on her heels, her skirt billowing in the breeze, betraying a sense of urgency. Inside Yong and Trading House, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Mian's pink palace attire, revealing a gleaming gold tooth. Such garb was typically worn by the Grand Palace maids serving noble ladies, and thus, he anticipated she would possess valuable items. He promptly approached her, exclaiming, my dear miss, what might you wish to pawn? Do take a look, can this be pawned?" With an air of mystery, Su Mian presented a copper palace token adorned with golden threads, gazing expectantly at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's expression shifted, his lips twitching as he waved his hands dismissively. "Oh dear, this cannot be pawned. This is a palace token. To pawn it indiscriminately would cost one their head." Hearing this, the glimmer of hope in Su Mian's eyes dimmed instantly, as her anticipation evaporated, leaving her crestfallen. She murmured, "Oh, very well." Yet, a flicker of determination remained within her. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Might you examine what else I have that could be pawned?" The shopkeeper, intrigued by her persistence, narrowed his eyes slightly, stroking his sparse beard while appraising her. His gaze gradually settled on the exquisite jade pendant hanging around her neck. Judging by his years of experience in the pawn industry, he recognized that this pendant was no ordinary trinket. It was undoubtedly a valuable treasure. Chapter 28. Surrounded by danger. "Well, I must say, this piece of jade you possess is rather exquisite," the shopkeeper remarked, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming with a sense of inevitability as he reached for the jade pendant around Su Mian's neck, eager to examine it closely. However, to his surprise, Su Mian reacted swiftly, slightly turning her body to deftly evade his grasp. Instinctively, she clutched the pendant tightly, her brows furrowed, her gaze revealing a hint of reluctance as she hurriedly exclaimed, "This is not for sale. It is a cherished heirloom from my mother, imbued with immense significance. I cannot part with it lightly. Oh, dear girl, I can see by your demeanor that you must be in urgent need of assistance." "Which is why you've come to my pawn shop," the shopkeeper replied, his ostensibly benevolent smile still plastered on his face. He scrutinized Su Mian's dirt-smudged visage and then adopted a shrewd and experienced demeanor, speaking slowly. "In this business of ours, we operate on mutual agreement. We never coerce our clients into any transactions." At this juncture, the shopkeeper's tone shifted, his eyes sparkling with cunning as he continued to persuade her. "However, since you find yourself in a predicament and This jade truly is a remarkable piece, if you are willing to part with it. I assure you we will offer you a fair and sincere price. This would effectively alleviate your immediate troubles. Wouldn't you agree? Su Mian found herself swayed by his words. Indeed, what she needed most at present was liquid cash. A jade pendant, no matter how beautiful, could not sustain her, and it was susceptible to the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Surely, if her mother were watching from beyond, she would forgive her decision. All right, tell me how much it is worth, Su Mian resolved, extending the jade toward him. The shopkeeper gleefully accepted the jade, treating it with the reverence of a precious treasure. Weighing it carefully, he then carelessly tossed 3 banknotes at Su Mian, as if he were dismissing a beggar. Su Mian stared at him in disbelief. Only 300 taels? How could something from the royal palace possibly be worth so little? The shopkeeper, cradling the jade, glanced up at her with a smirk. I calculated the value based on weight. This jade is rather diminutive and has suffered some wear and tear. 300 taels is already quite generous. Fury ignited within Su Mian's gaze. The token from her mother was undoubtedly worth a fortune, and this old man was clearly trying to deceive her. Gritting her teeth, she extended her hands toward the shopkeeper. You simply lack discernment. Return it to me. I shall seek another pawn shop. Oh dear, please reconsider. How about this? I will add an additional 200 taels. This offer is already quite substantial. The shopkeeper hastily tucked the jade away in a drawer, shoving 2 more banknotes into her hands while blocking her path. Moreover, the jade will remain here. You can redeem it when you have the funds. Watching as the jade vanished from sight, Su Mian pouted, as if wrestling with an internal conflict. Would the price remain the same upon her redemption? The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, assuring her, of course. Our pawnshop prides itself on integrity. At this moment, several onlookers had gathered around them. Su Mian pondered for a moment. Lingering too long here might attract unwanted trouble. Thus, she resolved that she must hastily depart from this place. She could always reclaim the jade pendant in the future. As Su Mian departed, the shopkeeper promptly retrieved a translucent fox jade pendant, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Ah, this jade is entirely luminous, a true treasure among treasures. Who would have thought that I would stumble upon such a windfall in my final transaction? A nearby assistant leaned in, observing the fox design, and remarked, however, this craftsmanship does not appear to belong to the artisans of the Chu kingdom. It bears more resemblance to the style of Xinyuan. The shopkeeper, growing ever more pleased, resolved to auction the jade at the gem house, indifferent to its ancestral lineage. For a substantial profit awaited. Upon exiting Yong'an Hall, Su Mian hastened to a tailor's shop, swiftly changing her ostentatious palace attire for a simple, unremarkable dress. She adorned her face with a small beauty mark, blending seamlessly into the crowd, rendering her virtually unnoticeable. At Chui Lu Pavilion, Chu Junqi tilted his head slightly, his profound gaze drifting toward the window. Leaning languidly against the sill, his long fingers delicately cradled an exquisite wine glass. The fiery liquor cascaded down his throat, spreading a warm, piquant sensation within his chest, while a faint haze of intoxication began to cloud his eyes. Parting his thin lips, he allowed a hint of derision to curl at the corners of his mouth, scoffing, she is now destitute. What could she possibly possess of value? Yiming stood tall before him, exuding utmost respect. Upon hearing the inquiry, he promptly replied, Your Highness, reports from our spies indicate that Su Mian has pawned a piece of mutton-fat jade, resembling a fox. At this revelation, an enigmatic glimmer flickered in Chu Junqi's deep-set eyes, akin to an unfathomable icy pool, concealing his true thoughts. He had underestimated her. Despite her prolonged stay in the Chonghua Palace, she had managed to conceal such an item. Narrowing his eyes, he remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly, his tone betraying a hint of concern as he inquired, Where's the jade now? Your Highness, the pendant is currently preparing for auction, Yiming answered truthfully. Chu Junqi's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he commanded, Purchase it. Understood. Yiming nodded in comprehension, then vanished from the shadowy chamber like a wraith, as if he had never existed. Just as Yiming departed, a graceful woman clad in resplendent red approached with a light, flowing gait. Her attire, reminiscent of flames, accentuated her snow-white complexion, and the swell of her bosom seemed almost to press against the man beside her. "Master, it has been quite a while since you last visited Linyang," she purred. However, Chu Junqi appeared oblivious to her sultry demeanor, withdrawing his hand with an impassive expression. His voice, laced with undeniable authority, inquired, "I tasked you with gathering intelligence on the remnants of the great Yin. What have you discovered?" Linyang, undeterred by his aloofness, maintained her enchanting smile. She inclined her body slightly in a courteous gesture before standing elegantly beside him, softly responding, "As you predicted, ever since you brought back the great Yin princess, they have begun to stir toward the borders of the Chu kingdom. Indeed, they are quite restless," Chu Junqi scoffed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Since they dare to come, they shall find no easy escape." He beckoned to the woman, and Linyang's face flushed slightly as she leaned in to listen intently. The man's thin lips moved, and a few whispered words fell into her ear. As night descended upon Chang'an, the streets were still aglow with lights. Su Mian, clutching a bag of freshly bought candied chestnuts and snowflake pastries, made her way towards the post station. Her cheeks were puffed out, filled to the brim. After enduring the capricious whims of palace life as a menial servant, where hunger and feasting came in unpredictable waves, she found herself unable to resist the urge to indulge. It felt as though a vast chasm resided in her belly, insatiable and demanding to be filled. If she could just reach Xianyuan and find her blood relative, she would finally escape this relentless nightmare of turmoil. However, everything seemed too smooth, almost suspiciously so. Several hours had passed since her departure from the palace. Yet no news of Emperor Chu Junqi's demise had emerged, nor had any notices been issued for her capture. How strange! Why was that? She could hardly believe that Emperor Chu Junqi would show her mercy. Could it be that he had not perished after all? The thought, once it took root, became an incessant echo in her mind, causing her heart to race with unease. At that moment, her hurried steps came to an abrupt halt, as if the heavens themselves sensed her anxious state. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and soon, a gentle drizzle began to fall. It started to rain. "Quick, get home!" someone shouted, and in an instant, the once tranquil street erupted into chaos. Torrential raindrops pelted down like a deluge, creating a cacophony as they struck the ground. The pedestrians on the street panicked, crying out as they scattered in all directions, desperately seeking shelter from the rain. As Su Mian hurried along, lost in the turmoil, a rushing passerby collided with her. Bang! With a dull thud, Su Mian was caught off guard and fell to the ground, her chestnuts scattering everywhere. I'm so sorry. Excuse me, miss, I truly apologize." The man frantically repeated his apologies, halting his frantic pace. His face was etched with guilt as he hurriedly bent down, extending his hands to help gather the scattered chestnuts, beads of sweat forming on his brow from the tension of the moment. Once he had picked up all the chestnuts he could find, he straightened up and cautiously offered them back to Su Mian. His gaze then fell upon her face, and in that instant, he was rendered speechless, as if struck by a spell of stillness. Raindrops cascaded down, tracing paths along Su Mian's cheeks. Under the gentle wash of the rain, the freckles that had once adorned her face seemed to be veiled by an ethereal mist, revealing a delicate and enchanting visage. The man, captivated, instinctively spoke, "Miss, your face." Su Mian, acutely aware of his lingering gaze, felt a jolt of alarm. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her face, her tone laced with urgency and fluster. "It's fine, I can manage on my own." Upon uttering these words, she hastily bent down and rushed toward the chestnuts that had rolled further away, eager to collect them and leave this place of turmoil. However, in that fleeting moment of lowering her gaze, her peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse of a shallow puddle on the ground, reflecting a menacing image. There, suspended above her head, was a glinting, razor-sharp blade, reminiscent of the scythe of death, radiating an aura of inexorable malice. Panic surged within Su Mian. Her eyes widened in horror, filled with dread. She had no time for contemplation. Instinctively, she exerted all her strength to sidestep. Someone's being murdered." The man standing nearby was frozen in shock, then released a piercing scream of terror. The assailant, clad in black, seeing his strike fail, was filled with even greater ferocity, swinging his sword with lethal intent. In an instant, the man was decapitated, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. The acrid scent of blood swiftly permeating the air, inducing nausea. At this point, Su Mian was already fraught with fear. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. Yet, the primal instinct for survival propelled her to flee. But before she could take more than a few steps, she was surrounded by 4 or 5 figures clad in black. Each of these assailants wielded a sharp weapon, their gazes cold and merciless, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent, clearly seasoned killers trained to strike without hesitation. It was evident that they had come for her. Su Mian trembled slightly, struggling to steady her quaking limbs, her voice a mixture of anger and fear as she demanded, "Who sent you? Why do you wish to kill me? I have no enmity with you." Yet, the only response was the frigid, murderous stares of her captors. Chapter 29. Minor injury. Severe insult. The leader of the black-clad figures slowly unfurled a tightly held scroll, then with a swift motion, let it cascade before Su Mian. The image of a woman vividly depicted on the scroll was unmistakably her likeness. An icy smirk graced his lips as he spoke in a chilling tone. "You have offended the wrong person. This is the law of the underworld. We have accepted payment from others to eliminate threats, and who the client is not our concern." Hearing these words, Su Mian felt a surge of anger and resentment. She gritted her teeth, realizing that it must be Chu Junqi's doing. Having failed to poison him, she now found herself the target of an assassination. What a twist of fate. "Prepare to meet your end," the black-clad man scoffed, gripping his sword tightly, advancing step by step towards Su Mian, exuding a palpable intent to kill, as if she were merely a fish on a chopping board, ready for slaughter. In her moment of desperation, devoid of any weaponry, Su Mian instinctively seized a handful of chestnuts from the ground, disregarding all else, and without hesitation, hurled them at the approaching assailant. "Begone!" The chestnuts rained down upon him like a barrage of projectiles, striking his face and body with a cacophony of sound. The surrounding air fell into a profound silence, as the leader of the black-clad figures felt his intellect grievously insulted by Su Mian's audacity. In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes, and a palpable aura of murderous intent shot forth, fiercely glaring at Su Mian as if he intended to devour her whole. Noticing her attempt to flee, he reacted with remarkable swiftness, reaching out a hand that gripped her hair with the ferocity of an iron claw, yanking her backward. A piercing pain radiated from her scalp, swiftly enveloping her entire being. "Ah, let go of me!" Su Mian emitted a heart-wrenching scream, the excruciating agony causing her vision to blur, nearly rendering her unconscious. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes as she fought desperately against the demonic binding that ensnared her. The figure clad in black twisted his lips into a sinister grin, his voice dripping with malice as he remarked, "I had initially thought to grant you a swift end, but given your blatant disregard for the situation, it would be far more entertaining to let my companions have their fun before your demise." The other figures in black, upon hearing this, cast mocking glances in her direction, their eyes roving over her with malevolent intent, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves contemplating the torment of their prey. "No, I refuse. Get away." Su Mian's voice trembled with a sob, despair and terror engulfing her completely. She strained with all her might to break free, yet ultimately succumbed to the brute strength of the assailants, who forcefully pinned her to the ground. With faces twisted in cruelty, the men reached out, preparing to tear at her clothing, their eyes gleaming with wicked desire. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a flash of cold steel cut through the air. A long sword suddenly pierced the body of the leading assailant from behind, its sharp tip emerging from his chest, blood gushing forth in torrents. Drops splattered onto Su Mian's face, the warm, iron scent of blood instantly filling the air. Thud! The foremost figure didn't have time to utter a cry of anguish before his eyes widened in shock, his body crumpling to the ground, lifeless. The remaining assailants were momentarily stunned, but soon regained their composure, hastily releasing Su Mian and distancing themselves from her. Warily, they turned towards the unexpected intruder, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons, assuming defensive stances. Su Mian, jolted back to reality, gasped for breath, remnants of terror glistening in her eyes. Lifting her gaze, she beheld a man standing before her. Clad in a dark robe, his silver mask shimmered in the cold moonlight, obscuring his features and rendering him enigmatic. "Who are you? I advise you to mind your own business." One of the black-clad men summoned his courage to shout, though his voice betrayed his anxiety and apprehension. Anyone capable of dispatching their leader in a single blow must certainly be ranked among the top 10 on the assassin's list. "Her life is not yours to take," the enigmatic figure replied coldly, seemingly unfazed by their presence as he withdrew his sword from the fallen body and kicked it aside. "Stop wasting time with him. Attack together," another black-clad man bellowed upon witnessing the exchange. With that command, the remaining assailants immediately brandished their weapons, lunging toward the mysterious figure. And a fierce clash ensued as blades clashed and danced in a chaotic melee. Su Mian sat on the ground, lost in a daze, utterly bewildered by the masked figure before her. Yet, she thought, it mattered not. Escaping with her life was paramount. Seizing the moment while several individuals were embroiled in conflict, she hunched down and stealthily darted toward the nearby alley, fleeing with abandon. In the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the shadowy figure, Yu Ming, and a flicker of irritation crossed his lips. The cloaked men, noticing her escape, felt a surge of urgency, but were helplessly ensnared by Yu Ming, unable to break free to pursue her. Su Mian ran wildly, deeper into the alley, yet an unsettling sensation crept over her, as though she were being followed. Could there be another assassin in pursuit? The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her, prompting her to dash aimlessly through the narrow passageways. As she rounded a corner, a hand suddenly seized her arm. With a gasp, her back was forcefully pressed against the wall, and just as she opened her mouth to scream, a figure swiftly covered her mouth. In a state of panic, she lifted her gaze to meet a pair of amber eyes. "Su Montakli, what was he doing here?" He raised a hand, signaling her to remain silent. Outside, the faint sound of footsteps echoed, and Su Mian held her breath, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Peering through a narrow gap, she glimpsed a dark figure, masked, unmistakably the man who had rescued her moments ago. Once he had departed, Su Mian looked at Chu Li in confusion. "Your Highness, do you know who's been trailing you?" The man's gaze bore into her, intense and unwavering. Yet she could only shake her head in bewilderment. Chu Li gently cupped her delicate face, speaking earnestly. "His name is Yu Ming, one of the most enigmatic shadow guards under Chu Junqi. His martial prowess is formidable, and he answers solely to Chu Junqi." Upon hearing this, Su Mian's complexion turned ashen, and her heart churned with a tempest of dread. Could it be that from the moment she had stepped beyond the palace gates, this specter had followed her like a wraith? Every move she made was under scrutiny. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. But if Yu Ming was indeed in service to Chu Junqi, why had he come to her aid? Countless questions swirled in her mind, entwining her thoughts and deepening her sense of confusion. A wave of unease washed over her, as if she were but a pawn in Chu Junqi's grand scheme. It became evident that he had no intention of letting her go. Su Mian bit her lip, her eyes reddening like a frightened rabbit, shrinking into the corner. Chu Li gently stroked her head, soothingly assuring her, "Do not be afraid. I am here. They will not find you easily." With a wary gaze, she scrutinized Chu Li, reluctant to trust anyone at this moment. "What is your purpose in telling me this, Your Highness? Do you harbor ulterior motives, seeking to gain something from me?" Chu Li maintained his gentle demeanor, offering reassurance. "I simply wish to prevent you from falling into the hands of my elder brother. He possesses numerous spies. Escaping the imperial city will not be an easy feat should he grow weary of the chase. He can command Yu Ming to retrieve you at any moment, subjecting you to unspeakable torment. Why endure such suffering?" Seeing Su Mian's expression soften slightly, he continued, "Perhaps you find it difficult to trust anyone at this moment, yet I can still assure you that outside the palace, only I may stand a chance against Chu Junqi. Su Mian's mind was clouded, gazing at the face resembling that of Chu Junqi, uncertain of the veracity behind his words. However, there was no other way to evade Chu Junqi's pursuit. Her gaze dimmed, and her body gradually relaxed. Noticing her lack of resistance to his approach, Chu Moli reached through the crook of her legs and lifted her effortlessly. Su Mian clutched his garment tightly, her moist almond-shaped eyes fixed upon him as she spoke weakly. "If you intend to harm me, I shall never forgive you in this lifetime." Chu Moli remained unfazed, his peripheral vision catching the redness at the corners of her eyes. After a long pause, he vowed, "I will not." In Shui Lu Pavilion, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating, with several individuals trembling as they gazed upon the man seated high above. The man's expression was as dark as water, exuding a chilling aura. Had we lost track of them? Upon hearing this, Yu Ming knelt abruptly, trembling as he declared, "I am incompetent and willingly accept the punishment." Chu Junqi's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade, his long fingers idly twisting 2 prayer beads. Su Mian had never associated with those from the previous dynasty, who had leaked news of her departure from the palace. Yu Ming continued, lowering his head, "Those assassins were all well-trained death warriors. Upon realizing the situation was dire, they took matters into their own hands. The situation had indeed grown increasingly intriguing. To think they could escape right under his nose." Chu Junqi's expression darkened, his eyes radiating a ghostly light. "Is there any movement from Princely?" Today, His Highness summoned the troop from the Xiao Taoyong family in the capital to perform. The sounds of drums and gongs suggest they will sing until midnight. The man scoffed disdainfully. "Ah, they know how to put on a show." Yu Ming tentatively ventured, "Does your Majesty intend to visit the Prince Li's residence?" Chu Junqi's demeanor turned icy, a smirk gracing his lips. "No, to the prison of Zhao." Chapter 30. Thank her for granting me a cup of poisoned wine beneath Zhao prison. The wails of vengeful spirits echoed. The damp air felt like an impenetrable net, weighing heavily upon every corner, filled with a nauseating, putrid odor that seemed to penetrate one's nostrils like a tangible entity. The chill here was bone-deep, as if it could freeze one's blood, evoking an inexplicable sense of stickiness. Yet, Chu Junqi appeared indifferent to it all, walking with the steadiness of a leisurely stroll in his own garden, his tall figure entering the dark realm without a hint of trepidation. His gaze was unwavering, imbued with an unfathomable depth, piercing through the ominous door that exuded the scent of death, heading toward the innermost cell. Inside the cell, the sound of the whip abruptly ceased. The once echoing cracks vanished, leaving an even deeper silence in their wake. Upon seeing Chu Junqi, the guards instantly fell to their knees, trembling like chaff in the wind, daring not to breathe, their heads buried deeply in the ground. "Continue, do not stop." Chu Junqi leisurely seated himself in the grand chair, raising his hand slightly to lift a blue and white porcelain cup resting on the table beside him, his movements graceful and composed. After a delicate sip of tea, a hint of intrigue accentuated his pallid visage, his gaze seemingly concealing a torrent of emotions beneath the surface. "Chu Junqi!" A furious roar shattered the brief silence. The man bound to the cross resembled a frenzied beast, his disheveled hair obscuring much of his face, rendering his original appearance unrecognizable. Bloodied stains clung to his tattered garments like vicious serpents, with certain wounds incessantly seeping red, pooling on the ground into a small, dark crimson puddle. Although he had been hanging by a thread, upon seeing Chu Junqi, all his pent-up rage and hatred erupted forth, his eyes blazing as if ready to unleash fire. With a crack, a sharp whip sliced through the air, landing heavily upon his face. Su Cheng's head was violently turned aside, a gruesome gash tearing through his cheek, blood splattering against the surrounding walls, resembling a macabre canvas. The cold light emanating from Chu Junqi's elongated eyes was akin to the most piercing winter wind, and he regarded Su Cheng with an expressionless demeanor, as if observing an insignificant insect. His slender fingers languidly brushed against the frothy rim of his cup, a deliberate motion imbued with an unsettling sense of dominance. "Your Highness truly possesses a stubborn tongue, much like in your time in Yin, arrogant and tyrannical." believing the world must revolve around you. He spoke in a deep voice laced with endless mockery. Su Cheng's eyes blazed with fury, his glare fixed upon Chu Junqi. The hatred within him surging like tumultuous waves, as if he longed to carve a bloody hole into Chu Junqi's very being. I only regret not having drowned you in Tay Pool back then, allowing this wretched scoundrel to linger until now. His heart was filled with remorse. Had he acted sooner, he could have dealt with Chu Junqi at Tay Pool, sparing Yin from ruin and saving Xiaowu. Upon hearing these words, a cold smile curled at the corners of Chu Junqi's lips, yet it did not reach his eyes, intensifying the malevolence etched upon his brow. Gradually he rose, each movement exuding an inherent authority as he approached Su Cheng, each step echoing like a march upon Su Cheng's very heart. Unlike the prince, I am not magnanimous. I shall spare your wretched life only to humiliate you, repaying you for the past. Su Cheng initially checked Lodi. The laughter resonating eerily within the dark confines of the cell. He gasped for breath, each inhalation laced with the sting of his injuries. How insidious and despicable. It is indeed a tragedy for the state of Chu to have you as their ruler. If you wish to kill or maim, why not grant me a swift end? His eyes brimmed with disdain, refusing to bow before Chu Junqi even in this dire predicament. Impudent! How dare you show such disrespect to his majesty? A nearby guard bellowed, his voice reverberating through the cell, causing it to tremble slightly. An accompanying jailer, enraged, was about to intervene, but was halted by a raised hand from Chu Junqi. A flicker of amusement danced in his gaze. If the prince cannot endure this, he may choose another. Is it your aged father, or your frail younger brother, or perhaps Su Mian? Upon hearing those two words, Su Cheng instinctively raised his gaze, his wrist tightening as he yanked the chains on the wooden frame, causing them to clank ominously. His eyes burned with a crimson hue, lips stained with blood. What have you done to Xiaowu? A mere servant could hardly expect a favorable outcome. Noticing the man's smile devoid of warmth, a wave of regret surged within Su Cheng. He could not suppress his fury, roaring at the man before him, his voice hoarse. Chu Junqi, it was I who offended you. Do not implicate the innocent. Moreover, Xiaowu saved you. She devoted herself to you, waiting for you for many years. How can you treat her this way? Chu Junqi scoffed coldly, patting Su Cheng's shoulder and whispering in his ear, your words compel me to express my gratitude. Thank her for bestowing upon me a cup of poison, burying me beneath the corpses of thousands. Panic engulfed Su Cheng. His lips cracked as he attempted to explain, no, it's not like that. Chu Junqi's face betrayed a hint of impatience as he interrupted, enough. I have no desire to hear you recount these bygone matters. He gestured to the jailer beside him to release Su Cheng. As Su Cheng was escorted away, panic set in, and he cried out, where are you taking me? Chu Junqi, with a face twisted in distaste, produced a white silk cloth to wipe away the blood staining his hands, tossing it carelessly to an attendant. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, he commanded, spread the news. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, at the Li Wang mansion, the air was filled with the sounds of song and dance, an unending melody. A young girl shed her damp, clingy garments, her fair feet dipping into the bathwater, sending ripples cascading across the surface. Rose petals floated within, shrouded in mist, as the steam caressed her cheeks with a rosy hue. Her misty eyes half opened, long lashes fluttering gently, eyelids lowered, resembling a lotus bud poised to bloom. Su Mian immersed most of her body in the water, allowing her attendants to knead and cleanse her alabaster skin. What should have been an all-too-familiar bathing ritual now felt strangely foreign. She could scarcely recall how many nights had passed since the fall of her nation. The handmaidens attended to her dressing and grooming with gentle, practiced motions, as if handling a rare treasure. Gazing into the copper mirror at her delicate, pale visage framed by a cascade of dark hair styled into an exquisite updo, adorned with jeweled hairpins and draped in ethereal fabrics, the young girl had become stunningly beautiful. She sat there, exuding an innate grace and elegance that drew the eyes of all who beheld her. One nearby handmaiden, struck by her beauty, could not help but exclaim, my lady is truly enchanting. Even the renowned Miss You of the capital pales in comparison. As Su Mian looked at her reflection, she felt as though she were gazing at a stranger. It seemed she had not changed at all, yet somehow had transformed. After her grooming, Su Mian followed the handmaiden's guidance, traversing the corridor and entering the main hall. She had met His Highness the Li Wang before. As Chu Moli turned, his eyes fell upon a countenance of exquisite beauty, and he found himself momentarily entranced. It was as if he had traversed the corridors of time and encountered the secluded Princess Xiao of the Dian dynasty. Had he been the one to venture to Dian, perhaps it would have been he, not Chu Junqi, who ascended to the throne. Su Mian stood beneath the corridor, gazing at the makeshift stage in the courtyard. The sound of gongs and drums resonated, while a woman's melodious voice lingered in the air. The seats below remained vacant, with no audience to witness the performance. She furrowed her brow slightly. "Your Highness, is it still your wish to watch the play at this late hour?" The renowned theatrical troupe from the capital was performing a piece today that might be worth your attention. Zu Montag li chuckled lightly, taking her by the hand and leading her into the courtyard. The two chairs placed within the yard stood silently, as if destined for their presence. Filled with curiosity, Su Mian could not fathom Chu Mo Li's true intentions, yet she hesitated not and took her seat beside him. Once seated, her gaze naturally fell upon the antique stage, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. The atmosphere was thick with the remnants of past conflicts, the echoes of imperial tragedy haunting the air. The mournful strains of the opera drifted in, steeped in profound sorrow. As Su Mian listened to the poignant lines, she felt as if she had been ensnared by an enchantment, staring blankly at the graceful figure of the performer, her heart swelling with an unexpected warmth. This piece, titled The Song of Glorious Light, narrated the tale of a fallen princess, her kingdom shattered, her life extinguished. In her youth, at a palace banquet, someone had once performed this very play before her, only to be met with her mother's wrath upon discovery as she reprimanded the troupe's leader. "What nonsense script are you performing? Who do you wish to curse?" Unaware of the underlying meaning, she had watched with wide-eyed innocence, her mother embracing her with comfort, saying, "Xiao dear, do not heed their foolish songs. You are the rightful princess of Dian. None would dare to harm you." Recalling this moment brought a sharp pain to her heart. Initially oblivious to the song's intent, she now felt as if she had become one with it. Before her eyes, the performer seemed to transform, slowly shifting from a mere actress into her own likeness. The woman's demeanor, voice, and gestures began to resonate with a sense of familiarity. Unbeknownst to her, the elegantly dressed performer glided from the stage to the ground, as though stepping from illusion into reality. Su Mian remained seated on the sandalwood chair, her gaze vacant, as if her spirit had departed her body. The woman in the crimson gown danced gracefully around her, delicately placing her slender fingers on Su Mian's shoulder, then gently brushing her cheek, the sensation akin to feathers gliding, igniting a sudden tremor in Su Mian's heart. Softly, the performer began to sing in her ear, her voice ethereal and captivating. "Your Highness, do you harbor resentment? Do you feel hatred?" This haunting melody seemed to penetrate deeply into Su Mian's soul, unearthing the buried pain within her. She sat there, frozen, as memories surged forth like a tidal wave, intertwining blissful and agonizing recollections. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, the mist thickening like the fog rising over a tranquil lake at dawn, obscuring her vision. A single, crystalline tear escaped, cascading down onto the woman's hand, its warmth akin to a smoldering ember, intense, searing. Hong Yu gazed at the scene before her, suddenly feeling her heart shatter into countless fragments. A profound sense of guilt engulfed her like a surging tide. Unable to contain herself any longer, she fell to her knees with a thud, trembling violently from her tears. The servant was late in coming to offer aid. "I beseech the princess for forgiveness." Chapter 31. My father and brothers are not dead. Su Mian stood motionless, as if her soul had been extracted, her gaze vacant and devoid of spirit, as if everything around her was utterly irrelevant. The familiar voice sliced through her chaotic thoughts like a bolt of lightning. As time trickled by, a flicker of light gradually returned to her once lifeless eyes. "Hong Yu? Is that truly you?" Each word was uttered with great difficulty, as if she had expended every ounce of her strength. At this moment, Hong Yu was already in tears, collapsing to her knees before Su Mian, clutching her legs tightly and weeping uncontrollably. "Princess, it is I, the servant. Do you not remember? You instructed Hong Yu to deliver news to His Highness the Crown Prince." A glimmer of clarity returned to Su Mian's eyes. Indeed, when the city fell, she had feared that no one would be able to assist her father and brothers. Hong Yu, appointed by her father as her personal guard, possessed formidable inner strength, and she believed she could help them escape from the clutches of Chu Junqi. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Chu Junqi harbored a deep-seated hatred for them and would not easily relent. Su Mian was no longer concerned with the convoluted details. There was only one matter that weighed heavily on her heart. Where are my father and the others buried now? Hong Yu took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, and recounted the events. On that day, when I arrived, chaos reigned. The emperor and His Highness the Crown Prince had already been captured by the Chu bandits. The scene was unbearable to witness. Since then, their whereabouts have remained unknown, and I have been searching tirelessly. I followed the Chu troops, moving cautiously, afraid to blink lest I missed any clues. However, the Chu bandits were incredibly cunning, dividing their forces into 3 routes with the prison carts. In my panic, I followed the wrong convoy and nearly fell into the enemy's hands, but fortunately, I encountered, before she could finish, a deep, resonant voice echoed like a mighty bell. "Fortunately. You are fortunate indeed, having met this old man, who rescued you from the jaws of the tiger." Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, and there emerged a middle-aged man clad in a purple long robe, striding slowly from behind the stage. His features were resolute, with sharp brows and bright eyes, and his neatly tied black hair emanated an air of authority. Su Mian was taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. Uncle Xiao, Uncle Xiao, known far and wide as the esteemed general of the northern frontier, had served at the border for many years. He shared the same maternal lineage as her mother, and she had not expected to see him in the land of Chu. In a foreign land, reuniting with a long-lost elder, Su Mian felt a surge of emotion, her nose tingling with the onset of tears. Uncle Xiao, Xiao Yuanshan, recalling her once pampered childhood, lifted her into his arms as if she were still a child, gazing down at his beloved niece with a heavy heart. Had it not been for this calamity, she would have yet to grow up. With furrowed brows, he tenderly stroked the little girl's head and said, "Mianer, you have suffered greatly." With tears brimming in her eyes, Su Mian looked up and asked Uncle Xiao, "When did you arrive in Chu?" "Ah, that is a long story." With a change of atmosphere, the group stepped into the main hall. Su Mian propped her chin up and cast her gaze around the individuals surrounding the table. "Are you suggesting that my father and brother are still alive, and that they are imprisoned by Chu Junqi?" Chu Moli silently nodded, analyzing the situation with composure. By convention, the head of an enemy nation, once severed, should be displayed prominently above the noon gate to bolster the morale of the troops. Yet, despite Chu Junqi's prolonged absence, there's been no action or even the slightest news about your father and brother. It is highly probable. He continued speaking, but when he lifted his gaze, he found all 3 in the room staring intently at him. Xiao Yuanshan silently sharpened his knife, squinting as he scrutinized him. "You insolent brat, do you even know how to speak?" Among the 4 present, he was the outsider. Chu Moli instantly fell silent, meekly adding, "I was merely drawing an analogy. Currently, my elder brother harbors no fondness for me, and his actions are entirely irrelevant to my own. Lord Xiao, please do not misinterpret the situation." He waved his fan to obscure his face, attempting to diminish his own presence. Hong Yu furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with frustration and indignation. She continued, "I have followed the convoy and occasionally caught wind of some rumors. The soldiers of Chu are exceptionally tight-lipped, guarding their secrets so fiercely that they leave no room for inquiry. My heart was anxious at the time, but I could not discern which convoy was genuinely transporting the emperor and the crown prince. Truly, the Chu bandits are cunning and deceitful, employing such treacherous tactics." Xiao Yuanshan's face bore the weight of years, and he sighed heavily, a sound steeped in helplessness and self-reproach. "I am far away in the northern frontier. By the time I received word, it was already too late. Chu Junqi's encirclement progressed with alarming speed, sealing off the border stronghold in less than 2 days. I rode day and night with my men to return, but by the time I arrived, there was no one left. Only an eerie silence remained, as if it were a ghost town. As he spoke, sorrow filled his eyes, and his fists clenched unconsciously. Su Mian found herself ensnared in a dilemma. What was Chu Junqi truly after? Having wronged him, her father and brother would undoubtedly face his vengeful wrath. Yet why would he conceal the truth of their survival from her? At that moment, a servant hastily entered, reporting, "My lord, the emperor has commanded that tomorrow at noon, the Su father and son shall be publicly executed before the Xuanwu gate." What? Su Mian sprang to her feet, her vision darkening as a wave of dull pain surged within her. Just as she had begun to entertain a glimmer of hope, Chu Junqi extinguished it. This scoundrel truly intends to make her suffer. The room fell into a profound silence, the air so still that one could hear a pin drop. At this moment, Su Mian felt a tumult of confusion swirling in her mind, as if she were adrift in a tempestuous sea. Instinctively, she clenched her hands tightly, her slender fingers turning pale from the pressure, and her lips were bitten to a shade devoid of color. "No, I must save my father and brother." Her voice quivered with tears, yet it resonated with unwavering resolve. She stood up forcefully, but before she could take any action, Hong Yu swiftly seized her sword, her gaze resolute as she declared, "Princess, I shall accompany you." However, Chu Moli swiftly stepped forward, embracing Su Mian around the waist. "Su Mian, please remain calm." Su Mian raised her gaze to him, and what met her eyes was a face reminiscent of Chu Junqi. Yet, at this moment, her eyes sparkled with fury, and the sorrow within her surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, tears streaming down her cheeks. "How am I to remain calm?" she cried out hoarsely. "My brother's fates have been uncertain for so many days, each moment a torment for me. Now, after finally receiving the only piece of news, it is of their impending execution. If it were you, could you sit idly by?" Her gaze was filled with anguish and resentment, each word seeming to be forced out through clenched teeth. Chu Moli observed her distress and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. He tightened his grip, forcibly pressing her back into her seat. "Listen to me, my dear. I am well aware of my royal brother's character. This scheme is but a ploy to draw you out." He leaned closer, holding her delicate face. "The truth of the matter remains unclear. Should you rashly proceed, you risk falling into his trap." Su Mian's fair visage was already drenched in tears, leaving wet streaks across her cheeks. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow and despair, her lips trembling as she spoke with a mournful tone. "Am I to abandon my brothers? How can I bear to watch them fall into despair? Chu Junqi has lured me here. He may do as he pleases, but I cannot forsake my siblings. I must rescue them, even at the cost of my own life." Xiao Yuanshan furrowed his brows, stroking his beard, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. I have a plan." Chapter 32. The adorable one's rescue at the execution ground under the Xuanwu Gate. The scorching sun poured down relentlessly, the hour nearing noon. Outside the palace gates, a throng of onlookers had gathered, resembling a boiling pot of water, their voices buzzing like a swarm of bees. The supervising officials, clad in solemn official attire, wore expressions as grave as stone statues in the winter chill. Their faces were tense, brows furrowed, eyes cold and severe, standing in a line. Amidst the bustling crowd, there was a delicate young man in white, his lithe figure betraying a hint of nervousness. Su Mian was currently mingling among the masses. Her keen eyes were fixated on the execution platform, wide open, as if she sought to imprint every detail into her memory. Beads of sweat trickled from her forehead, sliding down her cheeks, yet she was oblivious, merely pressing her lips together, their color paling from exertion. She instinctively wiped the sweat from her brow, her hand trembling slightly, fingertips damp. Disguised as a man, Su Mian appeared small and somewhat fragile amidst the throng. The crowd jostled around her, and she struggled to maintain her footing, swaying with the flow of bodies. Yet she steadfastly kept her eyes on the platform. I wonder if Uncle Zhao's plan will work. Disguising as a man, though she is shorter, may indeed help her blend in, Su Mian thought silently, her brows knitted in mild concern. Just then, a cacophony erupted nearby, like a roaring wave crashing upon the shore. "Here they come!" Someone shouted excitedly, their voice brimming with anticipation. It is indeed the Emperor and Crown Prince Su Cheng of the Great Yin, who once humiliated our sovereign, and now, to see them publicly executed is truly satisfying. A burly man, his face a canvas of rage, brandished his fists, his eyes sparkling with vengeful delight. Why are they still shrouded in black cloth? A woman on tiptoe craned her neck with curiosity. "Execute them!" Someone in the crowd shouted, and instantly, a chorus of agreement erupted, resonating like thunder, painfully ringing in the ears. As the uproar surged around her like a tumultuous tide, Su Mian felt as though her heart was mercilessly sliced by 1,000 sharp blades, each cut piercing deep in her soul. Enraged, she clenched her jaw, casting a fierce glare at the man whose voice was the loudest among the jeers. The burly figure, oblivious, was digging in his nose, but when he caught her gaze, he bellowed, "What are you staring at?" The sheer volume of his voice, accompanied by flying saliva, was deafening. "In nothing," Su Mian stammered, momentarily startled, her bravado dissipating. She pouted in quiet indignation and took a step back. Gradually, she lifted her eyes toward the platform ahead. There, she beheld 4 figures clad in tattered, blood-stained prison garb, being herded by a band of fearsome soldiers. Each of the 4 had a coarse black sack over their heads, obscuring their faces entirely. However, judging by the heavy and sluggish gait of one, it was almost certain that it was her father. Beside him, she presumed, stood her elder brother, the Crown Prince, along with her 3rd and 4th brothers. The thought brought a swell of tears to her eyes, threatening to spill over. Anxious and restless, her gaze fixated on the execution platform, her feet instinctively moved forward, yearning to draw closer for a clearer view. The crowd surged like a frenzied wave, pushing and shoving without regard for others. Caught in the relentless tide, Su Mian was jostled about, feeling as though she were a solitary leaf being swept further away. She struggled in the narrow gaps of the crowd, her slender fingers desperately reaching forward until, with great effort, she managed to grasp the edge of the execution platform. She clutched it tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain, finally stabilizing herself. As she trembled, she raised her eyes, only to meet the sight of the kneeling prisoners. The distance felt insurmountable, a chasm that could not be crossed. Her eyes turned red, and her lips quivered as she softly called out, "Father." Her hand, driven by instinct, reached forward, fingertips straining toward the hem of the prisoner's garment. Yet it remained just out of reach, as if separated by mountains and rivers. With a voice laced with sorrow, she whispered, "It's me. It's me, Honor." She spoke softly, fearful of drawing attention, her eyes reflecting a heart-wrenching blend of fear and grief. "Step back. What are you doing?" A thunderous voice roared in Su Mian's ear. At that moment, a guard approached, brandishing the scabbard of his sword, forcefully pushing Su Mian and the first-class individuals around her backward. The gust generated by the scabbard stung Su Mian's cheek, causing her to stumble as the crowd swept her away. Filled with a sense of unwillingness, yet utterly helpless, she bit her lip and reluctantly withdrew her hand, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions that surged within her like roaring waves. Her gaze fell upon the city wall not far away, where a woman clad in black stood with poise. This was Hongyu. Holding a bow and arrow, she acknowledged Su Mian's glance with a slight nod, standing firm against the wind. At that moment, a eunuch dressed in resplendent brocade stepped forward with small, measured strides, holding the imperial edict with a solemn expression on the execution platform. Upon seeing this, the crowd collectively knelt, bowing their heads in fear of any sign of negligence. The eunuch's demeanor was as grave as the most revered statue in a temple, and with both hands holding the decree, he cleared his throat and, in a sharp and high-pitched voice, proclaimed, "At the 3rd quarter of noon, the time has come. By the decree of the king, the Su family has committed numerous heinous acts and shall be executed before the multitude to set the record straight. Thus it is decreed." Each word fell like cold stones, heavily striking Su Mian's heart. The crowd erupted in unison, chanting, "Long live the monarch! Long live the monarch! Long live the monarch!" Their voices echoed through the air like a thundering tide, deafening in its intensity. The chief of the Dali temple sat with an imposing demeanor upon the high platform, his expression stern, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Slowly, he raised his hand and dropped a plaque inscribed with the character for execution, simultaneously issuing the command, "Execute." This proclamation resonated like the grim sentence of death, freezing the scene in an instant. The executioner, downing a swig of strong liquor, splashed the liquid onto the large blade, creating a delicate mist of color under the sun. Hong Yu's eyes sharpened, swiftly drawing an arrow that gleamed coldly in the sunlight. She pulled back the bowstring, her gaze piercing through the crowd, directly targeting the executioner poised with the large blade, ready to carry out the sentence. Releasing the arrow, it soared through the air with a whoosh, propelled by the wind, racing towards the center of the execution ground like a flash of lightning. Su Mian's pupils dilated, her fingers turning pale as her breath hitched, her chest feeling as if weighed down by a massive stone, her heart lodged in her throat. However, in the next moment, just as the arrow was about to strike its target, another golden arrow appeared in the air as if it were a divine punishment descending from the heavens. With an unstoppable force, it accurately intercepted Hong Yu's arrow, snapping it in half and diverting it from its original path, like a bird with broken wings, flying straight towards the table of the chief of the Dali temple. With a crash, the teacups on the table shattered, scalding tea splattering everywhere. The literati, accustomed only to the art of words, had never witnessed such a breathtaking scene. They turned pale with fear, their courage shattered, collapsing onto the ground, trembling as they cried out, "Help! Help! There's an assassin!" Chapter 33. Mian is running away enjoyable? At this moment, Su Mian was consumed by urgency. Unable to consider the consequences, she watched in horror as the executioner's blade glimmered menacingly under the sun, raised high, poised to descend upon the prisoner. In a swift motion, she turned her wrist, revealing the hidden crossbow concealed beneath her sleeve. Crafted by Chu Junqi the previous night, its compact design and portability seemed tailor-made for her. With a decisive pull of the trigger, she could take a life in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 glimmering steel needles shot forth like vengeful specters, aimed directly at the executioner's brow. With a resounding thud, the executioner collapsed to the ground. Chaos erupted instantly, the scene descending into pandemonium. The terrified crowd screamed, "Everyone, flee!" Like frightened birds, they scattered in all directions, pushing and trampling one another, their cries and wails intermingling in a cacophony of fear. The guards on the stage immediately tensed, drawing their swords and swiftly encircling the censors, shouting, "Protect the officials." Just then, a swarm of figures clad in black surged forward, dressed in tight-fitting dark attire and masked to conceal their identities. Only their cold, merciless eyes were visible. Armed with sharp blades, the black-clad assailants lunged at the guards, and a fierce battle ensued. The clash of swords and blades echoed through the air, the metallic sounds ringing incessantly, while blood splattered beneath the sunlight, staining the ground crimson. Seizing the moment of confusion, Su Mian climbed onto the execution platform and rushed to the prisoner's side, anxiously attempting to untie his bindings. Her voice trembled as she called out, "Father, Mian is here to save you." To her dismay, the man showed no sign of recognition. Stunned, she froze in place, her eyes wide with disbelief. She yanked away the black cloth covering his head, revealing an ordinary yet malevolent face, so unfamiliar that it chilled her to the bone. You are not." Su Mian retreated in panic, her complexion paling. "Your Highness, I certainly am not," the man replied, wearing prison garb and grinning sinisterly, akin to a venomous serpent, instilling dread. Oh no, she had been deceived. A sudden chill enveloped her, as if she had plunged into an abyss of ice. Instinctively, she turned to flee, only to collide directly into a solid embrace. Ugh! The man's body felt like an unyielding fortress, standing firm and unmoving, causing a sharp pain to shoot through her nose. At the same moment, a familiar woody fragrance wafted into her senses. "It's over, it's him." Su Mian's heart raced in alarm, and without a moment's thought, she raised the crossbow, aiming it resolutely at the figure before her. her gaze filled with determination and fury, resembling a cornered beast prepared to fight to the death. However, the man moved like a wraith, and before she could react, he had seized her wrist with a vice-like grip. In an instant, the crossbow lost its aim, the bolt whooshing through the air before vanishing into the void. The depths of his eyes mirrored a chilling abyss, cold light swirling within. He leaned closer, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice low and menacing. "I truly ought to teach you a lesson." As he twisted her wrist, Su Mian felt a surge of pain, as though her bones were about to crumble under his grasp. "Let go of me," she cried out. She attempted to struggle, but was abruptly kicked on the back of her knee, causing Su Mian to lose her balance and collapse to the ground with a thud. "Mianer, is running away enjoyable?" Chu Junqi leaned lazily, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. His long fingers, like iron claws, grasped her chin with a slight force, compelling her to lift her head. The rough texture of his fingertip brushed against her delicate lips, as if he were toying with a rare treasure, his eyes sparkling with mockery. The corners of the man's eyes lifted, forming a crescent shape reminiscent of the cleverest new moon in the night sky. His smile exuded a sinister charm, as if everything in the world were merely his playthings, his gaze roving over Su Mian's face, greedy and domineering. "Chu thief, return my brothers." Su Mian gritet hertit, her chest heaving violently, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Have you grown so bold as to forget the proper forms of address after merely leaving the palace?" Chu Junqi regarded her coldly, his grip tightening further. Su Mian pressed her lips together, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Discreetly, her other hand sought the ground for support, swiftly drawing forth a gleaming dagger. With a sharp glint in her eye, she swiftly reversed her hand and aimed the blade at the man, her movements decisive, imbued with a sense of desperation. Rather than anger, Chu Junqi's smile deepened, as if he were witnessing an exceedingly amusing performance. In a flash, he seized her wrist with astonishing force, causing sharp pain to radiate through her arm. The dagger clattered to the ground. Immediately, he ensnared her in a tight embrace, his arms wrapping around her like vines, as if he intended to draw her into his very being. The warmth of his breath cascaded over her ear, each exhalation igniting a flame within her. Leaning closer, he whispered, his tone chilling yet laced with intrigue. "What else do you have hidden on you?" A wave of icy dread slithered through her body, spreading to her limbs, and her complexion turned ashen. Instinctively, she seized the man's hand that was unfastening her collar. Raising her eyes, she met his cold, merciless visage, akin to that of a hellish demon. Her nose tinged with sorrow, she trembled and pleaded, "No, please stop. Not here. Yet." Chu Junqi seemed impervious to her words, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes filled with derision. "If you don't wish for me to act against you here, then I shall take this alluring posture of yours." His fingertips deftly caught the hair ribbon atop Su Mian's head, pulling it gently. The once soft ribbon transformed in his grasp into a coarse rope, swiftly binding her delicate wrists. The crowd around them grew ever larger, and Su Mian watched him anxiously, fearing what beastly act he might commit next. Noticing her unease, Chu Junqi leaned closer, his fingers caressing her pale face, his lips hovering near, his voice low and frigid. "Outside, I will spare you some dignity, but upon our return to the palace, you shall have much to endure." In the courtyard, the cold wind howled, the flickering candlelight casting a dim glow, rusted chains rattling ominously, each clink echoing like a wail of despair. Su Mian was tightly bound to a wooden cross, the ropes digging deeply into her flesh as if attempting to fuse her with the stake itself. Suddenly, a splash of icy water struck her face, awakening her as if from a nightmare. Weak and trembling, she barely managed to lift her gaze. Before her stood a corpulent eunuch, his elongated eyes greedily appraising her. "Ah, what a handsome young gentleman." The old eunuch lifted her chin with a whip, unable to suppress his astonishment. "Just look at those red lips and white teeth. The way her eyes glimmer, more enchanting than any woman." It had been a long time since he had attended to such a beauty, and he felt a surge of desire. Disgust washed over Su Mian as she beheld the folds of flesh on his face, instinctively recoiling from his touch. The eunuch's eyes lit up, his hands rubbing together in excitement. "Oh, you possess quite the spirit, truly to my taste. Which noble family do you hail from?" "Noble?" Su Mian glanced down at her attire, realizing it was the same as before. Surely, this eunuch was mistaking her for a young man. With a quick thought, she cleared her throat, softening her voice, and murmured, "I know not, my lord. I was merely watching the commotion on the street when I inadvertently crossed paths with your sovereign, who then abducted me." She pressed her lips together, her eyes reddening in a display of feigned innocence that evoked sympathy. What was she to do? Her father awaited her return home for dinner. The eunuch, entranced by her delicate voice, felt a stirring within, as if a kitten were clawing at his heart. Such a delightful creature existed in this world, evidently spoiled by family, and undoubtedly pure, promising an exquisite experience. With a sly grin, his eyes narrowed into slits, he proclaimed, "In this palace, your life or death rests entirely upon my whims." He paused, his greedy gaze roving over Su Mian. "However, if you are obedient and earn my favor, perhaps a path to survival may open for you." A wave of revulsion washed over Su Mian at his words, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at her insides. Yet, she understood the necessity of concealing her emotions, forcing herself to suppress the overwhelming disgust and fear. Biting her lip, she squeezed out a few tears, allowing them to pool on her slightly reddened eyelids, and sobbed. "Dear eunuch, could you possibly intercede on my behalf? If I am released, I shall surely repay your kindness." The young gentleman's fair skin flushed a delicate pink from agitation, akin to a ripe peach, smooth and tender as if it could yield water. The coarse ropes binding her hands left deep purple marks. Upon seeing this, the eunuch's grin widened, becoming increasingly lecherous as he eagerly extended his hand toward her. "Oh, dear heavens, does it hurt? Come, let me release you from these bindings." Su Mian bit her lip, acutely aware of the implications behind his words. Suppressing her revulsion, she feigned an innocent confusion, calling out for relief. "Very well. I shall be gentle with you, shower you with affection." As the final rope on her hands was about to be untied, her heart raced with anticipation, nearly leaping from her chest. Chapter 34. Silencing her startled like a fawn, Su Mian frantically scanned her surroundings, her gaze ultimately landing on the partially closed iron door. She needed to escape at once. Come, the master will soon come to care for you." The portly eunuch writhed his corpulent body closer to Su Mian. A lascivious grin plastered across his face, his foul breath eliciting a wave of nausea. Overcome with disgust, Su Mian felt the ropes binding her loosen, and she swiftly lifted her foot to deliver a fierce kick to the eunuch's groin. Ah! The eunuch's face contorted in agony, his screams reminiscent of a butchered pig. As he curled up on the ground, veins protruding from his forehead, hands clutching his groin while he writhed helplessly, unable to stand. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mian dashed towards the iron door, her footsteps urgent. Just as she was about to reach the door, it swung open abruptly with a loud creak. A tall figure clad in brilliant yellow silhouette emerged against the light. Su Mian's steps felt as if they were nailed to the floor, the light in her eyes extinguished, replaced by terror and despair. It was over. The sight of the man felt like a bucket of ice-cold water dousing her, sending shivers down her spine. As Chu Junqi stepped into the room, his expression darkened upon witnessing the chaotic scene. Su Mian inhaled sharply, her hands clutching the hem of her garment, knuckles turning white, standing awkwardly in place. What should she do? Was this the end for her? The eunuch on the ground continued to wail, crawling towards the exit, shouting incessantly. "Someone! Capture him! I must have him tonight! Oh, my precious!" Chu Junqi cast a cold glance at the pitiful Zhang Gongong, his eyes deep as an unfathomable abyss. A slight furrow forming on his brow as a mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. "Who do you wish to have?" His voice resonated with a deep, ominous tone, akin to a judgment from the depths of hell, exuding a chilling pressure. Zhang Gongong, upon meeting Chu Junqi's ominous gaze, paled instantly, his composure shattering. "Why you? Your Highness!" His voice trembled like a flickering candle in the wind, his legs weakening as he knelt upright, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. This servant deserves to die. This servant deserves to die. I spoke in folly. The eunuch, trembling with fear, continued to knock his forehead against the ground until blood seeped out. Chu Junqi approached with steady, powerful strides, each step echoing like a heartbeat in the silence. He extended his long, strong fingers, grasping Su Mian's delicate face with a gentle yet unyielding grip, preventing her escape. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized her carefully. Thankfully, he found no other marks of distress, causing the malice in his gaze to soften slightly. The eunuch knelt in trepidation, sensing the prolonged silence from Chu Junqi. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes as he hastily interjected, "Your Highness, this ungrateful child dared to offend you. I was just about to teach him a lesson." He spoke while casting furtive glances at Chu Junqi's expression, his face plastered with sycophantic smiles. "Oh, is that so?" Chu Junqi replied, his lips curling into a leisurely smirk, one that failed to reach his eyes, his attention remaining fixated on Su Mian. "You possess quite the audacity. I underestimated you," remarked Chu Junqi, casting a cryptic glance at Su Mian. The latter, feeling a pang of guilt, averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, her lips pressed tightly together, remaining silent. Grand Eunuch Zhang nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, this young rascal is quite cunning. A few lashes would surely bring him a heel." A cruel glint flickered in his eyes as he furtively observed Su Mian's delicate profile, his mind spiraling into wicked thoughts. He suggested, "Why not let me take him to the secluded garden for a proper whipping? I assure you, it will be quiet, not disturbing His Majesty." Chu Junqi's gulp, his laughter laced with disdain and contempt. "Ah, I see you have raised a most loyal hound. Take him away." "Yes, yes, I shall take him down at once. Rest assured, he will be left in tatters." Grand Eunuch Zhang's eyes gleamed with malice as he rubbed his hands together, closing in on Su Mian with an eager demeanor, as though he could hardly contain his excitement. He was already plotting how to deal with the charming little minx. However, Su Mian's face turned pallid with fear. She shook her head vehemently, her body trembling uncontrollably as she stumbled back, seeking refuge behind Chu Junqi, as though he were her sole sanctuary amidst the tempest. Chu Junqi observed her every subtle movement. He raised his hand slightly, his arm acting as an unyielding barrier before Su Mian, shielding her completely. With an impassive expression, he stated, "I was not referring to her." His voice was low and frigid, reminiscent of icy stalactites in the depths of winter. Grand Eunuch Zhang was left speechless, his earlier smugness instantly frozen. In the next moment, he found himself seized by guards who were as ferocious as wolves, forcibly dragged away. The old eunuch struggled desperately, his voice a panicked wail, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! I am innocent! Your Majesty!" The echoes of his harrowing cries reverberated in the chamber, and soon thereafter, the sound of sticks striking flesh resounded from the courtyard. The sharp cracks rang clearly in Su Mian's ears, sending chills coursing through her body. As if she herself were the one being beaten, she stood frozen in place, motionless, as the guard stationed at the entrance brandished their weapons ominously, their mere presence instilling terror. "What? Are you already frightened?" Chu Junqi sneered, reclining in a sandalwood chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. His gaze filled with amusement as he observed her. "You have poisoned me, bribed the eunuchs, attempted to escape the palace, and even plotted a rescue at the execution grounds. I hardly know where to begin with your punishment, Su Mian. You truly give me a headache." As he enumerated her misdeeds, Su Mian found herself at a loss for words. A phrase spoken by the king before his departure inexplicably echoed in her mind. Chu Junqi is one who responds to softness rather than harshness. You must not be overly defiant, nor excessively compliant, lest you arouse his suspicion. What was she to do? Summoning her courage, she timidly countered, "I left the palace by my own merit. You cannot blame me for that." Chu Junqi raised an eyebrow. "Intrigued, what did you say?" Su Mian reflected inwardly, realizing that had the eunuch not been greedy, she would never have had the chance. The plot at the execution grounds was a deliberate scheme against her. Besides, he seemed unscathed, which could serve as a rationale for her defense. Resolute, she mustered her courage and boldly declared, "I wish to see my father and brother." coldly scrutinized her, sneering. Is it now your turn to make demands? You foolish creature. Kneel. Su Mian bit her pale lip, realizing that under the eaves, one must bow their head. Slowly, she knelt upon the ground. Chu Junqi rose and walked towards the wall lined with instruments of torture. His long fingers delicately caressed the neatly arranged whips, gliding along the cold, hard surfaces as if selecting a suitable tool. With a casual tone, he inquired, "How many times did you fail to refer to yourself as a servant just now?" Su Mian paused, her mind momentarily blank as she recalled what she had said upon his entrance. Tentatively, she counted on her fingers, I believe it was 3 times. Chu Junqi's brows furrowed deeply, his eyes ablaze with fury. He turned to the eunuch standing nearby and commanded, "Go, fetch a thicker rattan for me to use." What? Su Mian's eyes widened in disbelief, and instinctively, she attempted to rise and flee from this terrifying scene, her body straining forward. However, 2 eunuchs, seemingly anticipating her move, firmly clamped down on her arms, their grip strong enough to crush her bones, rendering her immobile as she desperately struggled. "Your Highness, here is the rattan you requested." A young eunuch respectfully presented a thick, long rattan. At the sight of it, all strength drained from Su Mian, and she crumpled, breaking into a heart-wrenching sob. "No, please don't." Her cries were piercing and filled with despair, her body trembling uncontrollably, her hair disheveled and sticking to her tear-streaked face. Chu Junqi watched her expressionlessly, Mianer. "Mistakes must be punished. I do not possess much patience for you. I was wrong. I beg you, please let me go." Su Mian's eyes brimmed with pleading, striving to crawl towards Chu Junqi, yet held firmly in place by the eunuchs. Her lips were bitten until they bled, droplets mingling with her tears, pooling at her chin. Chu Junqi closed his eyes in a moment of reluctance, his brow furrowed tightly as he took a deep breath, suppressing the inner turmoil. A fleeting expression of pain crossed his face, quickly replaced by indifference. Gag her. Chapter 35. The tyrant's interrogation. The sharp crack of the rattan struck her, and Su Mian, acutely sensitive to pain, felt as though she were engulfed in hell. Tears cascaded from her half-closed eyes like pearls from a broken string, tracing down her tear-stained cheeks. Her body trembled violently, shaking as if caught in a storm. Each strike of the rattan felt as if it were searing her very soul, bringing her to the brink of collapse. After just a few strikes, Su Mian was on the verge of losing consciousness. Had it not been for the silk gag in her mouth, she might have bitten her tongue in an attempt to endure the agony. Her body was drenched in sweat, the thin fabric of her clothing clinging to her form, accentuating her contorted, suffering figure. At that moment, she resembled a puddle of soft mud, entirely devoid of any strength to resist. Truly, she cannot withstand punishment. Chu Junqi observed her pitiful state with cold eyes, his brow slightly furrowed, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. With merely a trifling exertion, has he reduced you to such a state? Su Mian, is the sensation of fleeing as sweet as it seems? As he spoke, he gradually crouched down, deftly removing the damp, white silk from her mouth, soaked with tears. If that is the case, let's employ a different method. He then gently lifted her in his arms, the action appearing tender, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness that brooked no refusal. Su Mian's pallid visage rested against his chest, her eyes tightly shut, her brow still furrowed in anguish. More than the pain coursing through her body, she was loath to behold the man before her. Time and again, her pleas for mercy and recognition could not alter his resolution. Even as she succumbed to numbness from the torment, Chu Junqi would not relent. This was the true essence of Chu Junqi, a heartless, remorseless monster. Upon opening her eyes once more, Su Mian found herself in a vast, empty chamber. The surrounding white gauze curtains swayed gently with the breeze, as the girl cautiously regarded the man before her with her misty, doe-like eyes. She cowered in the corner of the bed, trembling like a startled fawn. The gossamer fabric draped over her barely concealed her form, only serving to accentuate her pitiable appearance. Cold iron chains gripped her delicate ankles, the encircling restraints resembling the shackles of fate, leaving faint red marks upon her skin. "Drink this. I have questions for you." Chu Junqi's voice resonated, low and frigid, as if echoing from the depths of hell. Gazing at the exquisite white jade vial in his hand, a tidal wave of dread surged within Su Mian's eyes. Her lips quivered slightly as she whispered, "What is this?" After a brief pause, bitterness crept into her expression. "Is it a hallucinogen?" Chu Junqi regarded her with an indifferent stare, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth, half of which was familiar to her. Observing her stunned silence, he strode forward, his long strides bringing him closer, his large hands seizing her chin with force. He narrowed his eyes, a flicker of impatience crossing his gaze as he threatened, "Will you drink it yourself, or shall I assist you?" Su Mian felt as though her heart had been ensnared by an invisible hand, and despite her anticipation of the peril that lay ahead, the mere utterance of his words sent a sharp pain surging from her core, nearly suffocating her. She stared blankly at Chu Junqi, her eyes brimming with despair and entreaty, yet met only with his frostbitten gaze. After what felt like an eternity, she seemingly surrendered her struggle, slowly extending her hand to accept the potion, her slender fingers turning pale from the exertion. Taking a deep breath, she tilted her head back and swallowed the concoction, tears pooling in her eyes before cascading down her cheeks, staining the delicate fabric with dark splotches. As she released the vial, it clattered to the floor, shattering with a sharp, resonant sound that pierced the silence of the room, echoing the shattered trust between them. The effects of the potion surged forth like a relentless tide, the familiar heat rising from her abdomen, a sensation that filled Su Mian with despair. She bit down on her lower lip, nearly drawing blood, her previously pallid complexion now tinged with an unnatural crimson, akin to a red plum blossom blooming against the backdrop of pristine snow, gorgeous yet tinged with sorrow. Feeling the intense heat radiating from her body, Chu Junqi's elongated eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips, exuding an air of inevitable triumph. He gently laid her delicate, frail form upon the soft bed. Under the influence of the drug, Su Mian's gaze grew increasingly hazy, as if shrouded in a veil of mist. A ferocious desire, akin to a wild beast, entwined around her mind like creeping vines, consuming her rationality. "No," she murmured, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, resembling a lake rippled by the wind, glistening with light. The unbearable sensation compelled her to reach out with her slender arms, grasping the man's neck as desperately as a drowning person clinging to the last straw of hope. However, Chu Junqi furrowed his brow, swiftly capturing her wrists with his large hand, pinning her restless hands firmly above her head. Leaning down, his warm breath brushed against the girl's ear, reminiscent of a devil-esque whisper, seductively coaxing, "Do you know who I am?" "Chu Junqi," she replied, her voice muffled and weak. Squirming in discomfort, she resembled a fish struggling on land, attempting to break free from the insatiable flames of desire, threatening to engulf her. As her delicate form writhed, the sheer fabric fluttered slightly, her beautiful eyes fixated on the man, panting softly, "I want." Chu Junqi's gaze deepened, his breathing becoming heavier. "Answer my question obediently, and I shall grant you what you desire. Where did you go during your 2 days of absence?" Su Mian was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond before a piercing pain swiftly spread through her limbs. Her brow furrowed, a fleeting clarity returning to her mind, echoing with Li Wang's words. "Your royal brother will undoubtedly inquire about the Li Wang mansion and the old Marquis Shao. In your hazy state, it is indeed challenging to maintain control." Hearing Chu Mo Li's words, Su Mian couldn't help but voice her concern. "What should I do? That rascal Chu Junqi excels in the use of drugs, employing all manner of interrogation techniques." Chu Mo Li produced a small box, revealing a plump little worm wriggling inside. "This is a type of cursed insect, known as the heart-cursing worm. It will inflict excruciating pain if it senses you deviating from your true will. Thus, your royal brother's drugs will prove ineffective." As her consciousness slowly began to coalesce, Su Mian's eyes gradually regained clarity. Unconsciously, she bit down on her lower lip, her pearly teeth sinking into the soft flesh, as if to maintain her wakefulness through the pain, fearful of uttering even a single word. Noticing her silence, Chu Junqi's elongated eyes narrowed with suspicion. His gaze swept across Su Mian with palpable intensity, as if attempting to see through her very being. Tell me, whom did you meet? Speak. He unconsciously tightened his grip. Unable to contain herself, Su Mian burst into tears. No one, woo-woo. Chapter 36. Heart-cursing worm observing Su Mian weep like a rain-soaked flower. Chu Junqi's tone softened slightly as he gently wiped away her tears. Tell me, and I shall release you. Yet, Su Mian merely shook her head fervently, her dark hair swaying with her movements like willowy branches in the wind. Her cries grew more fervent, tears spilling forth like pearl from a broken string. No, it hurts. Woo. Hurts? Chu Junqi furrowed his brow, his mind awash with bewilderment. He was well aware of the properties of both medicines. They were mild and could not possibly induce pain even when combined. Doubt gnawed at him as he scrutinized Su Mian, prompting him to gradually release his grip on her. With her sudden liberation, Su Mian seized the opportunity to express her pent-up emotions, fiercely wrapping her arms around his waist, as if striving to merge her very essence with his. Yet, she seemed unsatisfied with this mere contact. Her restless hands began to untie the intricate belt around him. The heat in her voice brimmed with yearning. As though she had succumbed entirely to the whims of desire, her rationality slowly dissipating. Chu Junqi grew increasingly impatient as he observed her behavior. His brow furrowed further, and he swiftly captured her fidgeting hand, applying just enough pressure to pin her firmly beneath him. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate her very soul as he coldly inquired, "Are you deceiving me?" Su Mian instinctively recoiled, suppressing the terror within her, and stammered, "No." A chilling smile crept onto Chu Junqi's face, his eyes flashing with an unsettling light. "Who is aiding you?" As the effects of the drug ravaged her, compounded by the torment of the cursed insects within her, Su Mian's frail form trembled violently. A tumult of sanity and madness flickered in her eyes. She was already drenched in perspiration, beads of sweat cascading down her smooth skin like dew on a morning lotus leaf. "Tell me, who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes?" His voice held an ominous edge, as Su Mian's gaze grew vacant, teetering on the brink of collapse. In agony, she began to plead, tears streaming down her face. "Please don't ask. I beg you, don't ask." Chu Junqi observed her silently, akin to a beast ensnared in a trap. An indescribable expression crossed his features, anger, confusion, and a hint of unacknowledged sympathy. At some point, he had ceased to find her self-destructive defiance exhilarating. Instead, he was consumed by anxiety and resentment. He had once believed he had tamed her, only to watch her walk away without a backward glance. All her compliance had been mere pretense. He reached out, turning her flushed face towards him, his gaze as fierce as that of a wolf king in the wild. "This is your final chance. Will you not speak?" Su Mian, overwhelmed by torment, instinctively shook her head. She could not reveal the truth, for fear of implicating Chu Moli and Uncle Xiao. If Chu Junqi were to discover the reality, he would surely not relent. His expression turned frigid, reverting to its customary icy demeanor as he uttered, "Then suffer on your own." His voice bore no warmth, cutting through her like a biting wind. "No, please." She exerted every ounce of strength to reach for the vanishing figure, but his belt slipped through her trembling fingers, extinguishing her last glimmer of hope. The light in her eyes gradually dimmed as despair engulfed her, curling into a ball as she watched him retreat, each step crushing her already shattered heart. The oppressive potion voraciously consumed every inch of her skin, akin to countless ants crawling over her. A sensation both tinged with numbness and agony that drove her nearly to the brink of madness. She clutched the bedding beneath her tightly, her knuckles turning pale from strain. Her gaze fell upon the hairpin nearby, glinting with a cold light in the candle's glow. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the silence. Chu Junqi's steps halted, a tightness gripping his heart as an ominous premonition surged within him. He turned abruptly, only to find Su Mian slumped upon the bed. In her hand, she grasped the sharp hairpin, driving it deeply into her slender arm, blood seeping from the wound like a trickling stream, stark against her fair skin. Observing the continuous flow of blood, the scorching heat that had raged within Su Mian seemed to find a momentary reprieve. Damn it, in a moment of negligence, he had inadvertently left her with a hairpin. Chu Junqi's expression darkened, fury igniting within him. Have you now resorted to this to threaten me? He inhaled deeply, struggling to contain his anger. With a swift stride, he advanced and snatched the pin from her hand. It arced gracefully through the air before clattering to the ground, its jewels bouncing and rolling, producing a crisp and chaotic sound. Yet, in the next instant, he was taken aback. A soft, delicate body pressed closely against him, carrying the unique fragrance and warmth of youth. The gentle touch momentarily rendered him rigid, as if an unusual breeze had swept through, halting his previously surging anger. Chu Junqi remained silent, standing there quietly, a complex emotion flickering in his deep-set eyes. The girl knelt upon the couch, grasping his shoulders, clumsily kissing his cool lips, seemingly seeking his favor. Her approach, devoid of skill, was merely naive and reckless as she pressed against him, breathing heavily, struggling even to catch her breath. Such a simple act effortlessly stirred one's heart. Chu Junqi raised an eyebrow, calmly observing her. Is she attempting to entice me? The sheer fabric of her garment slipped slightly, revealing smooth, delicate skin. The night breeze wafted through the window, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Clutching a corner of her dress, the blush of spring was partially concealed, yet tantalizingly visible, igniting boundless imagination. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, desire shimmering in her eyes, a hint of crimson blooming at the corners. Yes, I implore you. In an instant, Chu Junqi took the initiative, wrapping his arms around her waist, tearing away the obstructive garment, and pinning her beneath him. His voice, husky and seductive, whispered in her ear, "Since you sought this, endure it well, and do not cry out in pain." Su Mian's anticipated cry of anguish was swallowed by the man's domineering, fervent kiss, leaving nothing but a vast, surging tide, rising and falling. As dawn broke, the gentle morning light filtered through the white gauze curtains, casting delicate beams that danced upon the girl's fair, smooth cheeks, as if enveloping her visage in a soft halo, dreamlike and ethereal. Su Mian's butterfly-like eyelashes fluttered gently for a moment before she instinctively shifted her body, yearning for a more comfortable position. However, she was unexpectedly ensnared by a strong arm, rendering her immobile. Slowly raising her gaze, she was met with the striking profile of the man beside her. His high nose and sharply defined features were profoundly captivating. Su Mian paused, taken aback. Chu Junqi usually refrained from sharing her bed, departing before dawn. Why was he here this time? Doubt crept into her heart, yet she dared not disturb him. In slumber, Chu Junqi appeared less menacing, resembling the gentle youth she remembered. Unable to resist, Su Mian reached out, her fingertips gliding over his brow and eyes, tracing delicately as if savoring a cherished memory or paying homage to a fleeting moment. Suddenly, the man's eyes snapped open, a fierce glint flashing within, akin to a blade of cold light. He quickly seized her wandering hand, his voice laced with a raspy caution from sleep, accompanied by a mocking smile. Is that not enough? Chapter 37. The Emperor's brother grows suspicious. Proceed with caution, is that not enough? Su Mian withdrew her hand abruptly. Chaotic images surged towards her like a tumultuous tide. A hint of crimson appeared on her cheeks, spreading to her ears, resembling a crimson plum blossom blooming in the snow. Vibrant and alluring. She bit her lip in shame, filled with indignation. This scoundrel, he was the one who had drugged her, yet she was the one at fault? The man's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, a trace of malice flickering within. He grasped her chin with a force that felt as if he might crush it, chillingly remarking, "If you dare look at me that way again, I might as well have your eyes extracted." His voice was as frigid as an icy abyss, echoing with threats that seemed to arise from the depths of hell. Startled, Su Mian froze, her eyes brimming with tears as she hastily freed herself from his grip, clutching the blanket and retreating into a corner, shivering in a ball. The bruises on her body told a tale of misery. Chu Junqi smirked with satisfaction, his gaze falling on her injured arm, marred with blood. The once dry wound had reopened due to her movements, now oozing crimson. Su Mian gasped, pressing her hand against the throbbing pain, her body trembling slightly as she instinctively grasped the blanket tighter. "Your Majesty, when will you release me?" She ventured cautiously, her voice trembling with a hint of desperation. Chu Junqi ignored her, picking up his garments from the floor, dressing himself meticulously before striding out the door. Su Mian opened her mouth, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Surviving under Chu Junqi's oppressive reign was already a feat, his unpredictable nature, especially as a tyrant with such deep-seated thoughts, left her wary. It appeared she would have to devise her own means of escape. She tugged at the iron chain around her ankle, realizing it was secured to a hidden compartment at the corner of the bed, effectively binding her to the couch. Such compartments existed in every corner, clearly designed to torment the imprisoned. With her strength, she could not break free. Defeated, Su Mian felt like a deflated balloon, devoid of any will to struggle, her body swaying as she succumbed to sleep on the bed. "Hurry, lift her up." Su Mian lay there, and a sharp reprimand echoed in her ears, startling her awake. As she opened her eyes in a daze, she found herself confronted by several burly matrons who stormed into the room like ferocious fiends, standing directly before her. "Who are you?" Su Mian's garments were tattered and torn, and she clutched the blanket, curling up defensively while eyeing the intruders warily. The lead matron, Gue Mama, had a face full of flesh and eyes wide as saucers. With a rough grip, she seized the iron chains and swiftly unshackled Su Mian, treating her like a lifeless object. Panic surged within Su Mian, her eyes widening in terror. "What are you doing?" Her voice trembled as she shrank back instinctively. Before she could react, two matrons seized her arms like hawks capturing a chick, forcibly dragging her off the bed. Su Mian flailed her feet against the ground, desperately trying to escape, but her efforts were futile. In an instant, they stripped her of her clothes and thrust her into a scalding bath. Su Mian let out a piercing scream, thrashing against the water. "Let me go. Help!" Her skin reddened from the heat, veins bulging on her forehead. Grasping the edge of the tub, she attempted to lift herself, splashing water onto the matrons' faces. Yet, the matrons held her down with iron-like grips, their eyes devoid of any compassion. Gue Mama stood before her, casting a disdainful glance at Su Mian, her expression brimming with arrogance. "The Emperor has instructed us to cleanse the young lady, with dedicated servants attending to her. This is a tremendous blessing, so do not be ungrateful." With a mocking tone, she added, "Apply some pressure. It will clean her better." One matron shouted sharply, her voice grating and piercing, as if this were not a cleansing, but a scrubbing of a filthy object. "I don't want this." "No," Su Mian cried out desperately, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Rough hands, akin to coarse sandpaper, mercilessly rubbed against her delicate skin, leaving behind angry red marks. As she struggled fiercely, one matron suddenly pinched the soft flesh at her waist. The pain drained the color from her face, and tears streamed down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. She clung to the edge of the tub, curling up in an attempt to escape this humiliating torment. "Please, no," she gasped, but the matrons quickly grabbed her limbs again, submerging her beneath the water. The liquid surged from every direction, filling her mouth and nose. Su Mian choked, feeling as though she were in hell, enduring this inhumane torture. Her consciousness gradually fading. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, and Su Mian slowly regained awareness, now clad in clean garments and surrounded by fresh bedding. Every inch of her body felt numb with pain. As she lifted her arm, she noticed her wounds were bandaged. The room was filled with the scent of incense, but it was now empty. She stared blankly at the ceiling, her gaze vacant and hollow, as if her soul had been extracted, leaving behind only a shell. A solitary tear slipped from the corner of her eye, the last vestige of her vitality. Subjected to humiliation and treated like livestock in merely 2 months, she felt as though she had lived an entire lifetime. Su Mian closed her eyes, a complex and dull ache spreading from her heart. "Miss, it is time for your meal." At that moment, the door creaked open again, and a maid dressed in blue entered. Su Mian instinctively pulled the blanket over herself and recoiled in fear. The maid, carrying a food box, shuffled forward, groping her way. As she drew nearer, Su Mian noticed that the maid's eyes were a dull gray, devoid of any glimmer. "Your eyes." Unable to restrain herself, she waved her hand before the maid's face to ascertain whether she could see. The maid, however, appeared oblivious, expertly lifting the lid of the food box while calmly explaining. This servant is blind and cannot see. Miss need not worry. Ah, another pitiful soul, Su Mian thought, biting her lip, a wave of melancholy washing over her. She furrowed her brow slightly and murmured, I am not your mistress. You need not refer to yourself as a servant in my presence. The maid smiled gently, her tone serene yet tinged with certainty. Miss, having been brought to this hidden chamber by His Majesty, you must possess an extraordinary identity. Surely, one day, you will become a mistress. Su Mian harbored a different sentiment. If that were the case, she feared her demise would come all the sooner. Countless eyes from the previous dynasty's palace were fixated upon her, and even upon her departure from the palace, she faced relentless pursuit. All she wished for was to survive, to locate her father and brothers, and rescue them. Yet now, confined within this lightless chamber, she had no idea when it would come to an end. A rumble from her stomach interrupted her tumultuous thoughts. Sensing the enticing aroma of the meal, Su Mian swallowed hard, ravenously seizing the bowl and chopsticks to devour the rice. However, as she continued to eat, the flavor seemed to alter, as though an alien presence had invaded her mouth. Upon inspection, she discovered a note with the words, "The Emperor harbors suspicions. Do not act recklessly." A glimmer of hope sparked within her. Did the prince know of her whereabouts in the hidden chamber? Did this imply that Chu Junqi still held reservations about her? Her gaze warily fell upon the maid standing not far away, who remained utterly oblivious. Quietly, she tucked the note away, continuing to eat as if nothing had occurred. As the night wore on, indeed, Chu Junqi came. Chapter 38. Is she pregnant? Inside the Golden Hall, an ominous storm seemed to loom, the suffocating silence pressing heavily upon all present. The imperial physician knelt trembling on the ground, unable to control his shivering, not daring to draw breath as cold sweat soaked his back. She is with child? Chu Junqi sat in the hall, his voice devoid of emotion, yet rendering the already oppressive air even colder. Upon hearing this news, his hand, which had been poised over the chessboard, halted, a chilling light flashing in his eyes, akin to stars shimmering in a wintry night, instilling fear in those who beheld it. He had been exceedingly cautious, always administering contraceptive medicine after their encounters. How could she still be pregnant? How long has it been? He coldly inquired. The physician bowed even lower, answering with utmost respect. Replying to your majesty, based on the pulse, it has been merely over 2 months. Chu Junqi's long fingers tapped lightly on a white piece, each knock resonating as though striking against the hearts of those present. His expression was complex and inscrutable, appearing both contemplative and anxious. Aside from pregnancy, could there be poisoning or other abnormal signs? The physician cautiously remarked that he had not observed anything of the sort. Miss Su only bore minor external injuries. Perhaps it was merely her delicate condition that rendered her body resistant to the effects of the drug. Chu Junqi nodded slightly, his gaze deep and contemplative, as he finally spoke in a soft voice. What transpired today must not be divulged. You may withdraw. Yes, the physician replied as if granted a reprieve, hastily exiting, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the Grand Hall. Pregnancy? Could it be yet another stratagem devised by Su Mian? A cold smile crept upon Chu Junqi's lips as he set down the game pieces and rose to leave. Within the palace, the biting cold wind surged through the gaps in the windows, carrying with it a chilling air. Chu Junqi was already troubled by the news of her pregnancy, and upon seeing Su Mian obediently lying on the bed in a seemingly fragile and harmless manner, he felt a subtle alleviation of his inner turmoil. Why have you returned? Upon his approach, Su Mian appeared as though scorched by flames, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes as she instinctively retreated. Yet, her feeble struggle before Chu Junqi was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Is it forbidden for me to visit? Chu Junqi, with an expressionless face, extended his hand and lifted her effortlessly, settling her across his lap. This awkward position caused Su Mian's complexion to flush crimson, her body tensing as she dared not move an inch, her breath quickening. With a light chuckle, Chu Junqi pinched her pale face and said, "Relax. I shall not harm you today." Su Mian, unsteady, braced herself against his chest, maintaining a respectful distance. Chu Junqi slowly reached out, his long fingers gently brushing against the swollen red marks on her waist, his touch seemingly tender, yet eliciting involuntary shivers from Su Mian. "Does it hurt?" he inquired softly. "Yes." Su Mian's voice was barely a whisper, fearful of provoking this formidable presence. Chu Junqi raised an eyebrow, his piercing gaze scrutinizing her. "The physician examined you. Aside from external injuries, there appear to be no abnormalities." Su Mian's eyes flitted away, and in an instant, Chu Junqi seized her delicate face, questioning her fiercely. "Shouldn't you explain what transpired last night?" Despite the physician's inability to find any issues, Su Mian had resisted the drug effects, leaving her reticent. Was it truly solely due to her pregnancy? If she claimed to have no other assistance, he would not believe a word. Su Mian lowered her lashes, casting a shadow over her emotions, as she turned her face to evade his sharp, heated gaze. "I merely felt pain. Beyond that, I am unaware." While Su Mian may lack other talents, her ability to feign ignorance was exceptional. Chu Junqi's expression grew colder, a smirk of derision curving his lips. "Do you truly intend to continue this charade?" Suddenly, he grasped her waist with a powerful hand, rendering her immobile, leaving her with no avenue of escape. At that moment, the look in Chu Junqi's eyes resembled that of a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, cold and cunning, its gaze glimmering with a calculating intent to consume her utterly, leaving not a trace behind. Su Mian pressed her lips together, a hint of crimson gracing the corners of her eyes. With her life and fortune now in the hands of the sovereign, how could she dare to act rashly? Moreover, the sovereign had yet to uncover anything. As her words trailed off, her voice grew faint, nearly inaudible, betraying a sliver of insecurity and trepidation. Sweet words and false facades. In a sudden motion, Chu Junqi seized Su Mian, placing her horizontally across his lap. He then retrieved a delicate, square-shaped medicine box from beside him, opening it to reveal a purple ointment that exuded a subtle, fresh fragrance. With his slender fingers, he scooped some of the ointment, his touch gentle yet undeniably firm. Su Mian felt an unusual sensation coursing through her body, her breath caught in her throat as if someone had clasped it tightly. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, the color extending to her ears. "Stop!" she gasped, writhing in an attempt to escape this humiliating and bewildering predicament, her voice softening into a feeble whisper. Chu Junqi tossed her back onto the bed, leisurely retrieving a silk handkerchief to wipe his fingers. Glancing at the medicine box, Su Mian was overtaken by a wave of unease. "What have you done?" she thought. Chu Junqi chuckled lightly, his gaze inscrutable. "Merely applying medicine, or perhaps Mianer wishes for me to do something else?" "No." Su Mian fervently shook her head, internally questioning this sudden change in his demeanor. Was he not going to interrogate her further? Such unpredictable behavior was indeed perplexing. After a brief pause, Chu Junqi withdrew, leaving her alone. Su Mian lay on the bed, feeling a coolness in her lower body, and indeed, the pain had lessened. The following day, another royal physician arrived in the chamber, presenting her with a bowl of dark, foul-smelling medicine. The pungent aroma made Su Mian feel nauseous. Holding the bowl, she disdainfully glanced at the concoction and inquired, "Royal Physician Wang, this is an external injury. Is it truly necessary to consume restorative medicine?" Upon hearing her question, Physician Wang, feeling guilty, wiped the sweat from his brow and explained, "Miss, you are internally weak. Restorative medicine will aid in your recovery." It was no jest. If Su Mian refused to drink it and suffered a miscarriage, his own life would be forfeit. Noticing Physician Wang constantly wiping his sweat and occasionally glancing her way, Su Mian tilted her head in curiosity. "Are you hot? Perhaps you should step outside for some fresh air?" The physician, feeling overwhelmed, lamented that he should never have accepted this task. "Miss, please drink quickly. I must return to report." With a resigned "oh," Su Mian suppressed her disgust and finished the medicine. Strangely enough, from that day onward, the matrons treated her with extraordinary kindness. Even the meals delivered by Xiao Wen were more sumptuous than before, each one featuring meat and all her favorites. For several consecutive nights, Chu Junqi appeared at midnight to check on her, elusive as a ghost, staying only briefly before departing. Yet, he still did not permit her to leave the chamber, and the prolonged confinement began to gnaw at her. How could she seek her family while trapped within these walls? One quiet night, the stillness was shattered by a creaking sound as the door slowly opened, revealing a delicate-looking young eunuch who entered, carrying a food box. The eunuch first bowed respectfully to Su Mian, his manners impeccable, and spoke in a gentle tone, "Miss, I have been commanded to bring you your meal." Su Mian scrutinized him from head to toe, furrowing her brow as a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. She inquired softly, "Where is Sister Xiaowan? Is it not always she who brings the meals? Why has someone else come today?" As if anticipating her question, the young eunuch kept his head bowed, his gaze firmly fixed on the ground, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. He replied in a measured tone, "Sister Wan is unwell today, so I have come in her stead." His words were impeccably crafted. Given Xiao Wan's poor eyesight and the winding paths outside, it was indeed wise for her to rest. Upon hearing this, Su Mian gently nodded, her attention shifting toward the food box, poised to open it. At that moment, a crisp sound rang out as the young eunuch, employing some unknown method, deftly unshackled the chain binding her feet. Su Mian paused, turning to him, her eyes brightening with surprise. In his hand, the eunuch held a slender piece of iron wire, which he deftly used to remove the chains around her legs with just a few deft movements. Stunned and astonished, Su Mian instinctively raised her hand to cover her mouth. "Whisper you can pick locks?" "Hush." The young eunuch quickly gestured for silence, his expression tense as he glanced around cautiously. Once assured that the surroundings were clear, he lowered his voice and said, "I am a servant of Princely Wang, and I have come specifically to rescue you. Is that true?" A wave of joy surged within Su Mian as she realized that Chu Mo Li was indeed reliable, demonstrating remarkable efficiency in sending someone to her aid so swiftly. She hastily adjusted her clothing, preparing to descend the bed and follow the young eunuch. Yet, as her feet touched the ground, she hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face as if a thought had suddenly occurred to her. Wait a moment, something seems amiss. Did he not previously advise against acting rashly? Why was he now urging her to leave? Whom should she trust? With this realization, Su Mian's instincts sharpened. Something was undeniably off, and there must be a hidden agenda at play. Squinting slightly, she scrutinized the young eunuch before instinctively stepping back, casting a doubtful gaze upon him. Did Princely Wang say anything else? Perhaps he left a note? The eunuch's eyes flickered with panic, although he maintained a calm exterior. He hurriedly urged, "The prince said that once you leave, someone will surely be there to assist you. My only duty is to guide you. You must come with me quickly. Otherwise, if the guards come to check, we shall be trapped." Contemplating his words, Su Mian's wariness only intensified. An idea flashed through her mind. What if we both leave together? That would draw too much attention. Instead, why don't you change clothes with me? I will leave first. If you're caught, you can claim I coerced you. What do you think? The eunuch was momentarily taken aback, his face revealing a hint of distress. However, before he could respond, Su Mian began removing his outer garment. "Oh, what are you afraid of? Hurry and take it off, or I might not be able to escape." Reluctantly, yet yielding, the young eunuch's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and resolve. After all, his task was merely to escort Su Mian out. His own escape was of little concern. Gritting his teeth, he acquiesced to her request. The young eunuch removed his outer robe and handed it to Su Mian, and in a matter of moments, they exchanged garments. Su Mian grasped the iron chain with a decisive click, fastening it around the small eunuch's ankle, deftly concealing the wire. The eunuch, clad in Su Mian's sheer outer garment, was flushed with embarrassment, hesitating to speak. With a mischievous smile, Su Mian quickly reassured him, performing the charade in full, understanding that he too wished to avoid punishment. Reluctantly, the eunuch acquiesced, watching helplessly as Su Mian boldly strode out. Bending slightly, dressed in the eunuch's attire, Su Mian hurriedly exited the dim chamber. The outfit was so unremarkable that few noticed her as she navigated through the corridors, an unexpected ease accompanying her escape. Upon leaving the secret room, she briskly traversed the long hallway, relying on her memory of the layout of the palace to cautiously make her way toward the interrogation chamber. She pondered that the places for detaining prisoners in the palace were primarily the imperial gardens and the Zhao prison, and perhaps her family was confined within these walls. However, She hadn't gone far when piercing screams echoed, anguish cries writhing beneath the lash. Su Mian's heart tightened, a sense of regret flooding her as she discerned that most of the captives here were likely female prisoners, suggesting that her family was probably not held in this location. Lowering the brim of her red and white hat to avoid drawing attention, she prepared to turn back and head toward the courtyard ahead. Yet, as she reached a corner, an unexpected scene froze her in place. A man with a stern expression, clad in a dragon robe, sat majestically upon a grand chair, flanked by a row of armed imperial guards, their imposing presence blocking her path. Just as Su Mian had taken half a step forward, she swiftly withdrew, pressing against the wall, grateful for her current concealed position, which made her less conspicuous. Had she heeded the eunuch's advice, she would have undoubtedly fallen into the clutches of Chu Junqi and his men, with unimaginable consequences. A wave of dread surged within her as she clenched her teeth, realizing that Chu Junqi had no good intentions, and she had almost walked into his trap. Her heart raced violently in her chest, as if it would burst forth, and she quickly inhaled deeply, discreetly lowering her hat's brim to obscure most of her face. She hunched her body, treading lightly as she cautiously maneuvered along the corridor, scarcely daring to breathe. On the other side, Chu Junqi, adorned in a pale blue dragon robe, lounged lazily in his chair, one foot resting casually on the backrest, idly toying with a smooth jade ring on his finger. His demeanor was relaxed and languid, yet the aura he exuded commanded respect and deterred any approach. His narrow eyes were half closed, fixated on the inner courtyard. A fleeting glance caught sight of a frail little eunuch standing nearby. "Stop!" A jolt of alarm coursed through Su Mian, her body freezing as she slowly turned, only to find a pair of black boots before her. Raising her gaze, she beheld a figure clad in armor, wielding a sword, unmistakably the captain of Chu Junqi's personal guards, a position of high authority. The towering figure, robust and imposing, bore a face adorned with a thick beard, wielding a sword that nearly reached her height. Each encounter with him instilled an inexplicable fear within Su Mian. He barked, "Why do you not pay your respects to the emperor?" Cold sweat trickled down her brow as her heart raced uncontrollably. Terrified, she immediately knelt, burying her head low, wishing to vanish into the ground, desperate to conceal her identity as a woman. Summoning her composure, she strove to mimic the high-pitched tones of the eunuchs. Trembling as she spoke, "I am but a humble servant, lacking the wisdom to recognize your esteemed self upon my first entrance to the palace. I beseech your forgiveness." "Your Majesty." Chu Junqi maintained a frigid demeanor, seemingly oblivious to her presence, as though he regarded her, a mere insignificant eunuch, with utter indifference. Commander Li, observing this, wore a face of disdain, and with a forceful kick, he struck Su Mian, cursing, "You spineless, cowardly eunuch, why do you not leave at once?" Su Mian bit her lip, suppressing the cry that threatened to escape her lips, her hands clutching her lower back tightly, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Yet, she continued to bow repeatedly, murmuring, "Yes, yes, I shall leave at once," in her frantic attempt to secure her precariously tilting hat. She scrambled to her feet in a most ungainly manner. As her gaze inadvertently fell upon the towering figure draped in shades of blue and white, her heart tightened, and she quickly averted her eyes, turning to flee towards the gates of the palace, eager to escape this perilous situation. With each step closer to the gate, her heart pounded fiercely. The man in the high seat leaned back slightly, his gaze fixated on her fleeing silhouette, his eyes dark and penetrating, as if he sought to pierce through her very being. His long, distinct fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of his chair, and his thin lips parted, curling into a faint smirk. "Chico." No sooner had his words left his lips than a tempest arose, swirling dust and debris. In an instant, a magnificent and formidable beast, its coat as white as snow, burst forth with wild abandon. This creature moved with the agility of a lightning bolt, charging directly towards Su Mian. Its powerful paws struck the ground like thunder. Hearing the commotion, Su Mian's face drained of color, and as she turned, her eyes widened in terror, pupils constricting dramatically. Before she could react, the overwhelming force knocked her to the ground. Upon closer inspection, She realized that the creature atop her was a massive Tibetan Mastiff, its stature towering at 8 feet, its fur gleaming as if coated in silver. Its eyes, akin to copper bells, glimmered with a predatory gleam, and its fearsome fangs glistened before her, dripping with saliva and exuding a pungent odor. Oh heavens! This beast was taller than any man. Su Mian trembled in abject fear, her mind blank, as if her blood had congealed, shaking uncontrollably. Terrified of provoking this creature into a vicious bite. Desperately, she repeated in her mind, "Do not bite me. Do not bite me." The snow mastiff lowered its head, sniffing her scent, seemingly in search of confirmation. Su Mian's fingers clenched the grass beneath her, holding her breath as her body trembled uncontrollably. Every hair on her body standing on end, and the terror in her eyes seemed poised to engulf her. In the past, while in Dian, she often sought information about the palace of Chu, where it was rumored that the Chu monarch Qi kept a ferocious beast named Chia, a white Tibetan Mastiff. With an ability to track by scent for 1,000 miles, relentless for 7 days and nights, it was aptly named. Today, upon witnessing it, she found the rumors were indeed true. She had once imagined how majestic the Chu monarch Qi must appear on the battlefield with the snow-white Mastiff. Yet she never anticipated that he would employ Chia against her. "Come back." At the man's command, Chia slowly leaped away from Su Mian, its fluffy head nuzzling against Qi's leg before it obediently lay at his feet, its green eyes fixated on the dazed Su Mian sprawled on the ground. Qi strode forward, seizing Su Mian by her collar and lifting her from the ground. His eyes, cold as a frigid pond, bore down on her, indifferent and intimidating. Su Mian, already half paralyzed by fear, offered no reaction as Qi lifted her. With a cold smirk, he remarked that Chia, who was known to relish human flesh, particularly that of young women, showed no sign of interest in her despite her presence. His fingers glided over Su Mian's trembling lips as he scrutinized her, his gaze piercing. "What you conceal within you?" Su Mian felt a flicker of relief deep down. What could it be, if not the heartworm? The treasure bestowed upon her by Chu Mo Li had proven invaluable. She had once deemed that grotesque creature unsightly. It possessed a power formidable enough to instill fear in such a beast. However, she could not afford to raise Qi's suspicions. Su Mian pressed her lips together, gazing at him blankly, feigning ignorance. "Hasn't your majesty already searched me?" Qi's expression hardened, his eyes sharp as ice, fixated on her. With a derisive chuckle, he remarked, "Isn't it true that the king of Li has recently been reclusive for your sake?" Under the weight of his scrutinizing gaze, Su Mian's fingers entwined tightly beneath her sleeves, her brows furrowing as she looked up at him with an innocent, aggrieved expression, insisting that she knew nothing. The man's demeanor darkened, resembling the sky before a tempest. He suddenly grasped her delicate neck with a grip like iron, forcefully pinning her against the palace wall. Though his strength was not overwhelming, it rendered her breath quick and labored, a wave of terror flooding her eyes. She hadn't anticipated Qi's swift change in temperament. Despite her utmost caution, she had inadvertently provoked him. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Qi's mouth as he coldly regarded Su Mian's pale visage. "Ha! Colluding with the king of Li, and yet you dare claim ignorance?" After extracting her secrets with a few subtle manipulations, Su Mian had indeed disappointed him. At that moment, her mind raced. Qi sought to extract information about the king of Li and the remnants of Dian from her. Should she acknowledge any connection, her fate would be sealed. With her nose reddening, Su Mian resembled a frightened kitten in his grasp, tears glistening in her eyes. "Your Majesty has misunderstood. I have never conspired with the king of Li. Someone is framing me." Qi's expression shifted slightly, his gaze now frosty, demanding, "What do you mean?" Seeing the relaxation of his grip, Su Mian hurriedly knelt on the ground, tightly clutching at his garment, seeking to exonerate herself. A person claiming to be the Prince of Li had entered the secret chamber, insisting on taking her away. In her heart, she only thought of her family and did not wish to comply, but that young eunuch forcibly attempted to drag her away. With no other recourse, she could only lock him on the couch and venture out to find her family. She spoke tremulously, her eyes brimming with tears, inadvertently catching the gaze of the emperor, pleading her innocence. Mianer truly did not conspire with the Prince of Li. She sobbed incessantly, as if bearing an immense grievance. The veracity of her words was ambiguous. Everyone knew they were lies, yet there was no tangible evidence to grasp. That eunuch had been orchestrated by him, and Su Mian's claims coincidentally served to absolve her of guilt. Countering his moves, when did his little wild fox become so astute? Chu Junqi continued to regard her with cold, unyielding eyes, his expression betraying no hint of emotion, impervious to her plight. There was an undeniable tone of authority in his voice as he inquired, "From where did you acquire that eunuch's attire?" Su Mian blinked innocently, her face alight with nonchalance as she replied, "I took it from the little eunuch." Upon hearing this, the man's countenance darkened instantaneously. Akin to ominous clouds gathering before a tempest, a foreboding shade enveloping him. Yet, Su Mian appeared blissfully unaware of the ominous atmosphere, continuing to plead her case with fervor. "Your Majesty, this matter is not of great consequence. The most pressing concern is that you must not fall victim to the schemes of those treacherous villains." Noticing Chu Junqi's lack of visible reaction, Su Mian grew increasingly anxious, her speech quickening. "That little eunuch is still locked on the bed. I assure you, Your Majesty, if you do not believe me, you may go to the secret chamber and see for yourself." "Take it off," Chu Junqi abruptly interjected, cutting through her incessant rambling. Su Mian was momentarily taken aback, her face a portrait of shock as she instinctively blurted, "Huh?" Chu Junqi coldly scrutinized her, then gradually crouched down to meet her gaze. Enunciating each word deliberately, "Remove that eunuch's garment." Su Mian bit her lip in distress, her expression rife with difficulty. She quickly glanced around, a flicker of hesitation and resistance in her eyes as she protested, "But there are so many people here. A woman's honor is of utmost importance." Yet, Chu Junqi's insistence for her to disrobe in public was undeniably a blatant humiliation. Chu Junqi, however, remained unfazed. A stranger's eunuch attire was something Su Mian dared to wear so brazenly. To him, that garb was an eyesore. Much like the Prince of Li himself, its mere existence was enough to irritate him. "Whoever dares to look shall have their eyes gouged out," he declared, his voice low yet audible enough for all present to hear. As his words echoed, the surrounding guards fell silent, each one as if preordained, simultaneously averting their gazes and turning their backs, not daring to overstep their bounds in the slightest. Chapter 40. Becoming a consort of solitude, Su Mian lacked the courage to defy Chu Junqi, so she gritted her teeth and complied with his wishes. Slowly shedding the eunuch's attire and removing her boots, her bare feet meeting the frigid floor. The cold wind howled around her, slicing through her skin like a blade, causing her to shiver involuntarily, and she could only huddle her arms tightly around herself in a desperate attempt to find warmth. With her eyes glistening, tears welling up, she appeared on the verge of weeping, her voice trembling as she cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, is it all right?" She lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame, wishing fervently to vanish into the earth and escape this excruciatingly embarrassing situation. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a cloak gently draped over her shoulders, providing a modest cover that shielded her from the biting cold and the prying eyes of others. Chu Junqi approached her with an impassive expression. Without uttering a word, he lifted her effortlessly in his arms. His tone remained icy, laden with a palpable threat. "Do not let me discover your missteps, or both you and your family shall find no refuge." At the palace of lead and splendor, Lu Zhuo reclined upon the favored consort's couch, her robes partially disheveled, allowing the palace maids to apply fragrant creams upon her skin. Upon hearing the maid's report, a chilling glimmer ignited in her lustrous eyes. "Are you saying that the emperor has hidden Su Mian in the imperial garden?" "Indeed, your grace," Chui whispered conspiratorially in her ear. After a brief pause, Lu Zhuo chuckled softly, her eyes shimmering with malice. "No wonder I could not find her. It seems the emperor intends to keep a beauty in seclusion." Chui continued to agree. "Moreover, His Majesty has decreed that Su Mian is to reside in the Jasmine Chamber." "What? A consort?" Su Mian felt as though struck by lightning, her entire being unceremoniously tossed onto the couch, her eyes widening in disbelief, reflecting a sense of utter absurdity. She thought to herself, Has Chu Junqi truly lost his mind? Standing nearby, Chu Junqi's expression grew increasingly frigid, akin to the ominous sky before a storm. His brow furrowed tightly, his gaze penetrating and stubborn as it bore down on Su Mian. Mianer, will you choose to remain a nameless servant, subject to the whims of others and enduring humiliation? Or will you accept the role of my consort? You must decide. Su Mian propped herself up on the soft pillows, her face a mask of indecision. After a long pause, she finally stammered, "Is it possible to choose neither?" Her voice was as soft as a feather in the wind, yet it resonated clearly in the stillness of the room. Although being a servant meant no financial burdens, it also granted her a measure of freedom, aside from the time spent with Chu Junqi. She had witnessed the court's intrigues from a young age, and with Wen Yi residing in the palace as well. Becoming one of the emperor's women would inevitably draw her into the treacherous power struggles of the harem. Yet even if she escaped the imperial garden, her status as a servant would surely bind her in constraints. Just as she found herself ensnared in this dilemma, Chu Junqi flatly refused. No, Mianer does not wish to be a consort. Su Mian bit her lower lip, her eyes reflecting her stubbornness. But the quiver in her voice betrayed the fear lurking within her heart. Her words had yet to escape her lips when Chu Junqi abruptly seized her chin with such force that it felt as though he intended to crush her bones. His countenance was dark and foreboding, his eyes ablaze with fury as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Su Mian, warning her, "Su Mian, you possess no right to negotiate with me." His voice resonated like the biting chill of a winter wind, piercing directly into her heart. It was glaringly evident that there was no room for choice. Yet, Su Mian, stubborn and unwilling to yield, pressed on. "What if I refuse to become a consort?" A cold, thin smile curled at the corners of Chu Junqi's lips, as if he had anticipated her inquiry. Releasing her, he slightly turned his head and called out, "Bring her in." As his words fell, the door swung open rudely, and a woman clad in tattered red, her body marred by whip marks, was unceremoniously thrown into the room. The once vibrant hue of her attire was now dulled by blood, the fabric torn and ragged. Her hair was in disarray, cascading over her face, and her body twitched slightly, emitting pained groans. "Red Jade!" Su Mian cried out, her voice laced with terror and anguish as she instantly recognized her. Her heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, causing a sharp pain that brought tears to her eyes. On the day of the execution, she had implored Red Jade to flee. How could it be that she had been captured nonetheless? Su Mian's mind was a tumult of distress, solely occupied by the wretched sight of Red Jade. What have you done to her? Do not harm her. Su Mian's heart raced with anxiety as she desperately attempted to rise, but the powerful arm of Chu Junqi encircled her waist, rendering her immobile. "Let me go," she shouted, her face flushed with fury. "Chu Junqi, you scoundrel!" As she futilely struggled against his grip, cursing him with all her might. Chu Junqi appeared to find the scene rather amusing, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yet to Su Mian, that smile was chillingly cruel. He spoke with a leisurely cadence. "This maid of yours possesses some tenacity. Capturing her required considerable effort on my part. Alas, her spirit is too unyielding, for no amount of coercion or temptation could extract a word from her." The corners of the man's mouth still bore that faint, mocking smile, as if he regarded human life as mere chaff, unworthy of concern. Tears brimmed in Su Mian's eyes, blurring her vision as she could no longer contain her anguish. With a quivering voice, she retorted, "If you have grievances against me, why must you involve the innocent?" Unmoved, the man forcefully twisted her hands behind her back, compelling her to tilt her head back. His gaze was icy and penetrating, accompanied by a derisive laugh. You cannot even withstand a few strokes of the whip, yet you dare to boast." Silenced by humiliation and powerlessness, Su Mian averted her gaze, her eyes desperately searching for the unconscious Red Jade. To her horror, she noticed a gleaming knife ominously hovering above Red Jade's head. Under the cold moonlight, the blade glimmered with a chilling light, flickering as if it were the gaze of the Grim Reaper. Su Mian's pupils instantly constricted, her face drained of color, and large tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Her voice trembled with a cry of desperation pleading, "Please stop. I beg you, do not kill her." Hong Yu had been her companion since childhood, akin to a sister. Apart from her father and mother, Hong Yu was her sole confidant. Countless days and nights, her longing had become a malady. Hong Yu would always bring her the freshest hibiscus flowers, reassuring her that the Empress Zhao's affection for the prince would ensure her protection and a life of happiness and peace. "Chu Junqi, I have willingly become your maid. What more do you desire from me?" Su Mian's brow furrowed, her eyes filled with resentment and indignation, yet she summoned the courage to grasp the man's clothing, demanding answers. Chu Junqi extended his hand, forcefully turning her tear-streaked face towards him, observing her present state of disarray and helplessness. The corners of his lips curled into a mocking smile, the tone of his voice dripping with condescension. "Now, your life and death rest in my hands. I shall ask you once more, will you choose to be my consort, or continue as this lowly servant? You must ponder your answer carefully." His control was as suffocating as an impenetrable web, where life and death hinged on his whim. What he desired was her absolute submission, to witness her collapse and struggle as she unwittingly stepped into the trap he had meticulously set. Su Mian's body trembled slightly as she inhaled deeply. Her voice choked as her gaze grew increasingly vacant. "Please let her go. I will do whatever you wish, Your Highness." "So obedient," Chu Junqi remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he reached out to gently wipe away the tears lingering on her eyelids. However, at the very moment he turned away, the smile vanished without a trace, as if the gentle demeanor he had just displayed was but a fleeting illusion. He instructed the nearby eunuch Chow in a detached tone, "Convey my decree. Su Mian is of gentle and virtuous nature. In remembrance of our past bond, I cannot bear to see her brilliance tarnished. Thus, I bestow upon her the title of Fu Yao." Fu Yao, soaring to great heights, yet the evening glow has departed, never to return. This title was already a mark of dignity. Beyond this, he could offer no more. Unbeknownst to Su Mian, who remained unaware of Chu Junqi's true intentions, she adhered to the proper etiquette, rising gracefully to bow and softly uttering, "Thank you, Your Highness." Until Chu Junqi's figure completely vanished from sight, she maintained her bowing posture, not daring to rise. Eunuch Chow observed her and couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Years ago, when the prince served as a hostage in Dian, he had grown up alongside Su Mian for a brief 3 years, during which feelings had subtly blossomed. Alas, fate had dealt a cruel hand. The prince's stubbornness led to the downfall of Dian, and even if this little princess harbored affection for him, their story had reached its conclusion. They truly resembled a pair of star-crossed lovers. The decree and golden tablet would soon be delivered. "Your Highness, prepare to receive the edict," Eunuch Chow reminded her. Su Mian's eyes were hollow and devoid of life. Her voice had turned hoarse and dry. She urgently implored, "Thank you, Master Chow. I would be most grateful if you could summon the royal physician. Hong Yu appears to be on the brink of death." That night, Su Mian hardly closed her eyes, fixated on Hong Yu until she was miraculously pulled back from the edge of death. She had no other choice. Being a consort was merely another form of purgatory. Before dawn broke, shrouded in the embrace of night, there arose a stir outside the Jiao Fong Palace. Soon, a palace maid clad in blue approached her. The maid's high-arched brows and sharp demeanor were disconcerting, evoking discomfort at first glance. Standing there, her tone laced with sarcasm, she declared loudly, "Your Highness, according to our palace's customs, it is time for you to pay your respects with tea at the Qianhua Palace." Upon hearing this, a bitter smile involuntarily graced Su Mian's lips. She inwardly lamented, "Indeed, has it come so soon?" Chapter 41. Rebound from the abyss. Su Mian was momentarily taken aback. The mistress of Qianhua Palace was the unassuming yet formidable consort Lu Zhiruo. During her tenure at the Chonghua Hall, she had only glimpsed her twice, rarely making an appearance. Lu Zhiruo wielded actual power within the harem, unlike other consorts who vied for favor, irritating Lord Chu Junqi. She would invariably insert herself into discussions of state affairs under the guise of cordiality. Seemingly unambitious, she held the upper hand. The Lu family was connected to Empress Changsan, making her a distant cousin to one Yi, which explained her resilience amidst the ever-shifting dynamics of the imperial harem. All the esteemed ladies pay their respects to the consort. Su Mian's reverie was abruptly interrupted by a soft, melodious voice. Kneeling, she mimicked the other consorts, holding the teacup with reverence, bowing deeply as she proclaimed, "I pay my respects to the esteemed consort." 1E, cradling her teacup, froze upon seeing Su Mian. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a cold, sinister glimmer flashing within them, as a wave of jealousy quietly spread beneath the surface. How could this be? Su Mian was still alive. Wasn't this wretched girl supposed to have perished unnoticed outside the palace, becoming mere dust? What troubles my sister? Is the tea not to your taste today? Lu Zhuo, keenly sensing the unusual atmosphere, softly inquired, breaking the momentary silence. When Yi wore a smile laden with meaning as she languidly replied, "Oh, is nothing. I merely find this Yao consort to be oddly familiar." No sooner had the words left her lips than a richly dressed, obsequious beauty named Yu stepped forward, swaying her hips as she eagerly ingratiated herself. "Your Highness may not be aware, but the Yao consort previously served the Emperor directly, as a personal maid." She deliberately emphasized those words, laden with insinuation. The other consorts stifled their laughter, their gazes at Su Mian tinged with disdain. A mere servant turned into a consort could only ascend through underhanded means. At this remark, Su Mian instinctively clenched her fingers. Su Mian could only perceive a buzzing in her ears, as the piercing words struck her heart like a relentless hammer, nearly suffocating her. At this moment, the enchanting woman in a high position finally turned her gaze upon Su Mian, her smile radiant. "The sovereign has recently taken you as a consort, showing you affection. Henceforth, we shall be sisters sharing the same abode. Rise, please." With brows as delicate as distant green mountains and lips resembling cherry blossoms, her every gesture exuded grace and dignity. Yet, the slight upward tilt of her elongated eyelids hinted at an underlying coldness that instilled fear. Su Mian, frail yet respectful, knelt before her, hands steadily holding a teacup, softly uttering, "Your Highness, please partake of the tea." "Sister Yao, your thoughtfulness is appreciated," Lu Zhuo replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, which, while appearing gentle, concealed no genuine warmth, dissipating into nothingness. She merely nodded, refraining from accepting the teacup, as if it were a piece of refuse. Beside her, Cui Lu stepped forward, offering a slight bow, and explained, "Your Highness has recently caught a chill, and the bitterness lingers in her mouth. She truly does not wish to drink tea." Faced with such a challenge during her first audience, Lu Zhuo did not instruct her to set down the cup, leaving Su Mian in a predicament. Vanyi, with a figure as graceful as a willow swaying in the wind, reclined languidly on the soft couch behind the beaded curtain. She raised her gaze slightly, a hint of cunning flickering in her eyes, and spoke softly, "Cousin is not suited to drink tea today. Why not let Wenyi take over?" Her voice was gentle, yet carried an air of deliberation. Su Mian's heart tightened. It was evident that Wenyi's suggestion was intentional, stirring turmoil within her, though she dared not reveal her emotions. As she lifted her eyes, she caught a subtle gesture from Lu Zhuo, who, seemingly indifferent, was idly tending to her vividly painted nails, casually uttering 2 words, "Go ahead," taking a deep breath to feign calmness. Su Mian felt as though she were a taut string threatening to snap. She slowly approached the beaded curtain, parting the shimmering strands. Kneeling before Wenyi, she straightened her posture, raising the teacup high, head bowed in utmost reverence. Wenyi's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile as she extended her delicate, Su Mian's chin. Her gaze fell upon the girl's exquisitely flawless face, a fleeting astonishment igniting in her eyes like a shooting star. Then, she leaned in slightly, her lips nearly brushing against Su Mian's ear, her voice a chilling whisper meant solely for their ears. "Do you think that with this face, you can rest easy? Su Mian, you are but a lowly servant." She deliberately emphasized those last 2 words, ensuring that Su Mian heard them clearly. Su Mian's pupils constricted, taken aback by Wenyi's duality of persona. Yet, separated by the beaded curtain, to those outside, nothing appeared amiss. It merely seemed as if the two were engaged in intimate conversation. With a cold gaze, unmoved by the provocation, Su Mian replied, "Your Highness, please enjoy the tea." When he seemed quite pleased with her subservient demeanor, extending her delicate fingers towards the teacup. However, as soon as her fingers brushed the cup, she recoiled as if burned, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah!" The sound was sharp and piercing, reverberating through the silent palace like a clap of thunder. At her startled cry, the teacup slipped from her grasp, shattering on the ground with a crisp crack, tea splattering like a flower blooming and then fracturing. Lu Zhuo hastily covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with shock, exclaiming, Are you all right?" No sooner had she spoken than she glided forward with graceful steps, rushing to 1E's side. With a sense of urgency, she enveloped 1E in her embrace, her gaze falling upon Su Mian's pale face. Scalding tea had splashed all over Su Mian, some trickling down her cheeks, while others soaked her garments. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, rendering her particularly disheveled. Lu Zhuo's tone escalated, filled with reproach and fury. As she admonished, "Sister Yao, what have you done? 1E has a heart condition. How could you be so careless as to not even hold a teacup steady?" Her voice echoed throughout the palace, laden with undeniable accusation. Su Mian met Liu Zhiruo's gaze unflinchingly, her eyes shimmering with a cold glint reminiscent of icy stars in the night sky, piercing directly at her adversary. Lu Zhiruo felt a tremor in her heart under the sudden chill of Su Mian's gaze, a wave of inexplicable guilt washing over her. However, having dwelled long in the inner palace and mastered the art of power, she swiftly quelled her unease, straightened her back, and feigned calmness as she spoke. "Is this the look of discontent from Sister Yao?" Su Mian remained silent, her expression growing ever more frigid. Vanyi, with her delicate brows furrowed, clutched her handkerchief with a look of pitiful innocence, contemplating that it was merely the allure of the colorful glass prayer beads that had distracted Yao Fei, causing her to drop the teacup. She would not hold it against her, and would simply refrain from wearing them next time. Outside the chamber, the concubines began to murmur amongst themselves, and a sharp voice broke through. "Oh, who doesn't know that the emperor favors 1E, traveling thousands of miles to the South Sea to fetch her those prayer beads, to bestow blessings upon her highness? A mere deposed princess daring to covet them. How utterly oblivious to the consequences." The speaker was Jiang Wani, a concubine of modest rank yet the daughter of the Grand Minister, who typically bowed to Lu Zhiruo's lead. Others echoed her sentiments. Indeed, she seems to be basking in her elevated status, lost in arrogance. They say she ascended through seduction. Such despicable tactics are truly contemptible. The harshness of their jeers pierced Su Mian's ears like sharp needles, and a flicker of indignation surged within her, akin to a tidal wave rising in her gaze, only to be swiftly reined in, as if it had never existed. She slowly lifted her head, fixing her steady and resolute gaze upon 1E, her eyes clear and unwavering. "Pirinces Vanyi, it was I who inadvertently knocked over the teacup. This is my fault. However, I harbor no covetous intentions toward your prayer beads, and I implore you to tread carefully with your words. Should this matter be spread, I might find myself branded with the unjust label of jealousy and narrow-mindedness, a stigma I cannot bear." Her voice was soft, yet resonated clearly enough for all present to hear. In her eyes, there was an inexplicable air of authority. The assembly was momentarily taken aback by Su Mian's composed demeanor, observing her unwavering steadiness, as if she were a resilient pine standing tall against the tempest. "Yao Fei, 1E is also well-meaning. Your words have not yet fully escaped your lips," came the gentle reminder. Suddenly, Su Mian bent down, her forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud, echoing like a heavy hammer against the hearts of those present. "Your Highness, I have committed a grave mistake by disturbing Her Highness 1E. I willingly request to kneel on the long street as a warning to others." Su Mian's voice was cold and resolute, reverberating throughout the palace. The concubines in attendance turned pale at her words, exchanging incredulous glances. Had the Yao concubine lost her senses? At such a critical juncture, instead of seeking to exonerate herself, she voluntarily accepted the blame, which was truly perplexing. Lu Zhiruo was momentarily taken aback, her expression betraying a hint of shock and hesitation. Chapter 42. Do you think I would feel pity? Lu Jiruo's demeanor shifted. She had intended to publicly humiliate Su Mian to solidify her reputation for jealousy. However, Su Mian preemptively requested punishment, and though she held no power, she was still a legitimate wife. A severe punishment would only make Lu Jiruo appear petty and ungracious. Clenching her fists tightly, she sighed, "Very well. Is your first offense. Let it be 2 hours of kneeling." "Yes, your highness," Su Mian replied, her eyes lowered, a glimmer of cunning flickering within. On the long street, adorned in resplendent attire befitting a legitimate wife, jewels sparkling in her hair, Su Mian walked gracefully upon the wide marble pathway, her steps causing her embellishments to sway gently. Xiao Tao followed closely behind, her face a mask of confusion as she whispered, "Your Highness, I cannot comprehend why you choose to endure this humiliation when you could clarify the situation to everyone." Xiao Tao was the first person Su Mian had sought out from Chu Junqi, her confidant who understood her well. With a blank expression, Su Mian gazed ahead, her heart heavy with melancholy. If she explained herself, they had already resolved to tarnish her reputation. The punishment was inevitable. Rather than allowing them to hurl accusations at her from all directions, it was better to confront it herself. She halted at a certain spot, her gaze settling upon the distant Qingjin Hall. This will do, she decided. Su Mian bent down, blowing away the dust from the ground, her fingers pulling at her long skirt before she knelt down abruptly. The passing palace servants turned their heads, watching with keen interest and murmuring amongst themselves. Xiao Tao's face contorted in concern as she wrung her fingers, urging, "Your Highness, this place is a thoroughfare for ministers heading to morning court. Do you truly wish to kneel here?" This was the junction of the long street and the palace entrance, and she had deliberately chosen a conspicuous spot to kneel. Was she truly unafraid? Without hesitation, Su Mian nodded, her eyes radiating an unassailable determination as she stated resolutely, "Yes, if you find it shameful. You may return to care for Hongyu." Chu Junqi had humiliated her, yet the world only knew her as a consort. While she bore the blame of seducing the sovereign, he, in contrast, received praise for his benevolence and consideration of past affections. Bah! Such false benevolence! Though she did not enjoy the same favor from the emperor as her mother, she had learned much about surviving in the harem. Xiu, remember this. In the harem, weakness is strength. The more apparent your weakness, the less likely others are to strike you with both open and hidden daggers. The empress mother desired nothing more than for you, in this lifetime, to find a prince who would cherish and love you, sparing you from the treacherous paths she had to tread. However, should your heart be set on a monarch atop the world, heed her words with utmost seriousness. The admonitions of the empress mother resonated in my mind, her gaze fierce and her eyes brimming with tears. "Mother, I shall remember your words. I vow to live well. Those who wish me harm shall not escape unscathed." In the hall of diligent governance, the announcement of court dismissal echoed through the vast chamber, the high-pitched voice of the eunuch reverberating in the air. The ministers, like a flood released from a dam, swiftly dispersed towards the exit. Upon stepping outside the palace gates, I beheld Su Mian kneeling resolutely upon the long street. Adorned in resplendent attire befitting a primary consort, her garments fluttered gently in the breeze. The gazes of the courtiers were irresistibly drawn to her, murmurs of curiosity rising like a tide. "Who is this lady? She appears to be a primary consort." One minister, stroking his beard and squinting in contemplation, expressed his bewilderment. Nearby, another official approached with small, hurried steps, slightly bowing as he elucidated, "Esteemed minister, do you not recognize her? This is the newly appointed Yao Fei, the beloved of his majesty." "Yao Fei? Is she not the princess Xiao of Dian?" "Indeed," the official nodded, a hint of pity in his gaze, pondering the transgression that led her to kneel in such a manner. "What a pity," he mused. "Her beauty is extraordinary. With brows like distant mountains and a captivating aura, she does not appear to be the malevolent enchantress the rumors suggest. After all, the renowned Xiao Guifei of Dian was once celebrated as the most exquisite beauty of the 9 abysses, and her daughter could hardly be lacking in grace." Su Mian remained there, quietly kneeling, seemingly oblivious to the discussion surrounding her, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering as she observed the ebb and flow of passersby. Although she knelt, she did so with dignity, calmly accepting the scrutiny and judgments cast upon her. The ministers, initially inclined to gossip about her, felt a twinge of sympathy at her plight. The Prince of Li emerged late, and by the time he noticed Su Mian, the other ministers had mostly dispersed. The sight of her kneeling caused his expression to shift dramatically. "Su Mian, what are you doing here?" His voice trembled, and upon fixing his gaze upon her, he felt as though his heart had been seized by an unseen force, a sharp pang coursing through him, compelling his legs to move closer to her. "Do not come any closer." A flicker of panic crossed Su Mian's eyes as she urgently called out. Instantly, his steps felt as if laden with lead, unable to advance. His eyes filled with concern, as if attempting to penetrate the fragility of her being. She bit her pale lips and shook her head. So many eyes in the palace were upon her, and if the Prince of Li were to draw near, it would provide others with leverage against her. Chu Junqi would not let such a transgression go unpunished. She spoke slowly, her tone cautious and probing. "Your Highness, how have you been of late?" "Well, everything is well." Chu Moli furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously clenching. He gazed at her frail form, swaying in the wind like a delicate flower on the verge of being uprooted, his feelings of compassion intensifying. This was the first time he felt such a profound and overwhelming impulse to protect a woman at all costs. A sensation both foreign and intensely disconcerting, causing his heart to race. "How much longer must you kneel?" Chu Moli's voice was slightly hoarse. Su Mian's gaze dimmed as she pressed her lips together, responding, "1 hour. No more kneeling. I shall seek out my royal brother on your behalf." Chu Moli's brow furrowed deeper, his eyes filled with compassion. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Su Mian, enduring the excruciating pain in her knees akin to being cut by blades, called out urgently, "It is not his fault. I spilled tea on when he—" "It was imperial concubine Lu who commanded me to kneel." Chu Moli was taken aback. Vanyi, typically poised and knowledgeable, why would she target Su Mian so? However, he quickly comprehended her intention. This was a struggle within the harem. She aimed to bring it to light, and if he were to rescue her now, it would render her efforts futile. Su Mian feigned nonchalance, smiling lightly at him. "My lord, you should depart swiftly. Do not delay your exit from the palace." In the hall of governance, a pair of hawk-like sharp eyes scrutinized the two below, the man's expression growing increasingly ominous. At that moment, a young eunuch hurried in with news. "Your Majesty, Consort Yao has declared that she must kneel for 2 full hours before she can rise and attend to the hall of governance." Standing nearby, Eunuch Chao cautiously raised his gaze, noting the oppressive gloom on Chu Junqi's face, which seemed capable of dripping water. He tentatively inquired, "Your Majesty, we not go to see Consort Yao?" Hearing this, Chu Junqi's lips curled slightly, but a derisive laugh escaped him. "If she wishes to kneel, let her do so. To pick such a time during the morning court to kneel at the entrance of the hall of governance. Does she think I would feel pity? I have yet to settle accounts with Wen Yi for her burns. She still has the audacity to make a spectacle of herself. Those unaware might think she has suffered a grave injustice. It has only been 2 hours. If I were to punish her, it would be far more severe." As the sun gradually set in the west, its golden rays illuminated Su Mian, whose body was already drenched in sweat. Xiaotao, furrowing her brow with concern, gently reminded, "Your Highness, the 2 hours have passed. The time is up." Hearing this, Su Mian weakly grasped Xiaotao's outstretched arm, gritting her teeth as she attempted to rise. She could not suppress a cry of pain. A piercing agony surged through her knees, overwhelming her like a tumultuous tide, causing her to nearly collapse back to the ground. Xiaotao, filled with sympathy, sighed repeatedly, "Your Highness, why endure this suffering? When the 6th young master came to summon you to the hall of governance, you should have gone with him. You wouldn't have had to kneel for this extra hour." Su Mian shook her head, managing a bitter smile. "No, had I gone with him, I might not have fared well. Perhaps I would have suffered even more. After all, behind closed doors, Chu Junqi could deal with me however he pleased without anyone witnessing it. But in public, it is different. Once the kneeling is over, it is over." Within the golden lawn hall, Chu Junqi pressed his brush against the rice paper, attempting to write. His thoughts were chaotic, and he could not produce anything coherent. Upon glancing down, he saw the page filled with the character for Yao. Damn it, why can't I stop thinking of her? He crumpled the paper in frustration and threw the red brush to the ground. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the grand hall, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Chu Junqi slowly raised his gaze, surveying the now dim sky outside. His cold eyes resembled an unfathomable icy pool, narrowing slightly and exuding a chilling aura. As she departed, his tone was flat, yet inexplicably oppressive. Eunuch Chao hurriedly replied with trepidation, "Your Majesty, Consort Yao has already returned to the palace." The moment Chao's words fell, Chu Junqi paused briefly before coldly commanding, "Prepare the carriage. We shall proceed to the Jiaofeng Palace." Eunuch Chao's face instantly reflected his dilemma. After much hesitation, he mustered the courage to whisper, "Your Majesty, the consort has declared her illness and is refusing to see anyone." "What is it? Do you intend to heed her wishes or mine?" Chu Junqi scoffed, his words radiating an undeniable authority and dominance that sent shivers down the spine of those who heard them. Eunuch Chao turned pale with fear, promptly kneeling and bowing his head, not daring to breathe a word, his entire body trembling slightly. This servant is at fault. This servant has spoken out of turn. Chapter 43. Consequences to bear meanwhile in the Lead Flower Palace. What? She knelt at the entrance of the Qingjin Hall? Lu Zhiruo's eyes widened in disbelief, a tumultuous wave rising within her heart. She had assumed Su Mian was merely seeking to evade punishment by volunteering for kneeling. Little did she realize that the girl was actually waiting there. The inner palace and the court were intricately linked, and many in the court already held discontent towards her father. Now, with such a spectacle, she had effectively handed a weapon against her father directly to the emperor. On the very first day of her elevation, the consort commanded her to kneel on the long street. How would outsiders perceive her? One, he had the emperor's protection, yet she did not. A flicker of panic crossed Lu Zhiruo's eyes, but she still pressed on with her inquiry. How many people witnessed this? Kui Liu cautiously replied. The entire court bore witness. It seems I have underestimated her. Lu Zhiruo clenched her fist, the sharpness of her nails digging into her palm unnoticed. A pampered princess, yet she comprehended the strategy of retreating to advance. Coupled with her alluring beauty, it was no wonder the emperor remained infatuated with her. At that moment, Wen approached gracefully, gently parting a string of beaded curtains. The beads clinked against one another, producing a melodious sound that resonated in the slightly tranquil space. Her delicate fingers ascended to rest upon Lu Zhiruo's shoulder, leaning closer as she playfully remarked, "Cousin, why fear her?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiruo's brow furrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. She huffed disdainfully, her tone laced with a note of caution. "Wen, you have basked in the palace's favor for too long. It is natural to grow arrogant. This Su Mian may well become an unpredictable adversary for you in the future." In the Jiaofeng Palace, the gentle fragrance of incense wafted through the room, enveloping it in an elegant aroma. The young woman donned a light, sheer gown, its fabric so delicate that it seemed a mere breeze could lift it. She reclined languidly against a soft, golden pillow, embodying a beauty that was both languorous and fragile. Her gaze was fixed dreamily upon a medical book in her hands, seemingly lost in contemplation, her expression distant and entranced. An ice pack rested upon her slender, half-exposed leg. Her knee elevated. With a soft hiss, Xiao Hong applied a blood-activating ointment to the swollen area of her knee, prompting Su Mian to draw in a sharp breath. Observing her discomfort, Xiao Hong instinctively softened her touch, unable to suppress her indignation as she remarked, "The emperor truly is unreasonable. He hasn't even inquired. And you've been kneeling for so long while those two at the Palace of Lead and Flower remain unscathed." A surge of bitterness welled up within Su Mian, and she offered a faint, wry smile, her voice tinged with resignation and solitude. "Do not hold your breath. He will not care." In the past, whenever the concubines caused a stir, Chu Junqi showed no interest, indifferent to the fate of anyone who did not dance before him. What is more, in the case of when Yi Xiao Tao hesitated, words caught in her throat, But it was too Su Mian tightly shut her eyes, turning away, striving to suppress the tumult of emotions rising within her. Her voice came out hoarse, "Enough, I do not wish to hear it." Xiao Tao sighed softly, tidying up the ointment and covering her with the brocade quilt. The maid then withdrew. Xiao Tao gave a slight bow before turning to leave, but as she did, her gaze collided directly with the ominous visage of a man. Startled, Xiao Tao's face drained of color, her legs giving way beneath her as she fell to her knees. Trembling as she stammered, "This servant pays her respects to the emperor." The commotion roused Su Mian from her reverie, her previously closed eyes snapping open. At that moment, she felt a chilling gaze settle upon her, her heart racing as she hesitated about whether to rise and pay her respects. "Leave." Chu Junqi's voice was icy, commanding respect without a trace of anger. Xiao Tao dared not lift her head, anxiously glancing at her mistress, and under pressure, she retreated from the room, carefully closing the door behind her, anxiety gnawing at her insides. The emperor had many admirable qualities, but that face, akin to the ruler of the underworld, instilled fear with just a fleeting glance. Su Mian pressed her lips together, her eyelids half closed, a wave of sadness washing over her. As she sensed the footsteps drawing nearer, her breathing grew shallow, and she feigned unconsciousness. Yet, within moments, a hand grasped her shoulder, forcefully pinning her to the bed. Unable to maintain her pretense, she looked up at him with misty eyes, timidly asking, "What brings the emperor here?" "Mianer has stated she does not wish to meet guests." It must be said, Su Mian's demeanor was indeed captivating. Her unadorned beauty was already striking, and now, as a concubine, her innate elegance could not be concealed. Chu Junqi's gaze fell upon the redness at the corners of her eyes, yet he remained unmoved. In this solitary harem, one may come as they please. Su Mian pressed her delicate lips together, her once bright eyes now shimmering with tears, filled with grievance and defiance. Suppressing the ache in her heart, she said, "Mianer has already knelt for the entire hour. Does the emperor deem this insufficient? Do you wish to drag Mianer to the Department of Justice for punishment?" Her voice trembled slightly, yet she stubbornly sought to defend herself. Hearing this, Chu Junqi furrowed his brow, reaching out to grasp her chin, sneering, "What face do you have to feel wronged? What when ES wrist blistered from the heat? What does it matter that you knelt for 2 hours? You dare to kneel at the gates of the Hall of Governance, thinking I am oblivious to your intentions?" His words grew colder with each utterance, each question piercing Su Mian's heart like a sharp arrow. Su Mian bit her lower lip, quietly enduring his accusations, feeling a chill within her heart as the corners of her eyes reddened. After a considerable pause, she finally uttered, "Mianer did not scald her." Chu Junqi let out a cold snort, his gaze rife with skepticism and disdain. "You didn't tea? Are you suggesting that when E has lost her sanity and overturned the teacup herself?" Indeed, the truth was as such. Yet, Chu Junqi remained incredulous. Su Mian was momentarily taken aback, her brows furrowing as she chose silence. Instinctively, she averted her eyes from his penetrating gaze, only to have her chin grasped by the man, forcing her to meet his icy, profound eyes. Chu Junqi scrutinized Su Mian, his contempt and fury glaringly evident. "When did you become so cunning, arrogant in your favored position, unrepentant, daring even to touch someone cherished by me?" Confronted by those fearsome eyes, she felt as though she were ensconced in an ice chamber, radiating a bone-chilling cold. A pang of bitterness surged within Su Mian. She sniffled, her reddened nose betraying her distress, feeling as if a lump lodged in her throat. She emitted a broken whimper, unable to articulate a coherent response. I did not. A large, bony hand, imbued with an irresistible strength, gradually caressed her delicate waist. Chu Junqi's gaze turned even colder as he pinned her beneath him. "Must I punish you severely before you acknowledge your transgressions?" "Please, Mianer does not wish to be whipped, nor to take medicine." The young girl, tears brimming in her eyes, sobbed continuously, seemingly terrified of him. He reached out to wipe away the traces of her tears, softening his tone. "Acknowledge your mistakes, and I shall let you go." As Su Mian dabbed at her tears, curling into his embrace, she murmured, Mian was wrong. Wrong to be this consort. Wrong to provoke the Lord's ire. Wrong to go to the Qianhua Palace. After speaking for what felt like an eternity without hitting the crux of the matter, Chu Junqi's anger simmered beneath the surface, and his patience waned. With a fierce grip, he seized her throat, looming over her. It seems you still refuse to admit it? Su Mian struggled to breathe. Her face flushed, eyes clouded with tears, surrendering her resistance as she gazed at him in a daze. Why? Why is it that you never believe me? Just this once. She was innocent. The fault lay with Wen Yi. Gradually, the girl in his grasp closed her eyes, a single scalding tear sliding down the corner of her eye. That tear felt like a searing ember upon his skin. And Chu Junqi experienced a sharp pang in his heart, as if countless steel needles had pierced him deeply. His brow furrowed, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Instinctively loosening his grip, he swiftly lifted her into his arms, his movements tinged with urgency and tenderness. His arm muscles tensed, breath coming in disarray. Cough, cough. Su Mian coughed lightly. Her fragile form nestled against him, breathing shallowly, as if she had survived a calamity, her eyes still reflecting fear and uncertainty. After a struggle, her garments were disheveled, her eyes glimmering seductively. She whispered, "My lord, are you satisfied now?" The man narrowed his elongated eyes, leaning down to gently nip at her ear. "If I catch you laying hands on Wen Yi again, you shall bear the consequences." Su Mian's heart ached fiercely, clutching his collar, her tear-streaked face resting against his shoulder. Remaining silent, her demeanor pitifully forlorn. Chu Junqi's expression darkened further, his gaze landing upon the large, deep red mark on her elbow. A clear sign of a scald from the tea, extending inward. His gaze sharpened as he lifted Su Mian's tear-streaked face and commanded, "Undress." Chapter 44. Is it inch by inch? Su Mian was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with thoughts, fearing he intended to engage in such acts again. After much hesitation, her slender fingers cautiously reached towards the man's clothing. Yet before she could touch him, he seized her hand. He leaned closer to Su Mian, gently biting her ear. "It's not about undressing me, but yourself." A blush crept from her cheeks to her ears as the girl bit her lip, her eyes filled with trepidation. "Mian is injured. Can we not?" Chu Junqi furrowed his brow, a flicker of impatience crossing his gaze as he tightened his grip on her wrist, pinning her down. His large hand slipped under her garment, his touch soft yet imbued with an irresistible force. Upon reaching a sensitive spot on her waist, she gasped sharply, the pain from her burn igniting a myriad of sharp sensations, akin to countless needles piercing her skin, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Su Mian bit her lip, striving to suppress her moans, terrified of invoking a harsher punishment. Chu Junqi narrowed his eyes slightly, an evaluative glimmer in his gaze. "Where did the injury on your body come from?" "It was from a burn," Su Mian explained softly, a hint of hope lacing her voice, only to hear him utter, "The truth will be investigated. If it indeed concerns you, prepare yourself." Su Mian bit her lower lip, pondering if it were not her doing. Would the emperor punish Wen Yi as he would Mian? A flicker of anger surfaced in a man's eyes. "So, you intend to push your luck?" "No, I dare not." Su Mian quickly shook her head, instinctively clutching his garment, pleading, "Mian only seeks justice." Chu Junqi's expression darkened as his gaze fell upon her delicate fingers, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "Ha! In this world, where is there so much justice to be given to you?" Much like the time when he merely accompanied Chu Mo away for a night of revelry, only to return and be punished by the late emperor to kneel for 3 days and nights until he lost consciousness, while he, in contrast, had merely hidden in his mother's embrace, reveling in her affection without restraint. Some are born with everything, while others must tread upon blood and lives to ascend to the highest echelons. Perhaps it was because Su Mian bore an uncanny resemblance to the youthful Chu Mo that he found himself repeatedly repulsed by her brilliance, her allure attracting attention. He loathed her ignorance of the world, her purity akin to that of a child, with every emotion vividly displayed upon her countenance. He could only lament why she was not like him, falling into the abyss. Sensing the man's increasingly sinister gaze, Su Mian could not help but shift slightly in his embrace. Her eyes blinked innocently, gazing up at him. "Your Majesty, please do not be like this. Mian is frightened." "Afraid of me?" Chu Junqi smirked leisurely, brushing a stray strand of hair from her ear, lowering his voice in warning. "Then behave, and do not provoke when he." "Huh? Who is truly being unruly?" Su Mian's heart brimmed with defiance, yet she dared not express a single word. Observing her obedient nod, Chu Junqi finally relented, rising to toss her a vial of ointment. "Apply it yourself." Su Mian picked up the jade-white porcelain bottle, uncapped it, and inhaled its fragrance, discerning it to be a fine scar ointment, imbued with a subtle scent of snow lotus. Chu Junqi, who loves to create medicine, would often tend her injuries in the past during the Great Yin, insisting that only his own concoctions could be trusted. However, the remedies he now produces are mostly toxic. After he departed, Xiao Tao finally dared to step inside, a smile gracing her face. "Your Highness, Hong Yu has awakened." Su Mian, unable to dwell on her sorrow, swiftly rose and limped toward the side chamber. Upon seeing the familiar figure on the bed, her eyes turned red. "Thank goodness you are safe." Hong Yu, pale and leaning against the headboard, wore a bittersweet smile. "Your Highness, I have brought you trouble. It is of no concern. What burdens can exist between us?" Su Mian squatted beside her bed, embracing her knees, lost in thought as she gazed at the empty room. "I fear Uncle Xiao and the others did not anticipate that Chu Junqi would take me as his consort. Now that you are by my side, you are my strength." Hong Yu leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Your Highness, what are your plans moving forward?" A glimmer of cold light flickered in Su Mian's eyes as she calmly assessed the situation. "Wan Yi and Lu Zhuo regard me as a thorn in their side. I am unable to move freely, but your agility is remarkable. Once you recover, why not investigate around Zhao prison for any news regarding my father and brothers?" Hong Yu shook her head slightly. "Before I was captured, I scouted the vicinity of Zhao prison. It is heavily guarded, and without a decree, entry is impossible. It seems she must devise a way to obtain the decree." The palace was rife with rules, and daily they were required to pay respects to the noble consort. The following day, before dawn, Xiao Tao awakened Su Mian to assist her in dressing. At the dressing table, she meticulously fiddled with a collection of hairpins, anxious not to let her mistress fall behind the other concubines. Su Mian sighed softly. "Do not wear so many pins, it is cumbersome." Xiao Tao pouted. "That simply won't do. In the palace, many regard one another through the lens of status. Without these adornments, how can we solidify your position, Your Highness?" Upon hearing this, an idea sparked in Su Mian's mind. A smile crept across her lips as she casually pointed to an inconspicuous hairpin and handed it to Xiao Tao. "Let us use this one." Xiao Tao took the white jade pin, momentarily stunned. "Huh?" In the Hall of Governance, a lengthy morning court session had just concluded. The ministers filed out, their footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Clad in his dragon robe, Chu Junqi sat upright on the throne, his posture regal and his expression austere, resembling a formidable ice mountain. He slightly lowered his head, his focus fixed on a thick stack of memorials before him, his red brush occasionally falling, inscribing lines of crimson annotations upon the documents with steady precision. "Your Majesty, something is amiss." A panicked shout shattered the momentary stillness. It was Eunuch Xiao, hurrying towards Chu Junqi with quick, small steps. "What troubles you?" Chu Junqi did not lift his gaze, his brush continuing its deliberate movements across the memorials. Awaiting Eunuch Xiao's explanation. "It is about Consort Yao. She is kneeling at the entrance of the Hall of Governance again." At this, his countenance darkened instantly, the brush snapping under the pressure of his grip. A shadowy fury flickered in his eyes as he forced out a few words through clenched teeth. What does she intend to stir up now? To not pursue her for her transgressions is already a remarkable act of mercy. Has she now become addicted to kneeling? The Grand Eunuch Xiao's face displayed a hint of distress, unable to meet the fiery gaze of Lord Chu Junqi. Gritting his teeth, he relayed the news. It was reported that this morning, Consort Yao and Concubine Jiang had a quarrel at the Qianhua Palace, leading to a physical altercation. Concubine Jiang struck Consort Yao, who clung fiercely to Jiang's shoulder, refusing to let go. Little Fuzai observed the chaos, exclaiming how intensely they tore at each other. The battle was indeed fierce. The Grand Eunuch, with exaggerated seriousness, continued, "Your Majesty, should you not go and see the consort?" Chu Junqi's lips curled into a smirk, scoffing. Does she take this hall of diligence for a wishing well? Is she unable to endure this slight? Let her kneel. I shall see how long she can maintain this posture. If we allow this precedent, what will become of the etiquette when any concubine, faced with a slight grievance, decides to kneel? Outside the long street, Su Mian bore the distinct imprint of a slap on her face, her hair slightly disheveled. It did not diminish her inherent pride. Xiao Tao hurriedly approached, holding an umbrella. "Your Highness, I just want to find you. Why are you kneeling here again?" Such gossip will surely anger the emperor. Su Mian's lips curled in a mocking smile. "I am indeed one who dances on the edge of blade. Why should I fear the words of others?" Chu Junqi, fully aware of her unjust plight, remained reticent in dealing with one Yi and Lu Zhuo, allowing these two to incite concubine Jiang to trouble her. What appeared to be favor was, in truth, a different story, as a mere concubine could overshadow her as the rightful consort. Just as concubine Jiang had said, "Su Mian, you wield no power in court. The emperor merely sees you as a trifling plaything. What do you have to compare with me?" Xiao Tao gazed at the overcast sky, perplexed. But the emperor has always ignored the affairs of the harem. Will he truly intervene? Su Mian pressed her lips together, observing the passing officials, her eyes glimmering with mischief. "Fear not, he will intervene. Xiao, in this world, there is no profit without an early rise. If you encounter injustice, you must do everything in your power to stir the waters. As long as you're a living piece on the board, wherever you land will be a decisive strike." In her youth, she gazed at the chessboard before her, filled with innocence. Yet how should Xiao act? Unite with all those you can align with. Chapter 45. Are you waiting to be captured? Su Mian, has she gone mad? Not far away. Concubine Jiang clenched her teeth, her beautiful eyes fixated with fury upon the two before her, the flames of anger seemingly ready to incinerate them. She had thought Su Mian to be a soft target. Little did she realize that once provoked, Su Mian was impossible to withstand. Their confrontation left Jiang with bruises, while Su Mian's injuries were visible upon her face, while Jiang's were hidden within, invisible to the eye, kneeling openly on the long street. What difference was there between this and directly reporting to the emperor? Furious, concubine Jiang stomped her foot, cursing, "What a trivial matter. Yet you must go to the emperor, you wretched woman." A nearby palace maid, witnessing the scene, cautiously stepped forward, her eyes downcast, tentatively suggesting, if the consort cannot bear it, fearing that the wretched woman may gain the upper hand, perhaps we should, before she could finish. A sharp sound echoed. "Impudence! What right have you to speak?" Concubine Jiang abruptly turned, raising her hand to deliver a fierce slap. The resounding slap landed squarely on the maid's face, causing her to spin around before collapsing to her knees with a thud. Instantly, a vivid handprint emerged on her cheek, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Overwhelmed with terror, she repeatedly bowed her head, proclaiming, "I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Please, my lady, forgive me." Su Mian felt little concern for her own predicament, fearing the repercussions that might ensue. The emperor's wrath was not something she could withstand. Jiang Pin's beautiful eyes glinted with malice as she coldly chuckled, believing herself astute. The emperor abhorred jealousy among his consorts, and Su Mian's actions would undoubtedly provoke his ire. One could only wait and see how she would be punished. On this day, with the sun shining brightly, Su Mian found herself once again kneeling outside the hall of diligent governance. The ministers had grown accustomed to this spectacle, even engaging in casual conversation with her from time to time. At that moment, two literary officials lounged in a corner, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds while observing the straight-backed figure kneeling in the distance. Is it possible that Lady Yao has developed an addiction to kneeling? One official tilted his head, smacking his lips. She comes here every day for this performance. As he spoke, he spat out a seed shell onto the ground. The other official nodded, a smirk of amusement gracing his lips. Indeed, how is it that we see her daily, each time presenting something different? Today she is soaked. while tomorrow she will bear some trinket. The variety is quite remarkable. The first official set down his seeds. A frown creasing his brow as a flicker of sympathy crossed his eyes. After all, she was a princess of noble birth, once cherished like a star among the moon and Yen. Now, in the harem, her life must surely be fraught with difficulties, with grievances she could not voice. If it were my own daughter, I would be heartbroken to witness such suffering, the companion sighed. Kneeling here must be quite torturous for her delicate frame. Yet, does the emperor truly allow her to continue this folly? The official resumed, cracking seeds, a hint of confusion in his tone. The second official gestured towards the high platform where Emperor Chu Junqi stood, his gaze cutting like ice as he surveyed the scene below, which resembled a farce. Have you not noticed that the emperor's countenance grows darker by the day? His expression resembles the bottom of a pot, he remarked. Why is that? The first official asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Did you not see the stack of memorials presented by the Grand Inspector? He pointed towards the Grand Inspector's direction, led by Prince Wang. A significant portion pertains to the Liu family. There is much at stake here. On the palace walls, Emperor Chu Junqi stood tall like a pine tree, his robes billowing in the wind. His expression was frosty, akin to the ice of midwinter, as he regarded the scene below with disdain. How long has she been kneeling? His voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority, as if each word could carve a dent in the air. Yuna Chao counted the days on his fingers. The day before yesterday, Lady Yao was slapped by Jiang Pin and came to kneel. The day prior, she was tripped by Chu Jiu and knelt. Yesterday, a maid orchestrated a scheme that drenched her in icy water, and today, her palace dog went missing, prompting yet another kneeling. Enough! Abruptly raised his hand, interrupting him, the wide sleeves of his robe stirring a gust of wind. His icy gaze resembled a frozen lake that had remained unmelted for millennia, instantly exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. He had truly underestimated Su Mian's knack for causing trouble. Was this an attempt to force his compliance? How bold of her, now even shedding pretense. Your Highness, perhaps you should intervene, suggested Eunuch Chao cautiously, stealing a glance at Chu Junqi's expression. Rumors are rampant outside the palace, and some of the things being said are quite scandalous. Oh, Chu Junqi's gulp, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his lips. What are they saying about me? Eunuch Chao lowered his head, too intimidated to speak. They say you are ruthless and unfeeling? Chu Junqi's gaze turned even colder, as though it could freeze the very air around him. He inhaled deeply and turned away, saying, "Let us see the memorials." Eunuch Chao coughed lightly, breaking the suffocating silence. He retrieved a stack of memorials from his sleeve, flipping through them one by one. This one accuses Liu Fugua of forming factions and abusing his power. As he spoke, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This one criticizes the consort for mismanaging affairs, resulting in chaos in the harem. As he continued, Eunuch Chao carefully observed Chu Junqi's expression, trembling as he proceeded. This one concerns Prince Li, referring to Princess Winnie. Chu Junqi's grip on the cup tightened, knuckles whitening, suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt from his chest. His voice rumbled like thunder before a storm. What about Princess Winnie? Eunuch Chao's heart raced, collapsing to the ground, stammering, She has instigated discord, showing a lack of decorum. Preposterous. Outrageous. Enraged, Chu Junqi smashed the cup onto the ground, shattering it into pieces, his brows etched with murderous intent. One audacious Prince Li, and what a brazen Su Mian, uniting the power of the court and openly declaring war against him. Outside the palace, the sun shone warmly as Su Mian knelt on the ground, one hand clutching a juicy pear, her cheeks stuffed to the brim. A man in purple court attire approached, his expression grim. As he passed by Su Mian, he disdainfully flicked his sleeve, sending a gust of wind that nearly toppled the pear from her grasp. His attitude exceedingly rude. Sorceress. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Mian, forcing these two words through gritted teeth, his face openly displaying contempt. Su Mian gazed blankly as he walked away, pausing in her pear eating. Who was he? Little Tao, holding a platter of pears, explained while munching, Your Highness, that is the current Fugua, Liu Zhongyuan, the father of the consort, and also the uncle of Princess Wenny, wielding significant power. Su Mian raised her eyebrows. Ah, no wonder he looks so sour. The efficiency of Princely S' work is remarkable. With just a few exchanged glances, he understood her meaning. She tossed the pair back to little Tao, rising on her own, removing the soft cushion tied to her knee and tucking it into her sleeve. Your Highness, are you returning so early today? Little Tao inquired, closely following her. Su Mian chuckled lightly. With everyone dispersing, should I not return? Am I to wait to be caught? Like a joyous little deer, she skipped along, just reaching a corner. Completely oblivious to her surroundings, she collided directly with a body as solid as a fortress. A startled gasp escaped Su Mian's lips, abruptly silenced by the impact, as if it had been forcefully stifled. She clutched her nose, overwhelmed by a sharp pain, her eyes glistening with tears as she stumbled back 2 steps. Raising her gaze, she was met with a face as dark as ink. Chapter 46. Not even him anymore, Your Highness? The moment Su Mian beheld the man, a shiver coursed through her, a chilling sensation surging from her heels straight to the crown of her head. Her body tensed involuntarily, and she instinctively turned to flee, only to be ensnared by a powerful hand gripping her waist, holding her tightly in an embrace. What do you think you're running off to? Chu Junqi's lips curled into a smile, yet the expression was laced with an unsettling coldness, his breath cascading down upon her like a venomous serpent's flickering tongue, instilling dread within her. Su Mian, feeling guilty, lowered her gaze, her fingers clutching the hem of her garment, unwilling to meet his eyes. Mian is in a hurry to return to the palace for her meal. I shan't disturb His Highness. At her words, the flicker of amusement in Chu Junqi's eyes vanished, transforming into an icy abyss. His grip tightened, as if intent on embedding her into his embrace. Oh, is that so? How fortuitous! For I find myself quite famished as well. Why not accompany me for a meal? Before she could respond, he reached out, unyieldingly pulling Su Mian towards him, determined to take her with him. And no, Mian is no longer hungry. Your Highness may dine alone. Su Mian's eyes brimmed with tears, akin to a drowning soul grasping the last lifeline, her hands desperately clawing at the wall as she exerted all her strength to retreat from Chu Junqi's grasp. A surge of anger welled up within Chu Junqi. He seized her throat, forcefully pressing her against the wall. From a distance, they appeared intimately close. Su Mian's face flushed, resembling one in ecstasy. The palace attendants, witnessing the scene, hurriedly averted their eyes, fearful of witnessing anything inappropriate. Chu Junqi coldly regarded her, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, Do you understand what it means to accompany a king? If you're not hungry, I would not mind treating you to a serving of saltwater lashes. Upon hearing this, Su Mian ceased her struggles, allowing Chu Junqi to carry her away effortlessly. Inside the hall, maidens filed in, presenting exquisite dishes that filled the table to the brim, exuding an air of opulence. Su Mian, however, was disinterested in dining, sitting beside Chu Junqi like a thorn, her only desire to escape. Gripping her chopsticks, she stared at the steaming dishes before her, paralyzed in silence. Perhaps sensing the tension, Chu Junqi broke the ice. What is the matter? Is the food unappetizing? No. Su Mian shook her head, feeling the chilling aura emanating from him. She subtly shifted away on her seat. Noticing her slight movement, Chu Junqi's expression darkened. Before Su Mian could sigh in relief, a strong hand grasped her waist, lifting her effortlessly into his lap. In a state of panic, Su Mian pressed her hands against the desk behind her and lifted her gaze, colliding with the deep, frigid depths of his eyes. That stare felt as if it were ensnared by a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. She trembled, her body going rigid. Chu Junqi regarded her with cold indifference, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Why don't you eat? Su Mian's almond-shaped eyes glistened with tears, her head drooping as she replied weakly, Mian dares not eat. Oh, dares not? He scoffed, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. You seem quite bold. His long, cool fingers gently brushed the tear mole at the corner of her eye, sensing her shudder. Chu Junqi found satisfaction in her submissive demeanor, resembling a docile kitten. Were it not for the occasional glimpse of her claws, he might consider it a sign of her immaturity. Leaning slightly closer, he captured her chin and lowered his lips to her cheek, murmuring, "These past few days have been busy with state affairs, and I have neglected you. Are you so impatient to act against Wen-yi?" A wave of doubt washed over Su Mian. In recent days, she had not exchanged a single word with the king of Li, leaving her oblivious to the intricacies of court politics. Her clear eyes reflected a natural bewilderment as she innocently replied, "What Wen-yi? Mianer knows nothing." Feigning ignorance, was she? The kiss rendered her weak. His nonchalant words laced with veiled threats. Su Mian felt his hand, which had been gently wandering at her lower back, gradually descend. The sensation igniting uncontrollable tremors throughout her being, a surge of panic and fear swelling within her. Mianer has done nothing. Her breath quickened and became erratic as she helplessly shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes, her expression a portrait of despair and innocence. Chu Junqi's kiss faltered, a sharp glint appearing in his gaze. He disdained Su Mian's demeanor. Despite having cornered her, she still managed to act so innocently, leaving him increasingly perplexed. He harshly grasped her delicate face, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You and the king of Li exchanged glances at the entrance of the palace daily. Do you think I am unaware? Under my very nose, you conspire with him as if I were blind?" Su Mian bit her lip, enduring the brunt of his wrath. She wiped her tears, quietly listening to his reprimands. She understood that no matter what she said at this moment, Chu Junqi would not heed her words, only compelling her to bear this unjust burden. His expression darkened, his piercing gaze seeming to penetrate her very soul. "You want to even offer an explanation now?" Su Mian's voice was choked, tears spilling uncontrollably. The emperor had already condemned her to death. What more was there for her to say? She cried pitifully, akin to a delicate flower in the rain, gradually withering under duress. Yet Chu Junqi remained unmoved, his heart as cold as stone. His scrutinizing gaze roamed over her, his tone frigid as he questioned, "The memorials from the king of Li do not mention you, yet they are all about you. Do you intend to use him to deal with Wen-yi?" Chu Junqi chuckled derisively, a self-mocking smile gracing his lips. "I underestimated you. Your thoughts so intricate that I cannot guard against them. Had I known this, I would not have brought you back to the palace, stirring up such troublesome matters." Her meticulous thoughts regarding Wen-yi left Su Mian feeling desolate, a chill creeping into her heart. She feared she might struggle even to protect herself, only to be further wronged by Chu Junqi. It was evident that it was the emperor's refusal to assist her that led her to prostrate herself in the long street. Why, oh why, must all the blame fall upon her? The emperor, disbelieving in her, why then must he inquire? Su Mian furrowed her brows. Shadows cast beneath her eyelids as she clutched at his garments, her small face soaked with tears. As she spoke, her head bowed. She dared not meet the man's gaze, lest that piercing coldness sear her once more. Chu Junqi regarded her with a cold stare, his voice laced with derision. "What? Is your intent so nefarious that I cannot even ask?" The frigid tone of his words sent a jolt of pain through Su Mian's heart. She managed a bitter smile, her tear-filled eyes meeting his, revealing the words hidden deep within her soul. The emperor resented the late emperor's favoritism towards Li Wang. Yet was he not equally partial to Wen-yi? Her words seemed to strike a sensitive nerve within Chu Junqi. His narrow eyes narrowed further, his demeanor towering over her like a predator observing its prey. He tightened his grip, asserting, "How dare you compare yourself to Wen-yi?" Su Mian gazed at him in a daze, her heart feeling as though it were gripped by a powerful hand, each beat causing her pain. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, soaking the dust below. Indeed, she felt unworthy. Her eyes dimmed, as if her very soul had been drained away. For reasons unknown, witnessing her despondency, Chu Junqi's fingers curled tightly, an inexplicable tumult rising within him, though he suppressed it fiercely. He offered no comfort, nor did he embrace her, simply waiting for her tears to subside. After what felt like an eternity, Su Mian took a slow, deep breath, seemingly conceding as she spoke. "From this day forth, I shall no longer approach those by your majesty's side, nor shall I covet your majesty." Upon hearing this, Chu Junqi's expression darkened dramatically, his gaze becoming shadowy, reminiscent of a deep night, exuding a chilling aura. His voice dropped low, tinged with danger as he inquired, "What did you just say?" Seeing his reaction, Su Mian surrendered, collapsing against him in a state of resignation, a faint smile of acceptance gracing her lips as she continued, "If your majesty finds me bothersome, perhaps you would consider bestowing me upon His Highness Li Wang. He is gentle and pure, surely a worthy husband." In an instant, Chu Junqi was consumed with rage, his hand gripping her tear-streaked face fiercely, forcing her to meet his gaze. His teeth ground together audibly, his eyes seemingly igniting with fury as he roared, "Dare you utter that again?" Su Mian quivered in his embrace, her body shaking uncontrollably. She understood the gravity of offending the emperor and was acutely aware that such words could lead her to the brink of death, yet she could not swallow her indignation. She was terrified, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing, yet she stubbornly declared, "I no longer love you, your majesty. I wish to leave." Before she could finish her words, Chu Junqi had already leaned down, his large hand gripping the back of her head tightly. In the next moment, a fervent and domineering kiss descended upon her, ruthlessly sealing her lips as if to swallow all her words whole. "Let go of me. Release me." The girl felt her body weaken under the kiss, nearly gasping for breath as she desperately pounded on Chu Junqi's shoulder, attempting to break free. But the man only tightened his hold. "Do not utter such words again." The dark aura between his brows intensified, his voice cold and harsh. "A solitary woman belongs either in the imperial tomb or the palace. Which do you choose?" Su Mian ceased her struggles, her strength seemingly drained, the overwhelming despair in her eyes rising like a tide, threatening to engulf her completely. She numbly sensed the ribbons of her dress being slowly undone, feeling as though she had become a shattered, soulless puppet, devoid of vitality and the will to resist. The man's heated breath cascaded down her slender neck, imbued with an enticing warmth, while his deep, beguiling voice whispered in her ear, "Mianer, would you prefer Chu Moli, or would you choose me? I despise you." Su Mian responded with a quavering voice, yet her feeble defiance seemed utterly powerless at that moment. That night, Chu Junqi appeared to unleash his fervor, demanding with abandon. Su Mian wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her fragile and helpless demeanor akin to a forsaken kitten, evoking pity yet unable to escape the painful cage. Ultimately, Su Mian could no longer endure the relentless torment, weakly gasping in his embrace, her voice laced with tears as she pleaded, "Your Majesty, please spare me. I only wish for my family to be safe. I desire nothing else." "You desire nothing else?" Chu Junqi felt as though something vital within him had been hollowed out, an essential piece slipping away at an alarming pace, causing an inexplicable anxiety that he was unwilling to reveal. He suppressed the turmoil within, extending his long arm to lift Su Mian effortlessly, striding towards the chamber. Halfway there, he heard her faint voice from within his grasp, "Your Majesty, I wish to visit the Zhao prison to see my family." Chu Junqi's steps halted abruptly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face, followed by a cold scoff, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "After all this commotion, is this truly your intention?" Su Mian instinctively pressed her crimson lips together, feeling as though her innermost thoughts had been exposed, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Just then, a chilling remark from above pierced through her thoughts. "Serve me well, and I shall grant your wish." His words exuded an undeniable dominance, as if this were a transaction to which Su Mian could only acquiesce. Chapter 47. An assassin that night. The two became entwined, and Su Mian felt as if she had fallen into an endless abyss of the deep sea, the tides repeatedly submerging and consuming her. Yet the restless hand that roamed her body seemed inexhaustible, incessantly exploring her form with wild abandon. It sought fervently, yet appeared to fear causing her pain, deliberately softening its movements, ensuring she remained alert to the intricate and fervent sensations enveloping her. Chu Junqi's kisses, delicate as feathers, brushed lightly against her neck, tender in a manner that was far from ordinary, even carrying a hint of subtle appeasement. It was as if he sought to mend something through such intimate gestures. Su Mian bit her lower lip, on the verge of tears, bewildered by the inexplicable desires awakening within her under Chu Junqi's touch. This unfamiliar sensation left her heart racing in disquiet. "Your Majesty, Mianer is weary." Su Mian slowly closed her eyes, wanting to conceal her turmoil from Chu Junqi, as the rustling of garments reached her ears. Soon after, the man's kiss graced her forehead, imbued with a cool tenderness. After a while, Chu Junqi gently pushed open the door and stepped outside, where Yuming had long been waiting quietly in the courtyard. Upon seeing Chu Junqi, Yuming hurried forward, hands reverently cradling a scroll, his tone imbued with awe as he spoke. "Your Majesty, the roster you requested has been compiled." Chu Junqi's gaze fell upon the scroll, a predatory smile curling at the corners of his lips, his eyes reflecting a ruthless intensity as he coldly remarked, "The remnants of the great Yin hide themselves well. Their reach extends even to my ancestral court. Were it not for Su Mian's actions, provoking the court to implicate the Liu family, I would not have so swiftly unearthed the lurking remnants of the great Yin." Indeed, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Su Mian for leading him to the truth, presenting him with the means to wield his blade without mercy in the past. Yuming bowed his head slightly, kneeling in deference. "Shall I proceed to eliminate them quietly, to avert future troubles?" Chu Junqi, meticulously adjusting his attire, shifted his gaze towards the slumbering Su Mian on the couch, as if hesitating momentarily. Then he spoke slowly, "Let them remain, coiled beneath my watchful eye, rather than sending them forth to confront me endlessly, for I would find it impossible to eradicate them all." As he uttered these words, a smile danced on his lips, and a glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes. At dawn, the sky, shrouded in gray, began to blush with the first light of day, intertwined with wisps of rosy hues. He slowly raised his gaze, his stern visage obscured by the interplay of light and shadow, rendering him inscrutable. "Furthermore, visit the Beast Control Department and assist me with the task." At the Pepper Hall, as the sun reached its zenith, Su Mian gradually stirred from her slumber, still bearing traces of languor and fatigue. "Your Highness, you must rise quickly. A grave matter has arisen in the palace." Xiao Tao's urgent voice echoed, growing nearer, laden with palpable urgency. Instinctively, Su Mian curled into a ball, burying her head deep within the covers, responding with a muffled, lethargic, "What is it?" "His Majesty has decreed that Jiang Pin and Chu Jiu each receive 50 lashes. They are currently being punished in front of the Xianing Palace." Xiao Tao exclaimed excitedly. Squatting beside her, observing her pale complexion, she affectionately brushed the stray hairs from her forehead, softly inquiring, "Your Highness, would you care to witness this?" Su Mian could not help but furrow her brows, her entire being appearing lethargic as she weakly replied, "I am too exhausted to rise." Last night, Chu Junqi had kept her for an extended period, and now even lifting an arm was a laborious task, let alone engaging in any merriment. It was a case of being willing yet powerless. Xiao Tao covered her mouth, stifling a giggle, her eyes brimming with envy. The emperor was truly kind to the empress. Not only had he dealt with those who bullied her, but even concubine Liu had been placed under house arrest. Su Mian's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile, a self-deprecating laugh escaping her. "Oh, for my sake, he is merely concerned that when he might be implicated." After all, she felt unworthy. Every time she recalled those words, a piercing pain shot through her. She loathed him, yet she also despised herself for being unable to let go. The feelings that arose from an unknown origin had ensnared her, pulling her deeper into a quagmire from which she found it increasingly difficult to extricate herself. She could only peel back the layers slowly, striving to free her heart. Once Su Mian had organized her thoughts, she reluctantly lifted her gaze, her eyes resting upon a scroll of imperial edict beside her. What could this be? It was a decree. Xiao Tao picked it up and opened it before her. The golden characters, bold and vigorous, were unmistakably penned by Chu Junqi himself. A glimmer of light returned to Su Mian's dazed eyes, and she suddenly felt invigorated, propping herself up to rise. "Wonderful. I must freshen up. I'm going to the Zhao prison immediately." Xiao Tao hesitated, concern etched on her face. But, Your Highness, Zhao Prison is quite a distance from the Jiaofeng Palace. If you go now, it may very well be dark by the time you return. Su Mian shook her head. It matters not. I cannot wait. With Hong Yu injured and unable to accompany her, it fell upon Xiao Tao to accompany her instead. As they approached Zhao Prison, dusk had nearly settled. Su Mian lifted her gaze toward the entrance of the underground prison. Merely standing there sent a chill coursing through her from her feet upwards, causing her to shiver involuntarily. This Zhao Prison had undoubtedly held countless high-ranking officials of the court. Their innumerable grievances and countless bones likely buried deep within its confines. She wondered how her father and brother fared inside. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, her breathing growing heavier. Slowly, she turned to Xiao Tao, her voice hoarse as she said, "You may return. There is no need for you to wait for me here." After all, she feared she would be entangled for quite some time, and there was no reason to subject Xiao Tao to this ordeal alongside her. Xiao Tao frowned, worry evident as she watched Su Mian step further into the dark prison. She called out from behind, "Your Highness, please be careful on your own. I shall return to prepare your supper, and I will make your favorite osmanthus cake." Hearing this, Su Mian paused momentarily, a faint curve appearing at the corner of her mouth as she softly replied, "Very well." With that, she stepped into Zhao Prison, where the winding corridors were permeated with a nauseating stench, and the hoarse cries echoed ominously, instilling dread. Su Mian fought against her nausea, stumbling forward until she reached a public trial platform, where she presented the decree. The prison guard, upon seeing her, regarded her with mockery, surveying her from head to toe. "Oh, is this not the beloved Yao Fei? What brings you here?" Su Mian's rising fame meant that many in the palace recognized her. Yet most regarded her merely as a topic of idle gossip. Su Mian took a deep breath, disregarding his mockery, and endeavored to make her voice sound steadier. "I wish to see my father and brother. I would appreciate it if you could guide me." The pale-faced eunuch curled his lips into a cold smirk. The Su family was taken away by the emperor not long ago. They are no longer in the Zhao prison. Does the lady not know this? What? Su Mian felt as though struck by lightning, her entire being frozen in disbelief. With an expression of incredulity, she urgently inquired, "Where has the emperor taken my father and brother?" The eunuch clicked his tongue, the mockery on his face intensifying. "Well, I cannot say for certain." Su Mian's fingers curled tightly, her teeth biting down on her lower lip, her eyes tinged with anger. That scoundrel Chu Junqi was deceiving her yet again, treating her like a fool. Last night, she had endured her fatigue to serve him for so long, only to be met with such an outcome. Hatred surged within her. Yet she remained undeterred, asking again, "Is what you say truly the case?" The jailer chuckled softly, then replied, "Your Highness, if you do not believe me, you may inquire directly with the emperor." As Su Mian exited the Zhao prison, darkness had already descended. Her thoughts were in disarray, and she wandered aimlessly along the path. Within the palace, there were only the Yeding and Zhao prisons for holding prisoners. Where could Chu Junqi have hidden her family? Was there perhaps another secret chamber of which she was unaware? Chu Junqi possessed many torturous methods. She could only wonder how her father and brother would endure. The more she contemplated, the more her heart ached. Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently passed by the imperial study, where the lights still burned brightly, illuminating the space. Without hesitation, she lifted her foot and headed straight for the hall's entrance. However, the guard station on either side immediately reached out to stop her, their expressions serious as they solemnly stated, "Your Highness, the Emperor is currently in discussion with the Chancellor regarding important matters. No one is permitted to intrude." Suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt from her chest, Su Mian took a deep breath, striving to make her tones sound calmer. "I have urgent matters to discuss with the Emperor. Please inform him." Yet the guards remained cold and unyielding, like lifeless wooden stakes, standing resolutely in their positions. They replied stiffly, "No matter how urgent your matters are, you cannot disturb the Emperor. Please return tomorrow." Tears welled in Su Mian's eyes, filled with a sense of grievance and helplessness. Seeing their obstinacy, she realized she had no other options. Reluctantly, she stepped aside and sat down on a nearby stone step, silently awaiting her fate. After a long wait, The imperial study showed no signs of anyone emerging. Growing increasingly impatient, Su Mian decided to leave and had just begun to rise when suddenly a shadow darted out from nowhere, sweeping past her and forcing her into the nearby bushes. Su Mian fell heavily to the ground, the wild grass scraping painfully against her skin. The guards were thrown into disarray, their faces turning pale with fear as they hurriedly drew their weapons, shouting, "Assassin! Protect the emperor!" As Su Mian's body trembled uncontrollably, her mind went blank, and she gazed in terror at the man clad in black before her. He emanated a chilling aura, with a glinting dagger pressed firmly against her throat. A slight increase in pressure would carve into her delicate skin. "Do not scream," he threatened in a low voice. Chapter 48. The accusation of Yao Fei's infidelity. Su Mian's complexion turned as pale as parchment. Her eyes widened in shock, and she stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell. Instinctively, she shook her head slightly, her lips pressed tightly together, nearly biting in her lower lip, afraid to utter even the faintest sound for fear of alarming him. Within her heart, a tempest raged as she marveled at the situation. The imperial palace was renowned for its stringent defenses and multitude of skilled practitioners. Who was this man that he could so deftly evade layers of pursuit and appear here? Her gaze involuntarily fell upon his face, where she noticed his well-defined features exuded an air of elegance. Yet the deepening night obscured his visage. From his stature and silhouette, he seemed to be a young man. Suddenly, her nostrils flared slightly, catching a faint whiff of blood. Her heart tightened. Was he injured? Her gaze gradually descended, landing on a tear in his clothing at the chest, where a substantial bloodstain had formed, steadily dripping in the stillness of the night. The sound amplified in the silence. Breaking the quietude, the man suddenly emitted a low chuckle. "Ah, so it seems I have encountered a fool, with a blade at her throat. This woman dares not utter a sound and brazenly scrutinizes me. How exceedingly amusing." Noticing her compliance, the man's taut nerves relaxed somewhat, and the dagger slowly descended to rest at Su Mian's waist. She involuntarily trembled, lifting her gaze to him, her eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and bewilderment. "Sister, I do not wish to harm you, but you must assist me." The young man spoke, his voice clear as a mountain stream, yet tinged with mockery and mischief. With that, he cast a glance toward the approaching guards outside the flower thicket, his eyes conveying a distinct message. "Lead them away, and I shall spare your life." Su Mian nodded obediently, her eyes blinking rapidly as she signaled him to rise. At that moment, a group of guards armed with sharp blades had gathered outside the thicket, their expressions tense as they cautiously approached, loudly demanding, "Who goes there? Come out from the bushes at once." "It is I." Su Mian calmly rose from the flower thicket. The guards, upon seeing her, exchanged bewildered glances, their faces awash with astonishment. One guard, who had previously encountered her, queried in confusion, "Yao Fei, why have you not left yet?" With an air of nonchalance, Su Mian stretched lazily, stifling a yawn as she replied languidly, "I was merely waiting for His Majesty to tire. Is it not permissible for me to take a nap here?" The guards were rendered speechless. Although their acquaintance with Su Mian was superficial, they had crossed paths previously, coupled with the recent rumors circulating in the palace. They had grown accustomed to the eccentricities of the Yao consort. The lead guard cast a glance at the flowers beneath her feet and continued to inquire, "Your Highness, have you seen an assassin clad in dark attire?" Su Mian's eyes brimmed with innocence as she gently shook her head, feigning a hint of fear, and softly replied, "No. Upon awakening, I found you all brandishing knives at me, which was rather alarming." The guards, taken aback by her words, were momentarily at a loss for response, exchanging bewildered glances among themselves. After a brief pause, they had no alternative but to sheath their weapons. After all, Su Mian was a favored consort, currently in high esteem, and it would be unwise to offend her. "Since there is nothing amiss, we shall not disturb you further, Your Highness. Please return to the palace." They bid farewell. As the sound of their footsteps faded into the distance, Su Mian finally relaxed her taut nerves and exhaled a sigh of relief. She cautiously lifted her foot and tentatively nudged the man on the ground, impatience lacing her tone. Now that they have left, might you release me? The young man slowly withdrew the dagger pressed against her waist, clutching the still bleeding wound on his chest tightly. His eyes, resembling translucent amber, sparkled with an unusual vivacity. And with a slight smirk, he teased, "Sister, you truly possess remarkable prowess. It is astonishing that anyone would believe such fabrications." Su Mian's expression darkened instantly, her brows furrowing as she scolded him with irritation. "If you cannot offer compliments, then kindly remain silent and refrain from making such sardonic remarks." Internally, she lamented that were it not for the preservation of her own life, she would have no desire to entangle herself with such a perilous individual. She raised her hand to smooth the stray wisps of hair from her forehead, her demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety as she hastily urged, "You should leave at once. Let us pretend we never met, for I must also be on my way." Just as Su Mian lifted her foot to depart, the young man obstructed her path with an outstretched hand, prompting her to pause. Biting her lower lip, she cast a displeased glance at him, her voice rigid as she demanded, "What more do you want?" The young man, forcing himself to sit up, his eyes shimmering with a faint light, replied with an air of entitlement, "I am injured. You must help me tend to my wounds." Su Mian, taken aback by his request, was momentarily speechless, staring at him with a mixture of helplessness and reluctance. Internally, she seethed at his audacity for imposing upon her, her gaze icy as she retorted, "Your injuries are of no concern to me. I do not possess the leisure to concern myself with your fate." Just as she was about to leave, the young man grasped the hem of her garment. "Sister, if you do not assist me, I shall perish. Shall I be captured? I would undoubtedly be coerced into revealing your identity, and who knows what might transpire then." Su Mian's chest rose and fell with indignation, her fingers instinctively clenching as her heart waged an internal battle, revealing a palpable hesitation. The individual appeared to feign weakness, yet every word he uttered was laced with veiled threats. Su Mian found herself perplexed, questioning why the men she encountered were all so shameless. Before she could muster a response, the young man seized her without hesitation, drawing her into a firm embrace. In the blink of an eye, he demonstrated remarkable agility, darting like a specter between the palace walls and debris, swiftly whisking Su Mian away. Once their figures vanished completely, a sultry silhouette emerged gracefully from the shadows on one side of the palace wall. "Beauty, shouldn't we return?" A maid beside her softly inquired, holding a lantern. Yume raised her gaze, her eyes fixated on the brightly illuminated study. A calculating smirk crept upon her lips as she mused inwardly, "Su Mian, I wonder how you will fare this time." Meanwhile, in the pepper chamber, Su Mian rummaged through the apothecary, finally discovering some ointment suitable for external wounds. She hurriedly made her way to an unoccupied room in the annex, tossing the medicine bottle in front of the young man and curtly stating, "Here, this is for external injuries. You can apply it yourself." The young man reclined lazily on the bed, his complexion flushed, and with a hint of embarrassment, he replied, "Sister, won't you turn away?" Su Mian disdainfully averted her gaze, retorting, "You barely have any flesh. What is there to see? I would never take a liking to you." Lin Yu was taken aback by her words, instinctively glancing down at his well-defined musculature, filled with disbelief. Typically, women would flock to him, showering him with endearments. Yet here was one who rejected him. Hearing the rustling of clothing behind her, Su Mian intertwined her fingers nervously and inquired, "I'm merely curious. What brings you to the palace?" From the sound of his voice, he appeared to be around her age. It was indeed no small feat for such a youth to infiltrate the imperial palace alone. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded, "Naturally, there are pressing matters at hand." Su Mian chuckled softly, teasingly asking, "Is it murder or robbery?" "Neither," Lin Yu replied, as he poured the medicinal powder onto the wound on his chest, letting out a muffled groan of pain. "How mysterious," Su Mian remarked, rising to her feet and making her way towards the door. "Never mind, I shan't pry further. Once you've tended to your wound, be on your way and refrain from causing trouble here." Just as she reached for the door, the young man spoke up suddenly. "I came to find a piece of jade." At this revelation, Su Mian paused, turning back to face him. Noticing he had already wrapped his wound, she smiled. gliding gracefully towards him and scrutinizing him closely before asking with suspicion. Looking for jade? You weren't attempting to steal from the treasury, were you? Did you succeed? Lin Yu scoffed. If I had found it, I wouldn't still be here. Curiosity sparkled in Su Mian's eyes as she turned to sit on the soft couch opposite him, idly fiddling with the jade teacup on the table. After sipping some tea, she continued to inquire, what kind of jade is it? What makes it so significant? As Lin Yuang was about to explain, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps pierced the air, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He quickly rose to peer outside, his demeanor tense as he exclaimed, "Someone is coming." Su Mian couldn't help but chuckle at his alarm. At this late hour, who would come here? Lin Yuang's face darkened, his eyes narrowing. I fear they may be far more terrifying than ghosts. A martial artist by nature, he possessed profound internal strength, enabling him to sense every sound within a 10-mile radius. Judging by the noise, it seemed there were numerous visitors approaching. Without time to elaborate, he lowered his voice and instructed, "You handle this. I will hide." A flicker of confusion crossed Su Mian's eyes as her brows furrowed, her gaze filled with bewilderment. Before she could react, a gust of wind swept through, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Yuang vanished as if he had never been there. A sense of dread gripped her heart, and, as she opened the door, she was met with a battalion of Imperial Guards storming in. Panic surged within her, causing her scalp to tingle and her hair to stand on end. Instinctively, she turned to flee, but before she could take a single step, two guards seized her arms with the ferocity of hawks capturing their prey, forcing her to kneel on the ground. The sharp stones beneath her knees inflicted immediate, excruciating pain. "What are you doing?" Su Mian cried, her eyes reddening in distress as she looked up to find Chu Junqi standing before her, his expression ominously dark. Before she could grasp the situation, she noticed a delicate figure in pink trailing behind him. Su Mian, with a seemingly innocent demeanor, clutched a handkerchief, her eyes gleaming with triumph as she proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I must report that concubine Yao has been consorting with a man." "What?" The word struck Su Mian like a thunderbolt, and her eyes widened in disbelief. "Just moments ago, as I passed the imperial study, I witnessed concubine Yao in a tangle with a man clad in black, their entanglement most scandalous," Su Mian continued, embellishing the tale with vivid details, her lips curling into a slight smirk, her eyes glinting with malice, as if she were determined to see Su Mian utterly ruined. As she spoke, she cautiously gauged Chu Junqi's reaction, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. It seems even the guards of the imperial study bore witness. Chu Junqi's expression turned icy, his gaze slicing through the kneeling Su Mian with a chilling intensity, as though a storm brewed within his eyes, evoking a sense of dread. Entangled in grass? He reached out, lifting Su Mian's porcelain-white face, his fingers pressing down firmly, caressing her cheek with a cruel tenderness. Each syllable he uttered dripped with venom, his eyes sharp as the most biting winter wind, leaving her skin prickling with pain. Su Mian trembled, waves of turmoil surging within her as she realized that her earlier act of saving that petty thief had been witnessed by Su Mian. The accusations hurled at her were designed to ensure her downfall. The sharp sting in her jaw felt as if a knife were slicing through her skin. Tension coursed through her body, and tears welled in her eyes. Mianer did not consort with anyone, she replied weakly, her voice tinged with a quivering sob. Even if Chu Junqi did not believe her, she felt compelled to speak thus in order to quell the fury that simmered within him. A man like Chu Junqi could not abide even the slightest grain of sand in his eye, let alone an ounce of betrayal. He regarded her with a cold gaze and slowly inquired, "Where are the Jinyui?" Beside him, a guard knelt on one knee, his brow furrowed, his expression betraying a hint of uncertainty, clearly unsure of the truth. Bowing his head and clasping his hands, he steeled himself to respond, "Your Majesty, I have just investigated the movements of the assassin and found only Her Highness, the Yao Fei, amidst the flowers." Upon hearing this, Su Mian's beautiful eyes flashed with venomous light. She raised a hand to her face and feigned a soft chuckle, sarcastically remarking, "This makes perfect sense, surely. She is merely shielding her paramour." "No." Su Mian shook her head repeatedly, Her words caught in her throat as she beheld Chu Junqi's countenance grow even colder, his piercing gaze rendering her speechless. "Search for the assassin," Chu Junqi commanded again, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. With a single command, the guards swiftly commenced a search through the palace chambers. Even Xiao Dao and Hong Yu were roused by the commotion, dragged along in the wake of the upheaval. The courtyard erupted into a cacophony of noise. "Your Majesty, they must be mistaken," Xiao Dao exclaimed, her eyes reddening with anxiety, her voice tinged with desperation. She could not fathom why their lady seemed to kneel every few days. Having risen that morning unwell and skipping lunch, she had rushed to the prison, only to be accused of illicit conduct before she could even catch her breath. Seeing Su Mian kneeling on the ground, her face pale and trembling, Xiao Dao cried out in distress. "Our Lady serves you with utmost devotion. She would never do such a thing. Your Majesty, you must see the truth." Hong Yu, equally indignant, glared fiercely at Yu Mian, her fury palpable. "My lord would never commit such acts. Do not slander her." At these words, Yu Mian's face contorted with rage and humiliation, shifting between shades of green and white. Yet, constrained by the presence of Chu Junqi, she could not unleash her wrath, but instead suppressed her resentment, retorting with biting sarcasm. "Oh, you audacious servant! How bold you are to speak so freely before the emperor! Do you truly believe the palace is devoid of rules?" The surrounding clamor persisted, but Chu Junqi remained unfazed, his gaze never wavering from Su Mian, scrutinizing and probing, seeking to discern something from her visage. Su Mian lowered her head, silent, her eyelids glistening with unshed tears, appearing demure and compliant. She understood well that Chu Junqi was a man of deep thoughts. Should he perceive any flaw in her demeanor, no amount of eloquence would sway his conviction. It was better to conserve her strength than to risk further missteps. Soon, a guard approached, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his eyes betraying fear as he reported, "Your Majesty, I am inept. I could not locate the assassin in black." With that, the captain of the guards bowed deeply, full of respect. Upon hearing this, Su Mian felt a weight lift from her heart, her furrowed brow easing slightly. A fleeting glimmer of relief crossed her eyes. Yet she continued to strive to contain her emotions, her lips pressed together in restraint. This subtle action, perceived by the man, took on an entirely different significance. Chu Junqi narrowed his eyes slightly, the cold glint within them resembling a blade of ice, instilling a sense of dread. "Oh, is that so?" His voice was deep and frigid, akin to a chilling wind that swept forth from the depths of the underworld. Su Mian felt her heart leap to her throat, her brows furrowing as her fingers clutched the edge of her garment, tightening instinctively. Chu Junqi stood there, hands clasped behind his back, his tall and upright figure emanating a formidable pressure that enveloped Su Mian, rendering her breathless. It was indeed peculiar that he could not find anyone upon his arrival. A derisive chuckle escaped him as he turned to address the guard, continuing his inquiry, "Are there any other anomalies?" The guard presented 2 items, cradling them in his hands with the utmost care, not daring to show any sign of negligence. In the east courtyard, we discovered a recently opened vial of medicine for wounds. In the west courtyard, there was a blood-stained garment belonging to the empress. Upon finishing, the guard discreetly glanced at Chu Junqi's expression. Chu Junqi's gaze grew even colder, his oppressive aura causing the breath of those present to hitch. Su Mian's hands, hidden beneath her wide sleeves, unconsciously curled into fists. It was the dress she had just changed out of, and she had not yet had the chance to attend to it. Her complexion shifted dramatically, words caught in her throat as she struggled to find a way to speak. "I personally witnessed that scoundrel in an embrace with concubine Yao, utterly entwined." Yu Mian seized the opportunity to exacerbate the situation, her eyes keenly observing the changes in Su Mian's expression. As she noted Su Mian's growing distress, her own gaze sparkled with triumph. Twisting her handkerchief nervously, her alabaster bosom nearly brushing against Chu Junqi, she feigned innocence. "Your Majesty, it must have been that shameless rogue who approached her uninvited." Chu Junqi's grip tightened, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing with barely contained fury. Oblivious to the brewing storm, Mian continued to draw close. Your Majesty, get away. Chu Junqi's thunderous roar pierced the air, causing a sharp pain in the ears of those present. With a forceful shove, he sent her flying, the gust from his sleeve sweeping her away. Mian crashed heavily against a rockery, a dull thud resonating as blood gushed forth, silencing her instantly. Your Majesty, please quell your wrath. The onlookers, having never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, trembled in fear and fell to their knees, not daring to utter a sound. The atmosphere thick with tension. Su Mian was equally shaken, feeling as though her very blood had frozen in her veins. With wide, terrified eyes, she watched as the fierce wind whipped past her forehead, dangerously close, shattering the stones behind her into fragments that scattered like dust in the air. At that moment, a single strand of hair, severed by the wind's edge, drifted down into her palm, a silent warning. Instinctively recoiling, her eyes flickered, and she braced herself against the ground, retreating involuntarily until a blade was pressed firmly against her throat, enveloping her in a chilling aura of death. I shall ask you once more, is it true or not? Chu Junqi's voice was icy, devoid of humanity, as if he were a specter risen from the depths of hell. Su Mian's gaze fell upon the tip of the sword. Mere inches from her throat, a moment's carelessness could sever her delicate skin. She stood frozen, memories swirling like ephemeral wisps in her mind. The young lad, adorned in fine garments and riding with vigor, rushed toward her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Mianer, shall I teach you the art of swordplay? Yes. At that tender age, the sword felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in her small hands, wobbling precariously as she struggled to lift it. Straining to meet the boy's gaze, she saw him draw closer, his breath warm and eyes like stars, instructing her to steady the sword to defeat her opponent in a single move. Once, he had held her close, speaking softly and guiding her with care. Now, time had transformed their bond into a confrontation of weapons. The man before her radiated a fierce malevolence, like a chaotic demon, his clothes billowing as his eyes glinted with unrestrained bloodlust. Su Mian understood his murderous intent. A chill crept from her feet to engulf her entire being. She neither flinched nor retreated, but remained transfixed, breath caught in her throat. In her pupils, the man's cold silhouette reflected, as though the world contained only him and her. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, cascading onto the sharp blade. Her small frame curled inward. The choked sobs emanating from her throat were heart-wrenching. Mianer did not weep. She fervently shook her head, trembling as if gripped by the utmost fear. Have you learned skills? Dare you harbor a hidden person? Chu Junqi's expression darkened ominously, veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes ablaze with fury that seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. He took a step closer, his powerful hand tightening around her slender neck, forcefully pinning her against the edge of the water basin. Su Mian gasped in pain, teetering perilously by the water's edge. The weightlessness of fear compelled her to grasp the man's garment, weeping incessantly. Mianer merely visited the Zhao prison and has just returned. What hidden person? Then what is this? Chu Junqi roared, his grip tightening further. Su Mian's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. As her gaze fell upon the bloodied garment in his grasp, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Chu Junqi knew her too well. In his presence, she had to tread carefully, for a single misstep would reveal her. She clung to him in silence, her tears flowing even more freely, like pearls spilled from a broken string. Her eyes reddened and her pitiful visage as if on the brink of fainting. Chu Junqi regarded her with cold disdain. Gritting his teeth, do not think that this will leave you unscathed. Chapter 50. Where is he? Chu Junqi furrowed his brow, his deep-set eyes seemingly concealing an eternal frost, coldly gazing down at the person clinging tightly to him. Mianer does not wish to die. I beseech you to spare me. Su Mian's voice was soft, her arms encircling his waist, her delicate form trembling, eyes shimmering with tears like a frightened fawn. She was astute, aware of the shifting tides and how to win his favor. Yet, in her eagerness, she inadvertently revealed herself. Chu Junqi regarded her with a chilling stare, effortlessly lifting her from the water's edge and cradling her in his arms, striding purposefully, toward the chamber. The door slammed shut with a deafening crash, reverberating as if the very walls trembled in response. Seeing the man's cold demeanor, he unfastened the slender leather belt, folding it in his hands. Tears cascaded down Su Mian's face as she wept uncontrollably. Chu Junqi's eyes glinted with malice as his thin lips parted, uttering a few chilling words. Strip. His deep voice echoed within the silent chamber. Su Mian bit her lip, her body seemingly frozen in place, hesitant to move. Chu Junqi frowned slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. Did he expect her to act on her own? A sudden tremor coursed through Su Mian. She dared not defy him, her delicate fingers slowly reaching for her garment. As her clothes fell away, her porcelain skin gradually became visible. Chu Junqi cast a scrutinizing gaze over her. Apart from the marks of his affection left from the previous night, there were no other injuries. Su Mian clutched the hem of her dress, attempting to shield her modesty as the night breeze swept through the window. She shivered slightly, a blush creeping into her eyes. Cautiously lifting her gaze, she found that the icy demeanor in Chu Junqi's eyes had not thawed in the slightest. Where is he? His voice was as hard as ice, as if each word were forced from between clenched teeth, his gaze piercing through her, seeking any useful information. Su Mian's body trembled, her voice weak and barely audible. I do not know. She looked pitiful, tears welling in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and dampening her attire. You bear no wounds. Yet the blood on your clothes, where did it come from? Do you dare to claim ignorance? Chu Junqi's foot pressed down on the footrest as he leaned forward, striking her tear-streaked face lightly with the folded belt, producing a sharp sound. He lifted her tear-stained visage with his hand, his expression inscrutable. Yet his gaze bore a terrifying depth. I do not wish to resort to such measures with you repeatedly, but you disappoint me far too much. Feeling the sting of the belt against her skin, a constant reminder of the consequences of angering Chu Junqi. Su Mian's almond-shaped eyes filled with mist as she could not help but plead for mercy. It hurts. You know pain? He replied coldly, pressing his fingertip forcefully against her crimson lips, his gaze sharp enough to seem as if it could tear her apart. Speak the truth if you wish to avoid punishment. Su Mian's eyes darted away, uncertain whether to disclose the entire truth regarding the assassin. If she remained silent, Chu Junqi would surely not let her off easily. Yet if she spoke, the life of the thief would be at stake. She timidly met his scrutinizing gaze, wiping her tears away. I am innocent. Upon hearing this, Chu Junqi scoffed derisively, his voice icy. Innocent? You were innocent while bringing him back to the Jiaofeng Hall and tending to his wounds? The thought of a stranger lurking in the Jiaofeng Hall, one he was unaware of, ignited a fiercer wrath within him. Su Mian's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope, but Chu Junqi, uninterested in her excuses, interrupted her and commanded kneel. Su Mian trembled all over, raising her head, her tear-filled eyes pleading with him, sobbing pitifully as she sought to evade this dreadful punishment. Chu Junqi's cold laugh echoed, filled with disdain. My patience is limited. Do not make me remind you again. Su Mian tightly clenched her dress, attempting to shield herself from that chilling gaze, letting out a faint whimper. The sovereign had already verified the truth. Surely he could vindicate her innocence? Chu Junqi curled his lips, the mirth in his eyes gradually turning cold. The absence of evidence outside did not imply a lack of it within. What? Upon hearing his words, Su Mian's eyes widened in shock, her entire being feeling as if struck by lightning. At this moment, Lin Yu, concealed on the rooftop, held his breath, daring not to make sound. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, his face flushed as if scorched by fire, his blood surged, and he struggled to regain composure. Unexpectedly, this once reserved young prince found himself in the compromising position of a voyeur. The scene was undeniably tantalizing. He felt a parched throat and a whirlwind of thoughts, unaware that in his moment of distraction, his foot slipped. Crack! The rubble emitted a faint collision sound. Who? Chu Junqi, possessing extraordinary hearing, felt a surge of murderous intent the instant the faint noise reached his ears. He sprang into action, but in the next breath, a soft body coiled around him like a serpent. Your Majesty! Su Mian swiftly grasped Chu Junqi's waist, weeping inconsolably, urgently clarifying, "I was wrong, Your Majesty. I am innocent. It was that rogue who threatened me," sobbing that if I did not assist him, he would eliminate me. "I am truly wronged. Su Mian Pandith." That little thief's agility was exceptional, surpassing even that of Hong Yu. In this brief moment of delay, he had vanished without a trace. Chu Junqi stood rooted in place, trembling with fury, taking a deep breath as rage surged within him like a tidal wave. He abruptly grasped Su Mian's chin, his gaze sharp. Gritting his teeth, "You did this on purpose, did you not?" "No, I merely wish to prevent any misunderstanding, Your Majesty." Su Mian sniffled, her nose reddened. Trembling in his grasp, her tear-filled eyes brimming with grievance. "Huh, did you think I would believe your fabrications?" Chu Junqi, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly, his desire to kill surging, and he forcefully shoved her away, turning to leave. Just as he was about to step out, a dull thud echoed from behind. Turning his head, he saw the young girl had fallen from the bed, unconscious. Her long eyelashes resembled feathers, her fair face tinged with a blush. Clear tear streaks marking her eyes, her delicate brows furrowed, exuding an aura of vulnerability. Chu Junqi clenched his fists tighter, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he picked her up in his arms. Outside, a group of people knelt, witnessing the disheveled girl being carried out by Chu Junqi, and they lowered their heads, fearful of witnessing something they should not. Yu Ming appeared in a flash, kneeling before him. "Your Majesty, I have failed in my duty, allowing that rogue to escape. I am willing to accept punishment." The man's demeanor radiated a bone-chilling coldness. "Return to the dark pavilion and reshape it. If I cannot produce someone worthy of my approval, then the dark pavilion need not remain." "Yes." Yu Ming's face turned pale as he responded, vanishing in an instant. He cast a cold glance at those kneeling in the courtyard. Chao Gonggong's forehead glistened with perspiration as he trembled on his knees behind him, cautiously inquiring, "Your Majesty, it seems that Yu Marin has lost her breath." Chu Junqi's gaze was as deep and foreboding as that of the king of hell. Tonight's events must not be disclosed, and that woman was to be disposed of to the dogs. The crowd knelt in unison, affirming, "Yes." As dawn broke, the early morning had just witnessed a gentle rain. The branches adorned with fresh verdure, delicate leaves glistening with crystalline droplets as a soft breeze swept through, stirring the blossoms. Within the Chonghua Hall, the air was thick with the fragrance of incense and medicinal herbs. The young maiden, her ebony hair cascading, stirred as her eyelashes fluttered, as if haunted by a nightmarish vision. Feeling a sharp pain at her wrist, she let out a soft whimper. Su Mian gurudwali liftet hergaze, only to behold a tall figure standing at the foot of her bed, his eyes chillingly fierce. Chapter 51. Are you thinking of that wild man? The moment Su Mian laid eyes on Chu Junqi, her heart tightened unexpectedly, and she swallowed hard, an inexplicable sense of guilt flickering in her gaze. Hastily, she averted her eyes, unwilling to meet his. As her gaze shifted, she noticed Wang Tai, who was intently administering acupuncture to her hand, the slender silver needles glinting softly in the candlelight. Chu Junqi's expression was stern as he stood quietly with his hands clasped behind his back, inquiring, "How is she?" Wang Tai, deftly withdrawing the silver needles from Su Mian's wrist, respectfully replied to Chu Junqi, "Your Majesty, the lady has suffered from excessive fatigue, compounded by a lingering stomach ailment, resulting in weakness and fainting." Before Wang Tai could finish, Chu Junqi's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, a subtle warning flickering within their depths, reminiscent of a dormant beast revealing its menacing aura, sending chills down one's spine. Sensing the danger in the man's gaze, Wang Tai felt a chill run down his back. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, abruptly halting his words, and bowed slightly, stammering, "I shall procure some restorative medicine at once." Chu Junqi raised his hand slightly, commanding, "You may leave." Su Mian's gaze flitted uncertainly between the two men, sensing an exchange laden with meaning that eluded her comprehension. Yet, with Chu Junqi present, she dared not inquire further. Once the physician departed, the room was left with just the two of them. In an instant, the atmosphere within the chamber plummeted to a frigid silence, chilling enough to instill unease. Su Mian silently clutched the edge of the blanket, her head bowed, attempting to evade the man's piercing scrutiny. The harrowing scenes she had endured the previous night haunted her still, and a shiver of dread coursed through her, prompting her to watch Chu Junqi warily. Summoning her courage, she finally asked, "Your Majesty, will you not take your leave?" Upon hearing this, Chu Junqi let out a cold laugh, tinged with mockery. He adjusted his robes and replied in a frigid tone, "This is my private chamber. If I am not here, where else could I possibly go?" Su Mian scrutinized the layout of the room, her gaze ultimately landing on the bed's canopy, intricately embroidered with golden dragon patterns. So lifelike it seemed poised to soar at any moment, exuding an air of majesty and power. This was the very bed from which Chu Junqi had repeatedly cast her down. Recalling those painful memories, Su Mian pressed her lips together, hesitating for quite some time before softly uttering, "Mianer wishes to return to the pepper chamber." Upon hearing this, Chu Junqi's lips gradually curled into a playful smile as he approached her with measured steps. Leaning in closer, a hint of danger flickered in his gaze as he lowered his voice to inquire, "What, are you longing for that, wild man?" Though he smiled, the expression resembled an icy blade in the depths of winter, sending chills coursing through her body, involuntarily causing her to shiver. Cowering beneath him, Su Mian trembled slightly, yet her eyes remained clear. Upon hearing his words, she hurriedly shook her head, exclaiming earnestly, "No, Mianer does not like her brother." Her response was sincere, devoid of any pretense, causing the coldness in Chu Junqi's eyes to soften somewhat. "You dare not," he continued. "The whereabouts of the assassin are unknown, and he may return again. For the time being, you shall reside with me in the Chonghua Palace." Su Mian turned slightly, reluctantly acquiescing. Chu Junqi turned her face toward him, gently brushing a strand of hair from her forehead, regarding her with an air of leisure. "What were you doing in the imperial study last night?" he asked. "The edict granted by the emperor is of no use. My father and brothers are not in the Zhao prison, yet the emperor clearly promised me." Su Mian lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions, her eyes moistening as she averted her face. The empress had said that one must have dignity, and she did not wish for Chu Junqi to witness the hint of grievance in her eyes. Chu Junqi observed her with a cold stare, yet he was determined not to grant her wish, forcibly turning her face back to him, not missing the expression on her face. He chuckled lightly. "You claim you wish to go to the Zhao prison. I have provided you with an edict. What issue do you have?" Su Mian found herself at a loss for words, feeling that his convoluted deceit was utterly detestable. Seeing her in such an indignant yet silent state, a trace of mockery danced upon his lips as if he found it amusing. He pressed further, "Or perhaps you blame me?" Su Mian's heart tightened. This man concealed his emotions well, his words probing her reactions. Any dissatisfaction on her part would surely earn her his ire. "Mianer does not dare," she managed to say, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her, her tone soft as she tugged at his sleeve, tentatively asking, "When may the emperor allow Mianer to see her father and brothers again?" Upon hearing this, Chu Junqi seized her small face, tightening his grip, his gaze growing even colder. "How dare you bring this up? Which of your recent actions has brought me any peace?" Su Mian fell silent, realizing that it was the two sisters who had looked down upon her and set traps for her. Yet somehow, it all fell upon her shoulders. Chu Junqi had dealt with Lu Zhuruo and the other consorts, but had spared Wenyi. It was clear that he would not concern himself with her well-being unless absolutely necessary. In light of this, she was indeed of little importance. Su Mian gazed at him silently, a profound sense of loss swelling within her, her eyes gradually misting over. Observing her expression, Chu Junqi felt a surge of irritation and decisively pulled her into an embrace, his face cold as he stated, "As long as you remain obedient from now on and do not involve yourself with Wenyi, I shall not hold it against you." Su Mian obediently extended her arms to encircle his neck, burying her face deeply within the crook of the man's neck. The warmth in her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions, rendering her speechless. Speaking too much could lead to mistakes. It was better for her to remain mute. During the meal, Eunuch Chao entered the hall with his characteristic small, hurried steps, bowing respectfully as he announced softly, "Your Majesty, Princess Wen-yi has arrived." Su Mian, who had been absent-mindedly sipping her soup, felt a sudden darkness cloud her vision. Her heart sank, and her already diminished appetite vanished entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of restlessness. "Your Majesty, she hastily began, intending to find an excuse to excuse herself. However, before she could make a move, she noticed Chu Junqi striding swiftly towards the entrance. Princess Wen-yi entered with a light and graceful gait, her complexion still bearing that pallid hue which rendered her even more pitiable and delicate. Her figure swayed like a willow in the breeze, evoking a sense of tenderness. The moment Chu Junqi spotted her, his expression softened, and he naturally reached out to take the food box she had carefully prepared, clasping her icy hand in his. His eyes reflected concern and helplessness as he gently admonished, "Wen-yi, it has just rained outside. The weather is damp and cold, and your health is already frail. Why did you venture out?" Upon hearing his words, Wen-yi's face blossomed into a gentle smile as she replied softly, "This is the almond cake I personally made for you, royal brother, hoping you would enjoy it." As they amiably conversed and stepped further into the hall, their faces adorned with smiles, the atmosphere within the chamber became exceptionally harmonious, as if others were mere spectators to their intimate exchange. One inadvertently turned her head and caught sight of Su Mian, her expression momentarily stiffening before she swiftly regained her composure, resuming her usual gentle demeanor. Lady Yao is also present," she remarked, her signature warm smile gracing her face, her tone soft and tender, as it always was in Chu Junqi's presence. Had Su Mian not witnessed her scolding her maid, she might have doubted her own perception. A complex wave surged within Su Mian, yet she maintained a facade of tranquility, respectfully replying, "I pay my respects to Princess Wen-yi. Things have been unsettled in the Yao Palace lately. I have kept her here. Since you have come, let's share breakfast together." Chu Junqi gestured for Wen-yi to take a seat, providing her with this single explanation throughout the meal. "Whatever dishes Princess Wen-yi enjoys, I shall have the kitchen prepare for you," he added, his gaze filled with fondness. "Whatever the royal brother likes, I like as well." Wen-yi responded playfully, her eyes brimming with dependence on Chu Junqi. You remain just as you were in childhood," he said with a blend of helplessness and affection, as he casually picked up a shrimp and meticulously peeled it for her, occasionally serving her vegetables, and gently wiping away the crumbs that had settled at the corners of her lips, attending to her every need with utmost care. The tenderness and indulgence that radiated from his gaze were genuine and untainted, a sight that Su Mian had never encountered before. After the passing of her mother, the happiest days of her life were those 3 years spent in the company of Chu Junqi. Even though Chu Junqi's feelings for her were not sincere, those memories were indelibly etched in her mind, impossible to erase. Quietly, Su Mian observed the two of them, laughing and sharing intimate moments, and she felt like an unwelcome outsider, sitting there in stark contrast to their closeness. Her motion of lifting the spoon to drink the soup halted. Her gaze turned vacant as she stared blankly into the bowl before her. Reflected in the broth was her slender face, tinged with a sense of loneliness and helplessness. Once upon a time, she too had been a princess, cherished and doted upon by her family, sharing warm and harmonious meals together. Chu Junqi had attained everything he desired, power and prestige, with Wen-yi by his side, lacking nothing. Now, it was only she who had lost everything. A solitary tear fell unexpectedly, plopping into the bowl and creating tiny ripples in the tranquil soup. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Among the 4 present, only the attentive chief eunuch Chao noticed her distress and approached with concern. At that moment, Chu Junqi and Wen-yi ceased their banter and turned their attention to her. Chu Junqi's brow furrowed, his gaze growing cold, assuming she was about to create yet another scene. "Your Highness, are you unwell?" Chief Eunuch Chao inquired with genuine concern, having witnessed her tears and feeling a pang of sympathy for her. Seeing her unusual demeanor only heightened his worry. Su Mian bit her lip, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within her. Taking a few deep breaths, she finally responded, "I am fine. A fleeting glimmer of triumph danced in Wen Yi's eyes as she gracefully approached, offering a plate of almond cakes. "Sister Yao Fei, would you care to try the almond cakes I made?" Su Mian glanced at the plate, her gaze rising to meet Wen Yi's resentful stare. With her back to Chu Junqi, she played her part flawlessly, revealing no hint of her true feelings. To Chu Junqi, she remained the understanding and pure-hearted Wen Yi. Su Mian's expression grew frosty, and she chose not to engage in her flattery. Speaking in a measured tone, she replied, "I appreciate your kind offer, Your Highness, but I'm not feeling well today. Is that how you repay her kindness?" Su Mian's words were abruptly interrupted by Chu Junqi's frigid voice. She turned to him, noting the sharpness in his eyes, as if he were an entirely different person from moments before. Stunned, Su Mian stared at him, a wave of bitterness rising within her. After all these years, it seemed he had forgotten that she had never cared for almonds. Chapter 52. Your Highness, she may not last much longer. Su Mian slowly lowered her eyelids, concealing the emotions within, her lips pressed tightly together to prevent him from discerning her feelings. She adjusted her breathing slightly, striving to make her voice sound steadier as she explained, "Mianer cannot eat. I truly have no appetite." Chu Junqi seemed to see through her facade at a glance, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he leaned casually against his chair, fiddling with the wine glass on the table. He spoke with unrelenting disdain. "Did you not just claim to be hungry? Now you say you cannot eat. What pretense is this?" As he turned his head to coldly scrutinize Su Mian, his gaze felt as piercing as a blade, as though he intended to see right through her. Su Mian felt a prickling unease, a growing discomfort enveloping her. Just as she was about to speak again, Wen Yi turned to Chu Junqi, offering a gentle smile. "Perhaps the Yao Fei is still upset about the incident with the teacup. It is my fault for not stopping my sister in time, causing a rift between the Yao Fei and myself." As she spoke, her gaze drifted slowly towards Su Mian. "How about I apologize to my sister?" Her features were delicate and graceful, exuding a warmth that would elicit pity from anyone. Yet, only Su Mian noticed the calculating glint in her eyes. Predictably, upon hearing this, Chu Junqi's brow furrowed, his gaze towards Su Mian growing increasingly hostile. With a derisive snort, he remarked, "If one cannot hold their teacup steady, how can they blame others?" He then added, "Wen Yi, this matter has nothing to do with you. There is no need for you to apologize to her." His words pierced Su Mian's heart like a chilling dagger, leaving her feeling utterly frozen. Su Mian stood rigid, her head bowed, fingers nervously clutching the hem of her garment. It seemed that Wen Yi's few words had redirected the ire toward her. Chu Junqi would not suspect Wen Yi of wrongdoing, only deeming Su Mian to be ungrateful. Meanwhile, Wen Yi feigned a frown, her demeanor deceptively charming as she delicately grasped a handkerchief, pretending to be sorrowful, her eyes slightly reddened. In a soft, gentle voice, she implored, "Sister Yao Fei, please indulge in some almond cake, and consider it a gesture of forgiveness toward me. Would you?" The atmosphere in the grand hall was stifling, rendering Su Mian's breaths increasingly labored. Her gaze fixated on the plate of almond cake that Wen Yi offered, and inexplicably, a wave of nausea surged within her, as though a tempest were churning in her stomach. She furrowed her brow and obstinately declared, "I will not eat." No sooner had the words left her lips than Chu Junqi's expression darkened ominously, his eyes harboring a storm capable of consuming her whole. At that moment, Su Mian yearned only to flee. As she rose to leave, she was abruptly seized by the arm and yanked aside. Chu Junqi's grip was unyielding, slamming her against a stone pillar in the hall, causing pain to radiate through her back. Trembling, she barely had time to collect herself before he leaned in closer, his voice icy and harsh, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. "Is it? What are you causing a scene for? It is merely a piece of cake. Will it kill you?" Su Mian fell silent, her eyes cast down, neither contesting his words nor meeting his gaze. Standing there like a lifeless puppet, drained of all spirit, she harbored no desire to express even a hint of emotion. Yet this very demeanor was what Chu Junqi found most intolerable. Seeing her thus, his anger flared once more, and he grasped her chin, compelling her to lift her head. As he lifted his gaze, he clearly saw that Su Mian's eyes were brimming with tears, her doe-like gaze innocent and pure, staring blankly at him. Her expression conveyed an overwhelming sense of grievance and sorrow, her lips pressed tightly together, silently enduring everything with a stubborn yet pitiable resolve. Chu Junqi's demeanor shifted slightly, yet his austere countenance remained unchanged, still regarding her with cold indifference, tinged with impatience and anger. He scolded, "Why are you crying? Am I not allowed to say anything to you? Does Sister Yao Fei still detest when he will simply avoid appearing before the emperor in the future?" Just then, Wen Yi's sorrowful voice echoed softly from behind, as if she were the one truly wounded. Chu Junqi's gaze turned even colder, a hint of suspicion lingering in his eyes. "When did your jealousy become so pronounced? Have I been too indulgent with you lately?" Su Mian stragal tobrit. The notion of being cherished felt utterly beyond her reach. In the presence of Wen Yi, her worth felt utterly diminished. Biting her lower lip fiercely, she suppressed her sobs. Eventually speaking in a dazed tone, "Mian wishes to return to the palace." Chu Junqi regarded her with unyielding indifference, gesturing, "Finish the almond cake, and I will allow you to return." Su Mian's gaze fell upon the plate of almond pastries, her eyes misty with tears. Her fingers trembled as she grasped a piece of cake and, before Chu Junqi, devoured it in large bites, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Soft whimpers escaped her throat, her pitiful appearance resembling that of a condemned soul. One piece after another, she continued to eat. Chu Junqi watched this scene with growing irritation, a surge of nameless anger rising within him. Abruptly, he raised his hand and swatted the cake from her grasp, furiously exclaiming, "Stop eating. You would think your life depended on it. Get back. You're a hindrance here." As he shouted, he released his hold on Su Mian, turning away in exasperation, no longer sparing her glance. Su Mian bit her lip, slowly rising from the ground, desperately holding back the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. Each step felt as though her feet were laden with lead, every movement a struggle as she staggered towards the hall's exit, her forlorn and helpless silhouette radiating profound heartache. Observing Su Mian depart, Wen Yi's lips curled into a triumphant smile. She turned, returning to her usual gentle demeanor, looking at the visibly agitated Chu Junqi and tactfully suggesting, "If the emperor is feeling unwell, perhaps you might accompany Wen Yi for a stroll by the lakeside later." Meanwhile, as Su Mian stepped unsteadily out of the grand hall, an abrupt wave of dull pain surged from her lower abdomen, spreading rapidly like a tide, her complexion turning as pale as parchment. She quickly reached out to steady herself against a nearby stone pillar, her body bending uncontrollably in pain, unable to straighten her back. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead and cascading down her cheeks. Seeing this, Eunuch Chao rushed forward in a panic, eager to assist her, his face etched with concern. "Oh dear, Your Highness, what has happened to you?" At this moment, Su Mian was in excruciating pain, her discomfort overwhelming her senses. She hastily pushed away Grand Eunuch Chao, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead and cascading down her cheeks. Yet she feebly insisted, "I am fine. You need not concern yourself with me." Observing her distress, Grand Eunuch Chao's worry deepened, and he urgently advised, "Perhaps we should summon a physician? You hardly appear to be well." A wave of bitterness surged within Su Mian. She had never consumed anything containing almonds, for even the slightest contact would result in unbearable abdominal pain. The physician had indicated that this was a condition stemming from dietary restrictions, difficult to remedy with ordinary medicine. "No, thank you, Grand Eunuch Chao. A short rest will suffice," she replied, forcing a painfully strained smile that was more sorrowful than cheerful. Struggling to maintain her frail body, she painstakingly made her way towards her chamber, and upon entering, she pushed Grand Eunuch Chao outside and forcefully shut the door with a resounding thud. "Oh dear, what a troublesome little soul," Grand Eunuch Chao lamented, pacing anxiously in place. Feeling increasingly helpless, Su Mian leaned heavily against the door, as if it were the only support in her moment of despair. Yet gradually, she felt her strength waning, and she slid down to the floor. Waves of sharp pain surged within her, relentless and fierce, akin to tumultuous waves or a ferocious beast with an insatiable appetite, threatening to consume her entirely and leaving her in agonizing torment. She curled her body tightly on the floor, resembling a wounded creature, helpless and pitiable, enduring the torment in silence. The mocking words of Chu Junqi echoed in her ears like a haunting specter, prompting her to sob helplessly, choked with emotion. As tears streamed down her face, she attempted to comfort herself in the manner her mother had once done, whispering, "Just a little sleep, and it will be all right. Just a little sleep, and the pain will cease." Gritting her teeth, she struggled to rise from the floor, but at that moment she suddenly felt a warm, damp sensation on her leg. Instinctively glancing down, she was horrified to see a stark crimson stain spreading across the floor, the vivid red glaringly conspicuous. Su Mian gasped, collapsing back to the ground, her face drained of color and her pupils dilated in shock. How could there be blood? Was she on the verge of death? In a daze, she stared at the ceiling, her consciousness gradually slipping away. At the coral pavilion, gentle waters flowed quietly and following the winding path. One could behold the vibrant lotus blossoms in full bloom, their pink and white petals swaying delicately in the breeze, as if showcasing their elegance. Occasionally, a dragonfly would alight upon a lotus, only to be startled away by a playful feminine voice that echoed through the air. "Dear brother, do you remember when you would bring one here to enjoy the scenery?" One asked, her face adorned with a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with nostalgia and anticipation. However, Chu Junqi seemed somewhat distracted, merely replying with a non-committal For reasons unknown, his mind was preoccupied with the image of Su Mian weeping, sensing that something was amiss, yet unable to articulate it. A sudden wave of intense and unfamiliar unease surged within him. She seemed not to belong to such a demeanor, gazing at him with a pleading look. Noticing Chu Junqi's indifferent response, Wen remained unperturbed, tilting her head slightly in concern, asking, "Brother, do you have something on your mind?" Chu Junqi's gaze was shadowy, seemingly piercing through her, yet he merely felt that Wen appeared somewhat different from before. Upon hearing this, Wen paused, astonished by her brother's words. Chu Junqi stepped closer, gently plucking a fallen petal from her hair, and remarked softly, "During your meal earlier, your eyes frequently wandered towards Su Mian. In the past, you would never be so distracted around other concubines." "Brother, you jest," Wen replied. "I simply find Sister Su to be quite amiable. She is of a similar age to me. I merely wish to befriend her, though it seems she harbors some misunderstanding towards me. Perhaps you could assist in clarifying this?" With a light laugh, she playfully tugged at his hand, her smile radiant and innocent. The man relaxed his expression, dispelling his doubts with a resigned sigh. Her temperament, alas. "I shall give it a try." Wen, seeing his reaction, affectionately linked her arm with his, her face alight with joy, and playfully chided, "Brother, you are truly wonderful." Just then, Eunuch Chow rushed in, breathless and anxious, exclaiming, "Your Highness, a grave matter has arisen." Chu Junqi's brow furrowed immediately, his expression turning serious as he inquired, "What is it?" "You must hurry to see Consort Yao. She is in critical condition." Eunuch Chow's voice trembled with urgency, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Chapter 53. Your wife? Eunuch Chow, drenched in sweat, nearly stumbled to the ground, panting heavily. Observing his frantic and disheveled state, Chu Junqi felt a flicker of impatience rise within him, his brow tightening as he queried with annoyance, "What has happened to her now?" Eunuch Chow hastily adjusted his cap, his voice laced with urgency. "I just saw the lady's face turn pale. She could hardly walk. I was about to summon the physician, but she insisted I do not, pushing me out and locking herself in her chamber, not emerging all morning. You must go check on her." Chu Junqi hestita momentia. Casting a glance at Wen. At that moment, she sensibly released his arm, wearing an understanding smile as she softly encouraged, "Since Sister Yao is unwell, brother should go see her quickly. I will be fine on my own." "Very well, Wen be good. I shall accompany you next time." Chu Junqi replied before swiftly turning and following Eunuch Chow, his pace quickening with an air of urgency. Watching his retreating figure, Wen Yi's lips curled into a satisfied smile. A nearby maid could not help but wonder how the prince knew that Su Mian did not consume almonds. Wen Yi's gaze leisurely drifted to the vibrant lotus flowers blooming in the pond, a flicker of profound understanding gleaming in her eyes as she quietly declared, "I know everything about her." Chu Junqi's countenance was grave, his expression stern, yet his steps quickened uncontrollably, his heart a tumult of complicated emotions. Various thoughts intertwining in his mind. In the past, he would have disregarded such troublesome affairs entirely, holding the intrigues of the harem in contempt. Apart from Wen Yi, he harbored no compassion for anyone else. However, today he found himself wavering, an unprecedented concern inexplicably surfacing. His demeanor darkened further. His brows knitted tightly together as he hastened forward, impatiently inquiring of the eunuch Chow, "Where is she?" Chow, keeping pace with him, dared not delay for a moment, swiftly leading Chu Junqi to a tightly shut palace door. In that moment, overwhelmed by agitation and urgency, Chu Junqi could no longer restrain himself and, with an irritable kick, forcefully swung the door open. The slanting rays of the setting sun gradually seeped through the window, casting a tapestry of shadows, some deep, some faint, within the room, creating an indescribable atmosphere that was both serene and subtly oppressive. There lay the young girl, her snowy attire carelessly draped about her, her pale face resembling a lifeless jade, devoid of color and nearly translucent. Her eyes remained tightly shut, as if ensnared in an endless slumber. Crimson blood steadily seeped from beneath her, mercilessly staining her skirt. The vivid red stark against the snowy fabric, like a red plum blossom blooming tragically in the snow. Beautiful yet despairing. Su Mian. The sight before him struck Chu Junqi's heart like a heavy hammer, rendering him momentarily dazed, his breath caught in his throat. His pupils dilated in disbelief as his gaze fell upon her blood-stained skirt, the impact of the scene both shocking and agonizing, a torrent of complex emotions surging within him. Su Mian, Su Mian, he unconsciously murmured her name, his voice trembling slightly as he hurried toward her, casting aside his usual indifference and composure. "What has happened to you?" His voice was laced with urgency and panic, his former steadiness entirely vanished. Bloodied fingers caressed Su Mian's delicate face, and he thought, how could this be? After only a brief separation, his fingers clenched tightly, breath erratic, as a tide of anxiety and indignation surged within him. "Su Mian, please wake up." Su Mian heard the man's frantic and hurried calls echoing in her ears. The urgency of his voice seemed to possess an invisible power, compelling her weary will to slowly lift her eyelids, struggling to discern the figure before her. Yet, her vision remained blurred, shrouded in the dim, dusky light. The familiar silhouette appearing flickeringly, like a dream, memories from the past flooding back. It felt as if her memories were spinning in a whirl. Her blood-stained fingertips gently reached out toward the distinct features of that handsome face, and in a daze, the shadow of the youth from her past repeatedly overlapped in her sight. It felt like a dream, and she thought she would never see him again in this lifetime. At this moment, she instinctively regarded the man before her as the boy she had long cherished in her memories. "Brother, Mianer misses you dearly. But why have you not returned?" Mianer murmured, her eyes filled with confusion and sorrow. "So much blood. Woo-woo, is Mianer destined to die?" She resembled a helpless child, terrified that life might slip away from her. Chu Junqi observed Su Mian in such a state, his eyes reddening, as though his heart were pierced by countless needles, sending waves of sharp pain through him. His breathing grew notably labored, and the usually cold tone of his voice softened as he hurried to reassure her. "You will not die. I will not permit it. Be good. The imperial physician will arrive soon." His trembling voice struck like a whip, abruptly yanking her back from her imagined world into the stark reality. Su Mian suddenly realized it was not a dream. Chu Junqi was indeed still the same Chu Junqi. She felt as though all her strength had been drained. Collapsing softly into his embrace, her eyes closed, breath faint as a wisp of smoke, while the unrelenting tears streamed down her cheeks, soaking his garments. Struggling to speak, her tone nearly pleading, she asked, "Your Highness, if Mian were to die, could you spare my father and brothers?" Her voice was so faint it seemed a breeze might disperse it. Chu Junqi held her tightly, his previous urgency coming to a halt as he tightened his grip, as if fearing she might vanish entirely. He inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the turmoil within. Yet a cold glint flickered in his eyes as he spoke with an icy tone that brooked no dissent. "If you dare to die, I shall have them torn to pieces." The words were laced with ruthlessness, concealing a panic and fear of loss he himself had not fully acknowledged. Throughout the day, the palace of Chonghua was a flurry of activity, blood-soaked basins being carried out until deep into the night. "Are you all useless? You cannot even determine the cause of her illness?" Chu Junqi's furious roar echoed from behind the screen. A group of imperial physicians knelt outside, trembling. "Your Highness, we have examined all the food consumed by the lady, and there is no sign of poisoning," one physician reported, quaking. "I have scoured the medical texts. These symptoms suggest a congenital aversion to a certain substance, known as selective eating disorder. However, the lady has consumed a variety of foods, and we must investigate each one to ascertain the culprit." At this moment, Eunuch Chow cautiously stepped forward. "Your Highness, during breakfast, I observed the lady took a few bites of ginseng soup, and then the almond cake brought by Princess Winnie. Could it possibly be almonds?" Chu Junqi's gaze darkened as he ransacked his memories of Su Mian, recalling that she had indeed never consumed anything containing almonds. His fist clenched beneath his sleeves. "Exudinga Shiying Goha." The royal physician's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he swallowed hard, speaking tremulously. "Your Highness, this selective eating disorder is exceedingly rare and cannot be cured with medicine. The ministers can only prescribe some remedies to clear heat and detoxify, temporarily alleviating the princess's suffering." As he spoke, his body lowered further, nearly touching the ground. Chu Junqi's gaze fell upon Su Mian's pallid face, resembling that of paper. The man's brow furrowed tightly. His hands instinctively clenched, struggling to suppress the fury that threatened to erupt from his chest, his voice icy. At this rate, could she and the child still be saved? His gaze cut through the group of physicians like a knife, causing them to kneel, too fearful to raise their heads. The minor officials dared not speak. Physician Wang trembled, his body shaking like a leaf. "Your Majesty, I recall someone." Just as the crowd was at a loss, an elderly minister stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. "Who?" Chu Junqi's eyes suddenly sharpened, resembling a hawk ready to strike, his gaze piercing through the old minister. 3 years prior, a prodigious young master emerged from the apothecary, known as the Phantom, who vanished without a trace. The elixirs he concocted were miraculous, capable of neutralizing extraordinary toxins and reshaping bones. Perhaps they could save the princess and her unborn child. However, the old minister hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face. But what? Chu Junqi's demeanor remained calm, as if he anticipated the forthcoming words. Yet, that individual has long since retired, disappearing from the martial world. Finding him now would likely prove futile. The old minister shook his head in resignation, his face etched with regret and defeat. "I understand, you may leave." Upon hearing this, Chu Junqi merely waved his hand, his tone betraying a hint of impatience. The physicians, witnessing this, rushed out of the grand hall like a floodgate opened, their speed akin to that of fleeing for their lives, and within moments they vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, the vast hall stood empty. Chu Junqi called into the air, "Qing Feng, at your service." Qing Feng appeared like a specter, kneeling on one knee, holding a great cloak. Chu Junqi turned, wrapping Su Mian in the cloak and lifting her with cold indifference. "In these 2 days of respite, keep a close watch on the movements of the previous dynasty's palace. Should there be any unusual occurrences, you may take action." Yes, atop the medicinal furnace, shrouded in thick night, the sky had just begun to don a veil of darkness. "I have seen the young master." Outside the sect, 2 female attendants adorned with long swords saw his figure and hurriedly knelt in greeting, their demeanor respectful and devout. The man, his hair glistening with the morning dew, bore an unsettlingly cold expression, his breath uneven, without raising his eyelids. He cradled Su Mian and strode with great strides into the sect. The two female attendants exchanged glances, filled with confusion. It was well known that the young master had always shunned the company of women. After disappearing for 3 years, his return with a maiden was indeed unexpected. As Chu Junqi entered the inner courtyard, a cheerful voice echoed, "Ah, my dear disciple, you have returned." An elderly man with a white beard, clad in a gray long robe, leisurely held a wine gourd. Upon his appearance, a sudden spark of energy ignited, prompting someone to hastily set down the gourd and dash towards him, as if fearing that they might miss the chance to seize him. Witnessing this, Chu Junqi could not help but grit his teeth. However, with his agile and graceful form, he swiftly evaded the old man's lunge while cradling Su Mian, leaving the old man to tumble into empty space in a rather comical manner. The old man, undeterred, retained an expression of curiosity and excitement, quickly pursuing them again. As he drew nearer, he noticed the beautiful young woman nestled in Chu Junqi's arms, his eyes gleaming with delight, as if he had encountered a rare treasure, jokingly inquiring, "Oh, who is this? Your wife?" Chapter 54. The dogman Chu Junqi's countenance darkened, and with hurried steps, he strode purposefully towards the location of the medicinal pool. Upon reaching the door, he concentrated his energy, a surge of inner strength coursing through him, and with a vigorous sweep of his sleeve, the door thunderously slammed shut, echoing like the roar of thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble in response. The old medicine master stood dumbfounded, momentarily caught off guard, his face flushing with a mix of white and red as he muttered, "That rascal, has he consumed gunpowder today?" Within the fiery embrace of a colossal furnace, flames danced wildly, their flickering crimson light illuminating Chu Junqi's stern and resolute visage, akin to frost-kissed features. At this moment, a deep, resonant voice, imbued with an ancient timbre, seemed to emanate from the depths of time. "My lord, you have finally returned. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Chu Junqi's gaze grew profound as he fixed his eyes upon the white dragon atop the cauldron, inquiring, "White dragon, do you harbor resentment for being confined here?" The magnificent form of the white dragon was bound by 4 robust iron chains, rendering it immobile, gradually lowering its head in submission. It offered its proud countenance before the man, proclaiming, "Whatever my lord requires, I shall willingly provide, without complaint or regret." Once allegiance was pledged, their minds intertwined, allowing the white dragon to serve as a medicinal catalyst, capable of performing acts of resurrection and defying fate when necessary. Chu Junqi slowly drew forth a dagger, its blade glinting with a cold light, and gently sliced into his palm, crimson blood welling forth. With a calm demeanor, he pressed his bleeding hand against the forehead of the white dragon. The blood seeped into the dragon's scales, gradually merging with its essence. In an instant, the flames within the furnace surged with newfound vigor, the temperature soaring dramatically, waves of heat enveloping him. A drop of scalding sweat trickled from Chu Junqi's brow, shimmering in the fire's glow, yet his gaze remained unwavering. By the edge of the medicinal pool, the wind howled fiercely, and the rising steam from the pool enveloped the air, gently caressing the young woman's delicate face, painting it with a soft blush reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in the spring, both bashful and enchanting. Su Mian's slender limbs were tenderly bound by soft straps, her entire being immersed in the medicinal waters. A delicate garment of sheer fabric draped over her shoulders, as ethereal as a wisp of cloud, her dark tresses cascading freely, undulating with the ripples of water. The 4 corners of the dragon-shaped stone pillars continuously released streams of warm water, mingling with the fragrant aroma of herbs. Slowly, Su Mian's consciousness began to awaken from a profound slumber, her clear eyes veiled by a thin mist. As she slightly lifted her eyelids, she beheld a man approaching her, his figure rendered somewhat indistinct by the swirling fog, yet strangely familiar. Awake? The man, adorned with a silver mask that obscured much of his visage, bore a pair of deep blue eyes that fixated on her intently, his voice resonating with a chilling magnetism. His attire, thin and dampened by water, clung to his form, revealing the subtle contours of his muscles before her gaze. Su Mian's complexion flushed, her breath shallow and rapid, as ephemeral as a drifting thread. She attempted to move, yet her limbs were tightly bound, ensnared as if in an invisible net, rendering her immobile. Exhausted, her large, watery almond-shaped eyes regarded the newcomer with suspicion, her voice trembling involuntarily. "Who are you?" "I am the ghost shadow of the medicine furnace, entrusted to aid the young lady in her recovery." The man advanced slowly, his fingers, well-defined and elegant, gently lifted Su Mian's delicate chin, his tone cold and indifferent, as if nothing in this world could stir his heart. A sense of doubt bubbled within Su Mian. This gesture felt strangely familiar. Yet the voice before her was entirely different from Chu Junqi's, and even his eyes bore a different hue. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, shivering in the water. She weakly inquired, "Have you completed the treatment?" "Only the final step remains." The man observed her with a leisurely demeanor, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his lips. He leaned slightly forward, sealing her lips with his, effortlessly prying open her delicate teeth. A round, glistening pill was deposited into her mouth, causing her eyes to widen in shock. A blend of embarrassment and indignation washing over her as she struggled to break free from his grasp. However, he secured her nape, deepening the kiss. Su Mian's face flushed crimson, her breathing labored, instinctively attempting to expel the pill. The man, towering above her, compelled her to tilt her head back, their lips entwined, granting her no respite. Hearing the unmistakable sound of swallowing from her throat, confirming that she had ingested the pill, the corner of Ghost Shadow's mouth curled into a faint smile as he reluctantly released her. "You, scoundrel!" Su Mian clenched her fingers instinctively, once again encountering a man with the heart of a beast concealed beneath a human facade. How could that rogue Chu Junqi trust her to such an unreliable man? In her clear eyes, two small flames seemed to ignite, her gaze fixed fiercely upon the man before her, resembling an irate young beast. She incessantly splashed the water, vociferously demanding, "Let me go, beast! I will kill you." Yet the man remained unfazed, a glimmer of sly amusement flickering in his eyes, imbued with a hint of mischief. He extended his long fingers, gently caressing Su Mian's porcelain-like face, his tone languid and teasing. "I have saved the young lady. However, I seek a modest fee for my services. Must the young lady repay kindness with enmity?" Su Mian's eyes widened in disbelief. This person was utterly shameless. It was clear they were taking advantage of her, yet they spoke with such audacity. Anger and fear coursed through her, and she bit her lower lip, her voice trembling as she thought, "Chu Junqi will not let you off easily if he finds out." The shadowy figure chuckled, teasingly brushing her crimson lips with his fingers. Leaning close to whisper in her ear, "I have known him for many years. Do you honestly believe he would trust your mere word over mine?" His words left Su Mian momentarily speechless. Indeed, how could that scoundrel Chu Junqi possibly believe her? A casual remark from when he could easily condemn her, especially coming from his longtime friend. She was nothing, merely a discarded pawn. Tears welled in her eyes, and it seemed she relinquished her struggle, pressing her lips together in silence. A single tear rolled down, landing on the man's distinctly knotted fingers. His expression shifted slightly, seemingly caught off guard by her reaction. He scoffed. "Are you crying already? How amusing." He appeared somewhat disinterested, reaching out to untie the straps around Su Mian, effortlessly lifting her from the medicinal pool. As she caught the woody, cold fragrance emanating from him, Su Mian momentarily lost her focus, glancing up to glimpse his nearly perfect jawline. Doubt filled her mind, and suddenly a bold idea took root. She cautiously lifted her hand, her delicate fingers inching towards the edge of his silver mask. In the next instant, her wrist was abruptly seized by him. The man shot her a cold glare, warning in a low voice, "If you continue to be so restless, you may as well forget about that hand." Su Mian silently withdrew her hand, feeling frustrated. He was just as insufferable as Chu Junqi. No wonder they were friends. They were cut from the same cloth. The shadowy figure held Su Mian securely as he strode confidently through the long corridor, directly into a secluded room. Upon entry, a chill permeated the air, as if countless icy tendrils were penetrating her skin, causing her to shudder involuntarily, trembling in his embrace. Soon, she was gently placed upon a cold jade bed, the surface radiating an unrelenting chill that seemed to consume her body heat. "You will sleep here for the night. He will come for you tomorrow." The man's frigid voice resonated from above, devoid of warmth. Su Mian widened her eyes, surveying her surroundings in shock. And with a hint of indignation, she protested, "This is all ice. How can I possibly sleep here?" He sighed deeply, exasperated. "You can sleep." Biting her lower lip, she earnestly shook her head. "I cannot. If I sleep like this, I will surely freeze to death." The man clearly had no intention of indulging her childish complaints any further. With a cold huff, he turned to leave. "Wait, don't go," Su Mian exclaimed, panic rising within her. She hurriedly scrambled off the cold jade bed, but her sudden movement caused her to lose her footing, and with a loud thud, she crashed heavily to the ground. "Ouch!" Su Mian groaned, her small face scrunching up in pain. Clutching her aching arm tightly, she struggled to rise from the floor. At that moment, the sound of a door closing echoed behind her, a resounding thud that seemed to obliterate the last remnants of hope nestled deep within her heart. A profound emptiness engulfed her, and a sense of loss surged like a tide, causing her to weaken and lean against the cold jade bed. With reddened eyes, she wept in silent distress. Just then, a chilling voice taunted from above. "Are you not done yet?" She looked up to see a tall figure standing before her, a man cradling a rolled blanket in his arms. "I am afraid alone." She sobbed helplessly, her tear-filled eyes fixed on him as she awaited his response. The man parted his thin lips, conceding just this once. With that, he gently lifted her back onto the bed. Subsequently, he silently channeled his inner energy, enveloping her body in a warm current. Before long, her damp clothes were dried. Su Mian obediently nestled within the warm blanket, her tear-stained apricot eyes fixed intently on the back of the man's head. He sat beside the cold jade bed, one hand casually resting on his knee, enveloping the room in a peculiar tranquility. "Ghost Shadow, what is your true name?" Su Mian could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered the question. The man scoffed, "Huh? The last person who asked that is now 6 feet under." Su Mian quickly silenced herself, pursing her lips as an awkward tension filled the air. "Oomph. If you want to tell, then I don't care." She curled up her blanket, deliberately moving a bit farther away, as if to maintain distance from him. Before long, she cautiously inched closer to him again and, leaning toward his ear, tentatively asked, "So, you can concoct medicine too? Between you and Chu Junqi, who is more skilled? What do you intend?" The man's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of confusion and wariness. Su Mian calculated silently. Given that Chu Junqi had survived drinking oleander juice without consequence, it seemed ordinary drugs were ineffective against him. She would need a more potent poison to incapacitate that villain. "I have a sister," Su Mian explained, her eyes darting. "She is in dire straits, suffering under her husband as cruelty. That wretched man denies her food, often resorts to beating her, and even confines her. I feel for her plight and wish to procure some poison from you to rescue her. What do you think? Lechman?" A cold light flickered in Ghost Shadow's eyes as he pondered her choice of words, his expression darkening instantly. Chapter 55. Returning to the palace unaware of the increasingly frigid atmosphere surrounding her, Su Mian continued speaking, her lips pursed in indignation. "Indeed, he is ill-tempered, fickle, and possesses great strength. His strikes are truly painful." As she spoke, her sense of grievance intensified, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if they were poised to fall at any moment. Listening to her words, the man's fingers unconsciously tightened, his knuckles turning pale from strain. A deep shadow of gloom settling between his brows, as if he were battling the tumultuous emotions within. He then let out a scoff, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Indeed, he is utterly despicable." "I concur." Upon hearing these words, Su Mian's eyes brightened, believing him to be a person of conscience, and she instinctively lowered her guard. "I thought that individuals like him should remain unwed in this world." As her thoughts trailed off, Su Mian's gaze became fixed on the ceiling, her mind falling into contemplation. A mist gradually clouded her eyes, reflecting a sense of grievance and helplessness. She murmured softly, "If I were her, I would seize the opportunity to leave, to go far away and never return." After listening to her for a while, the man's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists, his icy blue eyes seemingly swirling with dark energy. After a moment, a steady breathing sound suddenly filled the air. He instinctively turned around, only to find the girl with tear-streaked eyes, unaware that she had fallen asleep. The man's gaze deepened as he silently observed her. Beneath the mask lay a pale face devoid of color, with thin lips subtly curling into a cold, fierce arc leave. "Perhaps in the next life," he uttered, his words cutting like shards of ice, reverberating in the tranquil space. He leaned closer, propping his hand beside Su Mian, intently studying her serene, sleeping visage, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of anger and helplessness. Moments later, he reached out as if to punish her, squeezing her delicate, moist cheek with increasing force. "If it weren't for your injuries, the treasonous words you spoke today would warrant your demise 1,000 times over." After a time, he slowly exited the hidden chamber, his hand weakly resting against the doorframe. A surge of energy churned violently within him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crimson spray splattered onto the ground, a shocking sight. "Young master," the attendant, Lu Li, gasped in horror, hastening forward to offer her support. But the man abruptly withdrew his hand, evading her touch. Lu Li's outstretched fingers froze in midair, a wave of disappointment washing over her as she worriedly asked, "Are you all right?" As she spoke, her gaze remained fixated on his enchanting yet austere profile, noticing the bloodstain at the corner of his lips, which did not render him disheveled, but instead exuded a captivating allure, almost otherworldly. In her youthful heart, Luli felt an uncontrollable flutter, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "I'm fine, I want tea dye," Chu Junqi replied in a calm tone, then removed his mask, casually tossing it in Luli's direction. She hurriedly caught it, her eyes filled with urgency and confusion, unable to refrain from advising. "The white dragon's energy is overwhelming. Forcing its integration could harm your lungs. Why would you go to such lengths?" Chu Junqi's expression had returned to its usual icy demeanor, as if cloaked in frost, exuding a distance that repelled others. A self-deprecating smile graced his lips, his gaze piercing. "How can I conquer the world when I can't even protect my own woman?" Luli stood still, cradling the silver mask in her hands, her eyes trailing after his retreating figure, a deep sense of melancholy swelling within her. Originally, one would have thought that the young master harbored no space in his heart for anyone, yet unexpectedly, an unforeseen occurrence arose. She glanced back, her gaze landing upon the tightly closed door of the secret chamber, and an unwillingness surged within her. As dawn broke, the peaks of Yalu Mountain were enveloped in swirling white mist, dreamlike and ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial realm, accompanied by the crowing of roosters and the barking of dogs. A radiant sun gradually emerged from the eastern horizon, casting gentle rays that dispersed the morning fog. Su Mian slowly awakened from her slumber, rubbing her drowsy eyes and glancing around, only to realize that the ice chamber was now devoid of any presence, silent save for the sound of her own breath. Propping herself up on her bedding, she instinctively touched her abdomen, relieved to find that the sharp pain had vanished, and a warm current flowed through her limbs, leaving her feeling utterly comfortable and content. It appeared that, despite the man's questionable character, his medical prowess was indeed remarkable. He had healed her so swiftly. As her fingers shifted, a clear, melodious clink resonated abruptly in the stillness of the ice chamber. Su Mian instinctively turned toward the sound, discovering a white jade porcelain bottle placed beside her. The bottle, smooth and delicate, glimmered softly in the morning light, inscribed meticulously with the two characters bone poison. She had merely mentioned it in passing the previous night, harboring no expectations, yet surprisingly, the elusive shadow had indeed provided her with the poison. What an odd individual he was. At that moment, the door of the ice chamber creaked open, and two maidservants entered quietly. "Miss, it's time to freshen up," they chimed, carrying neatly arranged garments, their faces illuminated with smiles as they approached Su Mian, ready to assist her in her ablutions. Seeing this, Su Mian hastily and discreetly tucked the white jade porcelain bottle into the pocket of her inner garment, her heart fluttering with a hint of anxiety, fearing discovery. The two maidservants were exceptionally amiable, skillfully arranging Su Mian's hair into an elegant coiffure while adorning it with delicate hairpins, transforming her previously disheveled locks into a refined and beautiful style. One of the maidservants, while busy with her tasks, playfully remarked, "Miss, you are truly fortunate. Our young master vowed 3 years ago never to treat anyone again, only to concoct poisons. Many have sought his help, but you are the first to receive his exception." Upon hearing the maidservant's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Su Mian's eyes, and she furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Why is that?" The man demonstrated such exceptional medical skills. Wouldn't it be a pity to waste them? The maidservant, tending to her hair, hesitated, her movements faltering. "This I'm not entirely certain of. I only know that many years ago, after returning from a grievous injury, our young master was in a prolonged coma. When he awoke, his demeanor had changed entirely." Before she could finish her sentence, the other maidservant discreetly elbowed her, shaking her head with a look of alarm. The speaking maidservant's expression shifted abruptly, realizing she had perhaps uttered too much, and promptly fell silent, daring not to utter another word. She then donned a respectful smile, saying, "The Lord is awaiting you. Please, let's proceed." Although Su Mian's heart was still filled with doubts, she refrained from asking further questions. After swiftly donning her garments, she followed the others out of the ice chamber. The medicinal courtyard was entirely unlike the solemn grandeur of the imperial palace. It was adorned with an array of flowers and peonies, and as the gentle breeze swept through, the blossoms swayed lightly, releasing a fragrant aroma that permeated the air, exuding tranquility and comfort. Su Mian's gaze fell upon a row of hanging gourds, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she couldn't resist approaching to gently touch one. Upon contact, she felt the weight of the gourd, as if it contained something substantial. "Oh, my dear girl, what lies within is a collection of fine aged wines. You mustn't touch it." An elderly man with a white beard hurriedly approached, his face etched with anxiety, fearing that Su Mian might inadvertently break the gourd. "I apologize. It was not my intention." Su Mian quickly withdrew her hand, instinctively stepping back, her face flushed with embarrassment, chagrined by her impulsive action. The old man, however, seemed unfazed, his face breaking into a warm smile as he enthusiastically beckoned. "Come, little girl, follow Grandpa. I have something nice for you." "Su Mian." The voice rang out like thunder in the previously serene courtyard, imbued with undeniable authority and ire. Su Mian quickly turned to see Chu Junqi standing tall at the entrance, his gaze icy and fixed upon her, a magnificent steed tethered beside him. Instantly, her feet felt as though they were anchored to the ground, paralyzed by the sight of him, her legs trembling. Chu Junqi's expression was frigid, his eyes radiating an uncompromising command as he coldly ordered, "Come here." The brevity of his words seemed to carry a chilling air, lowering the temperature around them. Su Mian's eyes were filled with hesitation, her gaze flickering as she meekly replied, "Mianer wishes to express her gratitude to last night's benefactor." "Gratitude? He is right here. Who else do you need to thank?" Chu Junqi's already darkened expression deepened, resembling the ominous clouds before a storm. Gritting his teeth, he glared at her menacingly. "Must I personally summon you?" Although Su Mian was reluctant, she dared not delay any longer and steeled herself to approach Chu Junqi. No sooner had she stepped closer than he extended his long arm, effortlessly lifting her off the ground. In a whirl, Su Mian found herself securely seated upon the saddle. Her body stiffened slightly, the thin fabric separating her from the warmth of his chest, as Chu Junqi held the reins, encircling her within his grasp. "Dear daughter-in-law, do visit again another day." The old man called out from a distance, grinning widely, his face alight with joy as he waved goodbye. With a cold expression, Chu Junqi yanked the reins, and as Su Mian turned back to look, puzzled, she asked, "What did that grandfather mean?" "Never mind him." The elderly man, clutching the wine gourd, looked on with envy, murmuring to himself, "What a pair, inseparable and deeply in love." On the return journey, the two remained enveloped in silence, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing in their ears. The steed galloped swiftly, causing Su Mian to sway uncontrollably on its back. The man's heavy breaths brushed against her neck, igniting a flush upon her cheeks and sending electric shivers coursing through her body, rendering her restless and fidgety in his embrace. At that moment, a voice as cold as an icicle sliced through the air above her. "Shall I whip you into submission?" Startled, Su Mian fell silent, her voice barely a whisper as she explained her discomfort. "I'm not well sitting here." Chu Junqi's voice was frigid as he commanded, "Turn around." "What do you mean?" Su Mian's mind went blank. Seeing her remain in a daze without resistance, Chu Junqi's patience waned. Without further ado, he extended his hand with great force, lifting her as if she were a mere chick. "Ah!" Su Mian gasped in shock, her voice quivering. A sudden wave of weightlessness crashed over her like a tumultuous tide, causing her heart to leap in her throat. In a flurry, she grasped his clothing, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around his firm waist. Resembling a frightened kitten nestled against him, hardly daring to breathe. "Hold on tight. I won't take responsibility if you fall." Chu Junqi's tone remained icy, devoid of any warmth. Upon hearing this, Su Mian, disregarding everything else, clung to him desperately. Unbeknownst to her, as they brushed against something, the man's breath hitched, and he lowered his voice, tinged with restraint. "Do not get so close. I may not be able to control myself." Dazed, Su Mian found herself in a predicament where nothing seemed permissible. With a helpless gaze, she looked up, tears threatening to spill, wondering what she should do. The man furrowed his brow slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he firmly supported her, lifting her slightly, and without hesitation, placed her to straddle his thigh. After a tumultuous afternoon, they finally returned to the palace just before dusk. "You should return to the Ronghua Palace." Chu Junqi, with reddened ears, dismounted and hastily made his way toward the sacred spring pool. Su Mian stood rooted in place, her mind swirling with questions as she watched his retreating figure. "What has gotten into him?" she murmured to herself. At that moment, Xiao Tao rushed over, breathless and frantic, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you have finally returned. Hurry to the Jiaofeng Palace. The Internal Affairs Department has sent us 3 people and a dog, and now Hong Yu is about to fight with the dog." Chapter 56. Has her temper grown? Outside the Jiaofeng Palace, the sunlight seemed subdued, overshadowed by the imposing presence of a giant snow mastiff. It was tethered tightly by a robust chain, the other end fastened to a stone pillar adorned with a carved dragon at the palace entrance. As it struggled, the chain clanked heavily, producing a cacophony of sound. The snow mastiff's eyes were wide, glinting with a fierce light like bronze bells, its gaze as piercing as arrows, instilling a chilling fear in those who met its stare. It bared its teeth at the palace servants who passed by, its enormous maw revealing sharp fangs that glinted ominously, accompanied by deep, rumbling growls. The palace attendants, upon sighting the formidable snow mastiff, hastily fled in all directions. Su Mian furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze fixed on the majestic beast before her, filled with confusion as she murmured, "Qi? How did it end up here?" "Your Highness, the Emperor mentioned that you had lost a dog, so he has sent you a replacement," stammered the little eunuch delivering the message, who then scurried away faster than a rabbit. "Your Highness, this creature is exceedingly fierce. I shall fetch arrows and give it a volley." Hong Yu's eyes flickered with determination, as it was evident that Chu Junqi was deliberately trying to hinder her master, a provocation she could not tolerate. Su Mian quickly waved her hand, detaining her. "No, no, no. This is Chu Junqi's favorite pet, almost akin to a half-master. We cannot afford to offend it. Indeed, if only someone could tame it," she pondered aloud. At that moment, upon hearing a familiar voice, Su Mian turned towards the source and saw 3 little eunuchs standing obediently to the side. Upon closer inspection, one of them possessed striking features, his appearance particularly captivating. Drawing her attention, with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity in her eyes, Su Mian scanned the kneeling figures before her and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Xiao Fuzai. I am Xiao Luzai. I am Xiao Shouzai, paying respects to your Highness." They replied in unison. Su Mian, intrigued by the handsome little eunuch, stepped forward, delicately lifting his chin with her slender finger, leaning closer as she whispered in a tone only meant for two. Hey, little rogue, dare you return? Lin Yu, upon hearing this, smirked slightly, his voice infused with a playful tone. Sister, how could I not? Pleased with his response, Su Mian clapped her hands lightly and smiled. Very well, then you shall attempt to tame it. At these words, Lin Yu quickly knelt, his voice trembling with feigned trepidation. Your Highness, I, Xiao Shozai, am a most timid. Please do not send me. Su Mian rolled her eyes in exasperation, secretly annoyed by his theatrics. With a sigh, she declared, very well, I shall handle it myself. Xiao Tao turned pale. Your Highness, how can this be? Before she could finish, Su Mian had already lifted her skirts and strode toward the snow mastiff. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. To their surprise, the previously menacing beast, upon detecting her familiar scent, immediately calmed. Su Mian tentatively reached out, stroking the snow-white fur, caressing its fluffy head. In an instant, Qi Yi's demeanor transformed, shedding its earlier ferocity, even extending its tongue to lick Su Mian's palm. The gentle sensation sent a delightful tickle through her hand, and Su Mian's lips curled into a smile as she praised. Good doggy Qi Yi is so well-behaved. Well. Your Highness, how did you manage that? A glimmer of mischief danced in Su Mian's eyes. Knowing that Chu Junqi would send her a dog indicated that he had anticipated this moment, revealing his ulterior motives. In an effort to shield her from the petty thief, she truly exerted considerable effort. Alas, the intruder had already entered her palace. She unfastened the chains binding Qi and beckoned Lin Yu with a subtle gesture. Come here. Reluctantly, Lin Yu approached, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Sister, must you persist in testing me? Su Mian tugged at his clothing and whispered conspiratorially near his ear. Who else but you can assist me in walking the dog? Since you are here, lend me a hand. She stealthily glanced at the two young eunuchs nearby and inquired quietly, Who sent those two? Lin Yu raised his chin and replied earnestly. Xiao Fuzai is affiliated with Consort Qi, while Xiao Luzi was dispatched directly by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Sister, that is all I know. Su Mian's expression faltered. With Consort Qi deceased, it remained uncertain who in her palace would heed orders. She needed to devise a plan to investigate further. After she lingered in thought for some time, Lin Yu, feigning innocence, jested, If you do not release your hold, the tyrant will notice and punish you. You, do not speak nonsense. Su Mian bit her lip, her face flushed with indignation, uncertain of how much he had overheard that night. Upon releasing her grip, she swiftly stepped down hard on Lin Yu's shoe, causing him to inhale sharply and hop about in pain, grimacing. Uninterested in his plight, Su Mian coldly snorted, fastening the dog leash around his neck and turning to stride into the hall. Xiao Tao, bewildered, remarked, Your Highness, you seem quite familiar with Xiao Shouzi. Not familiar at all, Su Mian retorted, storming into the hall while asking, Has anything noteworthy occurred in the palace these past few days? Following closely behind, Xiao Tao replied, Well, aside from that, the Emperor is personally organizing a birthday banquet for Princess Winnie on the 15th of this month. Preparations have been underway for months, and it promises to be a grand affair, celebrated nationwide. Should we prepare a gift? At the mention of the birthday banquet, Su Mian's expression suddenly turned despondent. Pausing against the doorframe, she pursed her lips and said, Just say, I am ill and cannot attend. Xiao Tao's face contorted with concern as she wrung her hands and urged that might not be appropriate. The Emperor would be displeased to learn of it. Let him be. She had been coerced into eating almond cakes by Winnie, while Chu Junqi had yet to show any sign of acknowledgement, as if this matter could simply be brushed aside. Would she endure this humiliation without retaliation? No. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. She abruptly turned and dashed out of the hall, her speed akin to a gust of wind. Outside, without a word, she forcefully yanked the dog leash from Lin Yu's hands, her movements urgent and vigorous. The once imposing and fierce snow mastiff now obediently crouched down, as if transformed, allowing Su Mian to clamber atop its towering form, willingly becoming her steed. Lin Yu stood frozen in place, momentarily dumbfounded, his mouth agape. After regaining his senses, he called out to Su Mian's retreating figure. "Hey, sister, are you not walking the dog anymore?" Within the Rehua Palace, Chia strutted alongside Su Mian, causing a flurry of palace attendants to flee in fright. Who is unaware that the sovereign's beloved snow mastiff demands a diet of human bones and blood? Yet, the bold Yao Fei dares to mount it directly. Anyone else would have been utterly petrified. Su Mian seized a palace servant and inquired, "Where is the sovereign?" The young eunuch trembled in fear, pressing against the wall, and stammered, I do not know." Gently patting the snow mastiff's large head, Su Mian leaned close to its ear and softly urged, "Chia, lead me to find Chu Junqi. You know where he is, do you not?" With a low whimper, Chia immediately dashed toward the direction of the imperial study. Inside the imperial study, Chief Steward Chao hurriedly entered, nearly stumbling over the threshold. "Your Majesty, a grave matter has arisen." Yao Fei, the man remained engrossed in revising memorials. But upon hearing those familiar words, he paused, his hand clutching the red brush, and coldly inquired, "What has happened to her?" Before he could finish his question, a series of deep, heavy breaths echoed from outside. Chu Junqi glanced up to see a person and a dog standing at the hall's entrance, their presence menacing. With a composed smirk, he scoffed, "What is this? Have you grown more temperamental in such a short absence? Daring to cause a ruckus in the imperial study?" His gaze darkened, sharp as a hawk's, as if he intended to pierce through her very thoughts. Su Mian's already dwindling courage was instantly extinguished by his icy words. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then knelt before him, gripping the hem of her garment tightly, her fingers blanching under the pressure. "I only seek justice," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Chu Junqi continued to regard her with a frosty demeanor, his brow slightly furrowing with skepticism as he coldly asked, "Justice? What sort of justice do you seek?" Chapter 57. Do you even dare to question Winnie? Summoning her courage against the oppressive aura surrounding the man, Su Mian tremulously queried, "Why does the sovereign not take action against Winnie?" Upon hearing her words, Chu Junqi's expression darkened immediately, his gaze fixed on the kneeling figure with contempt. "Do you even have the right to question Winnie?" he mocked. Su Mian was momentarily silenced by his heartless and wounding words, her eyes misting with tears, the rims reddening. The lethal dose of almond powder when he had forced upon her was undeniably premeditated. She could not believe otherwise. Her fingers twisted the fabric of her dress until they turned white, her misty almond-shaped eyes half closed, her voice weakening. It was intentional. Her barely audible confession reached Chu Junqi's ears, igniting a fierce anger within him. He turned his attention back to the memorial, disregarding her entirely, and gritted his teeth. "When he is not as cunning as you think. Return. I will pretend you have never come." Su Mian stared at him in shock, a wave of heat surging within her. She lamented the disparity between their fates, while she fought for her life, when he could escape punishment with mere soft words. It became painfully clear that an invisible barrier existed between them, unyielding and insurmountable. After a prolonged silence, seeing Su Mian remain as motionless as a statue, the warmth in Chu Junqi's eyes gradually faded, resembling an icy lake in the depths of winter. Suddenly he rose, the golden dragon robe he wore billowing with an imposing gust. As he descended the steps, each of his strides felt like a heavy thud upon Su Mian's heart. He reached out, gently lifting her tear-stained visage, leaning forward with his slanted eyes narrowed, his breath laden with an air of menace. "I have warned you before. Avoid provoking Winnie. Should you dare to overstep, do not blame me for turning my back on you. You shall reap the consequences." Su Mian bit her lip, as if striving to swallow all her grievances, yet the tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks, resembling pearls scattered from a broken string. I did not provoke Winnie," she whimpered, her voice a fragile whisper filled with sorrow and helplessness. As she spoke, she repeatedly wiped away her tears, resembling a forsaken creature, deeply wounded and abandoned by its master, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her. Upon witnessing her distress, Chu Junqi's expression softened slightly, though he still maintained a cold demeanor. He gently raised his fingertip to dry the tears at the corners of her eyes. I may have forgotten that you do not enjoy almonds, yet this has nothing to do with Wen-yi. She is innocent and knows nothing. Cease your tears before me. He continued, if you desire other forms of reward, that is permissible, but do not even dare to think of Wen-yi. At these words, Su Mian reined in her emotions slightly, aware that the chill of winter does not descend in a single day in Chu Junqi's heart, when he seemed to hold far greater significance than herself. She did not indulge in the illusion that her meager tears could sway Wen-yi's standing. Lowering her eyelids and sniffing back her reddened nose, she choked out, I miss my brothers. Chu Junqi seemed to pierce through her thoughts, letting out a cold laugh. Is this truly worth the trouble you have taken to seek me? Observing her tear-streaked face, his brow furrowed slightly. He then effortlessly lifted her from the ground, striding purposefully toward the hall. Su Mian instinctively wrapped her slender arms around his neck, her tear-soaked face resting against his shoulder, soon dampening his exquisite robes. Leaving a darkened mark, she lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions. The Empress was right. To conquer a heart, one must grasp the opponent's Achilles heel, which is often far easier than a direct approach. At that moment, Yunichao entered with small, quick steps. Your Majesty, Prince Li seeks an audience. Hearing this, Su Mian paused, lifting her gaze from Chu Junqi's embrace, attempting to dismount from his lap. A large hand, like an iron vice, tightened around her waist. The force so immense that she found herself immobilized, frozen in place. The man leaned slightly forward, his well-defined fingers lifting her chin. A subtle yet dangerous smile gracing his lips. What is your hurry? Are you anxious to see your little paramour? Su Mian's cheeks flushed a deep peach, akin to a ripe peach, exuding an alluring hue. In a flustered whisper, she stammered, no. Stay put, he commanded, his gaze turning icy in an instant. He raised his hand slightly, signaling to the palace attendants, who promptly understood and skillfully drew a screen before the table, the exquisite patterns upon it swaying in the shifting light. Soon, Prince Li, clad in a dark ceremonial robe, entered the hall with a tall, graceful demeanor. Through the translucent screen, one could see Chu Junqi holding a petite woman in his embrace. Chu Moli's expression momentarily faltered, silently lamenting the audacity of allowing a woman to listen in on the official deliberations, pondering which favored concubine might be present. At that moment, a chilling voice interrupted his thoughts. Prince Li, do you have matters to discuss? Chu Junqi's voice was devoid of warmth, yet exuded an undeniable authority. Chu Moli promptly responded with utmost respect. Your Highness, I have come to deliberate on the issue of the flood in Binzhou. I have already dispatched individuals to investigate and gather the displaced, and relief provisions will soon arrive in Binzhou. Chu Junqi's expression was austere, his tone cool and measured. As he methodically engaged Chu Moli in matters of state, each gesture radiating a dignified composure, as if he were wholly immersed in the weighty affairs of the realm. Beneath the table, however, a large hand roamed restlessly over Su Mian. The man's distinctly defined fingers slowly ventured beneath her garment, deftly undoing the buttons of her attire, the cool pads of his fingers brushing against her delicate skin. Su Mian immediately felt an unsettling sensation, her body squirming uncomfortably as she attempted to evade the vexing touch. She cast a furious, shame-laden glare at Chu Junqi's stern visage, seemingly trying to bore a hole through him with her gaze. This scoundrel was utterly shameless, descending to the lowest depths of indecency. Yet, paradoxically, his cold and unapproachable countenance gave the impression that she was the one indecorously enticing him. Perhaps having been subjected to her resentful gaze for too long, Chu Junqi glanced down, offering her a warning look. The pressure of his hand inevitably intensified. Su Mian felt a sudden pang of pain and could not suppress a soft whimper. The sound, though faint, rippled through the stillness like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, distinctly reaching Chu Moli's ears, causing his expression to stiffen. Su Mian? He inquired, lifting his gaze, suddenly recognizing the petite figure nestled within the man's embrace. A smirk played upon Chu Junqi's lips as he leaned down to pinch Su Mian's delicate face, whispering, My beloved consort, Prince Li is still present. Do not overstep your bounds. Su Mian bit her lip, her cheeks aflame, fidgeting awkwardly in his hold. Chu Moli quickly came to her defense. It is not the lady's fault. It is my brother who has come at an inopportune time. Since matters concerning the flood have begun to take shape, I shall take my leave. Once he departed, Chu Junqi did not lift his gaze. His penetrating stare fixed upon Su Mian's face. The girl trembled slightly, like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze, fragile and helpless. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, reminiscent of the delicate hues of dawn. She parted her lips, speaking softly. Your Majesty, could you refrain from such actions in the future? Humph, Chu Junqi replied, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, his laughter echoing sharply in the quiet room. He tenderly caressed Su Mian's hair, his expression tender yet teasing. What is it? Do you dislike me? Not at all. Su Mian instinctively bit her soft lip, her body shrinking back as if terrified of him. With a chilling laughter, Chu Junqi responded, your little admirer has departed, and yet you wear such a countenance? Chapter 58. She no longer cared. Su Mian fell silent, unsure of how to respond. As the two remained at an impasse within the confines of their abode, a palace attendant approached, presenting a tray that bore a bowl of dark, viscous medicine, exuding a bitter and acrid aroma that swiftly permeated the surrounding air. Upon witnessing this, Eunuch Chow hurriedly advanced, reverently accepting the bowl with both hands and placing it upon the imperial table, slightly bowing his body, his face adorned with a humble smile, softly reminding, Your Majesty. The Empress should take her medicine. Su Mian furrowed her brow in distaste. She was certain her health had already improved, so why must she consume this concoction daily? At that moment, her thoughts strayed far from the medicine. Were it not for her family being held captive by Chu Junqi, she would not have set foot in the Palace of Rebirth at all. With longing eyes, she gazed at Chu Junqi, attempting to divert the conversation. Mianer wishes to see her father and brother. Chu Junqi's piercing gaze fell upon her face, his voice cold and resolute. Take the medicine, and I shall take you to them. His words carried an undeniable authority. Left with no choice, Su Mian relented, turning to sit upon his lap, cradling the bowl of medicine, and asked with suspicion, What kind of medicine is this? Eunuch Chow, cautiously glancing at his lord's expression, replying to the Empress. This is a restorative tonic. Your health is currently depleted, and you must consume it more frequently. Hearing this, Su Mian felt a surge of apprehension. Chu Junqi made her drink this potion daily. Perhaps he harbored ulterior motives, seeking to rid her body of the hidden malice within. As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of insight illuminated her eyes. Mianer was in excellent health. She had no need for such tonics. Stealing a glance at Chu Junqi's flawless profile, she tentatively extended the bowl towards him, her expression earnest. It seems your complexion is somewhat pallid. Perhaps you should take this tonic instead? Chu Junqi's fingers, concealed within the folds of his sleeve, curled tightly, and a hint of fissure appeared upon his otherwise stern visage. At that moment, the atmosphere within the grand hall grew palpably tense. Eunuch Chow, sensing the ominous shift, lowered his head, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Heavens! What madness is this? How could the mighty sovereign be reduced to drinking a tonic for the sake of stability? He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and silence Su Mian's words. Observing the increasingly ominous expression on Chu Junqi's face, Su Mian too began to recognize the gravity of the situation. If the sovereign refused to partake in this medicine, it cannot possibly bode well. If the sovereign disapproves, then perhaps it is best to forego it, she thought, her complexion paling as she slowly retracted her hand that held the bowl, instinctively retreating. Noticing her withdrawal, a flicker of resolute determination crossed Chu Junqi's eyes. In an abrupt motion, he seized the bowl from her grasp and drank it down in one swift gulp, holding it within his mouth. With one hand, he grasped Su Mian's chin, leaning forward to secure her head, prying her lips apart to pour the bitter liquid into her mouth. The acrid essence spread across her palate, and Su Mian squirmed in his embrace, yet he held her tightly at the waist, forcing tears to brim at the corners of her eyes. The surrounding attendants, witnessing the scene, averted their gazes, staring up at the heavens. After what felt like an eternity, Chu Junqi finally released her, and Su Mian coughed repeatedly, her heart racing as she looked up to meet his wickedly playful gaze. He smirked, his fingertips brushing against her lips, now tainted with the medicine, his voice a seductive whisper. Would you prefer to drink it yourself, or shall I assist you? Su Mian inexplicably swallowed hard, immediately lifting the bowl to consume the thick, dark potion in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, Chu Junqi had carried her to an unfamiliar location, her eyes tightly covered by a piece of black cloth. He had previously warned her not to remove it. Along the way, faint sounds of trickling water reached her ears, mingled with a damp, musty odor that pervaded the air, accompanied by rustling noises that seemed to ebb and flow as they approached. Uncertain of the source, Su Mian felt an unsettling sense of life in the sounds, an overwhelming number of them. A wave of inexplicable fear spread through her, causing her body to tremble slightly as she instinctively clutched the corner of the man's clothing, her fingers whitening from the pressure. Her throat felt parched, and she unconsciously swallowed, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness. Chu Junqi glanced down, catching sight of her small movement, a playful smirk forming at the corner of his lips. "Are you afraid?" "No," she replied, her voice quivering yet resolute. "As long as I can see my father and brothers, I am willing to face any peril." Despite her trembling fingers and the paleness of her face, her determination was palpable. More than fear, it was concern that filled her heart. Her father had long suffered from a leg ailment that flared up on rainy days, akin to countless silver needles piercing his knees. In such a cold, damp place, she feared for his endurance. The thought brought tears to her eyes. Suddenly, a sharp clang of iron chains reverberated through the underground dungeon, causing Su Mian to stiffen instinctively. She couldn't help but raise her head, attempting to discern the direction of her family through the darkness, filled with anxiety and anticipation. Chu Junqi gently set her down, and her fingers brushed against something slippery and cold, leaving her startled. "What is this?" she gasped, instinctively withdrawing her hand and letting out a shriek. In that moment, the black cloth was lifted from her head. Before her lay a writhing mass of vividly colored snakes swimming in the water. One slithered perilously close to her hand, and she recoiled in terror, her face paling as she stumbled backward, colliding with the man's thigh. "Aren't you unafraid? Why retreat?" he teased, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Leaning slightly closer, he chuckled softly. "These are merely harmless snakes. The venomous ones are yet to come." Filled with dread, Su Mian followed his gaze to see a heavy iron door slowly creaking open in the distance. This was a completely sealed underground water prison, a long corridor lined with pools teeming with serpents. The dim light flickering on the walls cast shadows on her damp face, oscillating between brightness and darkness. Chu Junqi was far more terrifying than she had anticipated. Her deep-seated fear of snakes now manifested in the multitude surrounding her in this prison. Satisfied with her reaction, he seemed intent on making her reconsider her choices, the faintest hint of a smile playing at his lips as he inquired, "Would you still like to enter? To do so may lead to a dead end." Su Mian's eyes glistened with tears as she slowly rose from the ground. Just as she took a step forward, a chilling voice echoed from behind her. "If you perish amid this serpent throng, I shall not come to your aid." The tone pierced the already oppressive atmosphere like a cold icicle, heightening the tension in the air. With her back turned to him, Su Mian, her eyes brimming with tears, inhaled deeply and stubbornly declared, "Then let it be that you do not save me honor. I am willing to accept my fate." She was acutely aware of her inferior standing compared to one in his heart. Moreover, she understood that her father and brothers would inevitably be imprisoned and humiliated, their lives hanging by a thread. With the fall of the great yen, should her family perish, she would be left utterly alone, and how could she possibly survive? Whether Chu Junqi regarded her as a mere plaything or a cherished pet mattered little to her now. That single step she took seemed to shatter her past along with her resolve. The serpents coiling at her feet hissed in warning as she approached. Yet Su Mian lifted her leg to stride over them. Despite her overwhelming fear and tears streaming down her face, she was determined to proceed. Her father and brothers awaited her. Her mother was waiting for her. With no one else to rely upon, She ventured alone towards the faint glimmer of light. Gradually, the serpents sank their fangs into her ankles, drawing blood. Just as her hand reached out to touch the door before her, a figure darted past her, blocking her path, and coldly commanded, "Enough!" Raising her eyes, she saw Chu Junqi, his breath quickened and his gaze fierce with crimson intensity. Su Mian bit her lip, her vision blurred with tears as she looked at him. "Didn't you say you wouldn't help me honor?" Chu Junqi grasped her chin with a firm hand, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. "When did you become so audacious? The serpent pit within is teeming with thousands. Are you truly unafraid?" Chapter 59. To please me, I shall allow you to see. Are you not afraid? Su Mian bit her lip tightly, her delicate frame trembling slightly, her voice betraying an unmistakable quaver of fear. "I am afraid, but I fear even more that my father and brothers are not within." She had pondered long and hard, terrified that this was but a dream. Ever since the fall of the Great Yin, her midnight reveries were haunted by visions of devastation and bloody corpses. Alone, she searched through the remains, dreading the sight of her family's faces. As long as her father and brothers remained alive, there was a glimmer of hope. Trembling, Su Mian slowly extended her hand towards the tightly shut door that emanated a chilling aura. With a faint creak, the door began to swing open, instantly unleashing a pungent, cold stench that sent chills down her spine. A multitude of venomous serpents writhed and twisted, their bodies vivid as blood, their tongues flicking menacingly. The sound of their scales scraping together, sending shivers of dread through her. Upon catching sight of Chu Junqi, the serpents recoiled in unison. As if confronted by something far more terrifying, a primal submission rooted in their very bloodline. Su Mian's breath caught in her throat, the air within her lungs seemingly siphoned away, her gaze fixated in horror and despair upon the gruesome scene in the vast water pool within the room. There, Su Chang was bound tightly at the center of the pool by thick ropes, rendered even more constricting by the water. His garments were tattered and torn, his body riddled with wounds, the skin around them whitened from prolonged exposure to the water, his lips devoid of color, displaying a disturbing shade of blue, his life hanging by a thread. "Elder brother." Su Mian's hands instinctively covered her lips, attempting to stifle the mournful cry that escaped her. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential flood, blurring her vision. She moved forward instinctively, only to be suddenly constricted by a powerful arm around her waist, as if bound by an unbreakable iron chain. "Let go. Release me at once." The fire of rage surged within her chest, obliterating all rational thought in that moment. She struggled fiercely to break free from the man's grasp. "Chu Junqi, what have you done to him?" Ignoring any sense of hierarchy, she sank her teeth into his arm with desperation. Yet, Chu Junqi appeared unfazed, turning her face to meet his gaze, leaning closer, a cruel smile curving his lips. What else could he do but repay her in kind? His voice was low and deliberate, each word seemingly forced through gritted teeth, imbued with chilling resentment. In that instant, Su Mian felt as though her heart had been cruelly shattered by an unforgiving hand, a sharp pain radiating through every corner of her being, as if she were cast into an abyss of endless agony, drenched in blood. Chu Junqi's icy tone broke the silence, declaring that leaving him a breath was already an act of mercy. Should she wish, he could be even more ruthless. "Do you dare to test me?" "No, please." Su Mian, utterly devastated, knelt on the ground, clutching his garment tightly, her sobs rendering her speechless. "Please let him go. I beg you. My royal brother will die like this." Chu Junqi gazed down at her, her pleading demeanor reminiscent of a distant memory. 6 years prior, within the dimly lit halls of the Great Yin Palace. With a crack, in a shadowy corner of the palace, a matron wielded a thick rattan whip, the sound slicing through the air as it descended mercilessly upon the bloodied back of a young boy. Each strike tore through flesh, leaving grotesque wounds in its wake. The matron stood by, incessantly berating him. "Wretched child, who gave you the audacity to make the princess cry?" The boy, kneeling on the ground, was pale as a ghost, his frail figure swaying as if on the brink of collapse, resembling a withered leaf about to succumb to the tempest. Despite his extreme weakness, he clenched his jaw defiantly, uttering not a word, though his trembling form betrayed the immense suffering he endured. "Please, I beg you stop." A girl with 2 round hair buns, her delicate face streaked with tears, cried out, "Your Highness, this wretched child is utterly ignorant of his station. He dared to take you to that place of revelry and nearly lost you. His audacity is unforgivable." As the matron continued her harsh reprimands, she turned to command her subordinates to intensify the punishment. "Strike him hard. I will teach him a lesson today. Your Highness, please step back. Do not let your eyes be sullied by this filth." "No, wet nurse, I wanted to go and I ran off on my own. It's not his fault." Young Su Mian, filled with urgency, fell to her knees without hesitation, tightly embracing the boy, as if to shield him from the merciless lashes with her tender form. The matron's countenance darkened, as if she could rain despair. "Your Highness, you are of noble birth. How can you embrace such a lowly creature? What if one were to contract some vile disease?" Upon uttering these words, she hastily gestured for the palace attendants to step forward and restrain Su Mian. The youth's eyes were as cold as a deep, ancient well on a frigid night, tightly ensnared by Su Mian, a hint of impatience gradually manifesting on his face. "Please, do not harm him. I beg of you, he will die," the girl cried, her sorrow evident as she pressed against his wound, oblivious to her own actions. At that time, he was 15, and Su Mian was merely 10. In the aftermath, he was punished to kneel upon the shattered rubble, blood soaking through the fabric of his back. Su Mian crouched before him, sobbing, "Brother Chu, does it hurt? Who asked for your feigned kindness?" He retorted coldly, his expression growing increasingly somber. If it were not for Su Mian, he would not have been beaten, coming to the great yin as a hostage. He was not only burdened with the crown prince's vexations and the need to acquire military deployment maps, but also had to contend with this little troublemaker. Su Mian, feeling aggrieved, wiped her tears. "I did not mean to." Witnessing her pitiful state, Chu Junqi gritted his teeth in frustration and lowered his voice. "Stop crying, or they will hear you, and I shall be punished again." Yet at that moment, Su Mian had just endured the passing of Empress Xiao, her emotions in turmoil. With no companions of her age in the palace, she clung to him daily, crying at the slightest provocation, dragging him into her woes. He endured the humiliation, having no choice but to maintain a facade of amiability while playing with her. Su Mian, in her childishness, occupied herself with kite flying and teasing cats and dogs, while he harbored a singular desire for swordsmanship and horsemanship, finding her presence tiresome yet unable to express it. In contrast to Su Mian, a source of incessant trouble. He was a breath of fresh air, obedient and understanding, never causing him concern. Now, she knelt before him once more, uttering the very same words, but for another. Su Mian had long since succumbed to tears, her eyes reddened, the tears swirling in her gaze as she cried out in near desperation, "Your Majesty, I shall never trouble Wen Yi again. I beseech you, spare my royal brother." Her hands clutched tightly at Chu Junqi's sleeve, the grip akin to grasping the last vestige of hope, her knuckles whitening from the force. Seeing his silence, Su Mian resolved to abandon her pleas, abruptly rising and rushing towards the pool where Su Cheng resided. "Brother Crown Prince, it is Miana, look at me." In that moment, she paid no heed to the frigid water swiftly engulfing her slender waist, nor did she notice the serpents surrounding her, their tongues flickering as they watched her intently. Just as she leaped into the water, Chu Junqi moved like a specter, swiftly reaching out to pull her back. His face was a mask of fury as he tightly gripped her, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? There are venomous snakes in there." Soaked to the bone, droplets of water clung to her hair, cascading down her cheeks, resembling a drenched little fox. "My royal brother is dying," she wailed. Chu Junqi felt a heaviness in his chest, his emotions a tumultuous storm. Su Mian had betrayed him, and he should have loathed her. He despised her treachery, resenting her for administering poison at the moment he had trusted her most. Yet, seeing her in such distress, his heart ached with a dull pain. He tilted his head slightly back, inhaling deeply, striving to suppress the tumult within. Before speaking slowly, "He is not dead. He has merely fainted. Every day, he is fed with detoxifying pills. He wishes for death. yet it is not so easily granted. Su Mian's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him. Is that not more terrifying than death itself? Tears brimmed in the young girl's eyes, resembling glistening pearls poised upon a jade plate, ready to spill over at any moment. It was my imperial brother who wronged you before. I, Mian, am willing to bear his punishment. I implore you, cease tormenting him. As she spoke, Su Mian attempted to kneel, but Chu Junqi furrowed his brow, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. Growing increasingly irritable, he grasped her roughly, exclaiming, "What good will your kowtowing do? If I desire his death, can you take his place?" His roar reverberated like thunder within the confines of the room. Su Mian's breath caught, leaving her frozen in place as she pondered the truth behind his words. However, upon witnessing the ominous darkness of Chu Junqi's countenance, as bleak as spilled ink, she quickly found her composure, biting her lip and earnestly declaring, "If it is what you wish, then take my life." If her own demise could ensure the safety of her father and brother, she would willingly sacrifice herself. Resigned to her fate, Su Mian closed her eyes, adopting an expression of surrender. Seeing her in such a state, a smirk curled at the corners of Chu Junqi's mouth, revealing a cold, mocking laughter laced with disdain, as though ridiculing her naivety and overestimation of her own worth. "Very well," he elongated his tone, his gaze filled with a sense of lofty dominion. "After all, you are but mine. Your life belongs to me. If I desire you dead, you shall die. If I wish for your existence, you shall live. You have no choice." With that, Chu Junqi's expression abruptly turned frigid as he commanded, "Summon someone." His voice echoed in the stillness, imbued with an undeniable authority. At that moment, two guards approached, kneeling with one knee on the ground. "At your service. Take Su Cheng away. Lock her up with the others." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Su Mian felt a weight lift from her heart. As long as her father and brother remained safe, there would be room for maneuver. Her thoughts were akin to a chaotic tangle of threads, intertwining wildly in her mind, before she could extricate herself from this complex emotional turmoil. A rough black cloth was suddenly thrust over her eyes, plunging her world into darkness. In the next instant, she felt her body grow light as a powerful arm swept her off the ground. Her lips moved slightly, as if wanting to articulate 1,000 sentiments. Yet she swallowed her words, ultimately only daring to softly inquire, "Mian has yet to see father. Please, please him, and I shall permit you to meet him." The man's frigid words lingered above her, each syllable striking like shards of ice. Su Mian bit her lip, falling silent. The following day, outside the Jiaofeng Palace, two magpies chirped from the branches, while the newly planted peonies bloomed in vibrant splendor, their fragrance wafting into the room. Su Mian had endured a night of bizarre and haunting dreams, ensnared by a great serpent. Its chilling visage suffocated her, sometimes morphing into a man clad in white, wreaking havoc upon her. She awoke in a cold sweat, sitting up in alarm. Xiao Dao rushed in at the sound, seeing her in a state of shock, and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. "Your Highness, what troubles you? Did you not sleep well last night?" In recent days, the Jinling Palace has been filled with the sounds of music and merriment, and we have yet to decide what to gift Her Highness on her birthday banquet. Surely, this has caused quite a stir. Little Tao muttered, her expression one of indignation. Each time the princess interacts with her, she returns bearing wounds. Yet the emperor insists on favoring one which is truly vexing. Su Mian grasped her hand, calming her breath. She lifted her gaze, her eyes glinting, and said earnestly, "Little Tao, go summon Hong Yu and Xiao Shouzi." At that moment, Lin Yu was nearby, sweeping the floor, and upon hearing Su Mian's words, his eyes brightened. He approached with a light step, his head peeking into the room, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he elongated his tone. "Oh, sister, do you have business with me?" Chapter 60. Help me find a jade. Sister, do you have business with me? Lin Yu arched an eyebrow, a mischievous glimmer in his eyes, striding over confidently. The youth, handsome and striking, with rosy lips and pearly whites, emanated an innate nobility, akin to a radiant gem shining in the darkness, despite his attire as a eunuch. Little Tao, witnessing this, raised her eyebrows in outrage, her eyes wide with disbelief. She hastily stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yu, scolding, "Hey, you impudent servant! How dare you address our princess as sister?" Lin Yu, however, paid her no heed, a sly smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of the warm sun in winter, brilliant yet tinged with a hint of chill. "Oh, do step aside," he said, lightly waving his hand and causing little Tao to stumble. She stood her ground, shocked and perplexed. You push me?" The youth, displaying evident impatience, grasped the hem of little Tao's garment and effortlessly lifted her, tossing her out of the room as if she were a mere chick. Outside, little Tao hopped anxiously, pounding on the door, shouting, "Hey, what do you intend to do to our princess?" Inside, Su Mian's gaze was unwavering, fixated on the youth's every movement, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she scrutinized him from head to toe. His steps were steady and fluid, his strength formidable. If he could be of service to her, he would undoubtedly be a significant asset. Now, with only the two of them remaining in the room, Lin Yu ceased to feign any pretense. He gracefully sat in the rattan chair opposite Su Mian, fiddling with the cups on the table, pouring himself a cup of tea. With an amused expression, he looked at Su Mian and leisurely remarked, "Sister, you are rather bothersome, aren't you? Let me teach you a lesson." Su Mian pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand, and replied slowly, "But you are certainly more bothersome than I." "Ha, I've been your servant for so long. What could possibly be bothersome about me?" Lin Yu shot her a cool glance, snorting lightly from his nose. "Well then, what do you want from me?" Seeing that he had taken the bait, Su Mian's excitement surged. She threw off the covers and hurried over to him, leaning over the table, her voice conspiratorial. "Little thief, since you are staying here, you cannot simply eat for free. Could you assist me with a matter?" Su Mian's eyes sparkled as if illuminated by starlight, her exquisitely porcelain-like face radiating an extraordinary vitality. Lin Yu paused mid-sip of his tea, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. "You don't intend for me to eliminate your man, do you? I am hardly capable of such a feat. Last time, it took quite a while to evade that masked figure. Had he not been swift, his identity would have been unveiled." Su Mian gently shook her head, a glimmer of determination in her gaze as she whispered, "No need for that. I merely require your assistance in locating something." Without hesitation, she grasped Lin Yu's clothing, slightly elevating herself on her toes, and leaned in closer to his ear, murmuring softly a few words. "The geomantic map." Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, his face registering shock as he instinctively raised his voice. Su Mian's expression turned anxious. She quickly glanced around, her eyes filled with vigilance. Once reassured that no one was nearby, she exhaled a sigh of relief and chided softly, "Lower your voice." Lin Yu, still astonished, inquired, "What do you need that for?" With her hands clasped, she leaned on the table, a troubled look adorning her face as she replied, "My family is imprisoned in a water dungeon by Chu Junqi, and I'm unaware of its precise location. The dungeon I encountered last night was entirely sealed, yet the water within flowed, likely connecting to the palace's moat. Chu Junqi cover my eyes to prevent me from memorizing the route and causing further trouble. The palace's geomantic map, containing all the ingenious designs from its construction, must surely indicate the entrance to the underground dungeon." She resolutely declared, "I will not remain idle. Rather than allowing Chu Junqi to exploit my vulnerabilities, I shall rescue my family myself." After contemplating her words, Lin Yu regarded her with a mischievous grin. "Sister, stealing the geomantic map is perilous. You must offer me some form of compensation." Su Mian rolled her eyes, retorting, "What more do you want? You should consider yourself fortunate to have a place to shelter. If I were to shout thief right now, you would be dragged away and dismembered." Lin Yu chuckled knowingly, teasing, "Sister, should I be discovered, I will be the first to implicate you. That tyrant would undoubtedly seek retribution, and you might find yourself in a worse predicament than I, perhaps even utterly consumed." "You." Su Mian's face flushed with indignation, utterly exasperated with the little rogue. They were now two peas in a pod, irrevocably tied together. With a defeated sigh, she released him and returned to her previous position at the table. "Very well, what else do you require?" Lin Yu grinned broadly. "Help me find a piece of jade." If it weren't for that day at the auction house when I spotted a particular piece, only to see it purchased by a mysterious individual, I would not have known it belonged to someone from the palace. Despite scouring every corner of the harem, I found nothing except for the heavy Hua Hall where Chu Junqi resides. A flicker of doubt crossed Su Mian's eyes as she furrowed her brow, her tone laced with confusion. There are countless pieces of jade in this world, each unique. How could I possibly discern which one it is? In response, Lin Yu reached into his garment and pulled out a white jade pendant with a sudden flourish. The pendant was lustrous and delicate, emanating a soft glow under the dim light of the room. It resembles this one closely, although the patterns differ. As Su Mian lowered her gaze in response to the voice, her eyes fell upon the jade pendant, intricately carved with a lifelike little wolf, exuding an endearing charm, yet brimming with a hint of spirited energy. She scrutinized it closely, pondering to herself that it bore a striking resemblance to the jade pendant her mother had given her, perhaps crafted by the same artisan. Regrettably, the pendant was not in her possession at that moment. Curiosity gnawed at Su Mian, compelling her to tentatively inquire, "What is the origin of this jade?" Upon hearing her question, Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. His previously relaxed demeanor morphed into one of seriousness as he hurriedly tucked the jade pendant back into his bosom, as if fearful that Su Mian might snatch it away. His voice took on a somewhat brusque tone as he replied, "That is of no concern to you. Just focus on finding it. There is no need to ask further." Recognizing his resolute attitude, Su Mian understood that he was unlikely to divulge any information, and thus she refrained from pressing the matter further, choosing instead to abandon her inquiries altogether. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Eunuch Chao dispatched someone to convey a message. "Your Highness, it is time to proceed to the imperial study." Ever since that day, she had harbored suspicions regarding the medicine, and Chu Junqi insisted that she consume it in his presence daily, as if he feared she might dispose of the tonic. After grooming herself and donning a fresh gown, Su Mian stepped outside the palace, only to be met with an unsettling voice from behind. "Sister Yao Fei, I hope you are well." Suppressing the nausea rising within her, Su Mian turned around to see Wen Yi adorned in a resplendent bright yellow dress, her jeweled hairpins swaying gracefully. Her originally plain face now radiated with brilliance, as she appeared to be waiting for Su Mian not far off. Wen Yi delicately played with the silk handkerchief in her hands, her gaze lowered, exuding a demeanor of gentle submission as she softly spoke. "Sister Yao Fei, I have noticed you've been avoiding me these past few days. Are you still upset over the almond cake incident?" For reasons unknown, as Su Mian gazed upon Wen Yi's face, she felt an overwhelming impulse to slap her. "Your Highness Wen Yi, if you truly cherish the Emperor, direct your efforts towards him to earn your rightful place as Empress, rather than coming before me daily to feign innocence, which is utterly distasteful." Her words were blunt, catching Eunuch Chao off guard, rendering him momentarily speechless, nearly losing his balance. Should these two engage in conflict, he feared he might perish on the spot. Wen Yi's grip on her handkerchief tightened, her delicate brows furrowing as if her heart had been grievously wounded. "Sister, I merely wish to befriend you. Why must you misunderstand my intentions?" Su Mian chuckled softly, bemused by the incessant attempts to tarnish her reputation. However, she had more pressing matters to attend to and lacked the time to engage in this charade with her. Turning to Eunuch Chao, she inquired softly, "What time is it?" Eunuch Chao, finally snapping back to reality, hurriedly replied, "Ah, the Emperor is still awaiting you. Your Highness Wen Yi, we shall discuss matters another day. I must escort the princess to the imperial study now." Before he could finish, Su Mian had already turned and walked away, leaving Eunuch Chao staring in disbelief. "Wait, Your Highness, please." Wen Yi cast a cold glance at Su Mian's retreating figure, and in an instant, the gentle aura around her dissipated, replaced by an expression of malice and venom, as she gracefully swayed her hips and turned with ease. Her gaze lingered on the figure of Xiao Luzi standing outside the palace gates. Their eyes met, a brief exchange occurred, and she delicately stepped away, entering the alley. Xiao Luzi, alert and cautious, glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily following her. Chapter 61. only teach you this once. Su Mian walked steadily towards the entrance of the imperial study, with Yuna Chao trailing closely behind, his expression filled with trepidation. "Oh dear, Your Highness, your earlier words nearly frightened me to death. If they were to reach the Emperor's ears, I shudder to think of the consequences." Yuna Chao lamented with a grimace. Su Mian lightly pursed her crimson lips, her thoughts drifting, and she sighed. "In any case, I would rather bear the blame myself than be wrongfully accused by one with no avenue for redress." With a graceful lift of her foot, she entered the imperial study, where she found Chu Junqi and the royal physician already waiting. The man, aware of her arrival, did not even lift his head, remaining engrossed in reviewing memorials, and coldly commanded, "Come sit over here." Next to him was a sandalwood chair, and Su Mian obediently took her seat. Resting her hand on the soft cushion of the imperial desk, she allowed the physician to proceed with his examination. Casting a slight glance, Su Mian noticed him sweating profusely. Feeling quite perplexed, it seemed that every time the royal physician saw her, he was uncomfortably warm. "Royal Physician Wang, have you discerned anything?" she inquired nervously. Hearing her words, the physician hurriedly knelt, responding with utmost respect. "Your Highness, your recovery has been quite good recently, but you are still somewhat deficient internally. You must continue to take the prescribed tonics regularly." Su Mian was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. "Perhaps you should examine me more closely. I have not had my monthly cycle for 2 consecutive months. What could be the reason for this?" As her words fell, the expressions of the 3 individuals in the room, aside from her, instantly shifted, and the atmosphere in the chamber grew tense. Chu Junqi's hand froze mid-sentence, nearly breaking his pen. Royal Physician Wang, trembling, glanced at the grim countenance of Chu Junqi and felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were choking. Facing the peril of execution, he hastily explained, "Your Highness, this is due to a deficiency in your vital energy. Hence, your cycle has not arrived. If you adhere to the prescriptions I have provided, you shall surely improve." Upon receiving this information, Su Mian reluctantly responded with an "oh," and braced herself to drink the unpleasant medicine. Once the physician departed, as she began to rise, the man swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her onto his lap. Su Mian's eyes sparkled with concern, her mind echoing the admonitions given to her by Lin Yu before her departure. At the hour of high, Chu Junqi would likely finish reviewing the memorials and return to the Renghua Palace. She needed to ensure her return before then. Lin Yu teased lightly, "To find the geomantic chart will take at least an hour, sister. You must think of a way to delay him a little longer." "Focus." Chu Junqi's icy voice interrupted her thoughts. Su Mian held the ink stick, one hand steadying the inkstone, and raised her gaze to the sky, feeling somewhat distracted. Contemplating how to stall Chu Junqi, she glanced down at the remaining memorials beside him, noticing there were only a few left. Her thoughts became muddled, and in a moment of distraction, she inadvertently pressed too hard, resulting in a loud crash as the inkstone toppled over, rolling across the floor. Several drops of ink splattered onto the table, leaving a large stain upon the memorials. Su Mian's complexion turned pale, her body stiffened, and her heart plummeted into despair. It was over. Now Chu Junqi no longer needed to review the memorials. Suddenly, Chu Junqi extended his hand with an irresistible force, lifting Su Mian effortlessly and deftly flipping her over. Dizziness overwhelmed her, and before she could comprehend the situation, her back hit the cold, hard imperial desk with a jolt. The sharp edge of the desk pressed painfully against her spine, causing her to inhale sharply, her brows knitting tightly as she instinctively reached out to support herself on the surface, attempting to alleviate the piercing ache. At that moment, she raised her gaze, only to find herself locked in the depths of Chu Junqi's eyes, which resembled a chilling abyss. His gaze grew colder as he scrutinized her from head to toe, as if he intended to see through her very soul. Under his direct, icy stare, Su Mian felt an unsettling chill creeping from her toes to the crown of her head. She instinctively clutched at his garment, her fingers turning pale, her voice trembling with fear as she pleaded, "Your Majesty, it was an accident. What are you thinking?" Chu Junqi inquit con li. Su Mian's eyes reddened. She perceived him to be more terrifying than ever, her voice quaking uncontrollably. I was not thinking of anything. Really? Then why are you trembling? His words became increasingly frigid, each syllable laced with a heavy scrutiny and intimidation, invoking a sense of dread within her. As she momentarily lost her focus, Chu Junqi leaned closer, enveloping her in an aura of icy coldness. Should he detect anything amiss, he would undoubtedly pursue it relentlessly. She had to buy Linyu more time. The consequences of the little thief being discovered by Chu Junqi were unimaginable. She trembled slightly, lowering her gaze. I was worried about my family's safety. Chu Junqi's face was as frosty as a winter-esque day, his eyes coldly fixed on the memorial on the table, which had been marred by ink stains, rendering it nearly unrecognizable, a pitiful sight. Since the memorial could not be reviewed any longer, he tossed down his brush in frustration. When Su Mian dared to meet his gaze, she found Chu Junqi's piercing eyes fixed on her face, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity to please me. He leaned slightly forward, his expression shifting from mirth to a profound chill as he whispered in her ear. If you fail to satisfy me, you shall face the consequences. Su Mian's cheeks flushed, the warmth of his breath brushing against her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. She sat uneasily before him, her trembling fingers reaching toward his exquisite, white jade collar. Just as her fingers grazed the button, they were abruptly seized by a large hand, causing her heart to race. Chu Junqi's eyes were as deep and unfathomable as an ancient well on a frigid night, his narrowed gaze glimmering with a sharp light. Is this how you intend to please me? Su Mian felt as if struck by a thunderclap, momentarily frozen in place, her body stiffening, her mind blank as she instinctively blinked. Soon, a flicker of confusion appeared in her eyes as she pondered silently. If not this way, then how else? Hadn't he, the matron, taught her the rules of serving the emperor? His gaze was as palpable as substance, imbued with a blend of inquiry and scrutiny, leisurely drifting across her face, entwined with desire and veiled madness. Su Mian was instantly engulfed by an indescribable wave of shame, flooding over her like a surging tide, coloring her cheeks crimson and extending to the roots of her ears. She bit her delicate teeth tightly, the rosy hue gradually spreading, and after a long pause, she managed to squeeze out a few words through her clenched teeth. Mian forgot inadvertently. As she spoke, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled like shimmering autumn waters, filled with innocence and trepidation, resembling a startled fawn timidly gazing at him. The man observed her demeanor, the emotions concealed deep within his gaze elusive and inscrutable. Suddenly, he extended his hand, his long and powerful fingers gently grasping Su Mian's petite chin, applying slight pressure to lift her face, leaning in slightly. The distance between them diminished instantaneously, warm breaths brushing against her ear, causing the tips to flush with a faint hue. Chu Junqi's lips curved into a meaningful and playful smile, his voice deep and beguiling. I shall only teach you this once. Be sure to learn carefully, lest you disappoint me again. Meanwhile, on the other side of the palace, the Chonghua Hall stood serenely amidst the night, clad in a fitted dark outfit. The youth appeared as a lithe and agile specter, melding seamlessly into the shadows of the night, using the thick shadows cast by the palace walls as cover, each step light and soundless, cautiously advancing towards the inner hall. Fortunately, at this moment, Chu Junqi was not present in the Chonghua Hall, and the number of watchful guards was merely half of the usual. Inside the sleeping quarters, the decor exuded understated opulence, each item radiating an air of restrained magnificence. Linyu, filled with urgency, began rummaging through the drawers, acutely aware that the hour was late, leaving him but a mere quarter of an hour. His fingers moved like nimble serpents, swiftly and accurately exploring every minute crevice and corner of the imperial couch. Suddenly, he pressed against a hollow, concealed compartment, quickly bending his knuckles to gently knock several times, producing a crisp sound from within. Lin Yu's expression shifted, a smile gracing his lips. Aha, it's here. Unfortunately, he could not find a mechanism to unlock it. Forcing it open would surely alert the hidden guards. Just as he hesitated, a chill swept over him. a sharp blade swiftly pressed against his lower back. Chapter 62. Surprisingly compliant in the imperial study, the hem of her skirt lay scattered across the floor. Outside the window, the night was as deep as ink, fragrant scents wafting gently, intertwining and dispersing in the tranquil air. The night breeze caressed, softly shaking down a few petals, which danced like fluttering butterflies, descending gracefully. One petal landed precisely on the girl's porcelain-white shoulder, resembling a breathtaking painting. Su Mian's delicate form reclined on the couch. Her eyes slightly squinted, imbued with a hint of dazed weariness. She gently turned her gaze, peering through the intricately carved window lattice towards the profound darkness outside, her thoughts seemingly drifting far away, lost in reverie. At this moment, the person recklessly toying with her observed her distracted demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Curving into a meaningful arc, Chu Junqi gently turned her delicate face, which shimmered with a lustrous glow, compelling her to meet his gaze. His eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity and dissatisfaction. Distracted, perhaps? As her gaze collided with those enchanting eyes, Su Mian slowly propped herself up, resting her hand on his shoulder, softly murmuring, "My honor is weary. Are you not fatigued, Your Highness?" As she spoke, her eyelids fluttered downwards, her eyes icy. Chu Junqi lifted her chin, leaning closer. "You are surprisingly obedient today." Su Mian clenched the fabric of the quilt, her fingers instinctively curling tight, tears welling in her eyes as she wished to exchange this moment for the safety of her family, pleading for his compassion. With a fragrance as soft as jade, she was a natural beauty. The tender pink of her lips glistened with moisture, and crystalline tears adorned the corners of her eyes, captivating and alluring. Those in power have always relished such exquisite beings, and Chu Junqi was no exception. A deeper smile flickered in his gaze, hopeful it would remain so. Just then, a faint sound wafted in from outside the window, interrupting his movement. His elongated eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint of annoyance surfacing, his gaze as sharp as ice. "What is it?" The voice rang out, neither light nor heavy, within the room. Su Mian directed her eyes towards the shadow concealed in the corner, obscured by a screen. It appeared to be another hidden guard. Sensing the situation, she wisely turned away, closing her eyelids, allowing Chu Junqi to tuck her into the brocade quilt. "Your Highness." The Zhonghua Palace was attacked. That man, before he could finish, the man was cut off by an irate command. "Get out." "Yes." The hidden guard dared not defy, hastily responding before vanishing from sight. At that moment, Su Mian's heart raced like a frightened rabbit, uncertain whether Lin Yu had succeeded. She buried her small face deep into the soft quilt, lightly biting her lower lip, her brow furrowing in anxiety as a swirl of worries and speculations flooded her mind. Yet, in the presence of Chu Junqi, she dared not reveal a hint of her turmoil, fearful he might discern her unease. The sound of the man rustling in his garments reached her ears, prompting Su Mian to hesitate momentarily before reaching out to gently tug at his clothing. Gazing at him with a pitiful expression, her voice soft yet tinged with trepidation. "Your Highness, are you satisfied with Mianore's performance tonight?" Chu Junqi glanced down at her, a slight smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, a hint of mockery in his laughter, his eyes glinting with amusement as he replied, "I am not satisfied." Su Mian withdrew her hand, seemingly fatigued, closing her eyes and falling silent. Chu Junqi leisurely adjusted his attire, then turned to the bedside, smoothing the quilt's corners for her. Outside, a dark-clad hidden guard knelt gracefully yet humbly, presenting himself before the man, reporting, "Your Highness, Lord Qingfeng encountered a black-clad thief tonight, suspected to be the same person from that fateful evening." Chu Junqi frowned. "Where's Qingfeng?" The shadow guard lowered his head slightly, unable to meet Chu Junqi's gaze, responding with increased caution that Lord Qingfeng had sustained injuries to his vitals during their confrontation and was currently recuperating. Chu Junqi let out a derisive laugh, seemingly amused, pondering how few could inflict harm upon him. The half-kneeling shadow guard tentatively replied that, according to the Lord, the assailant was none other than the crown prince of Xinyuan. "Xinyuan Yu, is that so?" Chu Junqi's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. It was said that Xianyuan Yu, a prodigious youth, was the foremost disciple of the sword sect. He was even more spirited than his father, Xianyuan Zheng, who had conquered numerous cities. Alas, he was still in the bloom of youth, barely past his coming of age. It was no wonder that the elusive Qingfeng had repeatedly faltered. Had the Xianyuan kingdom not been so distant from Chu, he would have relished the chance to engage this rumored paragon in battle. Leisurely, he adjusted the cuff of his sleeve, pondering his purpose in Chu. It seemed he intended to steal the topographical map. At this revelation, the man's movements froze, and a more pronounced malice flickered in his gaze. Within the room, Su Mian, in a state of light slumber, sensed the man's footsteps drawing near, tightening her heart. At that moment, she felt a searing gaze upon her. With her eyes closed, she steadied her breath, fearful of revealing any hint of awareness. Chu Junqi strode to the bedside, his gaze sharp as an arrow in the cold night, sweeping over her with an intensity that seemed capable of piercing through her very being. Suddenly, he reached out, yanking Su Mian from her dreams with a brutal force. Huh? Su Mian, caught off guard, gasped in surprise, instinctively lifting her eyes to meet the dark, brooding face of the man. She trembled, wide-eyed with innocence. Your Majesty, what is the matter? A tempest of murderous rage surged in Chu Junqi's eyes as he gripped the back of her neck, leaning in close, his words laced with venom. You conspired with outsiders against me, did you not? The words escaped his lips with palpable fury and hatred, as if her mere acknowledgement would lead to her immediate demise. With reddened eyes, Su Mian struggled against his hold. What outsiders? I have been by your side these past few days. Chu Junqi's chest heaved as he fixed his gaze upon her, clearly agitated. It appeared that Lin Yu was indeed unharmed. Su Mian recalled her agreement with Lin Yu. Regardless of the outcome, she must not be captured, nor allow Chu Junqi to suspect their connection. Lin Yu leaned against the door, a smile gracing his lips as he observed her. Sister, should I fail in my endeavor, do not lose your composure. I have my means of escape, but your situation may not be as fortunate. Indeed, the little rogue was correct. Chu Junqi still harbored suspicions about her. With a face as cold as frost, Chu Junqi glared at her, his long fingers gripping her chin tightly. His gaze penetrating as if it could read her very soul. Your wild man has returned. You are aware of this, are you not? Su Mian bit her lower lip slightly, shaking her head gently. Tears of grievance welled in her eyes, flooding forth like a broken dam. Her voice tinged with a sob. What does his return have to do with me? Are you going to unjustly suspect me once more? Having spoken, she eagerly grasped Chu Junqi's hand, earnestly explaining, Mianer is innocent. There are no ulterior motives. If your Majesty does not believe me, you may inspect Mianer's body at once. Just as she was about to rise, attempting to unveil her concealed form, Chu Junqi, upon witnessing this, curled his lips into a sardonic smirk, his eyes brimming with disdain, clearly uninterested in her nonsensical claims. Without uttering another word, he abruptly extended his hand, swiftly rolling up the quilt, and with a powerful motion, lifted Su Mian entirely into his arms. Su Mian felt a sudden and intense sensation of weightlessness, prompting an instinctive cry as she reached out, desperately seeking something to steady herself. Whether true or false, I shall discern it by visiting the Jiaofeng Hall, he declared, his words cold and piercing, echoing as if from a distant, frigid vault. Chapter 63. A lesson well deserved. Su Mian instinctively curled into herself, tightly wrapping her form as she allowed him to carry her. The petite figure of the young girl was enveloped within his ample garments, revealing only a few delicate strands of hair, which danced gently with her soft, rhythmic breathing, reminiscent of willow tendrils swaying in the gentle spring breeze. Nestled quietly in his embrace, she inhaled the lingering scent of wood and coolness, akin to the tender caress of the warm spring sun. Unbeknownst to her, drowsiness gradually enveloped her, and she slipped into a peaceful slumber. Chu Junqi's narrow eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, his stern gaze slicing through the courtyard like a sharpened blade. Search for her, leave no corner unchecked. Once Su Mian was placed within the chamber, the sounds of rummaging echoed in her ears, a cacophony of clattering that grated on her nerves. She furrowed her brows, her gaze revealing a glimmer of clarity that was barely perceptible. A sly smile curled at the corners of her lips. Yes, search away. Good luck finding anything. How could she not anticipate this? A man as cunning and treacherous as Chu Junqi would undoubtedly leave no stone unturned. If Lin Yu were to return at this moment, he would surely be caught red-handed. Before parting, she had cautioned Lin Yu, "Little thief, once you escape, do not return to the Jiaofeng Hall. Follow my instructions to the letter." Moments later, the Imperial Guard reconvened in the front courtyard, all kneeling in submission. One guard stepped forward, cupping his fists and bowing deeply, reporting in a somber tone, "Your Majesty, there is nothing in the eastern courtyard." Others echoed in agreement, "There is nothing in the western garden either. We have searched every nook and cranny. There are no irregularities." The gloom within Chu Junqi's eyes did not wane. Rather, it deepened. He strode directly into the room, only to find Su Mian wrapped in a quilt, peacefully asleep. The delicate flutter of her eyelashes, the crimson hue of her lips, and the flower ornament upon her forehead, resembling a blooming spider lily, were all exquisite and enchanting. Noticing his approach, Su Mian slowly awakened, her sleep-laden eyes barely opening, still clouded with remnants of drowsiness, exuding an air of innocence and charm. Instinctively, she reached out, gently grasping the hem of his garment, her voice soft and laced with fatigue. "Your Majesty, may me honor now rest in peace." At this moment, she resembled an innocent fawn, utterly naive and oblivious, as if she had no inkling of the recent search that had transpired. Her pure gaze betrayed not a hint of flaw. Standing before her, Chu Junqi surveyed her from above with his narrow, cold eyes, yet an inexplicable emotion stirred within him. It was unclear when his little vixen had learned the art of cunning and deceit. Indeed, it was time for a lesson. He scoffed inwardly, nonchalantly pinching her cheek and uttering softly, "Sleep now. When you awaken, I shall have found what I seek." Su Mian's eyes flickered with surprise, momentarily stunned. There was something peculiar about Chu Junqi's words. However, as she observed him departing, a sigh of relief washed over her. After a while, the outside was shrouded in an eerie silence, as if even the wind had ceased its whisper. Su Mian, filled with curiosity and trepidation, tiptoed to the door, cautiously leaning against the crack to peer outside. She first glanced to the left, then turned her head to the right, discovering the yard devoid of life, cloaked in an unsettling tranquility. Murmuring to herself, her brow furrowed with confusion, she pondered, "It seems there is no one left in this courtyard." Doubts began to swirl in her mind, questioning whether they had truly departed. How could there be no guard in sight, with such uncertainties weighing on her? Su Mian hesitated before gently pushing the door open. Yet, as the door creaked ajar, two guards appeared before her like phantoms, swiftly extending their hands to block her path. Their movements synchronized and expressions stern. One of them spoke in a frigid tone, devoid of emotion, by the command of His Majesty. The princess is not to step beyond the threshold until the culprit is apprehended. Upon hearing this, Su Mian's face flushed crimson with anger, resembling a ripe apple. Her eyes filled with indignation, her chest rising and falling with agitation as she shouted, "You are clearly confining me. What reason is there for this? I have committed no offense. Why must I be imprisoned here?" However, the two guards stood like wooden posts, unwavering in their resolve, their faces betraying no emotion as they replied, "We implore the princess to return. We are merely executing orders and hope you will not make things difficult for us." "Oof. Very well." Fuming, Su Mian trembled with rage, glaring at them as if her gaze could pierce through them like arrows. With a fierce flick of her sleeve, she forcefully pulled the door shut, slamming it with a resounding bang. Not far away, atop the Jinyu Tower, Chu Junqi stood like a solitary deity, swathed in white robes adorned with golden dragon patterns that shimmered like brilliant stars. Leaning against the rubble, his distinctly jointed fingers rested casually on his knee as he leisurely toyed with a wine cup in hand. This vantage point afforded him an unobstructed view of Su Mian's every move. Beside him, Qing Feng could not contain himself, inquiring, "Your Majesty, Will the princess truly take action tonight? The man's gaze was profound and inscrutable, his eyes fixed intently upon the courtyard, a faint smile gracing his lips. The restless little wildcat, unable to remain still, was in a state of agitation. Within the confines of the room, Su Mian was ill at ease, pacing back and forth. The whereabouts of Lin Yu were unknown, and she was uncertain whether he had succeeded in his endeavors. Chu Junqi had placed her under house arrest without specifying a timeline. If they were unable to capture the thief, would she be condemned to remain here indefinitely? This passive predicament was almost more unbearable than death itself. As these thoughts churned in her mind, Su Mian felt a surge of indignation that she could no longer contain. With a swift motion, she flung open the door, the noise echoing sharply in the stillness of the courtyard. The guard, his expression stern, spoke once more, "Your Highness, what is your command?" Clearing her throat, Su Mian asserted with conviction, "I am hungry. You shall have Xiao Tao bring me something to eat." Though she had fallen out of favor with the emperor, her status still commanded a degree of respect. The two guards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hesitation, uncertain how to proceed. Torn between fear of defying the emperor's orders and the desire not to offend the princess before them, Su Mian's brows arched like swords, and her voice rose sharply. "The emperor did not decree that I be deprived of sustenance. Do you intend to disobey the emperor's will and allow me to starve here? If you dare to neglect my needs, I will hold you accountable for your disrespect." The two men's countenance shifted dramatically, akin to withered eggplants under frost, their demeanor transforming into one of utmost respect. "We are at fault. Please forgive us, Your Highness." Seeing her ploy succeed, a subtle smile graced Su Mian's lips, and she strode back into her chamber with an air of triumph. Moments later, Xiao Tao entered, carefully balancing a platter of fruits and snacks. She moved stealthily, fearful of causing any commotion, her eyes brimming with concern. Upon entering, she hurried to Su Mian's side and whispered, "Your Highness, the Emperor has not wronged you." "Has he?" "The guards have been ransacking the place today, creating quite a chaos. I was terrified." Su Mian shook her head reassuringly. "No, nothing of the sort. However, I need you to assist me with something." Xiao Tao blinked in confusion. "What is it?" Before long, the two had changed their attire. Su Mian donned the simple garb of a palace maid, the unadorned fabric lending her an air of cleanliness and charm. Xiao Tao, clad in Su Mian's exquisitely embroidered skirt, adorned with delicate hairpins, appeared radiant, as if transformed into a charming lady of the court. Xiao Tao, feeling a twinge of anxiety, lowered her voice and expressed her concerns. "Your Highness, do you think we can pull this off? What if we are discovered? That would be disastrous." Yet Su Mian, exuding confidence, seated herself before the vanity, her slender fingers deftly handling the cosmetics laid before her. Grabbing a powder puff, she skillfully applied it to her face, assuring Xiao Tao, "Do not worry. We shall be cautious." With their similar features, both were well suited to exchange identities. During her time in Dian, Su Mian had acquired some knowledge of the art of disguise. The ability to alter one's appearance allows for a remarkable resemblance, provided the facial features are somewhat similar. In the past, this method was often employed for excursions beyond the palace, successfully deceiving both the wet nurse and the maids. Xiao Tao obediently stood still as Su Mian meticulously worked on her face. After a while, Su Mian finally ceased her efforts, leading Xiao Tao before a bronze mirror, her expression imbued with anticipation and confidence. With a smile, she inquired, "Do you see? Am I not quite similar now?" Xiao Tao opened her eyes and beheld her reflection. Indeed, her skin had become fair, her lips red, her teeth white, and her face blossomed like a peach flower. In contrast, Su Mian appeared increasingly like her, rendering the distinction nearly imperceptible. Xiao Tao could not help but express her sincere admiration, her eyes brimming with awe as she exclaimed, "Wow, Your Highness, you are truly remarkable. Could you teach me?" "Not now. I shall discuss it later," Su Mian replied swiftly, grasping the now empty plate and cautiously making her way toward the door. Lowering her voice to urge, "Please hold on for me. I shall return shortly." Xiao Tao stood stunned as Su Mian pushed open the door. She lowered her brow and hunched her back, mimicking the timid demeanor typical of those who encounter strangers, achieving a striking resemblance to Xiao Tao's usual posture. Stop. Yet, after only a few steps, she was called to a halt by the guard. A shiver ran through Su Mian, her heart racing like a startled deer, her pulse quickening to her throat. Slowly, she turned, twisting her fingers, and softly asked, "What further instructions do you have, sirs? Is there anything unusual with the lady?" One guard inquired. Su Mian trembled slightly, shaking her head vigorously as if in denial, murmuring, "No, nothing at all." She lowered her gaze, half her face shrouded in shadow against the moonlight. The guard frowned, his impatience surfacing as he reprimanded, "You girl, why are you so timid? Speak plainly and lift your head." Terrified, Su Mian's face blanched, and she fell to her knees, her voice trembling, to the two esteemed gentlemen. "I am accustomed to serving my master, and thus am somewhat timid. Seeing you both wielding swords is quite intimidating, which frightens me." Seeing her pitiful demeanor, a flicker of compassion stirred within the guard. He stepped forward, gently helping her up, his tone softening considerably. "You needn't be so afraid. We are all merely servants in the palace. None of us is more noble than the other." "Thank you, sir," Su Mian nodded, obediently rising. As she met the guard's gaze, she quickly averted her eyes, fearful of revealing any discrepancy. "I shall take my leave now," she stated, bowing slightly before swiftly departing. "Hey, Lier, what's with you today? Your ears are quite red," remarked one guard, observing Su Mian's retreating figure, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Lier scratched his head, a faint flush of embarrassment crossing his face as he stammered. "That girl, though her appearance is ordinary, her eyes seem to hide stars. They are quite enchanting." The guard beside him wore a mischievous grin, nudging him with his elbow. "Oh, it seems you have taken a liking to her. Why not wait for her to leave the palace one day, and then marry her as your wife?" Li Latter's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger causing him to clench his fists and strike at the speaker. "Can't you keep your mouth shut for a moment? Hurry up and take your post." Meanwhile, Su Mian had quietly exited the palace grounds, her footsteps hurriedly directed southward. The Jiaofeng Hall, where she resided, was not far from the Cold Palace. Near that desolate place stood a grand and leafy locust tree, in a particularly lonely area seldom trodden by human feet. Previously, Lin Yu had solemnly informed her, "Sister, when I have news, I shall leave a note here. If you manage to escape, remember to come and retrieve it." Cautiously, Su Mian avoided the broad avenues, opting instead for the concealed paths, until she found herself alone beneath the locust tree. Vigilantly, she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze flitting in a panic to ensure no one was near, before she slowly reached into the narrow, dim hollow of the tree, feeling about. After a time, her fingertips grazed a square object, tightening her heart as she withdrew it to reveal a small piece of paper. A flicker of joy ignited within her. Indeed, the little thief had left a note. Eagerly, she unfurled it, only to find the words boldly inscribed. "The item is hidden in the secret compartment of Chu Junqi's bed, with a mechanism requiring careful planning." "What does it say? Why not let me see?" A sudden voice thundered in her ear. Chu Junqi had appeared behind her like a specter, his chilling presence akin to a venomous snake coiling around her slender, pale neck, sending shivers down her spine. Su Mian felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss. A wave of cold swept over her, and terror rendered her hair on end as she let out a piercing scream. In a panic, she stumbled backward, colliding heavily against the locust tree, a sharp pain radiating through her. "You!" Upon recognizing the figure before her, all strength seemed to drain from Su Mian's body. "How could it be you? Wasn't Chu Junqi gone? What did he follow me?" Before she could process her thoughts, the man's imposing figure enveloped her like an impenetrable dark cage, suffocating her with its proximity. Chu Junqi leaned in slowly, inching closer, the oppressive aura nearly stealing her breath away. His fingertips grazed her already pale face, a faint, elusive smile playing on his lips, his voice deep yet laced with amusement. "It's me? What's wrong? Are you afraid? Weren't you quite bold? Why not resist?" Chu Junqi's sinister chuckle suggested he relished her flustered state. Clutching the note tightly, Su Mian's eyes flickered with fear, reflecting the man's strikingly handsome yet wicked face. In a flash of instinct, she crumpled the paper and hastily stuffed it into her mouth. Seeing this, Chu Junqi furrowed his brow, gripping her chin firmly. His deep-set eyes flashed coldly, piercing into her as if attempting to see through her very being, and he commanded in a low, harsh tone, "Spit it out. Don't eat it." The pain from his grip forced Su Mian to cover her mouth, desperately holding back, her cheeks bulging, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She must not allow Chu Junqi to seize any leverage against her. Otherwise, the consequences are too terrifying to contemplate. Su Mian struggled to swallow, feeling both alarmed and fearful in the presence of Chu Junqi. Yet she managed to consume the note entirely. At that moment, the fury in the man's gaze spread like wildfire, his eyes fixated on Su Mian as if he wished to turn her to ashes. Chu Junqi, enraged to the point of mockery, appeared as if he had discovered a prey that had yet to relinquish its resistance within his cage. He grasped Su Mian by the neck, pressing her against the rough bark of a tree, leaning in closer. "How audacious you are to defy me openly now. Su Mian, have I been too lenient with you?" Su Mian bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. As long as she could protect Lin Yu and not implicate the innocent, that was all that mattered. Observing her fragile state, Chu Junqi unconsciously loosened his grip slightly, instead cradling the back of her head and leaning close to her ear. His voice, though gentle, carried an undeniable authority. "If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, you are well aware of what awaits you. Is it truly worth incurring my wrath at such peril?" With her gaze cast downward, Su Mian endeavored to conceal her suppressed emotions, her almond-shaped eyes glistening. Tinged with a hint of despair, she had no words left to say. The man's expression morphed into one of sardonic amusement, his lips curling into a derisive smirk. "No words? Very well. I have a multitude of questions for you. Let us address them one by one." Within the hall of eternal splendor, ribbons floated languidly, amidst which faint sounds of stifled sobs could be discerned. The young girl, clad in thin garments, was ensnared upon the bed, her sheer attire in tatters, with mere remnants clinging to her form, attempting to conceal the multitude of bruises that marred her skin. The man before her regarded her with a cold gaze, as if reveling in the allure of her vulnerable state. Chu Junqi gradually leaned down, his large hand forcefully gripping the back of Su Mian's head, unyieldingly prying her tightly clenched teeth apart, and without hesitation. He poured the liquid from his hand into her mouth. Coughing violently, Su Mian's eyes widened in shock, her body trembling uncontrollably, her voice quivering with fear as she questioned, "What have you made me drink?" The potion, harmless to the body, magnified the recipient's pain 1,000-fold, infinitely. Chu Junqi's fingers grazed the delicate pink of her lips, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed her. "I am curious to see how long you can endure this." As the effects of a drug surged within her, Su Mian felt as though her entire being was engulfed in flames, both stinging and excruciating. Her fingers curled tightly, and she collapsed weakly onto the bed, cold sweat soaking her garments. If she could just endure this, it would be over. If she could endure. Chu Junqi would not inquire about the thief. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard a cold voice from above. Chu Junqi leaned down, biting at her neck, his wolf-like eyes glinting with a chilling light. "No one can defy me. You are the first. I shall not employ ordinary methods with you. If you are willing to disclose his whereabouts, I will let you go." Chapter 65. The consequences of provoking the prince. Su Mian stared at him blankly, her eyes stained with tears. She could not speak, even in the face of the most severe interrogation. She could not utter a single word. In a state of half-consciousness, she was left disoriented by the torment she endured. The tightly wound-red silk around her hand was gradually unwound, and Su Mian felt as though all her strength had dissipated, her legs growing weak and uncontrollably leaning forward. A strong hand securely supported her slender waist. As she slightly lifted her head, her gaze fell upon the man's exquisitely tailored collar, the lingering scent of wood wafting gently through her senses. She furrowed her brow slightly, her complexion pale as parchment, trembling uncontrollably as she stifled a cry of pain, threatening to escape her lips. Her breath was but a whisper. Her tear-filled almond eyes pleadingly sought his. "Your Majesty, I wish for the antidote." Chu Junqi's countenance was stern, his gaze indifferent, his thin lips parted to coldly declare, "I alone concoct poison and never provide the antidote." His tone was as frigid as the ice shards of the harshest winter. Upon hearing this, Su Mian stood frozen, disbelief flooding her eyes. Did this mean she was to endure this torment indefinitely? Why'd he look at her so, expecting her to be the first to break this precedent? Su Mian pressed her lips tightly together, momentarily at a loss for words. Her heart heavy with grievances and helplessness swallowed back in silence. The cold mockery evident in the depths of the man's eyes pierced through her, his gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly intent on piercing her heart with numerous wounds, causing her eyes to redden, yet she stubbornly refused to shed tears. Noticing her reddened eyes, her brows knitted together, and her inability to suppress her sobs, she appeared utterly terrified of him. Chu Junqi's expression remained frosty, his fingers, distinctly bony, slowly approached her with an air of irresistible authority. His fingertip, akin to a keen blade, ruthlessly grazed her moist, trembling lips. Su Mian's brow furrowed tighter, her eyes brimming with anguish. Yet she found herself ensnared by his grip, unable to escape. The effects of the drug lasted merely 2 hours. If she was determined to assist him, she must obediently endure this suffering. Chu Junqi's lips curled into a cruel smirk, devoid of warmth, as he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "This is the consequence of provoking me." At his words, Su Mian gently closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of him any longer. Her fingers clenched tightly as she braved the torment of the drug's effects. A wave of bitterness surged within her. The emperor was heartless, akin to a tiger seeking to skin its prey. She should have anticipated this. Chu Junqi was not one to be easily swayed. One day, when she reunites with her family, her forbearance, her compromises, and all the sacrifices made thus far would be worthwhile. Tears began to gather in Su Mian's eyes, dampening her delicate, butterfly-like lashes. She bit her lower lip, her anger stifled, her small, wrong demeanor amusing in Chu Junqi's eyes. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Eunuch Chow, hunched over, hurriedly approached the entrance, his face a mask of respect as he shouted, "Your Majesty, news has arrived from Jinling Hall. Princess Wen-yi has suddenly suffered a heart ailment. They say the pain is severe. You must go and see her at once." Wen-yi. Upon hearing this, Chu Junqi's complexion turned ashen, his brows knitting tightly together. Without a second thought, he stood abruptly from the couch, his steps swift and decisive as he made his way towards the door. Yet, upon reaching the threshold, his pace abruptly halted as if recalling something. He slowly turned back, his gaze like a bolt of lightning sweeping towards Su Mian, who lay curled upon the couch. Her gaze was deep and dark, imbued with a hint of complexity. Then, addressing the guards standing at the door, she commanded in a grave and low tone, "Watch over her." "Yes," the guards replied in unison, standing straight and casting vigilant glances within the hall. Upon hearing his departure, Su Mian suddenly opened her eyes, turning her head to focus on the tightly shut doors of the palace. A glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes. She had not anticipated that Wen-yi would inadvertently divert Chu Junqi, thereby facilitating her plans. This truly was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gritting her teeth, Su Mian hastily climbed out from under the covers, lifting the soft cushions on the bed and meticulously exploring every corner. Eventually, she struck a hollow section of the bedboard, which corresponded to a small square compartment. Presumably, this was the secret compartment Lin Yu had mentioned. She reached out to investigate and found that this section was seamlessly fitted to the surrounding wooden planks, leaving Su Mian momentarily perplexed. Such secret compartments are typically crafted with ingenious design, yet lacking expertise in mechanical structures. How could she possibly open it? Su Mian continued to search the bed, but her efforts were in vain. Before long, loud crashing sounds erupted from within the chamber. The two guards outside exchanged astonished glances. One of the slightly more slender guards, his eyes filled with confusion and anxiety, broke the silence first. What could the Yao Fei be doing in there? The other, more robust guard instinctively recoiled at the question, swallowing hard as he cautiously suggested, "Shouldn't you go in and check?" "I'm not going in." The slender guard shook his head vigorously, his voice rising involuntarily in fear. "What if we see something we shouldn't? We might as well forfeit our lives." The mere thought of their sovereign's typically cold, merciless visage, one that could kill without a second thought, sent shivers down his spine. Whenever he followed the sovereign at night, he trembled in fear while trying to sleep. "Your Highness, are you all right?" The guard mustered the courage to call out. Inside the room, Su Mian was holding a carved sandalwood chair, preparing to bring it down again. Breathless and with disheveled hair, she momentarily halted upon hearing the guards outside. A fleeting look of guilt crossed her face as she endeavored to steady her breath before feigning calmness to reply. "Ah, me perfectly fine." Yet, she discreetly placed the chair aside, anxious about making further noise. Her gaze fell upon the unmoving secret compartment, and a sense of discouragement washed over her. How was she to open it? Her hands had grown weary from striking. With exhaustion overwhelming her, she allowed herself to collapse onto the bed, staring vacantly at the intricately carved dragon-pattern beam above. The twin dragons depicted on the beam appeared so lifelike, as if ready to soar at any moment. As her eyes wandered over the golden dragon, she suddenly noticed a diamond-shaped recess where the two dragons met. Could this possibly be? Filled with skepticism, Su Mian gingerly stepped onto the bed, carefully extending her delicate fingers to probe the recess, which felt icy to the touch. She pressed it gently, though it seemed to lack something essential. Driven by curiosity and a sense of urgency, she pressed it twice more. Suddenly, a faint sound of mechanisms whirring echoed through the air, and 4 chains shot out like black lightning. The chains glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, deftly ensnaring her limbs, as if a cunning serpent had discovered its prey, swiftly coiling around her body before drawing tight. Ah! A surge of panic coursed through Su Mian's heart. She instinctively struggled, only to find herself firmly bound to the bed, utterly unable to break free. The more she fought, the tighter the chains constricted. The circular clasps seemed tailor-made for her, fitting perfectly around her wrists. "Your Majesty!" At that moment, a commotion arose outside the room. A sense of dread settled in Su Mian's heart. It was all over now. As the palace doors swung open, Chu Junqi was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. There stood the young woman, her long hair cascading freely, her sheer garment barely concealing her exquisite form. Her long, pale legs were exposed, and the chains had left distinct red marks on her delicate arms. The corners of her eyes were tinged with a rosy hue, reminiscent of poppies blooming brilliantly overnight, enchanting and alluring. Chu Junqi felt his throat tighten, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily, his gaze deepening like a wolf king lurking in the shadows. Fixated on the person before him, Su Mian turned her head, their eyes locking momentarily. A wave of guilt washed over her, and she swallowed hard, suddenly realizing the magnitude of her predicament. The room was in disarray. Bedding lay scattered on the floor. A broken sandalwood chair was overturned, and her hairpins had all been wrenched apart. Chu Junqi surveyed the chaotic scene, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. His beloved concubine certainly had an amusing disposition, didn't she? His heated gaze fell upon her with an intensity that rendered her as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block, entirely at his mercy. As he leisurely approached, a faint blush crept on Su Mian's porcelain face, her breath quickening, her eyes darting helplessly to the beams above. She felt a surge of irritation. How could Chu Junqi have returned so swiftly? She turned her face away awkwardly, thinking he had gone to the Empress Dowager's chambers. Chu Junqi explained nonchalantly that the physician had misdiagnosed. The Empress Dowager merely had a chill and would soon depart. Curiously, in the past, he would have stayed by the Empress Dowager until she fell asleep, but today, for reasons unknown, he found himself preoccupied with the image of Su Mian trembling and pleading under his touch, a thought that stirred his emotions restlessly. He raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "And you?" His fingers brushed against her hair, teasingly drifting across her face. "What are you doing? Trying to entice me?" In a fluster, she struggled to articulate a response. "No, Mianer simply couldn't sleep. This bed had an issue, and He leaned in closer, one hand propping himself beside her, his warm breath cascading over her fair neck, his teasing gaze fixed upon her startled expression. "What are you searching for?" His smile did not reach his eyes. It was a dangerous signal, and his probing gaze unabashedly roamed over her, like a cold and venomous serpent poised to strike, ready to devour her at any moment. The slightly calloused fingertips glided over her delicate skin, causing her to shudder involuntarily. At that moment, Su Mian felt a tingling sensation at the nape of her neck. She swallowed nervously, striving to maintain her composure, as her mind recalled Lin Yu's request for her assistance in locating a piece of jade, quickly concocting a pretext. Mianer has lost a piece of sheep fat jade and wishes to seek it out. Chu Junqi scoffed lightly, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, is that so?" Su Mian nodded earnestly. "Herr, gazes singere. Is this the piece you refer to?" Chu Junqi produced a sheep fat jade pendant from his waist, holding it by a slender cord, allowing it to sway before her eyes. The jade emanated a warm glow, intricately carved with patterns of foxes, almost lifelike. Su Mian's eyes brightened. It was the jade her mother had given her. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp it, only to find herself tightly restrained by chains. Unable to move, a sense of urgency washed over Su Mian as she weakly pleaded, "Might your majesty release Mianer first? This iron chain is quite painful." Chu Junqi wore a wicked smile. Unmoved, "I find this chain suits you rather well." His unabashed gaze roamed over her, laced with primal desire, inching along her collarbone, landing on the kiss marks upon her snow-white skin, reminiscent of crimson plum blossoms in winter, strikingly vivid. Su Mian's face flushed with embarrassment, forced to endure his scrutiny. "Which little lover bestowed this upon you?" The man lounged casually beside her, feigning indifference, his fingers deftly tracing the jade pendant's intricate designs. "It is not a lover. It was given by my mother. Might your majesty return it to Mianer?" Su Mian's eyes fixated on the pendant in his hand, fearing he might drop it. Previously pawned by her, she had intended to redeem it later, but how had it ended up in Chu Junqi's possession? Yet, she couldn't dwell on that now. Retrieving the pendant was her foremost concern. Noticing her intense gaze, the man chuckled. "Why should I return it to you? Since it has come into my possession, it belongs to me." He tossed the jade pendant high into the air, catching it carelessly, each toss causing Su Mian's heart to plummet. It felt as though it was not the pendant he was toying with, but her very being. Su Mian bit her lip, imploring, "Might your majesty refrain from gifting it to anyone, especially not to Winnie? After all, it is my mother's jade, and I do not wish for it to fall into the hands of someone I dislike." Chu Junqi regarded her coldly, scoffing, "What I do with it is my business. If I desire, I could easily bestow it upon anyone beneath me." Upon hearing this, Su Mian's eyes sparkled with hope. "Then might it be given to Mianer?" As soon as the words left her lips, Chu Junqi closed the distance, gripping her chin, tauntingly sneering. "Do you still have the audacity to ask for a reward? Would you care for a beating instead?" His frigid words doused her spirit like a bucket of icy water. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Mian's eyes, and she fell silent, her gaze gradually clouded with tears. In Chu Junqi's eyes, she was perpetually shameless. "Are you about to cry again?" He observed coldly, utterly unmoved. In his eyes lingered a shadowy gloom, dark and foreboding, reminiscent of an impending storm. The pain coursing through her served as a constant reminder of his cruel and relentless machinations, leaving Su Mian wary of provoking him further. She could only shake her head, suppressing the tumultuous emotions rising within her, furrowing her brow to avoid his gaze, her voice hoarse as she muttered that she was merely fatigued. Observing her state, Chu Junqi felt an inexplicable surge of irritation within. He ceased to hold her accountable, raising his hand to unshackle her chains and lifting her in his arms. Outside, Grandfather Chow awaited respectfully, and upon seeing Chu Junqi emerge with Su Mian, he promptly lowered his head, feigning ignorance of the myriad of vivid marks adorning the girl's skin. He tidied up the interior before the man departed, leaving behind a single remark as he strode toward the side hall. Grandfather Chow complied dutifully, and once the pair was out of sight, he dared to raise his eyes. Casting a glance toward the main hall, his heart nearly stopping. "Oh dear, Is consort Yao intent on dismantling the emperor's chambers? How is it that his majesty remains unperturbed? Were it anyone else, they would have been swiftly executed by now. Meanwhile, in the Jinling Hall, a crash resounded. On the exquisite table, cups had toppled, tea splattering everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. The girl's previously wan expression was instantly replaced by a fierce rage, her ornamental hairpins trembling violently atop her head due to her sudden outburst. "Your Highness, please calm your anger." Physician Qian, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow, trembled as he knelt on the ground. Wan Yi's eyes widened in fury as she glared at him, then raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap. "You useless dog! Who permitted you to presumptuously inform His Majesty that I was merely afflicted by a chill? Because of your incompetence. My royal brother has been ensnared by that wretched Su Mian. What use is this worthless body of yours to me?" Physician Qian cupped half his face, a cold glint flickering in his eyes as he quavered, "Your Highness, while the falling star pill can mimic the symptoms of a heart ailment, an excessive dosage would severely compromise your health. I truly have your well-being in mind. If my royal brother cannot be retained, what worth is this broken body to me?" Wan Yi's nails dug into her palm, her eyes filled with resentment. Previously, she had employed this tactic with resounding success, yet today, her brother had merely offered a few words before departing. He treated her with the same kindness as always, revealing not the slightest suspicion, even mentioning her upcoming birthday banquet to celebrate with envoys from various nations, evidence of his sincere intent. What then had gone awry in this instance? Lu Zhao stepped to her side, raising her hand to dismiss the physician, gracefully settling onto the favored concubine's couch as she spoke softly. "Winnie, I have warned you before not to underestimate your opponents." Winnie scoffed, turning to face her. "Cousin, as a favored concubine, you have gone so long without being summoned by His Majesty. Can you truly endure this?" Jiang Pin, Qi Pin, and Chu Ji were all impatient. "Yet you have witnessed their fates. I do not lack ambition, but my desires differ from yours. The safety of the Liu clan rests upon my shoulders. His Majesty's regard for Su Mian is extraordinary. Though Su Mian appears powerless, as long as His Majesty remains by her side, that is her greatest strength. Unlike my cousin, I shall never allow her to escape unscathed." Chapter 67. You are not qualified to touch when in the Imperial Garden. The sun shone with perfect warmth, illuminating the peonies that vied for beauty under its gentle rays, showcasing their splendor and rendering the vibrant essence of spring to its utmost. Pavilions and towers were artfully arranged. The coral pavilion exquisitely elegant, while rose branches meandered along the eaves, a sea of blossoms perfuming the air and enticing colorful butterflies to dance gracefully. A young girl in a light blue dress sat serenely on a swing, her gaze directed towards two individuals nearby who were engaged in light-hearted conversation. A trace of melancholy flickered in her eyes, as if she were an incongruous element amidst the flourishing spring scene. "Royal brother," she called out suddenly, her voice soft and sweet with a hint of playful reproach, "my kite has taken flight." Chu Junqi could only smile helplessly, his eyes brimming with affection as he replied gently, "No worries, royal brother will accompany you to fly another one." With that, he naturally draped his arm around the girl's shoulders. Wani nestled closer, her cheek resting against the man's chest, a sweet smile gracing her lips. The two leaned against each other, enveloped in a warm glow, their affection radiating a harmonious charm. Dressed in a jade-green long robe adorned with exquisite bamboo embroidery, Chu Junqi leaned in tenderly, patiently smoothing the delicate strands of hair by Wani's ear, his every gesture imbued with gentleness and intimacy. It seemed he was entirely oblivious to Su Mian, who stood beneath the rose trellis. Su Mian shifted uncomfortably on the swing, lost in memories of the past. In the time of the Yin, she too had relished flying kites, often ignoring the occasional impatience that flickered in the boyish eyes. Each time she begged him to join her, Chu Junqi would merely evade her request. In hindsight, it appeared he did not dislike such pursuits to please girls. He simply held no affection for her. Gripping the kite string, inadvertently cast a glance towards Su Mian, a fleeting glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes. Almost immediately, She blinked and donned a guileless smile, chirping, "Royal brother, why doesn't Sister Yao Fei join us and play?" Following when E.S. gaze. Chu Junqi's eyes fell upon Su Mian, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Your kind invitation is wasted on her unappreciative nature. Do not concern yourself with her." His words, though not loud, were unmistakably clear to Su Mian, causing her fingers to clench tightly beneath her sleeves, recalling Chu Junqi's threat from that morning. "When he sincerely wishes to mend past grievances, should you choose not to come, you shall bear the consequences." Such talk of reconciliation was likely only convincing to him. Su Mian gently closed her eyes, feigning ignorance to the laughter that surrounded her. A wilting rose slipped from the girl's hair, landing softly upon her garment, as if her solitude had become a mere backdrop to their joy. As time flowed steadily, noon approached unnoticed, the sun blazing fiercely in the sky, making the earth seem as if it would ignite. Chu Junqi lifted one into his arms, heading toward a cool pavilion, fearful that her delicate form might succumb to the oppressive heat. Meanwhile, Su Mian remained abandoned beneath the scorching sun, receiving not even a glance from him. Su Mian stood awkwardly in place, feeling utterly unnecessary and unwilling to continue being a source of annoyance. Seizing the opportunity when the two were distracted, she quietly rose from the swing and hurried away. She followed the winding path deeper into the imperial garden, and before she realized it, she found herself alone by a secluded pavilion beside a tranquil pond. With gentle steps, she crouched down, her gaze resting upon the colorful koi swimming freely within. They were confined to this small pool, much like herself at this moment, dwelling in a seemingly opulent yet truly constraining palace, filled with a sense of helplessness and solitude. A slender willow leaf fluttered down from the branches, landing upon the water's surface and shattering its stillness, sending ripples across the pond, mirroring the tumultuous and agitated state of her heart. Just then, a voice, laced with a peculiar tone, emerged from behind. "Oh, Sister Yao Fei, are you alone?" The sharp and cutting words hung over her like a sword, causing Su Mian's expression to shift abruptly. Turning around, she found Wen Yi standing gracefully behind her, mere inches apart. A flicker of wariness crossed Su Mian's eyes as she involuntarily stepped back, only to find herself at the edge of the pond. Grasping a nearby willow tree for support, she steadied herself. "What do you want?" Su Mian frowned slightly, her gaze fixed on Wen Yi, revealing a hint of suspicion. Wen Yi's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, yet the depths of her eyes stirred with a dark resentment, threatening to surface. She gently lifted the hem of her skirt, gliding forward with a graceful demeanor, each step seemingly laden with ulterior motives. "Sister Yao Fei, what are you saying?" Wen Yi cooed innocently, her voice dripping with feigned naivety. "What schemes could I possibly have? I merely saw you so solitary and felt a pang of sympathy, which compelled me to keep you company." "That won't be necessary," Su Mian replied coldly, turning to leave, but was abruptly blocked by Wen Yi's outstretched arm. Wen Yi delicately raised her hand, her sharp nails gliding across Su Mian's delicate face. A smug smile graced her lips, filled with disdain. "You saw it too. Did the Emperor cast even a fleeting glance your way? What do you possess besides your wretched body to hold his attention? A plaything is always beneath notice. Do you understand?" She deliberately emphasized those two words, her smile concealing a blade. As if to provoke her, Wen Yi's gaze lingered on Su Mian's face, searching for a trace of defiance. Unfortunately for her, she would be disappointed. Su Mian took a deep breath, her expression icy and devoid of emotion as she responded. "If your highness merely wishes to humiliate me, you may do so in front of the emperor. I would not mind." Upon hearing this, Wen Yi's smile only grew more pronounced. Tilting her head slightly, she regarded Su Mian with a meaningful gaze, leisurely speaking. "Are you not curious about how much regard the emperor truly holds for you? How much is genuine affection, and how much is mere pretense?" Seeing Su Mian's silence and lack of response, she continued, "To be honest, I am quite curious as well." Upon hearing this, Su Mian's expression softened for a fleeting moment. Whether it was genuine emotion or mere pretense mattered little to her. Chu Junqi's affections were of no concern to her. Yet, she had no desire to inquire further or to learn more. I have matters to attend to in the palace, so I shall not disturb you any longer. Su Mian sought to extricate herself from the entanglement and turned to leave. However, when Yi began to chuckle softly to herself, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. She reached out, resting her hand upon Su Mian's shoulder, then leaned in slightly, whispering conspiratorially into Su Mian's ear, laced with an air of mystery and malice. Do not be hasty. The performance today is far from over. In an instant, Su Mian sensed the precariousness of the situation and instinctively attempted to evade Wen Yi's grasp. Just as she turned, Wen Yi abruptly withdrew her hand, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into the pool before her, sending up a great splash. At that moment, Su Mian distinctly noted a flicker of triumph in Wen Yi's eyes as she fell. A fleeting glimmer reminiscent of a shooting star in the dark night, almost imperceptible yet chillingly calculated. Vanyi, a voice filled with urgency and fury erupted, cutting through the air like a sharp blade, piercing Su Mian's eardrum and leaving her momentarily dazed and immobile. In that instant, a powerful hand, akin to a cold iron claw, unexpectedly seized her throat. Su Mian had no time to react, let alone explain herself, as she was forcefully pinned against the ground, the impact resonating with a dull thud. Su Mian, what have you done? Chu Junqi's roar, accompanied by heavy breaths, thundered above her, an overwhelming rage that threatened to consume her entirely. Strangled and gasping for breath, Su Mian felt her face flush as she teetered on the brink of asphyxiation. Staring at the almost frenzied man before her, her throat felt constricted as if a massive stone lodged within, rendering her incapable of articulating a single coherent word, only able to emit pained whimpers. Chu Junqi resembled an enraged beast, his eyes ablaze with fury, seemingly poised to devour her whole. His crimson gaze and grinding teeth exuded an icy, cutting threat as he spat. I have warned you. You are unworthy to touch Wen Yi. Do you not comprehend? Each word struck Su Mian's heart like daggers of ice. Struggling for breath, she could only helplessly shake her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Your Highness, please save me. It was only when Wen Yi's heart-wrenching cries for help reached his ears that Chu Junqi regained his senses and abruptly released his grip on her. Su Mian's body collapsed to the ground like a puddle of soft mud, gasping for the precious air. Without hesitation, Chu Junqi turned, diving into the pool like a swift arrow, swiftly reaching Wen Yi, wrapping her in his arms and lifting her out of the water. Su Mian huddled alone in the corner, filled with trepidation and fear, watching as two figures approached her step by step. After much hesitation, she finally mustered a flicker of courage and cautiously tugged at Chu Junqi's sleeve, tentatively beginning to speak. Let me explain. Get lost. Before Su Mian could finish her words, she was abruptly interrupted. The terse reply struck her like a bucket of icy water, chilling her to the marrow. Chu Junqi's eyes were frigid, his gaze piercing and ruthless, resembling two sharp swords that could cut through anything, emanating a chilling ferocity and resolve. He stood high above her, looking down with an air of superiority, his expression rife with contempt, as if she were but an insignificant insect, easily crushable beneath his heel. He parted his thin lips, coldly uttering a cruel remark. If Wen Yi encounters any mishap, I shall take your father and brother as collateral. Chapter 68. It is I who was mistaken. The icy disdain in Chu Junqi's elongated eyes rendered human life inconsequential in his view. In an instant, as he turned away, his sleeve was ruthlessly wrenched from Su Mian's grasp. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her head hung low, her voice reduced to a mere whisper. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. The young girl resembled a withering frost flower, her eyes devoid of brilliance, increasingly hollow. She stood there, numbly gazing at the retreating figure of the man, whose silhouette exuded determination and indifference, devoid of any hesitation or pause, as if she were merely a trivial speck of dust in this grand palace. In her mind, those sharp words echoed incessantly. How much sincerity does he possess for you? How much feigned affection? A despicable plaything. You are unworthy. Each word pierced her heart like a sharp blade, mercilessly tearing at her. At that moment, the previously clear sky darkened, clouds gathering ominously, as torrential rain pelted the ground. She stared blankly at the heavens, rain cascading down her cheeks, mingling with her tears, rendering her vision increasingly blurred. Memories of the past intertwined with a painful reality, entangling her in a haze of confusion. Outside the Rihua Hall, a faint blue figure stood silently in the rain. Her thin garments soaked through, clinging to her skin, strands of hair cascading down her cheeks. The wind blew coldly, as if it sought to penetrate her very being. Su Mian trembled uncontrollably, harboring a glimmer of hope as she cast her gaze towards the resplendent palace doors. The surrounding palace attendants exchanged glances, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Who doesn't know that Princess Wen-yi is the emperor's favored darling? How dare she push the princess into the water? Truly reckless. Why is she here again? The emperor has already declared he does not wish to see her. Just wait until she angers the emperor. It will be amusing to see how she is punished. The harsh voices pierced Su Mian's ears. She clutched her garment helplessly, yet dared not move an inch. At that moment, the eunuch's son hurried over, his steps quick and splashing through the puddles, arriving before her with a semblance of servility and satisfaction. His eyes narrowed slightly, the crow's feet at the corners revealing a mean-spirited glint, and he spoke in a shrill voice. Your Highness Yao Fei, the emperor has ordered you to kneel and wait. Su Mian took a deep breath, her voice trembling. Why must I kneel when I have not wronged her? All she wished for was to await an opportunity for Chu Junqi to see her. She comforted herself with this thought, even if hope was but a faint glimmer. Perhaps if Chu Junqi heard her explanation, her family would be spared from calamity. Sun Gongong's eyes darted, signaling to a nearby attendant. The young eunuch, understanding the cue, raised the stick he held high, tracing an arc through the air, accompanied by a rush of wind, before delivering a sharp blow to the back of Su Mian's knee. Su Mian cried out in pain, her body leaning forward uncontrollably. Instinctively, her hands sought to brace against the ground, yet she fell to her knees with a thud. Do not blame the servants, Your Highness. We merely follow orders, Sun Gongong said, his eyes narrowed, devoid of any remorse, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The spot where she had been struck burned with fiery pain. Su Mian bit her lip, preparing to rise. Observing this, Sun Gongong leisurely raised his feather duster, his eyes sparkling with a mixture of pride and intimidation. He continued, The emperor has said, should you dare to rise, the next blow may not land on your leg. He paused, stepping closer, lowering his voice yet ensuring Su Mian could hear. In my humble opinion, it would be wise for you to comply and apologize to the emperor. It might spare you from further suffering. Hearing such words, Su Mian felt as though she had encountered a farcical jest, a low laugh escaping her lips, tinged with sorrow and self-mockery. She raised her head slightly, her gaze resolute, articulating each word with conviction. Her falling into the water is of no concern to me. If the emperor insists on coercing a confession, I have no words left to say. Let the empress kneel, even if she remains there until dusk. She may not receive an audience. Sun Gongong scoffed and departed. Outside the palace, the cold wind howled, while within, the flickering candlelight and the warmth of the brazier enveloped the room. Wen-yi reclined against Chu Junqi, her body cocooned in an opulent mink blanket, the delicate, soft fur glistening with a warm sheen in the candlelight. Her frail wrist rested upon the man's thigh, her pallid complexion suggesting a sickly fragility. She furrowed her brow slightly, her tear-laden lashes fluttering, evoking a sense of pity. Brother, have I done something wrong? Upon hearing this, Chu Junqi felt as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped his heart, an indescribable anguish crashing over him like a tidal wave. He pressed his lips together, his expression stern, and remained silent for a considerable time, as if time itself had come to a standstill in the weighty atmosphere. Eventually, he spoke slowly, his voice imbued with profound regret and self-reproach. You have done nothing wrong. Wen-yi, it is I who have erred. I underestimated Su Mian. She was capable of striking at you right beneath my nose. With that, he slightly tilted his head back, seemingly suppressing the tumult within, his thoughts drifting to the past. Once, he had been overlooked by the late emperor, weak among the numerous princes, unable to protect himself. Had it not been for Madame, when sending him to the assassin camp for training, he might have met an untimely end while serving as a hostage in Dian. He had promised Madame when to take good care of you. It is I who have broken that vow, out of gratitude for his mentor's kindness. He could not refuse the entrusted care of an old friend. One he nestled in his embrace, her body trembling slightly as she sobbed softly, lamenting the unfortunate absence of her mother, now departed from this world. In this life, her only solace lay in her elder brother. Alas, it was all Wen Yi's fault. She should not have provoked Sister Yao Fei. She had merely stumbled, losing her balance. Chu Junqi gently patted her back, soothing her with tender words. Wen Yi, my dear, this matter does not concern you. Do not bear the burden of blame. As she wept quietly, she furtively glanced outside, her eyes betraying a fleeting glimmer of joy, quickly extinguished. Elder brother, it is raining outside. Will she be all right? Chu Junqi's expression darkened, his gaze turning as cold as frost. She deserved it. No need for her to plead on her behalf. He had emerged from a pile of corpses, drenched in blood and decay, having traversed countless miles on foot only to collapse within the borders of Chu. Were it not for Wen Yi's chance encounter during her travels, saving him, he would have faced death once more. Every time he recalled this, his resentment and hatred towards Su Mian spread through him like a poisonous vine, deepening with each thought. Outside the palace, rain fell incessantly throughout the night, while Su Mian knelt from dawn until dusk. Her small face, devoid of color, grew increasingly pallid as time wore on, the light in her eyes dimming. As night deepened, Eunuch Chao finally dared to approach her. Your Highness, it would be wise to return. The Emperor is in a foul mood and will not see you. With great difficulty, Su Mian spoke, her voice hoarse. Is there any news of my father and brother? Eunuch Chao hesitated, then softly replied, Her Highness, Wen Yi has suffered a relapse. The Emperor has decreed that the Su family will be executed shortly. At that moment, the tears Su Mian had been suppressing burst forth like a flood, cascading down her pale, emaciated cheeks. I understand, she whispered, her voice faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet imbued with profound despair and helplessness. Seeing her pitiable state, Eunuch Chao's heart softened. Your Highness, might I escort you back? Su Mian shook her head, her throat constricted, unable to form a complete sentence. Gathering all her strength, she painfully rose to her feet. Her steps were unsteady, yet she stubbornly moved toward the dark, winding corridors of the palace. Instead of returning to the Jiao Fong Hall, she headed in the opposite direction towards the cold palace. The dim palace lanterns flickered in the wind, casting shadows on her fragile figure. As she clutched an empty white jade porcelain bottle, perhaps she should have perished long ago. Chapter 69. Spare me, she should have perished on the day of the city's fall into Yen. On the day Chu Junqi had violated her in the military camp. On the day she was captured while attempting to escape. He had never shown her compassion, only cruelty and unlimited humiliation. Crash! The white jade porcelain bottle shattered, scattering fragments across the ground, mirroring her shattered hopes. Immediately, a searing pain, akin to a knife's edge, pierced through her lower abdomen, swiftly spreading throughout her body, rendering her face as pale as paper. Her lips gradually oozed with blood, the vivid crimson contrasting starkly against her pallid skin, resembling a tragic flower blooming amidst the harshness of winter. Su Mian felt as though every ounce of strength had been drained from her body, helplessly sliding down the dark red palace wall until she ultimately collapsed onto the ground, resembling a butterfly with broken wings, devoid of any will to struggle. The potion he provided was indeed potent, manifesting its effects with remarkable swiftness. As the temperature device succumbed to slumber, the hour had grown late. The interior of the Chonhua Palace was enveloped in a serene stillness, akin to a secluded forest glade, the oppressive silence weighing heavily upon every inch of space. Chu Junqi reclined upon the dragon throne, his mind a tangled web of frustration. Impatiently, he pressed his fingers to his brow. His gaze inadvertently drifted outside the hall, where only the desolate courtyard greeted him, the chilling wind swirling through, sending remnants of leaves spiraling, adding to the sense of desolation. Where is Su Mian? His voice, cold and unyielding, shattered the silence, reverberating within the hall, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of anxiety. Chief Eunuch Chao had been waiting nearby, hastily stepping forward, bowing deeply in a gesture of utmost respect, responding, "Your Majesty." The Yao Fei departed in haste upon hearing the news of the impending execution of the Su father and son. Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile crept upon the man's lips, his eyes icy enough to freeze the very air around him. With a disdainful scoff, he remarked, "Let her be. Under my command, what chaos could she possibly incite? The Su father and son were already doomed. She should have anticipated such a fate when she acted against Wen. Yet at that moment, Chief Eunuch Chao appeared hesitant, his lips moving as if to speak, but swallowing his words instead. Noticing this, Chu Junqi arched an eyebrow, questioning the hesitation. Sensing the urgency, Chao hurriedly advanced, replying respectfully, "Your Majesty, I observed that the Yao Fei appeared quite distressed earlier, with bruises on her calves, and she refused my assistance. Such an unusual display from one who is typically quick to apologize leads me to believe that matters may be more complicated than they seem." Chu Junqi's previously steady stride abruptly faltered, as if immobilized by an unseen force. In an instant, a wave of intense unease surged within him, engulfing him entirely. His brow furrowed, lips pressed tightly together, a hint of resignation evident as he commanded, "Let us proceed to the Jiao Fong Palace." As they stepped into the inner courtyard of the Jiao Fong Palace, the sight of the sudden royal presence sent the palace maids and eunuchs into a frenzy of terror. They hurriedly knelt in deference, collectively exclaiming, "We greet your Majesty." But Chu Junqi, consumed by anxiety, had no inclination to acknowledge such formalities. His eyes darkened, tempestuous like a brewing storm, as he strode forward, seizing a eunuch by the collar with great force, the lad's face turning crimson from the grip. With a grim expression, Chu Junqi demanded, "Where is your mistress?" The apprehensive Xiao Fuzai, trembling like a leaf, stammered, "Your Majesty, our mistress has not returned since being summoned this morning, and we are unaware of her whereabouts." Upon hearing such a response, Chu Junqi's countenance darkened further, as if enveloped in a thick shroud of ominous clouds. The unease and restlessness within him surged like rampant weeds, spreading uncontrollably. Su Mian had not returned. Where could she have possibly gone? Her relations with the other concubines were far from cordial, and aside from the Jiaofeng Palace, no one dared to take her in. Where else could she seek refuge? Chu Junqi's fingers curled tightly, his face a chilling visage, as a multitude of dreadful thoughts raced through his mind. Elder Chao, cautiously parting his lips, ventured to inquire softly, "Your Majesty, the Empress might not be." Yet before he could finish his sentence, Chu Junqi's voice thundered, "Silence." It was as if he had been pricked by a hidden thorn, his voice echoing throughout the palace, rendering those around him mute with shock. The man's expression was terrifying, resembling a stormy night sky, poised to unleash its wrath at any moment. Deep within his eyes, a turmoil akin to surging waves brewed, and his breathing grew increasingly labored without his conscious realization. She could not die. Su Mian, with her typically fragile disposition, how could she dare to perish? In a state of agitation, he called out into the void, "Qi Yi." In an instant, the silver-white snow mastiff darted to his side like a flash of lightning. Qi Yi stood before him, poised and alert, awaiting his command. Chu Junqi trembled as he stroked Qi Ye's fur, urging, "Find her, quickly." In a cold palace, a forgotten corner seemed lost to time, where cobwebs filled the air, their delicate threads glimmering with a chilling light in the faint illumination. Weeds grew wildly, swaying in the wind as if emitting mournful whispers, casting an eerie pallor, reminiscent of a desolate grave. A small figure huddled amidst a pile of withered grass. Su Mian leaned weakly against a broken window frame, her delicate neck tilted back as she gazed vacantly at the twinkling stars above. A warm, crimson stain seeped from the hem of her dress, trickling down her slender ankle, sticky and hot. Yet Su Mian seemed entirely oblivious, her gaze lost in the distance. Toward the direction of Dian, there lay her past, her memories, and the unspeakable sorrows and affections she harbored, raised amidst boundless adoration. She had never felt the sting of a beating, nor understood the hunger that could be satiated with wild grass, nor recognized that poison could be a remedy. Now, however, she had experienced it all. Her vision gradually blurred, as if she could see her mother tenderly crouching before her, softly calling, "Are you tired?" That voice, akin to the warmest breeze of spring, swept into her weary and wounded heart. "Mother," Su Mian murmured weakly, as if responding to her words, "I want to go home." In that moment, she resembled a solitary wild goose, adrift for too long, yearning to return to the nest, longing for that final warmth and tranquility. "Just a little longer. Mianer will soon see you." With reddened eyes and breath as light as a whisper, she slowly raised her hand, as if striving to reach through the invisible void to touch that cherished yet unattainable figure. At that moment, a hand suddenly seized her. In an instant, that enchanting fantasy, as ephemeral as a dream, seemed to be brutally shattered by a heavy hammer. With a resounding crash, it fragmented into countless shards, dissipating into the air, vanishing completely without a trace, leaving behind only a chilling darkness. "Mother, please don't go. Don't leave me." Su Mian's eyes were veiled with thick tears, which spilled over, streaming down her cheeks as she wept in despair. "Please don't leave me alone." She reached out, frantically waving her hands in the air, as if desperately trying to grasp that faint yet precious glimmer of light, her last semblance of comfort, unwilling to watch it fade away before her eyes. At some point, Chu Junqi appeared before her, his gaze as ferocious as a wolf lurking in the night. He gripped her shoulders tightly, exerting nearly all his strength. "Look closely. It's me." Deep within Su Mian's eyes, fear and helplessness intertwined. She recoiled like a frightened fawn, as if she had seen the demons of hell ready to devour her. "What do you want?" "I don't want you. I don't want you." Her voice trembled, laced with sobs, each word dripping with profound resistance. Upon hearing her words, it felt as if something within Chu Junqi was slowly being stripped away, leaving him breathless with pain. He struggled to suppress the surging anger within, capturing the girl's chin and leaning in closer. "How dare you seek death without me? How can I not come?" His words were low and icy, akin to a blade in a frigid night. Su Mian raised her eyes to meet his cold, unforgiving face, and her tears cascaded down like a torrential downpour. She fought desperately in his embrace, clutching his clothing tightly, gasping weakly, "Let me go, I beg you. I was wrong. I'll trade my life for your warmth. Please spare me." Her pleas echoed in the chilling space, filled with despair and sorrow. Chu Junqi regarded her silently, the darkness in his eyes only intensifying. "What use is your life to me?" Without further ado, he scooped Su Mian up, the warmth of her blood shocking him. Chapter 70. Do you hate me so much? Vivid crimson stains, like the claw marks of a demon, slowly seeped from the hem of the girl's pristine dress, rapidly blooming into a large patch of mottled blood. Chu Junqi's form froze momentarily, as if ensnared by a spell, his gaze falling slowly. Where his eyes landed, he saw his palm had been stained with blood. The warm liquid dripped relentlessly between his fingers, splattering on the ground, leaving darkened imprints. That was his child, his unborn child. Moonlight cascaded upon them, resembling a layer of white frost. Chu Junqi stood rigidly, like a statue, rooted in place. "What have you done?" A flicker of regret flashed in his eyes, his throat rasping as if sandpaper had scraped it raw, unable to produce coherent sound. His grip on Su Mian wavered. A sharp crack beneath his feet drew his gaze to a shattered porcelain vase nearby, where he discerned the two carved characters, bone corrosion. He inhaled deeply, unable to maintain his composure. The poison he had created was of the most tyrannical kind, nearly indomitable. Su Mian had sought it from him. It was not intended for his own use. How could this be? Was he truly dead? The corners of Su Mian's lips curled upwards in a resigned smile. The youthful radiance of her delicate face was now as pale as parchment, devoid of color. Blood trickled from her lips, flowing like a meandering stream down her chin. Chu Junqi's eyes were bloodshot, his expression icy as he struggled to contain his trembling voice. "Did you know all along?" At his words, Su Mian seemed to lose her sanity, gripping his collar with a white-knuckled intensity, her voice rising in a hysterical rage. Chu Junqi, you think I would bear your child? In your dreams. He is just like you, a cursed spawn unworthy of life. Yet, in the next moment, she laughed as if deranged, tears welling at the corners of her eyes, mixing with her despair in a striking display. Ah, death is a relief. Now that he is gone, you need not cling to me any longer. Her words dripped with self-mockery and desolation, echoing a profound hopelessness towards the world. The term cursed spawn seemed to strike a nerve within the man. Anger flared in Chu Junqi's eyes, his teeth grinding audibly. Su Mian, silence. However, Su Mian showed no fear, her laughter growing more unrestrained, resonating through the silent space with a melancholic and bleak timbre, as if encapsulating the sorrows of her entire existence. Are you satisfied now? The entire Su family is buried with you, none left alive. Isn't this what you desired? Before she could finish, a surge of rage overwhelmed her, blood rising in her throat, and she coughed up a pool of black blood. The shocking sight of it stained her lips, and her face turned increasingly ghastly, resembling a blank canvas, imbued with endless decay and frailty. A flicker of panic crossed Chu Junqi's face as he quickly reached out, wrapping his arms tightly around Su Mian's slender waist, pulling her close to prevent her from collapsing. He lowered his gaze to her weakened form, speaking in a grave tone, "If you wish for their deaths, I can decree it at once." Su Mian fought back tears, glaring at him with fierce determination, like a dying beast in its final struggle. "Kill them if you wish. I am already condemned to die. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will not spare you." The man regarded her resolute demeanor in silence, his lips forming a straight line, his gaze deep and complex, revealing a loneliness she had never witnessed before. "Do you truly despise me so?" His voice was as soft as a feather's descent. "Of course," she replied without hesitation, her eyes unwavering. It was unclear when her previous warmth towards him had dissipated, replaced solely by fear and an overwhelming hatred. Chu Junqi's lips curled into a cold smirk. After pretending for so long, finally unable to maintain the facade, she had never changed. Her obedience was merely a guise to lower his guard. Su Mian glared at him with fury, desperately twisting her body in an attempt to break free from his grasp, yet each struggle proved futile, only serving to tighten his hold further. At that moment, Su Mian keenly sensed a warm stream of vital energy gradually surging from the man's palm, winding like a serpent as it penetrated her body. Wherever this energy flowed, it seemed to weave a delicate net, progressively sealing off her five senses. The rampant toxins within her were abruptly halted in their tracks. Su Mian felt utterly shattered, despair washing over her like an overwhelming tide. "No, let me go. I have had enough. Do not save me." Chu Junqi's expression returned to its icy demeanor. He swallowed hard and enunciated with deliberate clarity. "Su Mian, listen closely. Your life belongs to me, and I shall not allow you to perish. Even if you harbor hatred, it can only be directed toward me." The vital energy coursed through Su Mian's body with reckless abandon, causing her excruciating pain as she curled into a ball, unable to produce even the slightest sound. Helplessly, she opened her mouth and reached for the man's neck, summoning every ounce of strength to bite down fiercely. Her teeth embedded deeply into his skin, drawing forth droplets of blood. Chu Junqi inhaled sharply, his body stiffening as he held her waist, allowing her to vent her frustrations. Within the hall of the royal palace, an unsettling cacophony erupted, filled with the sounds of crashing and chaos. "Get out! All of you get out!" The roar was laden with wrath and sorrow. A group of imperial physicians knelt outside the hall, trembling in fear, beads of cold sweat trickling down as they repeatedly wiped their foreheads. The royal physician furtively glanced at the man's face, dark and brooding as if it could solidify into ink, and with a quavering voice, he reported, "Your Majesty, the Empress is with child, yet the royal fetus has succumbed. We are truly at a loss. The bone-corroding poison is an exceptionally potent toxin. Though your Majesty has temporarily sealed its spread with your vital energy, if the antidote is not administered within a day, the Empress may be in grave danger. However, the Empress at this moment, crash. A teacup was violently hurled to the ground, shattering into pieces. At that moment, a young palace maid, clutching her forehead, fled the chambers in a panic, then knelt before Chu Junqi, stammering, "Your Majesty, the Empress is currently in a frenzied state, extraordinarily agitated, forbidding us from coming near to serve. Even a simple bowl of soup she refuses to consume. The Empress is writhing in pain upon the bed. The room is scattered with shards of porcelain, and we dare not approach. We implore your Majesty for forgiveness." Chu Junqi's countenance was grim, as if encased in frost, and he coldly spat a single word through clenched teeth: "Leave." The crowd felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, responding in unison, "Yes." Within the chambers, the young girl's pale white robe was drenched in sweat, her lip bitten until it bled, curled up on the soft couch like an injured cub. Her once bright eyes now a dull gray. Hearing the commotion at the door, she resolutely seized the nearby incense burner, ready to throw it. In that instant, a large hand firmly grasped her slender wrist. "It is I." His deep voice resonated. Sensing the man's cold fragrance, Su Mian's heart trembled, as if confronted with something profoundly terrifying, and she struggled desperately to retreat. "Get away! You, get away!" Her voice, strained and hoarse, conveyed a deep-seated resistance and fear towards the figure before her. "Take the medicine." Chu Junqi's tone brooked no argument. He grasped Su Mian's wrist, drawing her toward him. "I will not drink. I will not drink," Su Mian cried, resembling a frightened child, helplessly shaking her head as tears flowed freely, never once meeting his gaze. Chu Junqi furrowed his brows, a look of confusion crossing his face. He leaned closer, gently pinching Su Mian's delicate face, only then realizing that her eyes had lost their focus. Alas, she had become blind so swiftly. Chapter 71. The unyielding sovereign, the bone-corroding poison would spread from the heart and lungs throughout her body. He sealed Su Mian's 5 senses with his true energy. While it could delay the invasion of the toxin, it would also result in her losing all senses: sight, sound, speech. Even her sense of smell and touch would soon fail her. If the residual poison could not be resolved by the 5th day, she would be left utterly incapacitated. Chu Junqi gazed at Su Mian's pale face, a tumult of emotions swirling within him, akin to a heavy stone pressing upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He was naturally cold and detached. The brutality of war had forged him into an invulnerable figure. He believed he would never experience such feelings again. Yet Su Mian's presence shattered that expectation. She could effortlessly stir his emotions, making him feel a suffocation he had never known before. This was terrifying for an emperor. He could not allow Su Mian to continue in this manner. Losing a child had already been enough. Chu Junqi's gaze fell upon a nearby bowl of medicine, and he casually picked up a shard of porcelain, slicing his palm. Blood oozed out, pooling into the jade cup. He needed an antidote, but time was not on Su Mian's side. He held the bowl, glowing with an ethereal light and stained with blood, slowly extending it towards her. His voice softening. "I have struggled to survive amidst the world of medicine since childhood, my blood refined through countless trials. Thus this blood can counteract all poisons. Drinking it will provide you temporary relief." Before he could finish, Su Mian suddenly raised her hand, and with a sharp crack, the exquisite jade cup slipped from his grip, shattering on the ground, shards scattering, and the medicinal liquid splattering everywhere. Black fury surged in Chu Junqi's eyes. He could no longer contain his rage. With a swift motion, he seized Su Mian and pulled her close, unable to suppress his reprimand. "Su Mian, do you truly wish to drive me to madness?" "I will not drink," Su Mian murmured, her lips parting as she spoke, her body twisting desperately, intent on escaping his grasp. Her slender wrist struggled against his powerful hand, tightening its hold. Taking a deep breath, Chu Junqi steadied his mind and exhaled slowly. "Bring the medicine." In an instant, steaming bowls of concoction were handed to him. The moment Su Mian caught a whiff of the acrid, metallic scent, her jaw clenched tightly, refusing to open her mouth. A fleeting expression of reluctance crossed Chu Junqi's eyes. His hands instinctively tightened and then relaxed within his sleeves. Ultimately, he steeled his resolve and commanded, "Hold her down." Su Mian, filled with terror, recoiled, seeking refuge in the darkness. "No, don't come near me, please, I beg you." However, two palace maids swiftly advanced, their iron-like grips seizing her arms. Chu Junqi raised his long leg, stepping onto a footstool, and with a sudden motion, he grasped her chin with a grip like iron, leaning forward with his narrow, dangerous eyes half closed. "My honor, drink obediently, otherwise I shall show no mercy." Upon hearing his words, Su Mian trembled uncontrollably, her eyes filled with sorrow and despair. Her pale, grayish orbs fixed on him with unwavering intensity. "Get away from me. I will not drink your blood," she declared, biting down hard on her lip in a futile attempt to resist. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, falling into the bowl of medicine and splashing tiny droplets. Chu Junqi, losing his patience, forcefully grasped her chin, prying her mouth open and pouring the blood-tainted concoction down her throat. Coughing, Su Mian could scarcely endure it. Her stomach churned violently, and within moments, the potion was expelled in its entirety. She curled up on the couch, half closing her eyes, breathing laboriously. The blood within her surged against the tide, hastening the spread of poison as a silvery thread extended from the back of her head, creeping like a vine, intertwining delicately around her slender neck. It was both strange and exquisite, a haunting tenderness that grew incessantly until it reached her heart, at which point even the mightiest celestial beings would be powerless to save her. Chu Junqi's gaze was magnetically drawn to the silken strands of silver, his expression darkening as if a tempest were on the horizon, shrouded in obscurity. He was acutely aware of the poison's nature. Every hour, the silver thread would grow more frenzied, which is precisely why he was compelled to make Su Mian drink his blood. "Your Highness, shall we continue?" A nearby palace maid ventured cautiously. With a furrowed brow and an icy glare, Chu Junqi gestured for them to leave. "You may go. I shall handle this alone." "Yes, Your Highness," the maids responded, placing the bowl down respectfully before exiting and closing the palace doors behind them. Within the chamber, only the two of them remained. At this moment, Su Mian lacked the strength to resist, collapsing onto the bed, her dark hair cascading around her, clad in white. The night breeze stirred fallen petals, which landed softly upon her. Her ethereal beauty now appeared pallid and ghostly, resembling a fragile daughter